Upon awakening, Song Yuntang found herself in a dilapidated cowshed of the 1970s, caught in the midst of a harrowing situation of being used as a vessel for childbirth. Originally the daughter of a cadre, her highly educated parents had sent her to the countryside for refuge before their own downscaling, only for her to be victimized by her unscrupulous uncle, who seized her wealth, subjected her toil and torment, and coerced her into marrying the despised Black 5 category man Fu Weicheng, extorting a hefty bride price in the process. To her astonishment, after their marriage, the Fu family was exonerated, and Fu Weicheng returned to the capital, never to be heard from again. Oblivious to her pregnancy, Song Yuntang bore twins, and the three of them endured a life filled with hardship. What was bearable had become intolerable. In a fit of rage, Song Yuntang struck back against her malevolent uncle's family, reclaiming her rightful possessions, and sought out her husband in the military district, intent on divorce. Though she could forgo the man, the city residency for her two children was non-negotiable. In the military district, there existed a stoic officer, Fu Weicheng, renowned for his icy demeanor and forbidding presence, yet upon witnessing Song Yuntang, who was holding her pair of dragon and phoenix twins and declaring her desire for divorce, his eyes brimmed with unshed tear. Sack Wentain Wenda. The entire military district became aware of the stoic Captain Fu's capitulation, succumbing to the very woman he had once abandoned. By day he showered her with sweets, attended to the children, and composed self-reflections by night. He cradled her, pleading, "Wife, let us not part ways, shall we?" Song Yuntang had initially intended to secure the residency and flee, but instead she found herself enveloped in affection, enduring daily aches and pains. Thus commenced the tale. In 1977, in Wangjia village, that little wretch you may not know is a well-educated female student. She grew up in a family that dined on white steamed buns, which resulted in her fair complexion. She possesses a slender waist and ample hips, and most importantly, she is capable of bearing children. Wang the lame, what you truly lack is a woman to bear your offspring. That girl has already shared a bed with her husband 5 years ago, and the following year she gave birth to a pair of dragon and phoenix twins. Your prowess, let me tell you, can easily yield 2 or even 3 children. Set price 900 yuan, and she will bear you 3 sons. Such a bargain is hard to come by. Song Yuntang concealed herself behind a dilapidated wooden door, listening to the acrid exchange between the scornful woman and the lecherous man, a cold smile gracing her lips. The scornful woman was her Aunt Ding Yuzhen, while the lecherous man was known in the village as Wang the Lame. The woman they spoke of, sold for 900 yuan to bear 3 sons, was none other than her. An hour prior, Song Yuntang had awakened from a piercing headache to find herself in this unfamiliar, meager abode, surrounded by utter destitution aside from the rickety bed beneath her. There was nothing else. The roof was thatched with straw, adorned with clumps of spider webs. Having worked herself to exhaustion in a 996 work schedule, she had fainted. And while it was a relief she had not perished, the unfortunate reality was that she had traversed into another realm. The original host shared her namalso, Song Yuntang. A decade prior, the original host's father had returned from studying weaponry in the United States, while her mother served as a chief physician. Both were senior officials in relevant institutions, earning over 200 yuan monthly, epitomizing a high-ranking family, and she was the cherished daughter of a cadre, raised with utmost pampering. However, this bliss was fleeting. During the original host's high school years, a tumultuous era dawned. Her parents were dispatched to the remote northwest, leaving the underage girl in the city, which filled them with trepidation, prompting them to consider a distant cousin in the countryside. Her parents prepared a sum of money and exhausted all means to send her to the countryside, hoping to shield her from calamity and secure her safety. Regrettably, they misjudged the character of her relatives, who turned out to be nothing but ravenous wolves. Uncle Song Mingde and Aunt Ding Yuzhen had set their sights on the substantial wealth the original host carried from day one. Her cousin, bewitched by her beauty, took liberties, while her cousin's sister, insatiable, coveted her clothing and shoes, claiming them as her own. Instead of receiving care from her kin, the original host was relegated to the status of a servant in that household, a delicate young lady reduced to washing and cooking. She suffered from hunger and cold, subsisting on but a single cornmeal bun each day. The original host had contemplated rebellion. However, she was penniless and intimidated by Ding Yuzhen's threats. Your Black 5 category father has long since perished in the northwest. Your continued existence is a mere act of our pity. Should you defy us, I shall send you to the Revolutionary Committee tomorrow. Fearful, having witnessed the nature of those at the committee, the original host remained silent, continuing her backbreaking toil and enduring a life of misery. As Song Yuntang assimilated these memories, she cursed inwardly. Yet the true calamity lay ahead. dead. 5 years prior, a group of the Black Five category was dispatched to the village, among them a man of considerable significance named Fu Weicheng. Before his dispatch, Fu Weicheng hailed from the capital, the son of a military district commander. Though he held a commendable military rank, he fell victim to circumstances due to his father's misfortunes, leading to his downscaling. Beyond his status, Fu Weicheng's appearance was also remarkable. Unlike the other Black Five category individuals who were either timid or emaciated, he possessed striking features, deep-set eyes, and a tall, commanding presence. Even clad in coarse clothing, he exuded an undeniable aura of strength, compelling even the village bullies to steer clear, having heard tales of his fierce reprimands. In comparison to the rough men of the village, he was celestial. Despite his questionable background, the village chief's daughter found herself enamored with Fu Weicheng. Nevertheless, Fu Weicheng maintained an aloof demeanor, remaining solitary and unresponsive to anyone. Simultaneously, Ding Yuzhen had also set her sights on Fu Weicheng, not for his looks but for his purported wealth. Rumors circulated that Fu Weicheng had brought a considerable sum of money from the capital, enough to sustain a rural family for several prosperous years. Having previously profited from the original host, Ding Yuzhen was convinced of this. She concocted a scheme, drugging the original host and sending her to Fu Weicheng's residence. When Fu Weicheng returned, Ding Yuzhen burst in theatrically, calling for the original host, and ushered in others to witness the scandalous scene of the original host in disarray with Fu Weicheng. There was no way to cleanse her reputation now. Ding Yuzhen made the scandal public, causing an uproar outside the commune, accusing Fu Weicheng of tarnishing the original host's innocence. If Fu Weicheng refused to marry her, she would have the original host subjected to severe punishment, proclaiming that a woman stripped of her virtue was better off dead. Thus, the burden of a life was thrust upon Fu Weicheng. If he wished to take responsibility and wed, he must provide a bride price of 300 yuan, not a single cent less. And so, under the duress of the original host's desperation, and amidst the village's gossip, Fu Weicheng found himself compelled to marry her. The bride price of 300 yuan fell into Ding Yuzhen's hands, and upon receiving the money she was elated, casting the original host into Fu Weicheng's dilapidated abode, sealing their fate. For Fu Weicheng, this marriage was one of coercion. For the original host, it was a calamity she never sought. As Ding Yuzhen clamored for the marriage, the original host, having been drugged, remained dazed, unaware of the events unfolding around her. By the time the effects of the drug wore off and she regained consciousness, she found herself wed to Fu Weicheng, now his wife. Song Yuntang retained the original host's feelings for Fu Weicheng, rooted in the shared plight of their backgrounds, both betrayed by their parents and cast into this village. Secondly, there lies a profound fear. For Fu Weicheng exudes an aura of coldness, his dark, brooding eyes giving him a fierce demeanor. He remains silent in the presence of others, choosing instead to regard them with an icy gaze. The original owner possessed a delicate and introverted disposition, leaving her trembling in the presence of men. Yet she harbored a flicker of hope towards Fu Weicheng. This hope stemmed from her abysmal existence under the tyrannical rule of her heartless uncle. Regardless of whether their marriage was consensual, she had ultimately escaped the fiery abyss. Perhaps by aligning herself with this cold-faced man, her life might improve. In the days that followed their marriage, the original owner indeed found the stability she yearned for. Although Fu Weicheng was taciturn and maintained a demeanor of icy indifference, he exhibited a considerable degree of care towards her. The original owner no longer needed to toil from dawn till dusk, nor did she have to endure the pangs of hunger. However, her period of tranquility lasted but a mere week. 1 week into their nuptials, news arrived from the capital. Fu Weicheng's father had been vindicated, ascending to the position of a military leader in the capital, and Fu Weicheng himself had been reinstated, allowed to report back to the military district in the capital. On the following day, Fu Weicheng departed for the capital. With his departure, silence enveloped her life. What remained for the original owner was an empty, dilapidated house, and the onset of morning sickness. A month later, she was with child. In her state of pregnancy, the original owner found herself utterly alone with nowhere to turn. Reluctantly, she returned to her uncle's home, residing in a drafty cowshed. After enduring 9 months of hardship, she gave birth to a pair of twins, a boy and a girl. Everyone claimed that Fu Weicheng had returned to the capital to achieve great success, undoubtedly disdaining her as his lowly wife, even rejecting their children. The original owner and her 2 children were left to suffer under the roof of others, bearing their burdens, until not long ago she was struck by Ding Yuzhen and succumbed, her life extinguished, paving the way for Song Yuntang's arrival in this world. 5 years prior, Ding Yuzhen had bartered away the original owner's marriage, extorting 300 yuan from Fu Weicheng. Now, 5 years later, she planned to sell the original owner's pregnancy, hoping to garner 900 yuan. Truly, her heart was steeped in malevolence. Through a crack in the door, Song Yuntang observed as Ding Yuzhen received 900 yuan from the limping Wang. Ding Yuzhen's face radiated greed as she spat on her fingers, grinning wickedly. Wang, just wait. I'll go in and prepare her for you. She'll be as pliable as a noodle, ready for you to mold at your leisure. Just come in later and enjoy. After counting the money, she stuffed it into her pocket and with a shake of her ample backside pushed open the door and stepped inside. At that moment, Song Yuntang, harboring a cold smirk, tightened her grip on the wooden stick. Thud! As Ding Yuzhen swung the door open, expecting to find a dazed and submissive Song Yuntang, she was met instead with a swift and powerful strike. The manner in which she had assaulted the original owner was now employed against her, but with greater ferocity. Ding Yuzhen's vision darkened as she crumpled to the ground. Though Song Yuntang's current form was slightly frail, the spirit within her was anything but weak. Holding the stick, she gazed down at Ding Yuzhen, now unconscious on the floor. Before she succumbed, the wicked woman's eyes had been filled with shock and terror fixed on her. Vile hag. Seeing Ding Yuzhen unconscious, Song Yuntang tossed her onto the rickety bed, stripping her of her clothing and turning her face down. Simultaneously, she did not forget to pilfer the 900 yuan from Ding Yuzhen's waistband. It was rightfully hers now. Ding Yuzhen, now in her 40s, bore the signs of age, her skin wrinkled and sagging, certainly less appealing than a girl in her 20s. Nonetheless, Song Yuntang surmised that in the eyes of a longtime bachelor who had not indulged in such pleasures for years, the sight of her would suffice. Once covered by the blankets, distinguishing between them would be nearly impossible. After ensuring everything was in order, Song Yuntang clapped her hands and exited the dilapidated house. She concealed herself in a nearby shadowy corner for 5 minutes, and as anticipated, she saw Wang limping toward her. Wang's eyes sparkled with desire as he swallowed hard, clutching at his pants, lecherously proclaiming, "Flower girl, I'm coming." Watching Wang enter the dilapidated room where Ding Yuzhen lay, she locked the door from the outside. Mission accomplished. This pair of illicit lovers would be unable to escape. If they wished to use her to bear children, then let Ding Yuzhen fulfill that role. With Ding Yuzhen dealt with, Song Yuntang turned towards the secluded corner of the back room where the Song family's cowshed stood, the place where the original owner and her 2 children had clung to one another for survival. 5 years ago, after Fu Weicheng abandoned the original owner, the village council reclaimed the home allocated to them. The original owner was left to depend on others, and the Song family offered her the most rudimentary cowshed to reside in the chilling cold of winter, still vivid in her memory. Now that Song Yuntang had traversed into this realm, occupying the original owner's body, and granted her a second chance at life, she was determined to care for the original owner's 2 children. They were a pair of twins, a boy named Nian and a girl named Anan. The original owner had named them with the hope that they would thrive year after year, living in peace and health. Little did she know that these children would endure hardship alongside her. As Song Yuntang approached the cowshed, she was met with the faint cries of the children. Inside the cowshed, 2 frail and filthy children huddled in a corner, tightly embracing one another. Their remarkably similar little faces were adorned with large, fearful eyes. "Brother, I'm scared," Anan whimpered, fighting back tears. The little boy stood protectively in front of his sister, straining to raise his tiny arms to shield her. "Anan, don't be afraid, I'm here." The source of the children's terror was a young woman standing before them. Song Zhaozhao, Song Mingdad, and Ding Yuzhen had 3 children, 2 sons and 1 daughter. One son relied on the money given by the original owner's parents when she moved to the countryside, while the other son used the betrothal money from the original owner to marry and establish his own household. Thus only Song Zhaozhao remained in the family. 3 years younger than the original owner, Song Zhaozhao was an archetypal country girl, her appearance inheriting her parents' rustic features, lacking any semblance of grace due to her lack of education. While she had previously been oblivious to the charm of city dwellers, the arrival of the original owner and the village's educated young women, each one more delicate and pristine, rendered her envy and resentment towards the original owner palpable. Years ago, she had stolen the original owner's clothes and shoes, and eventually she resorted to bullying the original owner's children. At this moment, the dress and brown leather shoes adorning Song Zhaozhao were once the original owner's. With her arms crossed, a malicious smile played upon her lips as she gazed at the 2 children huddled in the corner, deriving amusement from their plight. "You little bastards, did you see? Your mother fainted from illness. While you've been living off me for free, medical care requires money. Do you have any? If not, let her die. After all, she's just a filthy woman nobody wants. Don't. Save mommy. We need to save mommy." And an exclaimed, tears streaming down her cheeks at the thought of her mother perishing. Song Zhaozhao continued to smirk wickedly. "Tsk, what a conscientious little bastard without a father. If you want to save someone, you'll need money, won't you? Without money, how can you pay a doctor? I suggest you prepare for her funeral. You're nothing but wild children without parents. And Anne was thoroughly frightened, emitting a timid whimper, tears cascading down her cheeks. Nian Nian, despite his tender age, wore a serious expression on his small face, displaying a composure reminiscent of a little adult with a glimmer of intelligence shining through his obsidian eyes. As Song Jiaojiao approached once more with malicious intent, using Song Yuntang to intimidate the two little ones, Nian Nian suddenly spoke up. You can sell me, just don't sell my little sister. I'm a boy, I'm worth more. Selling me will provide money for mother's treatment. Song Jiaojiao scoffed. Oh, the little bastard is quite clever. Nian Nian shielded Anne with his hands, his expression grave. From a young age he had overheard Song Ming, Di and Ding Yuzhen plotting to sell him because he was a boy desired by many families. Each time it was his mother who, unwilling to part with him, pleaded desperately with his uncle's family to spare him, doing everything in her power to protect both him and Anon. Yet, just moments ago, they had witnessed their mother collapse, a gaping wound on her forehead, blood gushing forth. Their mother was dying. Nian Nian bit his lip, tightly tilting his head to gaze at Song Jiaojiao, and reiterated, sell me for money, but do not sell my sister. Song Jiaojiao had long set her sights on the two children. Her elder brothers had profited from Song Yuntang, while she had gained nothing. Selling these two children would bring her wealth, enabling her to purchase splendid gold bracelets in the city. Little bastard, you made this suggestion yourself. I shall sell you today. No, you wicked person. You are a villain. Do not sell my brother. No, no, no. Brother and Anne, do not fear. You and mother will live well. I will think of you both. In that moment, the small cowshed was filled with the sounds of Song Jiaojiao's laughter and Anne's weeping and Nian Nian's heavy sorrow, causing Song Yuntang, who witnessed it all, to feel tears welling in her eyes. The plight of these two children was truly heart-wrenching. As Song Jiaojiao reached out to seize Nian Nian's arm, Song Yuntang dashed forward, grabbing her shoulder and pulling her aside, then raised her hand to deliver a resounding slap. Smack! Song Yuntang warned, how dare you bully my son? Song Jiaojiao's head was knocked sideways by the blow, and as she covered her face, she recognized that it was Song Yuntang before her, her eyes widening in fury. She shouted, you dare to hit me? The response to Song Jiaojiao was not words from Song Yuntang, but yet another crisp slap. Smack! As if one side of her face being struck was insufficient. Now both sides bore the mark, surely that would suffice. Song Jiaojiao, suddenly on the receiving end of two slaps, seethed with rage. Song Yuntang, you little wretch, I shall fight you. She extended her sharp nails, clawing towards Song Yuntang. However, with precision, smack, smack, smack. Clearly one on each side was not enough this time. A total of 6 slaps landed swiftly. In her previous life, Song Yuntang was a practitioner of traditional Chinese medicine, a doctoral student in the field. In these times, being a medical student was perilous, particularly with the fear of medical disputes. To ensure her own safety, she had learned numerous martial arts techniques, skilled enough to win a championship belt. Thus, Song Jiaojiao's feeble attempts were easily countered, allowing her to swiftly subdue her opponent. Song Yuntang patted her reddened hand and blew lightly on her palm, speaking in a cool tone, "Tsk, truly hurt me." Meanwhile, Song Jiaojiao lay sprawled on the ground, her face swollen and red, resembling a steamed bun. Confused, she did not comprehend how it had transpired. It felt as though she had received a kick while being slapped, and now she was left staring up at Song Yuntang. Within her heart, Song Jiaojiao seethed with resentment. This wretched girl, who usually did not dare to speak loudly, let alone strike anyone, how dared she hit her today, and so fiercely? Wasn't she supposed to be incapacitated? In an instant, Song Jiaojiao realized something was amiss. Trembling, she lifted her hand, pointing incredulously at Song Yuntang. You, how are you here? My mother clearly sold you to Wang Kuizi to bear children. If you are here, then where is my mother? Where is she? Song Yuntang looked down from her elevated position at Song Jiaojiao, a playful smile gracing her lips as she remarked, "Whoever engages in business with that lame Wang shall inevitably bear his children." The notion of childbirth unsettled Song Jiaojiao, and a sudden, disconcerting thought struck her. Ignoring her disheveled appearance, she hastily scrambled to her feet and stumbled out. At this juncture, Song Yuntang disregarded the children, for she had yet to attend to a crucial matter. She left a brief admonition for Nian Nian and an end to remain where they were, then followed after Song Jiaojiao. Song Jiaojiao dashed into the front room, only to find the door locked from the outside, hearing chaotic voices emanating from within. Ha ha ha. I've merely broken a leg, not a third one. You young ladies must not have encountered the prowess of an older man before. After today, you will obediently bear me sons. The muffled cries of a woman followed, and with a jolt, Song Jiaojiao recognized it as her mother, Ding Yuzhen's voice. Her face already reddened from slaps, turned pale with fury as she pounded on the door, calling out, "Mom! Mom! Come out quickly!" She fumbled desperately to unlock the door. Meanwhile, Song Yuntang observed that the situation had reached a tipping point and shouted outside, "Help!" Caught in the act. In broad daylight, these shameless miscreants are engaging in disgraceful conduct. Truly brazen, with their backsides exposed. In the rural setting, gossiping women were plentiful, and they relished scandalous tales, particularly those of amorous entanglements. Upon hearing of the infidelity, they moved with astonishing speed, rushing over in droves. Where are the culprits? They clamored. Song Yuntang pointed, "Sisters over there." Like bullets, they shot off towards the scene. Soon after, one exclaimed, "Heavens, what a large backside. Isn't that the third daughter of the Song family? What is she doing here? And who is this shameless woman?" The cries of disgust echoed. "Ding Yuzhen, have you lost your mind? Engaging with that lame Wang? How can you not feel repulsed? I spit. You, who so vocally criticized Widow Li at the village's edge, turn out to be the one in scandal." Having heard enough of the women's vitriol, Song Yuntang found it distasteful and turned to leave, allowing them to create their uproar while she hurried back to check on the two children. In the barn, Nian and remained tightly embraced, their expressions transformed from fear to a mixture of bewilderment and admiration. And whispered, "Brother, was that Mom just now?" They had witnessed their usually gentle mother suddenly strike down the wicked aunt and toss her to the ground. Rather than feeling fear towards the unfamiliar Song Yuntang, they were filled with delight. After shedding tears, and Anne's eyes sparkled as she said, "Brother, Mom is so amazing." Nian nodded vigorously, "Yes, Mom is incredible. Big bad guy." Moreover, their mother was not unconscious or ill. She was perfectly well, and joyfully exclaimed, "Brother, Mom is not sick. You won to be sold. And wants you." Nian, cradling little Anin, affirmed, "Brother will always be with Anin." When Song Yuntang returned to the two children, the sudden transition from a single woman to a mother of twins made her anxious, her disposition starkly contrasting with the original timid nature of the host. The children were most attached to the original owner. Should they detect any discrepancies, explaining would prove challenging. She had pondered her words throughout the journey, yet upon seeing them, Nian and then rushed towards her, exclaiming, Mom, you are so amazing. You beat the bad guy. Mom, you've finally woken up. The aunt said you were sick, and it scared me and brother." Squatting down, Song Yuntang embraced them, acutely aware of their frail frames and the ill-fitting clothes they wore. It was early spring, the weather still chilly, yet the children did not possess even a suitable cotton coat, revealing small wrists marked with red. Her heart ached at the sight. The Song Mingda family was truly inhumane. The slaps she had delivered to Song Jiaojiao had been far too gentle. Nian anxiously regarded Song Yuntang, especially the wound on her forehead. "Mom, does it still hurt?" "It doesn't hurt, Mom is fine," she quickly denied. And for the first time, she referred to herself as Mom. To her surprise, it felt less daunting than anticipated. Partly due to the lingering affection of the original owner within this body, and partly due to the genuine compassion she felt upon seeing these two unfortunate children. Had it not been for her crossing over, the original owner would have met a tragic end, leaving these two to fend for themselves. This thought incited her to silently curse Fu Weicheng. Though their marriage had been forced, he had still taken vows, shared a bed, and fathered children. Was he truly so irresponsible? She loathed men with hearts as cold as wolves and dogs. If Fu Weicheng had no interest in the marriage, he could have graciously sought a divorce and provided monthly support. What a scoundrel! It was absurd that the original owner still harbored a secret hope that Fu Weicheng had not forgotten her. Suddenly, a rumbling sound interrupted Song Yuntang's musings. She glanced at the two children, assuming it was their stomachs growling from hunger. However, shortly after, the sound reverberated again. This time, it emanated from her own belly. "Mom, your tummy is growling," and pointed to Song Yuntang's abdomen, her voice soft and tender. Song Yuntang caressed Anne's cheek and then Nian's, taking one of each child's hand as she stood, proclaiming, "Yes, Mom is hungry. Let us go eat something delicious." With that, she led the two children into the kitchen of the Song Mingda household. At that moment, the Mingda family was creating a ruckus in the front yard, entirely oblivious to the trio in the back room. Upon entering the kitchen, Nyen Nyen, and were not filled with excitement, but rather trepidation. "Mom, we can't go in. If we do, the aunt will say we're stealing." And warned. Nyen Nyen chimed in, "Mom, we don't want to eat anything. Please don't go in. We don't want you to get hit." Half a year prior, on a frigid winter night, the original owner and her children had been so cold and hungry that they could endure no longer. Summoning her courage, she had ventured into the kitchen to grab a bun to share among them. However, this act was discovered by Song Jiaojiao, who had hurled insults at the children, calling them thieves and ungrateful wretches. Upon hearing the commotion, Song Mingde and Ding Yuzhen emerged, and upon grasping the situation, they wielded a bamboo stick to punish the children. "You little bastards, born of a mother without a father. You'll learn your lesson when you get hit. Remember, being dependent on others means you must behave." That night, in a bid to protect her children, the original owner clung tightly to them, absorbing the blows intended for them. The bamboo sticks rained down upon her, leaving her body covered in bruises that took months to heal, with scars still visible on her arms. This memory had etched itself deeply into Nyen Nyen and N's minds, prompting them to pull on Song Yuntang, preventing her from entering. Song Yuntang gently patted their heads and said, "Nyen Nyen, and do not be afraid. From this day forth, we shall no longer be bullied by anyone. Mother will be a courageous person, not only to protect you, but also to ensure you are well-fed and warmly clothed. We shall live a good life together." Nyen Nyen and then gazed up at Song Yuntang, their expressions a mixture of bewilderment and awe. They were still quite young and did not fully grasp the profound implications of Song Yuntang's words. Yet they were enchanted by the sparkle in their mother's eyes and her spirited demeanor. Then Nyen Nyen nodded vigorously, saying, "Yes, Nyen Nyen believes in Mother." And quickly echoed, "Mother, and believes in you too." A look of satisfaction spread across Song Yuntang's face as she turned her gaze towards the kitchen. Goodness! There were roasted chickens and ducks, fatty pork and cured meats, eggs and greens. Everything one could desire, allowing for sumptuous meals at every turn. This was hardly reminiscent of life in the rural areas of the 1970s. The Song Mingde family feasted on the flesh and blood of the original owner. As Song Yuntang savored a hearty meal with her two children, indulging in whatever they pleased, her unscrupulous uncle's family was creating quite a ruckus. Upon returning home, Song Mingde was met with chaos and soon learned of his cuckoldry, discovering that Ding Yuzhen, of all people, had chosen to consort with the village's most inept old bachelor, Wang Kezi. His face felt as though it had been ground into the dirt. Fury surged within him, and he seized Ding Yuzhen by the hair, delivering several slaps, followed by punches and kicks without hesitation. He roared in rage, "You shameless woman! How dare you put a green hat on me for all to see? How will I ever show my face again? You filthy wretch! You truly must be tired of living." Song Jiaojiao observed her biological mother being beaten by her father without intervening, devoid of any sympathy, and instead felt embarrassed for Ding Yuzhen. "Mother, if you must betray, at least choose wisely. How could you possibly select Wang Kezi? That old man is always entangled with Widow Li at the village's edge. How sordid. Be careful, or you might get sick." Ding Yuzhen, battered and humiliated, was pushed to her limits, her fury erupting. She was typically a fierce woman, capable of great ferocity. Had this incident not taken her by surprise, she would never have suffered such a significant defeat at Song Mingde's hands. "You, Song Mingde. So, what if I put a green hat on you? Did you not bestow one upon me first? Do you not think I am unaware of your sordid affairs outside? And you, Song Jiaojiao, I have always doted on you. Yet today you have truly turned against me, even disdainfully rejecting your own mother. Who do you think I endure all this hardship for?" Ding Yuzhen cried out, her voice raw and her eyes blazing with fury. When she saw Song Mingde prepare to strike again, she immediately countered. The couple, consumed by their venomous rage, became embroiled in a fierce struggle. Song Jiaojiao, sensing the escalating conflict, attempted to intervene. "Father, mother, please stop." During their quarrel, fists and feet flew indiscriminately, and instead of separating them, she inadvertently found herself caught in the fray, receiving several painful grabs. What began as a tussle between two had swiftly escalated into a chaotic melee involving three. The Song Mingde family was locked in a fierce battle. This scene was precisely what Song Yuntang had hoped for. Had she witnessed it, she would have erupted into laughter. The three continued their tumultuous scuffle for about 10 minutes until Song Jiao could bear it no longer and burst into tears. Wah! Father, mother, have you lost your minds? Why are you hitting me? I am your own daughter. If you must strike someone, let it be that little wretch Song Yuntang. The moment Song Yuntang escaped her lips, an eerie silence enveloped Song Mingda and Ding Yuzhen, as if logic had suddenly returned. After all, the original owner had always been their punching bag, and tormenting Song Yuntang was a source of great relief. Ding Yuzhen, with her hair in disarray and her face flushed, gritted her teeth and declared, "Yes, it is all that little wretch's fault. The one who should be in bed with Wang Kezi is her. That wretched girl. How dare she give me a sneak attack and steal my 900 yuan? Upon hearing about the 900 yuan, both Song Mingda and Song Jiao's eyes gleamed with avarice. In the face of 900 yuan, even Ding Yuzhen's sordid affairs with Wang Kezi seemed trivial. Song Jiao promptly exclaimed, 900. Mother, hurry and retrieve the money. We cannot allow that little wretch to benefit. Thus, the trio, who had been embroiled in chaos moments ago, united as one, their grievances ignited, and marched out of the house with a fierce determination to confront Song Yuntang. In the barn, Song Yuntang had just finished a hearty meal with Nian and An, the two children having never before tasted such abundance, especially relishing the pork and eggs. Initially hesitant and fearful, they were apprehensive about Song Jiao reappearing. However, once the tender, greasy morsels of pork and eggs entered their mouths, they craved more and more. Song Yuntang recognized that these children, having suffered from prolonged hunger, were nutritionally deficient. Children in such a state should not consume excessive greasy foods in a short period, so while the pork and eggs were delightful, they should only sample them and primarily consume steamed buns. Even so, Nian and An each clutched a fluffy, white bun, as if they had found a great treasure, their joy palpable. Song Yuntang felt a mix of pride and sorrow, promising Nian and An, once you have regained your strength, you can have as many eggs and as much pork as you desire. Nian and An exchanged glances, their twin spirits in perfect harmony as they spoke in unison. Mother, that would be like a dream. Even in dreams, they had never dared to indulge in such abundance. After satisfying their appetites, the next concern was finding a place to sleep. Upon returning to the barn, the two children nestled happily in a corner filled with straw, licking their shiny, oily lips while reminiscing about the flavors of pork and eggs. Meanwhile, Song Yuntang surveyed her surroundings, distressed by the sheer simplicity of their accommodations. This place made her anxious about sleeping, fearing that insects might crawl upon her in the night. Just the thought sent shivers through her as a cleanliness-obsessed medical student. At that moment, an enraged voice pierced the air.
Song Yuntang.
You little wretch, you have truly crossed the line. Ding Yuzhen's furious voice sent Nian and An, who had been laughing moments ago, immediately recoiling in fear, their instinctual response for self-preservation. Nian clutched An tightly, continuously urging Song Yuntang, Mother, hide quickly, hide quickly. Mother, the bad people are coming. They are here to hurt us. You must hide. Nian and An, do not worry, Song Yuntang reassured them. Mother has promised that no one will bully you again. You must stay hidden and not move. Song Yuntang had anticipated that Song Mingda's family would not let the matter rest and would seek her out for trouble. Hence, she had retrieved a bamboo stick from the kitchen, for they were fond of meting out punishment, and now it was her turn to teach them a lesson. Having filled her stomach, she felt stronger, her knuckles cracking in readiness. Ding Yuzhen burst forth, and upon spotting Song Yuntang, she immediately raised her arm to strike. However, Song Yuntang effortlessly seized her wrist, causing a piercing pain to shoot through her arm, as if her very soft spot had been grasped. Song Yuntang had targeted the most vulnerable point on her wrist, rendering Ding Yuzhen trembling and incapable of retaliating. You dare to stop me? Ding Yuzhen stammered. Song Yuntang released her grip and forcefully pushed Ding Yuzhen, watching as she staggered back several steps and then swung the bamboo stick with great force. The stick sliced through the air with a whoosh. Song Yuntang scoffed, Not only do I dare to block you, but I also dare to strike. If you don't believe me, come and try. Let's see if I have the courage to act. Ding Yuzhen, having been struck a heavy blow, still felt a buzzing pain in her forehead, while Song Jiao had received a few slaps, leaving her face swollen. For a moment, the mother and daughter, faced with the fierce Song Yuntang, found themselves too intimidated to advance. Since they were unwilling to resort to violence, they could only resort to shouting. Song Yuntang, return the 900 yuan. Song Yuntang replied, what 900 yuan? I know nothing of it. Nonsense. I sold you to Wang the Lame for childbirth. And he gave me 900 yuan. Before you knocked me unconscious, the money was on me, but when I woke up, it had vanished. Surely, you took it.
Oh.
So you sold me to Wang the Lame, Song Yuntang said with a mocking expression, her sharp gaze fixed on Ding Yuzhen. Have you forgotten that I am still married to Fu Weicheng? He is a soldier, and I am a military wife. Our marriage is legitimate. Ding Yuzhen, do you know the crime you are committing? Not only are you trafficking women, but you are also undermining a military marriage. I could report you to the Revolutionary Committee, and your entire family would be arrested. You. Fu Weicheng has long since abandoned you. Hasn't he even visited you and your children in 5 years? Ding Yuzhen retorted angrily. So what? Song Yuntang was entirely unconcerned. As long as our marital relationship exists, I am still a military wife. You shall pay for destroying that marriage. The Revolutionary Committee will surely apprehend you according to the regulations. Prepare for prison or perhaps a public demonstration. Ding Yuzhen was left speechless by this retort, while Song Jiaojiao whispered in her ear. Mom, why has Song Yuntang suddenly become so clever? It's as if she has transformed into a different person. This was the very confusion shared by Song Mingda and Ding Yuzhen. How had this girl, after receiving a blow, suddenly become so astute? Ding Yuzhen, unwilling to concede, shot back, Song Yuntang, ever since Fu Weicheng abandoned his wife and children. You three have been living off my family's resources, occupying our home, and demanding our support. Have you ever contributed a single penny? Given your ability to bear children, what's wrong with lending you to Wang the Lame to have a few sons? 900 yuan is merely a small price to pay. Have you considered how much those 2 little brats of yours consume? Our family is on the brink of collapse because of you.
Ha.
So you wish to settle accounts with me, do you? Song Yuntang's eyes glinted coldly with mockery as she retaliated with sharp words. When I came to the countryside, I brought with me 1,000 yuan and 2 gold bars, gifts from my parents for protection. Where are those funds now? Return them to me. Over the years, I have washed your clothes, cooked your meals, and even cleaned and toiled for you. It is not unreasonable to demand 20 yuan a month for my services. Do the math. How much do I deserve after all these years? And what about the 300 yuan bride price given by Fu Weicheng? Hand it over. Why don't you produce it? Song Yuntang extended her hand towards Ding Yuzhen, demanding payment. Ding Yuzhen never expected that the usually silent girl would suddenly become so sharp-tongued, even exposing her secrets. Song Jiaojiao raised her voice. Mom, what is this about 1,000 yuan and 2 gold bars? Didn't you say there were only 200 yuan? Have you secretly given money to our older brothers? Song Mingda echoed. 2 gold bars? Didn't you search her when she arrived, claiming there was only 1? Goodness, you've been concealing this from me for so long. Where are the gold bars? The family, who had previously united against Song Yuntang, found themselves at odds once more as the truth unraveled. Ding Yuzhen, her face flushed with embarrassment, said, We'll discuss the gold bars later. We need to deal with her first. The 900 yuan must be on her. Let us seize it. Swish. Song Yuntang's bamboo stick sliced through the air once more. Anyone who dared to lay a hand on her would feel it sting, as she unleashed a wave of indiscriminate retaliation. Song Mingda, the man you are having an affair with, the widow Li's lover, is not Wang the Lame. It is you. I also know you are entangled with the village chief's daughter-in-law. Just 2 days ago, you were caught in the cornfield. I almost heard the commotion. And you, Song Jiaojiao, are you colluding with Captain Zhang from the commune? Does his wife know? Should I inform her? I hear she is a butcher, and there's a sharp knife at home. I know all your family's dirty secrets. If you dare to lay a finger on me or my children, I will expose everything to the entire village. After her declaration, the expressions of Song Mingda and his family shifted from green to pale, trapped in a suffocating silence, yet powerless against Song Yuntang. What began as a fierce confrontation ended with the 3 of them retreating, begrudging and humiliated.
Bah!
Song Yuntang, just you wait. I will make you spit out that 900 yuan. Once Ding Yuzhen and her accomplices returned indoors, they did not resume their quarrel, but exchanged furtive glances. Plotting in secrecy. Song Jiaojiao, unable to contain her anxiety, said, Mom, What if Song Yuntang has suddenly become clever enough to uncover our past deeds? Know what? That girl didn't discover anything 5 years ago. She certainly won now. Ding Yuzhen's eyes glinted with a calculating ruthlessness as she reassured Song Jiaojiao. As long as you keep Captain Zhang sweet, we can deceive her for a lifetime. In the end, the money will still be ours. The trio, consumed by greed and scheming, decided to let the matter rest for today, planning to confront Song Yuntang again tomorrow. No matter how formidable she seemed, as long as the children were involved, they held her weakness firmly in their grasp, confident she would comply. Meanwhile, Song Yuntang sneezed. Achoo! My nose itches. Someone must be speaking ill of me. Mom, are you cold? Let me cover you with a blanket, Nian Yan said, wrapping a tattered blanket around Song Yuntang. Song Yuntang shook her head. Nian, I'm not cold. Just go to sleep. After the tumultuous exchange, Nian and Anan gazed at Song Yuntang with wide, adoring eyes, truly believing their mother had become brave enough to protect them from harm. Having eaten and drunk their fill, the two children soon succumbed to sleep beside Song Yuntang, covered by the single tattered blanket. Song Yuntang watched as Nian closed her eyes, her breathing steadying. Though her little face was still dirty, she appeared peaceful and adorable in slumber. Gazing at her children, and then at the cow shed, Song Yuntang pondered that while she had some money now, it was hardly sufficient to sustain two children. Others who traversed time often had golden fingers. Why was she so unfortunate, burdened with a family of despicable relatives and forced to live in a dilapidated cowshed? Lost in thought, a flash of iridescent light suddenly flickered before her eyes, accompanied by a sound reminiscent of electromagnetic waves.
Ding.
The spirit treasure space has detected a summons and is initializing. The system is now activated. Welcome, Master, to your first entry into the spirit treasure space system. You have received a novice gift package. When Song Yuntang opened her eyes again, she found herself no longer in the shabby cowshed, but in an endless expanse of vast wilderness. Surrounded by boundless grasslands and fields, with trees heavy with bright, red fruits and a gentle stream flowing through. The sunlight danced on the water's surface, creating a shimmering spectacle, while the sound of the flowing water was incredibly soothing. She remained momentarily stunned but soon regained her composure. So this was the space. It appeared her fortune was not lacking. The golden finger had indeed arrived. Such pastoral beauty, complete with a stream. Could this be the legendary spirit spring water? Tentatively, Song Yuntang reached her hand into the stream. The water flowed gently, cool against her skin. As the current caressed her fingers, the scars on her hands began to heal, gradually restoring them to a delicate and fair state. When she withdrew her hand, it had transformed into a pair of soft, white, exquisite hands. How astonishing this is! Song Yuntang immediately splashed her face with the water from the spirit spring stream. The wound on her forehead healed rapidly, and her previously sallow complexion transformed into a radiant white, her skin becoming tender and elastic, brimming with collagen. Truly a remarkable elixir. If one were to bathe in the waters of the spirit spring stream, wouldn't that be splendid? As Song Yuntang lowered her gaze to her chest, she was unexpectedly taken aback to discover it was quite ample. Although the original owner was frail, years of parental affection had endowed her with a solid physique. And being a woman who had given birth, her bosom had undergone a second development, already sufficiently rounded and pert, requiring no nourishment from the spirit spring stream. She resolved to let Nian and Anan also wash with the spirit spring stream water. They would surely transform into delightful little cherubs. Lost in thoughts of the two children, Song Yuntang's consciousness drifted away, and amidst the flickering white light, she returned to the realm of reality. So, this is how one traverses through space. Song Yuntang grasped the fundamental skills of utilizing this space and experimented with its storage function, subsequently opening the novice gift pack from the system. It contained 100 acres of fertile land, 10 hectares of fruit orchards, a health-boosting pill, and a portion of misty smoke. It seemed the system's space resembled a farming game. She must utilize it frequently to accumulate resources in order to obtain higher-tier rewards, perhaps even unearthing treasured medical tomes. In her palm, she held the misty smoke she had retrieved from the space, and with a clever turn of thought, a sly smile graced her lips. She gently pried Nian's tiny hands away from her, rising to enter the main house of Song Mingda. With a single puff of the misty smoke, the three individuals within the room collapsed instantly, impervious to any noise, regardless of how loud the commotion became. Song Yuntang boldly pushed the door open and strode inside. The room was furnished with an electric fan, a sewing machine, a 5-drawer cabinet, a radio, and a Samwa brand clock. Their living conditions rivaled those of affluent families in the city. Every item here had been purchased with the original owner's money. With a sweep of her arm, she tossed all, regardless of quality, into the spiritual treasure space, leaving not a single table leg behind. In the blink of an eye, the living room lay utterly bare. Song Yuntang then ventured into the bedroom of Song Mingda and Ding Yuzhen, proceeding to apply the same method to continue clearing out their possessions. A loud crash resonated as Song Mingda and Ding Yuzhen, who had been peacefully slumbering in bed, tumbled to the floor, entwined like two dead pigs, snoring loudly, clad only in oversized undergarments, a charitable gesture on her part to spare them from exposure to unwarranted sights. The 2 gold bars hidden by Ding Yuzhen also vanished into the space as they were transported away. Suddenly, a small object fell to the ground. Upon picking it up, Song Yuntang discovered it to be her household registration book and marriage certificate. At the South City train station, Song Yuntang held one child by the hand, a simple bundle slung over her shoulder, as she observed the bustling crowd in the square, surrounded by slogans steeped in the aura of bygone eras. She earnestly cautioned Nian Nian and Nian Nian, and there are many people here. You must hold tightly to your mother and never let go. If any ill-intentioned person dares to approach you, scream immediately, and I shall come to protect you from harm. Nian Nian and nodded solemnly, their faces serious. Having witnessed Song Yuntang's formidable prowess the previous day, they were fully convinced that their mother was as formidable as the legendary Sun Wukong, capable of driving away all evildoers. With wide-eyed wonder, Anan timidly asked, "Mother, what place is this?" "This is a train station. We're going to take a train next." Nian Nian, familiar with the term train, knew it to be a far swifter mode of transportation than a donkey cart, capable of whisking people away to distant lands. Looking up at Song Yuntang, Nian Nian inquired, "Mother, are we really not returning to the village? Where are we going?" That place is not good. We shall not return. Instead, we are heading to the capital," Song Yuntang declared resolutely. Last night, while emptying the Song Mingda household, she had discovered the fallen household registration book and marriage certificate. It clearly bore the names of herself and Fu Weicheng. It turned out that when they had married, the village had processed their documents, not only the marriage certificate but also consolidating their household registrations. The household registration book clearly indicated Fu Weicheng's South original place of residence, the military unit number. It was the 560th unit of the capital military district. The rumors claiming Fu Weicheng hailed from the capital were indeed true. Song Yuntang harbored no fondness for this man who had abandoned his family, as he had prospered in the capital while leaving the original owner and her children to suffer in hardship. Such a marriage was best left behind. She intended to go to the capital to seek a divorce. Moreover, she aimed to reclaim the household registrations for her 2 children in the capital. After all, it was the capital, the most flourishing city in Huagua's future development, where countless individuals toiled tirelessly for a mere household registration. Given this opportunity, Song Yuntang was determined to provide the best for Nian Nian and Anan. Thus, as dawn broke, while the Song Mingda family continued to snore soundly, Song Yuntang took Nian Nian and Anan and set forth. Upon waking, Nian Nian and Anan's first thought was not to have breakfast, but rather to don their small backpacks, eager to go to the mountains to forage for wild vegetables and cut pig grass. If they did not return with wild vegetables before noon, they would not even have a simple steamed bun to eat. Hearing this brought tears to Song Yuntang's eyes. She hastily discarded the small backpacks and stuffed a bun into each of their mouths. "Eat. Eat heartily. You need not work to enjoy a meal." After providing Nian Nian and Anan with buns, she also offered them water from the spirit spring stream. The 2 children, feeling drowsy, merely sensed their bellies were full, the water sweet, and a mysterious surge of energy flowing through them, leaving them quite comfortable. The 3 of them departed from the village. Due to their usual low profile, no one paid them any attention, especially as everyone was preoccupied with the scandal involving Ding Yuzhen and Wang Kezi. Song Yuntang had initially planned to walk all the way to the city, but fortune smiled upon her. A tractor was headed to the city to deliver grain. She quickly flagged it down, cradling Anan in her arms, her eyes reddening as she implored, "Comrade, my daughter has a fever. I must take her to the city hospital. I beg you, kindly take us along." The tractor driver, recognizing Song Yuntang as the unfortunate woman from the Song Mingda household, nodded in agreement. Before Nian Nian and could fully comprehend the situation, they were already seated in the tractor, marveling at their mother's acting skills. And as the engine roared to life, they journeyed to the city. Upon arrival, without hesitation, Song Yuntang made her way to the train station. Lacking an introduction letter, she relied on the recent relaxation of societal norms, and with her household registration book and marriage certificate in hand, she successfully purchased train tickets to the capital. The trio navigated through the throngs of people and boarded the train. At the same time, within the Song Mingda household in Wangjia village, Song Mingda and Ding Yuzhen awoke to an icy shock, realizing they were sprawled on the floor without a single bed sheet or blanket, not even a bed to lie upon, and shockingly, they were entirely unclothed, with one awkwardly covering his groin and the other hastily shielding her chest. They rushed out of the room. "It's empty. How can it be empty? My radio. Where's my clock? We've been robbed. Everything is stolen. My 5-drawer cabinet. My money, my gold bars. I had hidden the gold bars in the secret compartment of the cabinet. What happened to everything in my room?" shouted Song Jiaojiao, who emerged from her chamber and was met with the sight of her disheveled parents, while she herself was hardly better off, clad in nothing but her undergarments. Panic-stricken cries reverberated through the desolate room. The train was hurtling towards the capital. This year, Nian Nian and Anan had turned 5, since their birth. They had never ventured beyond Wangjia village, remaining oblivious to the world outside. The thunderous clamor of the train, the incessant whir of the wheels, the fleeting scenery outside the window, and the array of diverse passengers aboard the train, even the diminutive cart being pushed through the aisle, captivated their attention. With wide, gleaming eyes, their faces were etched with curiosity. Initially, the two children were timid, their gazes cautious, yet the innate curiosity of children, compounded by the advantageous genes from Song Yuntang, enabled them to absorb much, their bravery burgeoning as they watched. Especially with Song Yuntang by their side, they were treated to the enticing aroma of steaming meat buns purchased at the train station, along with the vibrant red apples that, when bitten into, revealed a crisp, juicy sweetness, an exquisite treat brought forth from her spatial pocket. Their water flask brimmed with refreshing and sweet spring water. Ding-dong. The sound of a bell rang as the snack cart approached once more. It was noon, and the cart was laden with steaming boxes of meals, wafting delicious aromas. Nian Nian and Anan peeked out, their little heads bobbing, their eyes blinking in excitement. Noticing their eagerness, Song Yuntang's heart softened, and she reached out to pat their heads, inquiring gently, "Nian Nian, Anan, would you like to have a meal box?" Nian Nian promptly sat up straight, shaking his head. "Nian Nian does not want it, Mama. The meal box is expensive. Let us not spend money." He had overheard that a meal box cost 50 cents, which he deemed exorbitant. And, following her brother's lead, also straightened up and took a bite of her red apple, declaring, "Mama, Anan wants to eat apples and steamed buns. They are delicious." She flashed a sweet smile at Song Yuntang, revealing 2 shallow dimples. Song Yuntang recognized the children's understanding. Their curiosity about the meal box did not stem from true hunger, but rather from a fascination with unfamiliar food. She was willing to indulge them. After all, money was merely a trivial matter. When the snack cart rolled closer, she raised her hand, saying, "Excuse me, could I have 1 meal box, please?" The conductor inquired. "Vegetarian is 50 cents, meat is 1 yuan. Which would you prefer?" Since early this year, meat tickets had gradually been abolished, and meal boxes on the train were no longer strictly vegetarian, now including meat options. Song Yuntang replied, "I do like the meat one." She produced a yuan coin, receiving a meal box from the conductor. A few curious glances flickered towards her. They noted her disheveled appearance and the frailness of her children. Yet they were astonished that she would spend a yuan on a meal box. The fragrant meal box was placed before Nian Nian and Anan, and Song Yuntang opened it, revealing a large chicken leg. "Wow!" Nian Nian and Anan exclaimed in unison. That was indeed a substantial chicken leg. The mere scent of it brought them immense joy, and they swallowed hard, feeling as though just the aroma was enough to satiate them. Song Yuntang handed them chopsticks, saying, "Nian Nian, and then you may begin to eat." However, neither child made a move. Instead, their dark, glistening eyes remained fixed on Song Yuntang. And, with her cherubic voice, insisted, "Mama should eat. You've worked hard and you were sick yesterday, you eat first." Nian Nian, equally stubborn, pushed the enticing meal box towards Song Yuntang, urging her to partake. With a smile, Song Yuntang graciously accepted, taking a hearty bite from the chicken leg. She then offered it to Nian Nian, saying, "Nian Nian, eat. Take a big bite." In a state of astonishment, Nian Nian obliged, followed by Anan, who took a small nibble. The succulent meat, drenched in savory sauce, spread a delightful richness across their palates. In their impoverished existence, this was a pinnacle of indulgence. "Is it delicious?" So good." The trio, taking turns, devoured the chicken leg, leaving no remnants, even gnawing at the bones. Anan's little belly swelled with satisfaction, her face smeared with remnants of their meal, shyly smiling at Song Yuntang. Song Yuntang produced a small towel, meticulously wiping Anan's face and hands clean. Anan, feeling pleasantly full, nestled against Song Yuntang's arm, drowsy with contentment. Embracing both children, Song Yuntang reflected on how wonderful they were, albeit needing more nourishment to combat their frailness. As the train compartment fell into a brief lull, it soon arrived at a major station. The train halted for an unusually long duration, and a multitude of passengers boarded, each laden with bags destined for the capital, swiftly filling the compartment to capacity. During this time, Song Yuntang observed several particularly tall individuals making their way through the carriage. Leading the group was an elderly gentleman clad in a Zhongshan suit, exuding an undeniable aura of authority, his wise eyes still sharp despite his advanced years. Trailing behind him were several young men, all tall and upright, walking with a military bearing that was unmistakable. Even sans uniforms, they exuded a distinctive presence. It appeared that the elderly gentleman was a senior officer from the military district, accompanied by several military officers. They proceeded towards the front of the carriage, where the sleeper compartments were located, a privilege only accessible to those with hard-to-obtain tickets. Song Yuntang glanced at them a few times before averting her gaze. Thus, she remained unaware that as the elder passed by, he cast a lingering look at them, particularly pausing to regard Nian Nian for a moment. Among the young men, a pair of dark eyes also turned to glance at Song Yuntang and her children, hesitating momentarily as they took in the sight. At that moment, a middle-aged woman, burdened with a bundle, squeezed her way into the carriage, pushing past the other passengers with her ample figure and luggage. Make way, this is my seat," she declared. Li Xiulan, upon boarding, immediately set her sights on Song Yuntang, a young woman with children, unaccompanied by a man, and with two small children, an ideal target. If she could ensnare this woman, not only could she exploit her, but she could also profit from the two children, turning a single transaction into a trifecta of profit. Without a moment's hesitation, she plopped down directly opposite Song Yuntang, her face beaming with a jovial smile, exuding warmth and generosity. Li Xiulan rummaged through her bag, pulling out a sack of sunflower seeds, exclaiming, Come, I'll treat everyone to sunflower seeds, freshly roasted from my hometown, quite tasty. If you like them, you can buy for me." She distributed them to those seated around her, offering a seemingly legitimate reason that raised no suspicion. She handed a handful of seeds to Song Yuntang, saying, "Sister, have some sunflower seeds. It's on me, no charge." "Oh my, your two children are truly beautiful. They seem to be about the same age. Could they be twins?" "Sister, they truly are a rare pair of twins. How fortunate you are to have them in your life. Why are you traveling alone with the children? Where is your husband? It must be quite inconvenient for a young woman to travel with two little ones. If you need assistance, please don't hesitate to ask. I can help keep an eye on the children. Come, I also have mung bean cakes, walnut pastries, and little dolls. Would you like some? Don't be shy. We're all together now. It's fate." During this period, Song Yuntang remained silent, while Li Xiulan rambled on incessantly, her enthusiasm undeterred by any cold demeanor. Li Xiulan believed her demeanor to be amiable and generous, completely oblivious to the greed and scheming lurking in her eyes, which was almost palpable. Not only did Song Yuntang see through her at a glance, but An and Nian Nian also sensed it. For Li Xiulan bore a striking resemblance to someone Ding Yuzhen. Ding Yuzhen presented a smiling face, yet harbored a heart full of malice and cunning. And then harbored a deep-seated fear of Ding Yuzhen, and as the memories resurfaced, he clung to Song Yuntang's arm, his small frame curling in on itself. Nian Nian, displaying an air of maturity beyond his years, remained silent, unaffected by the bountiful spread of food laid out by Li Xiulan. Li Xiulan continued cheerfully, "Do you not enjoy these? I have even more delicious treats. These two children are quite charming, just let Andy know what you desire." Meanwhile, her thoughts harbored dark intentions. "Stupid girl. Why haven't you fallen for it yet? Eat something. Drink my water, and once you faint, you shall know my power." Hee hee. Nian Nian remained silent until, suddenly turning his head, he called out to Song Yuntang, "Mama." She responded, What is it?" Nian Nian enunciated clearly. "Before we boarded the train, Mama said that we must not speak to strangers, nor accept food from them, nor trust their words, for they might be human traffickers who would take me away and sell me. If I were sold, I would never see Mama again."
Wow.
"Nian Nian, you are amazing. You remembered everything. Well done." Song Yuntang praised, causing the little boy to blush slightly, while Anan beamed at Nian Nian, exclaiming how impressive his brother was. Their conversation caught the attention of those around them. Even the most oblivious individuals became aware, setting aside their snacks, hesitant to take another bite. What a clever way to rebuke. Li Xiulan found her true nature exposed by a mere 5-year-old child and a rustic girl. Her pretentious smile vanished, revealing a visage of malice and ferocity. "You insolent girl. Whom do you mean by that? Who is a human trafficker? Speak clearly," she shouted. "I did not name anyone, so why do you take it to heart? Are you feeling guilty? Who feels guilty? I am certainly not a human trafficker. Truly. How can good intentions be mistaken for malice? Look at this person, accusing me of being a human trafficker. Insolent girl, stand up and clarify. Say it out loud." Song Yuntang was unafraid of her. The already noisy carriage was further filled with the sounds of their argument. In the sleeper carriage, an elderly man with silver-streaked hair settled down and asked the young soldier beside him, "Xiao He, did you just see that child? Do you not think he resembles someone?" This elderly gentleman was none other than Chief He of the military district in the capital, and the young soldier beside him was his aide, Xiao He. Xiao He, bewildered, inquired, "Child? Which child?" The young man, being rather naive, was entirely unaware of the recent events, oblivious to which child or whom he resembled. Chief He, seeing his confusion, shook his head helplessly. "If you did not see, then so be it." Yet he pondered over that fleeting glance, as the child's likeness was undeniably reminiscent of someone from the past. As he pondered, Chief He's peripheral vision caught sight of a strikingly handsome man standing beside him. A figure clad in formal attire radiating an air of cold restraint and military integrity. The man's gaze darkened as he too was lost in thought, for he had seen someone as well. That face bore a striking resemblance to hers. Fu Weicheng's memory of Song Yuntang was frozen in time from 5 years ago, when she appeared frail and emaciated, the result of prolonged malnutrition, her head always bowed, too timid to meet anyone's gaze. Thus, Fu Weicheng's recollection of Song Yuntang was that of a vague and timid woman, unlike the fair-skinned, bright-eyed spirit he beheld now. Yet her features were too similar to ignore. Fu Weicheng, unable to suppress his curiosity, found his feet moving toward the rear of the carriage. "Commander Fu, where are you going?" a soldier behind him inquired. Fu Weicheng did not respond and continued onward, his heart filled with an inexplicable urge to catch another glimpse. He soon reached the ordinary carriage, where a different scene unfolded. Initially, Song Yuntang and Li Xiulan had been engaged in a war of words, exchanging retorts, but Li Xiulan, unable to match Song Yuntang's wit, became infuriated and resorted to physical confrontation, transforming their argument into a brawl. Song Yuntang, accompanied by her 2 children, had no intention of stirring up trouble. Though she avoided conflict, she was not afraid of it. Li Xiulan shouted, "You little brat! I'll teach you a lesson for your insolence. Watch as I tear your mouth apart." She lunged forward, forcefully pushing Song Yuntang. Caught off guard, Song Yuntang stumbled back. But as she reached out to grab onto a nearby seat for stability, a broad and warm sensation enveloped her back, and a firm grip steadied her. Song Yuntang found herself falling into an expansive chest, looking up to see Fu Weicheng, momentarily forgetting the clamor around her, her gaze involuntarily roaming What a handsome man! Look at those broad shoulders, narrow waist, and long legs. This man was almost excessively good-looking, though his icy demeanor suggested he was not to be trifled with. In her fall, Song Yuntang instinctively grasped the man's arm, feeling a tautness beneath her palm. Was this what muscle felt like? It was tempting to squeeze it a little. Yet, why did this man appear somewhat familiar? A brief flash of doubt crossed her mind, but she quickly rationalized that all ugly men had their unique quirks, while handsome men tended to look alike. After all, she had browsed through male model magazines and was hardly astonished. Moreover, insolent girl, now you see my strength. Li Xiaolan continued to shout frantically from the side. Fu Weicheng, steadying Song Yuntang, whispered, "Be careful." Song Yuntang swiftly regained her composure, shifting her focus from the overly handsome face of the man to the argument at hand. However, this man could indeed prove useful. Recognizing the man's significant status, she pointed at Li Xiaolan and declared, "Comrade soldier, I wish to report. She is a human trafficker. You should inspect her bag. It undoubtedly contains illegal drugs that can induce unconsciousness." In truth, Song Yuntang possessed no evidence. She merely sought to intimidate her adversary. Unexpectedly, her ruse ensnared Li Xiaolan. Upon realizing Fu Weicheng was a soldier, Li Xiaolan trembled, her pupils fluttering in distress. Furthermore, she had been preparing to drug Song Yuntang. The powder concealed in her pocket. Had that wretched girl seen it? Li Xiaolan frantically waved her hands, exclaiming, "No, I am not a human trafficker. Do not listen to her nonsense." Her words were fervent, yet her feet were already unsteadily retreating. Fu Weicheng saw through Li Xiaolan's guilty demeanor, striding forward with long legs. And with a few swift moves, he subdued her, firmly restraining her. As Li Xiaolan struggled, a packet of yellow paper containing the drug fell from her pocket. The surrounding passengers gasped in astonishment. There is indeed drug powder. The woman was right. She is truly a human trafficker. Fu Weicheng stared at the packet of drug powder, his expression darkening. He gripped Li Xiaolan's hands with increasing force and whispered sternly, "Behave yourself. Do not move recklessly, or I shall dislocate your arm." Li Xiaolan, caught red-handed, turned pale with fright, trembling uncontrollably, unable to fathom that she had been seen through by a country bumpkin. The commotion in this carriage attracted the hurried approach of the train attendant. Fu Weicheng handed Li Xiaolan over to the attendant, instructing them to keep a close watch until they reached the next station to hand her over to the railway police. Nian and an approached Song Yuntang, each clutching one of her thighs, still shaken by the earlier confrontation. They were tense and fearful, unable to resist stealing glances at Fu Weicheng, marveling at how formidable their uncle was in apprehending the villain. After Fu Weicheng had turned over the trafficker and the evidence, he looked once more at Song Yuntang, his dark eyes fixed upon her, just as he was about to speak. Suddenly, a voice, soft yet melodious, rang out. "I am a doctor. Where is the patient?" Song Yuntang declared loudly. The young soldier who had come to deliver the message stood beside her, astonished, as Song Yuntang, with her delicate features and youthful beauty, hardly seemed to fit the image of a professional physician. She grasped the soldier's hand, urging, "The patient is struggling to breathe. We must not delay. Take me there quickly." The soldier hesitated, glancing at Fu Weicheng for guidance. Fu Weicheng had already approached them, his voice low and commanding. "Take her to try." Surprised that this cold man believed in her, Song Yuntang resolved not to disappoint him. Before leaving, she remembered the children and lifted Anin from the ground. Placing her into Fu Weicheng's arms, "Comrade, these two are my children. I entrust them to your care." Instinctively, Fu Weicheng wrapped his arms around Anin, while Nian's little hand clutched at his trousers. Song Yuntang quickly ruffled Nian's small head and hurried away with the soldier, leaving Fu Weicheng with two unfamiliar children. Looking down at the child in his arms, he noted that she was a frail little girl of about 4 or 5, her face thin, with round, wide eyes. The little girl seemed intimidated by him, not daring to come too close, her small hand clenched into a tight fist. He watched her, feeling an inexplicable pang of compassion. Having never interacted with a child so young, Fu Weicheng found himself awkwardly attempting to comfort her. "You need not be afraid. I am not a bad person." And then, timid and frightened, remained silent, her small face taut with anxiety. Nian looked up at Fu Weicheng, her big, dark eyes serious as she declared, "Uncle, this is my sister. You cannot take her away. Goodness, did she see him as a trafficker too? With the child in his arms frightened of him and Nian watching closely, he awkwardly suggested, "Let us find your mother." After they departed, the passengers who had witnessed the spectacle returned to their seats, the noise and chatter resuming, with a vague comment drifting through the air. "That soldier, just now. And those two children, they do bear a resemblance." In the sleeper car, upon being brought in, Song Yuntang encountered the elderly man with graying hair, the one they referred to as Chief He. Chief He clutched his chest, his complexion ashen, brows furrowed, and cold sweat beading on his forehead, exhibiting typical symptoms of chest discomfort and breathlessness, signs of physical weakness. Step aside, do not crowd around the patient," Song Yuntang urged anxiously, retrieving her acupuncture kit from her space, deftly opening it to reveal a row of gleaming silver needles. She took one, grasping Chief He's right hand, and plunged it deeply into the web of his hand. With that, his rapid breathing noticeably began to ease, his color gradually returning. He blinked in astonishment at the young woman before him, bewildered by her sudden appearance. The first needle merely alleviated the symptoms. Song Yuntang proceeded to take his pulse, and based on her findings, she administered a second, and then a third needle. Chief He felt the changes within his body, incredulously touching his chest. "It no longer hurts. My chest does not ache at all. Young lady, what is your name?" "The treatment is not yet complete. The patient must refrain from speaking," Song Yuntang replied seriously, treating him as an ordinary patient, wholly disregarding his esteemed status. The soldiers standing nearby, upon hearing this, were momentarily taken aback, their disbelief palpable at her audacity to command Chief He. Behind Song Yuntang, Fu Weicheng, holding an and accompanied by Nian, entered the carriage just in time to catch her words, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth, barely perceptible. 5 minutes later, Song Yuntang carefully packed the silver needles back into the bag, and a profound silence enveloped the space. Not a single person dared to speak. "Cough, cough, Chief He. You may now speak." "Ha ha ha." Chief He burst into hearty laughter, not at all angered, his gaze towards Song Yuntang filled with approval. "Young lady, after your needles, my chest feels much less constricted, and my breathing has improved significantly. Your medical skills are remarkable." "It is but a small skill," Song Yuntang humbly replied, though inwardly she thought, "As an inheritor of ancient Chinese medicine and a medical doctor, my skills are indeed formidable." Nevertheless, she did not underestimate Chief He's condition. "Chief He, have you been experiencing weakness and swelling in your legs lately, along with sleepless nights? You know this too?" Chief He was astonished. He had not mentioned his legs during the examination. Nodding, he added, "In my youth, I charged into battle carrying heavy artillery. Now I am old, my body increasingly frail, and ailments abound." "What is wrong with me, young lady?" "You are experiencing early-stage heart failure," Song Yuntang replied earnestly. Symptoms of early-stage heart failure include chest tightness, shortness of breath, night sweats, leg swelling, and fatigue. You exhibit all these signs. Moreover, early-stage heart failure is a latent condition that must be detected and treated early. Otherwise, there may come a day when you cannot catch your breath, and it will be too late. She made clear to Chief He the gravity of his condition. Continuing with her admonition, "My acupuncture can only provide temporary relief for your breathing issues. You need to go to a hospital for a thorough examination and to develop a treatment plan to address the root cause and restore your health." Chief He nodded repeatedly, while the soldiers, witnessing the conclusion of the treatment, gathered around to inquire about Chief He's health. "I want to get down," and then tugged at Fu Weicheng's coat. Speaking softly, Fu Weicheng gently set the little girl down, and both N and Nian dashed to Song Yuntang, joyfully calling out "Mommy." It turned out their mother was so capable and could heal. With the appearance of the two children, Chief He's attention was once again drawn to the trio, his gaze frequently shifting towards them. Chief He looked at Song Yuntang and asked, "Young lady, why are you out alone with two children? Where is your husband?" Song Yuntang lifted her gaze towards Commander He, pondering the possibility that their entire group consisted of soldiers, perhaps affiliated with the Beijing military district. After disembarking the train, she intended to seek out Fu Weicheng to finalize their divorce. The vastness of the capital, coupled with the inconvenient transportation of this era, where taxis did not stop simply at a wave of the hand, made her consider that if she journeyed with them, she might catch a lift. Furthermore, Song Yuntang was acutely aware that military marriages were notoriously difficult to dissolve. After all, she had, in some way, saved Commander He's life. Perhaps she could leverage this to her advantage, ensuring a smoother divorce process. With her thoughts thus arranged, Song Yuntang resolved to speak candidly with the elderly gentleman. She stated, "My husband has abandoned both me and our children, leaving us to fend for ourselves in the countryside for 5 years. I have come to Beijing to confront him at the military base and seek a divorce." Upon hearing her words, Commander He and those nearby displayed expressions of astonishment, contemplating how such a beautiful and capable woman, alongside her adorable children, could be so callously cast aside by a man devoid of foresight. Fu Weicheng felt a sudden jolt in his chest, his brow furrowing deeply. An inconceivable thought began to unfurl in his mind. Intrigued, Commander He leaned in, furrowing his brow as he inquired, "Child, I oversee the military forces in the Beijing military district. I shall ensure justice is served. What is the name of the man who forsook you and your children? And what is your name?" Song Yuntang met his gaze and replied, "My husband is Fu Weicheng, and I am Song Yuntang." In that instant, the train carriage fell into an eerie silence, as if one could hear a pin drop. The onlookers shifted their gazes from Song Yuntang to elsewhere, perplexed by the sudden change in atmosphere. Feeling the weight of their scrutiny, she turned to follow their line of sight, ultimately resting her gaze upon the striking man who had just assisted in apprehending a trafficker. His expression was a tapestry of complexity. His brow was tightly knit, his eyes dark and frigid, yet an intense emotion churned within his gaze, fixated upon her. Fu Weicheng's lips pressed into a straight line as he asked, in a low, resonant voice, "Did you not perish?" Song Yuntang, taken aback by the inquiry, retorted with indignation, "Whom are you cursing? Who has died?" She glared at him, her earlier admiration for his handsome features now soured by his brusque demeanor. How could such a striking man possess such a lack of tact? It would be better if he were mute. With her cheeks flushed in irritation, she glowered back defiantly. This exchange of glances unveiled an unsettling familiarity. She had sensed an air of recognition about him before, and now, as their eyes locked, the resemblance struck her with a sudden clarity. She furrowed her brow in confusion, her thoughts tangling as hazy images emerged in her mind of a tall, imposing man, not clad in military attire but rather in simple, coarse garments that seemed somewhat ridiculous, yet radiated an undeniable aura of authority. Gradually, the figure from her memories began to merge with the man before her, and to her astonishment, their faces bore an uncanny resemblance. A sudden realization struck her like a thunderclap. Could he be the unfaithful Chinshimi? Refusing to accept this notion, she shook her head. Yet the low, rich voice of the man interrupted her thoughts. "I am indeed Fu Weicheng, the man you seek," he stated. The soldiers around them murmured in astonishment. The revelation of a couple reuniting aboard the train interrupted as it approached its destination. The whistle of the train let out a low hum, prompting Song Yuntang to divert her gaze from Fu Weicheng. An instinct warned her of his unsettling nature, as no one relished being accused of abandoning their family. Moreover, his earlier claim that she had died left her with more questions than answers. With too much left unspoken between them, and the train now at a standstill, passengers began to disembark, and Song Yuntang needed to guide her 2 children off the train. Yearning and Anan, oblivious to the earlier exchange, clung tightly to her as they navigated the throng of people, fearful of losing their mother. As she struggled to manage her luggage while safeguarding her children, a pair of arms reached out, unceremoniously taking her burden and lifting Yearning with ease. In his embrace, Yearning appeared diminutive, as if weightless. Song Yuntang looked up in astonishment at Fu Weicheng, who commanded in a low tone, "Be cautious and watch where you step. It's time to disembark." Thus, the estranged couple descended the train, each holding a child. Once off the train, disoriented by the bustling surroundings, Song Yuntang was led by Fu Weicheng in a particular direction. His tone authoritative, "This way, stay close to me." Beneath his gravelly voice, a hint of anger simmered. Was he truly angry? What right did he have to be upset before clarifying the situation? Humph. Yet, with Yearning in his arms and her belongings in his possession, she had no choice but to follow him. Trailing behind Fu Weicheng, they arrived at the parking area beside the station, where several military green jeeps awaited. Commander He had returned from a meeting, and the military district had dispatched vehicles for their reception, led by Company Commander Lin Xiangdong. "Commander He," Lin Xiangdong greeted, ushering the relevant personnel into the vehicles. Upon spotting Fu Weicheng, he was reminded of their shared history as comrades on the Southwest Front, having endured the trials of battle together. Both decorated with military honors, they had been assigned to the Beijing military district after their service, rising through the ranks. Given their mutual respect and camaraderie, Lin Xiangdong often approached Fu Weicheng with a light-hearted demeanor. "Fu, you have finally returned. Your workload is unbearable. I can't manage it." As he jested about the burdens of command, his eyes widened in astonishment at the sight of the small boy nestled in Fu Weicheng's arms. His gaze darted back and forth between the two, realizing with shock that the child bore an uncanny resemblance to Fu Weicheng. Fu, you were gone for just 5 days. How did you come back with such a large son? Have you been harboring an illegitimate child?" Fu Weicheng frowned, not out of annoyance at Lin Xiangdong's words, but rather from the realization that even Lin Xiangdong could see the resemblance, while he had failed to recognize it at first, leaving him vexed. The one truly aggrieved was Song Yuntang. Cradling Anan, she shot a fierce glare at Lin Xiangdong. "Excuse me, soldier, do you not know how to speak? My son is no illegitimate child. He is a legitimate offspring of our marriage. Apologize to him at once." Only then did Lin Xiangdong notice the woman beside Fu Weicheng. Though she appeared delicate, her commanding presence was anything but weak, her tone decidedly fierce. Before he could ascertain Song Yuntang's identity, he heard the deep command from Fu Weicheng. "Xiangdong, apologize." Lin Xiangdong, recognizing the synchronicity between Fu Weicheng and Song Yuntang, bowed his head without hesitation. He sincerely apologized, "Comrade, and this little one as well. I am truly sorry. It was my hasty tongue that spoke thoughtlessly, and I did not mean any harm." Upon hearing the apology, Song Yuntang's expression relaxed, and she no longer held any grievances against Lin Xiangdong. Fu Weicheng observed Song Yuntang's reaction, seeing her no longer pursue the matter. He decided it was time to move on. He extended his hand towards Lin Xiangdong, requesting, "Hand me the car keys." Lin Xiangdong handed over the keys to the jeep, saying, "Captain Fu, are you driving? You've been on the train for such a long time. It must be exhausting. Let me take the wheel." Fu Weicheng replied decisively, "I have taken the keys. You may take another vehicle." With that, he turned and walked away, leaving Lin Xiangdong standing alone in the early spring chill, bewildered by the abruptness. As the jeep came to a halt in front of the military district, the journey from the train station had been long and bumpy. Song Yuntang, along with the 2 children, had dozed off in a daze. She sat in the middle with Nian Nian and Anna nestled on either side, their similar features pressed together, creating a scene of warmth and harmony. After Fu Weicheng exited the vehicle and opened the rear door, this was the sight that greeted him. His cold gaze softened silently, and for a moment, he felt reluctant to disturb their slumber. Song Yuntang awoke in a haze, rubbing her eyes and murmuring, "Have we arrived?" "Yes," responded a deep, unfamiliar male voice, startling her into full awareness. Her eyes widened like a cat's, filled with suspicion as she turned to Fu Weicheng, still doubting this man. Fu Weicheng noticed the wariness in her gaze and felt an inexplicable displeasure rise within him. This woman was his wife, the mother of his 2 children. Yet 5 years ago she had cowered in fear of him, and now she regarded him with the defensiveness of a hedgehog. Did he truly inspire such aversion? Furrowing his brows, he displayed a hint of irritation, but when he spoke, his voice remained steady. "We need to have a serious conversation," he stated, adding, "The children are asleep. Let us keep our voices down." Considering the 2 children resting against her, Song Yuntang chose not to continue her confrontation with Fu Weicheng. She embraced Anan, while Fu Weicheng took Nian Nian in his arms. The couple, in a tacit understanding, exited the vehicle, each holding a child, and then Fu Weicheng led Song Yuntang into the military office building. If Fu Weicheng insisted on a conversation, it would indeed be a serious one. He placed the sleeping Nian Nian and Anan in the lounge and instructed the duty officer, Xiao Li, to look after them, reminding him to fetch him immediately should the children awaken. Song Yuntang observed Fu Weicheng's attentive demeanor towards the children and interjected, "Fu Weicheng, I am here to divorce you, not to accompany you in the military. There is no need for you to be so kind to us." Fu Weicheng remained silent, leading her directly into his office, where they sat facing each other. His dark eyes fixed on Song Yuntang as he asked bluntly, "Why do you wish to divorce? I need to know the reason." Song Yuntang was momentarily speechless. How could he be so oblivious? The original owner had perished from mistreatment in the countryside, and he still had the audacity to inquire about her desire for divorce. Anger surged within her as she retorted, "You abandoned us, mother and children, in the countryside for 5 years, without a word or a penny, allowing us to fend for ourselves in a life where we could barely afford to eat. Look at how thin Yen Yen and Enon have become. If your presence makes no difference, then what need is there for you as a husband? It would be better to divorce." However, there was one thing she needed to clarify beforehand. Although we are divorcing, Yen Yen and Enon are still your children. If you doubt this, a paternity test can be arranged. You must resolve the issue of their household registration and ensure they are registered in the capital. Fu Weicheng listened to Song Yuntang's demands, his expression remaining as cold as ever, betraying no reaction, yet his black eyes continued to scrutinize her. "Do you have any other requests?" he inquired. Song Yuntang shook her head, "None. As long as you resolve the children's household registration issue, Nian Nian and Enon will stay with me. I will take care of them, and you will have no further obligations. You need not worry about me reneging on my word. I will not haunt you again. From now on, you may be your military officer, and I will live as a civilian. We shall remain unrelated." "I do not agree." Fu Weicheng furrowed his brow tightly, unable to contain himself, and interrupted Song Yuntang's words. His voice was low and deliberate as he reiterated, "I do not consent to the divorce." As for the notion of Song Yuntang taking the children and severing all ties, Fu Weicheng was even more opposed to that. However, he knew he could not voice this now. Doing so would provoke an explosion from Song Yuntang. Surprised? Song Yuntang lifted her gaze, challenging, "Why do you disagree? Based on the information I have gathered, you have no feelings for us, only a sense of duty. Is it not best to cut this marriage short?" Fu Weicheng replied, "I have not neglected you and the children. I was unaware you had borne me 2 children because when I sought you out, I was informed that you had died in childbirth." "What?" Song Yuntang's eyes widened in shock. "Died in childbirth? Who?" "Me?" Fu Weicheng had actually looked for her. She scrutinized him closely, searching for any hint of deceit in his demeanor, but found none. His calm gaze met hers without a flicker of doubt. "Didn't you die?" The words he had blurted out on the train a few hours earlier resurfaced in her mind. Could it be that Fu Weicheng had truly known nothing of her abandonment over the past 5 years? With a heart full of questions, Song Yuntang frowned and retorted, "5 years ago, your father was exonerated, and you returned to the capital immediately. After you left, I became pregnant and wrote to you. Why didn't you reply?" "You wrote to me?" Fu Weicheng frowned, his expression revealing confusion. "I'm sorry, but I did not receive the letter you mentioned." "Did not receive." The original owner had just become pregnant, her frail body suffering from morning sickness, while facing the village's gossip. With what little courage she had left, she penned a letter to Fu Weicheng, informing him of her pregnancy and pleading for him, even if he no longer loved her, to send some money to help her survive. Yet she waited and waited, but his reply never came. Now, hearing his nonchalant claim of not receiving her letter felt like a cruel mockery. Song Yuntang clenched her fists tightly, her anger reaching its zenith. Her gaze locked onto Fu Weicheng. "You say you didn't receive it, so it's as if it never existed?" "I sent that letter." The emotions of the original owner surged within her, and her eyes began to redden. Fu Weicheng's expression shifted slightly, his voice lowering, "Please, don't be upset. I can explain." He rose and walked to his desk, retrieving a thick stack of documents from the first drawer, speaking methodically. 5 years ago, when I returned to the capital, the situation was uncertain. I feared for your safety in the capital, so I did not bring you with me. Later, when matters settled, I received orders to be urgently dispatched to the southwestern front to engage in battle, and I had no time to return to fetch you. So I wrote you a letter. You wrote a letter too? Song Yuntang asked, her brow furrowing in response. Yes, Fu Weicheng affirmed, handing her a receipt for a registered letter. I sent it as a registered letter, which is why there is a receipt. Within it lies a letter I penned for you, accompanied by 200 yuan and a ticket to the capital. In the letter, I expressed that if you so wished, you could seek out my family in the capital, who would take good care of you. Song Yuntang gazed upon the receipt before her, which bore precise dates. The paper aged and faded, clearly indicative of the passage of time, along with the post office's official seal, all unmistakably genuine. Fu Weicheng regarded her and inquired, Did you receive my letter? Song Yuntang found herself at a loss for words, for the original owner's memories contained no such letter, nor the 200 yuan, nor the ticket to the capital. Just moments ago, she had resolutely questioned Fu Weicheng, and now the tables had turned, and she was the one being interrogated. However, Fu Weicheng did not press her for answers. He seemed to possess the knowledge he sought, and with his magnetic voice, he continued, I spent an entire year at the Southwestern Front, during which I sent you money and letters every month. After a year, I finally had a chance to return and went to Reconnecting to find you. Song Yuntang frowned. You sought me out? Yes, it was summer then, and the village had been flooded. I was unaware of where you had relocated for shelter. After much inquiry, I finally encountered your uncle's family. You mean that old scoundrel, Song Mingda? Song Yuntang was nearly leaping with agitation, as the unfolding narrative was all too predictable. Indeed, she heard Fu Weicheng say, Your uncle informed me that after I left, you became pregnant, but your delivery was fraught with complications, resulting in both your demise and that of the child. At that time, the original owner, having not received Fu Weicheng's money or letters, was compelled to return to her uncle's household, becoming a mere servant for that ungrateful family. How could these treacherous wolves possibly allow her to return to a life of happiness with Fu Weicheng? If the original owner were to voice her grievances and recount her prior suffering, it would be akin to lifting a stone to crush her own foot. Thus, Song Mingda and Ding Yuzhen simply declare her dead. But did Fu Weicheng truly believe his uncle's words so readily? Fu Weicheng noticed the doubt swirling in Song Yuntang's heart and continued, At that time, I met one of the villagers, who confirmed your pregnancy. And I also spoke to the production team's leader, Zhang. He provided me with your death report. Upon hearing this, Song Yuntang hastily rummaged through the items in her hand and discovered numerous remittance slips, as well as the death report bearing her name. The report was signed by Zhang Jianxi, with the authority of the production team leader backing it. It was not surprising that Fu Weicheng placed his trust in Zhang Jianxi's words. Yet, therein lay a significant issue. Why had the original owner not received the letter containing the 200 yuan and the ticket 5 years prior? And why had Fu Weicheng failed to receive the original owner's distress letter? He had indeed returned to seek her out during her critical time of childbirth. Yet fate had cruelly conspired to keep them apart. What other reasons could explain this? Was it merely the caprice of destiny? Song Yuntang found herself unable to comprehend these matters, her gaze fixed upon the multitude of documents Fu Weicheng had provided her. So many remittance slips, one slip after another. Initially, they were sent from the southwestern region, but in the past 6 months, they had transitioned to slips from the capital's post office, with the most recent dated the 1st of last month. Holding these remittance slips, Song Yuntang furrowed her brow and asked, I am already dead. So, why do you continue to send money? Fu Weicheng raised his hand, running his fingers along his prominent nose. His expression tinged with a hint of embarrassment as he replied, Your uncle's family demanded compensation. Compensation. Song Yuntang's eyes widened in disbelief as she scrutinized the remittance slip, discovering that it amounted to 50 yuan per month. Even in death, Song Mingda had managed to extort 50 yuan from Fu Weicheng each month. Fu Weicheng, do you have money to burn? Song Yuntang looked at the slips, her heart aching. Can't you see the poor relationship I have with the Song Mingda family? Fu Weicheng replied gravely, During our time together, you never spoke ill of them. Song Yuntang found herself momentarily silenced, her chest rising and falling rapidly, yet unable to utter a single word. The original owner truly had a character that refrained from speaking ill of others. For the past 5 years, Fu Weicheng had been sending money hand over fist, even knowing she had passed, still compensating the Song family. Meanwhile, his own wife and children lived in dire poverty. Now that the truth had come to light, Song Yuntang could only feel a sense of absurdity. This was not a novel. How could such a series of unfortunate events transpire? Had she not come to the capital, would Fu Weicheng have been burdened with supporting that ungrateful family for a lifetime? This thought only fueled her anger further. Fu Weicheng observed Song Yuntang's agitated breathing, her complexion flushed, and dared not mention that he had not only provided 50 yuan each month, but had also given 500 yuan in a lump sum upon hearing of her death. He had indeed been negligent. Nevertheless, Fu Weicheng argued solemnly, Song Yuntang, can you not trust that I have not neglected you and your child? Nor am I a heartless man? With the multitude of evidence in her hands, Song Yuntang found it difficult to refute Fu Weicheng's words. I will certainly investigate the matters of the past, including the registered letter I sent, and the one you dispatched. I will uncover who took them. I will also take good care of you and your child. There was indeed a misunderstanding in the past. I misjudged you. However, we should still proceed with the divorce. Both Fu Weicheng and Song Yuntang spoke simultaneously, uttering completely disparate sentiments. The man furrowed his brow once more, pressing for an explanation.
Why?
Song Yuntang replied matter-of-factly, because there are no feelings between us. Fu Weicheng, you married me because we were manipulated by Ding Yuzhen. You were compelled to engage with me. I was set up, and you were forced. Your bond with me is one of obligation, is it not? Song Yuntang's frankness and directness astonished Fu Weicheng, for these were words the Song Yuntang of 5 years prior would never have dared to utter. Yet, since their reunion today, she exuded a blend of familiarity and strangeness that he had never encountered before. Though she was the same person, she evoked an entirely different sensation within him. It was the first time he truly saw the brightness in her eyes. They radiated clarity. Within Fu Weicheng's heart, only one thought remained. He did not wish to divorce. Whether it be Song Yuntang or their 2 children, since their serendipitous encounter on the train, they had all occupied a special place in his heart. He now needed to persuade the obstinate Song Yuntang. After contemplating, Fu Weicheng spoke again. Our marriage is a military one. If we file for divorce through the proper channels, it will take a considerable amount of time, and there is a possibility it may not be approved. Furthermore, Nian and Anan are also my children. Tang. I wish to make amends for the children, and I wish to make amends for you. As he called her name, Tang, in his deep, resonant voice, Song Yuntang felt a sudden tingling sensation in her ears. To be fair, from the moment she laid eyes on Fu Weicheng, she had found him strikingly handsome, his presence exuding a sense of integrity and righteousness that set him apart. Had they been unmarried, she might have dared to flirt with him. But he was her husband now. Although he had shed the identity of a scoundrel, the idea of claiming Fu Weicheng as her own so confusingly left her with an indescribable oddity. The pace felt too swift. She could not readily accept it. Yet, Fu Weicheng's sincere gaze stirred something within her heart, causing it to flutter inexplicably. As Song Yuntang grappled with her inner turmoil, a sudden knocking echoed from the door. Knock. Knock. Lin Xiangdong pushed the door open, turning to Fu Weicheng. Captain Fu, there is a situation report. It was evident that the two were about to discuss official matters. Lin Xiangdong had shed the playful demeanor he exhibited at the train station, his expression now gravely serious. Fu Weicheng instructed Song Yuntang to rest here before rising and stepping outside. Once Fu Weicheng departed, the office felt lighter in his absence, and Song Yuntang, clutching the remittance slip she had just perused, let out an exasperated scream. Fu Weicheng, are you a fool? How could you give such a substantial sum to that despicable family? It truly pains me. Unbeknownst to her, the office had poor soundproofing, and the door was ajar. Outside, both Fu Weicheng and Lin Xiangdong heard her outburst. Lin Xiangdong exchanged glances with Fu Weicheng, curiously inquiring, Captain Fu, it seems your wife was just scolding you. Rather than being angered, Fu Weicheng displayed a glimmer of amusement in his eyes, which quickly vanished as he replied solemnly, let us handle the matter at hand. He and Lin Xiangdong proceeded to gather information while making their way to Director He's office. Oblivious to the happenings outside, Song Yuntang continued to lament the squandered money. Reflecting on the few slaps she had given Ding Yuzhen and Song Jiaojiao, she felt no sense of satisfaction. Had she known it would come to this, she would have simply thrown them into the pigsty. As she pondered, the sound of footsteps suddenly approached the door. The noise was unusual, not the steady stride of a man, but rather a series of light, clicking sounds akin to delicate heels. Perplexed, Song Yuntang watched as the door swung open to reveal a slender and elegant figure. Weicheng, you've finally returned. You've worked so hard these past few days. I've brought you lunch. The woman's voice was sweet and melodic as she carried a silver lunchbox, calling out to Fu Weicheng and stepping inside. Upon seeing Song Yuntang within, Fang Siyue's smile vanished. She immediately questioned with disdain, TSK, who is this country bumpkin? What are you doing in Weicheng's office? This is a military office, not a place for you to wander in freely. Leave at once. Feeling the hostility directed at her, Song Yuntang scoffed and retorted. And who might you be? I see you're not in military attire either. If you're aware this is a military office, how did you manage to waltz in here? Are you perhaps a thief, here to steal classified documents? Fong Siyue's face flushed with anger as she snapped back. Who are you calling a thief? I am Weicheng's fiancée, soon to be his wife, here specifically to deliver him lunch. Fong Siyue was the daughter of a political commissar in the military district, raised in the lap of luxury within the capital's military enclave, and had never been subjected to such scrutiny. Seeing Song Yuntang, clad in tattered clothing and appearing disheveled and undernourished, she could hardly fathom how someone of such lowly stature dared to be in Fu Weicheng's office. It infuriated her.
Fiancé?
Song Yuntang's eyes narrowed slightly as she scrutinized Fong Siyue once more. Apart from her haughty demeanor, she was not unattractive. Given that Fu Weicheng had a fiancée, why had he not yet divorced her? Truly, he was a scoundrel. Song Yuntang harbored discontent in her heart, yet chose not to reveal the truth. Crossing her arms and stating, "So you're Fu Weicheng's fiancé. Are you not aware that he is already married?" "I am well aware," Fong Siyue scoffed, her disdain palpable. "What if he is married? Even so, he is the most promising young officer in the entire military district. Besides, his wife passed away long ago. Humph. A rural bumpkin like you, hoping to cling to Weicheng, deserves to have died." Song Yuntang felt the sting of Fong Siyue's words, which insulted her very existence. Anger flared within her, yet she maintained her composure, continuing to question Fong Siyue. "And do you know who I am? I couldn't care less who you are. This is not a place for you. Leave at once." Fong Siyue spat, her teeth clenched in fury. Having pursued Fu Weicheng for so long, she had never set foot in his office, and today she had resorted to a bit of cunning to sneak in. Yet this woman could sit there so brazenly. This was the first time another woman had appeared beside Fu Weicheng. Women possess an acute intuition, and a rival's instinct is even sharper. Fong Siyue sensed that Song Yuntang could pose a significant threat and needed to be dealt with swiftly. Just as the two were at an impasse, Song Yuntang noticed Fu Weicheng's figure appearing in the open doorway, and an idea struck her. Her expression shifted in an instant, transforming into a sweet smile as she called out, "Husband." In that moment, Fu Weicheng, who had just stepped outside, froze, his body stiffening as disbelief washed over his features. Song Yuntang, however, strode confidently toward him, not content with simply calling out "husband." She linked her arm through his, adopting a charmingly submissive demeanor as she leaned against him. Clatter. The lunchbox Fong Siyue held fell to the ground, her eyes wide in disbelief as she took in the scene before her. Her gaze darting between Song Yuntang and Fu Weicheng, her eyes nearly popping out of her head. "Why you? What did you just call him?" "Husband," Song Yuntang replied nonchalantly, smiling as she introduced herself. "This lady here? I am the countryside wife you so disdainfully claimed should have died long ago. I apologize, but I'm still very much alive, and you can't be his fiancé." Fong Siyue's face flushed crimson with fury, ready to explode. Fu Weicheng's brows knitted tightly together, and the implications of what had just transpired dawned on him. Fong Siyue refused to believe Song Yuntang's words. "I don't believe you. You're lying. She has been dead for years. How can you possibly be Weicheng's wife?" "Weicheng, you must say something." "Enough." Fu Weicheng's voice was low, his dark eyes turning coldly towards Fong Siyue. His expression was stern as he declared, "Comrade Fong, I rejected our engagement a month ago. You are not my fiancé. Please be mindful of your position. She is indeed my wife, Song Yuntang. There were misunderstandings regarding our marriage that we shall resolve ourselves. And you are merely an outsider with no authority to intervene, let alone to disrespect my wife. If I hear you speak such words to her again, do not expect me to be courteous. This is a military office, and you should not be here. Please leave." When Fu Weicheng spoke to Fong Siyue, his tone was as frigid as if he had plunged into an ice-cold abyss. Even Song Yuntang felt a chill, realizing this was how fierce he could be. A stark contrast to the courtesy he extended to her. Fong Siyue, who had just been demanding that Song Yuntang leave, now found herself being ordered out by Fu Weicheng. Color drained from her face as she stood frozen, her teeth clenched in frustration as she glared at Song Yuntang, unwilling to concede defeat. Fu Weicheng's voice remained steady. "Do I need to call security to escort you out?" This was no mere request, it was an outright eviction. Fong Siyue, unwilling to lose face, stomped her foot in anger, but had no choice but to depart, turning back only to shoot Song Yuntang a venomous glare. Song Yuntang raised an eyebrow, returning her gaze with equal intensity. As soon as the troublemaker Fong Siua departed, Song Yuntang swiftly retracted her hand from Fu Weicheng's arm. Fu Weicheng cast a glance at the empty space left behind, his brow furrowing slightly. There were still numerous matters to resolve between them as a couple. So, Fu Weicheng, is this the reason you are reluctant to pursue a divorce? Song Yuntang pondered for a moment before speaking with a sudden realization. Fu Weicheng paused in surprise. What? Song Yuntang gestured towards the direction in which Fong Siua had exited, then gently patted Fu Weicheng on the shoulder, saying, "You do not harbor feelings for that woman. Yet you cannot repel her incessant entanglement, thus you require a shield. Am I not correct?" Fu Weicheng lowered his gaze, locking eyes with Song Yuntang. His thoughts raced rapidly. This indeed presented a suitable rationale. As long as it could temporarily deter Song Yuntang from seeking a divorce, it sufficed. Yes, he affirmed. Song Yuntang contemplated further. Having just arrived in the capital, she had yet to establish firm footing. Fu Weicheng's earlier remarks resonated. The procedures for military divorces were notoriously arduous. And given Fu Weicheng's status, the process could extend over 6 months. Moreover, considering the previous explanations, Fu Weicheng truly bore no fault in the events of that year. He had done all he could, and his identity as a father to their 2 children should not be stripped away. Fu Weicheng, until the divorce paperwork is approved, let us refrain from making our separation public. I can act as your shield and afford you time to bond with the children. Upon hearing this, Fu Weicheng felt a sense of relief, albeit not entirely satisfied. At the very least, he had managed to placate Song Yuntang for the time being. Nian Nian and Anan should be waking up. Let us hurry and check on them. As they made their way to the lounge, Nian Nian and Anan had just awakened. Upon opening their eyes to the unfamiliar surroundings and the absence of familiar faces, An's eyes brimmed with tears. While Nian Nian couldn't help but feel anxious, the moment Song Yuntang appeared, both children cried out for their mother, their small voices tinged with sobs, evoking a bittersweet ache in the heart. "Don't cry, my dear babies. Mommy is back." Song Yuntang enveloped Nian Nian and An in a warm embrace, planting gentle kisses on their little faces, her tender demeanor starkly contrasting with her earlier confrontation with Fong Siua. After soothing the children's emotions, Fu Weicheng led them out of the military building towards another direction. Nian Nian inquired with curiosity, "Mommy, where are we going?" Song Yuntang speculated, "To the guest house. We need a place to sleep, and the guest house is beds where we can stay overnight." "Not the guest house," Fu Weicheng interjected. "We are going to the family compound." Nian Nian and An were puzzled by the term family compound, while Song Yuntang felt a twinge of surprise. Was it so soon? Were they to live together already? Yet, having agreed to be Fu Weicheng's shield and still being a couple, it seemed quite natural to cohabit. After Fu Weicheng spoke, he observed Song Yuntang's reaction. Seeing her nod, he bent down to the children and clarified, "Mommy misspoke. We are not going to the guest house, but to the family compound." "Mommy, what is a family compound? Is it better than the barn we used to live in? Does it have a roof?" Fu Weicheng, listening to this, clenched his fists in silence. His wife and children had been living in a barn. Meanwhile, in the military building, he picked up the phone on his desk and asked the operator to connect him to a number. The voice on the other end responded promptly. "Old Fu, do you know who I saw on the train today? Your daughter-in-law. She is alive and well, looking splendid, and she has given you 2 grandchildren." "Indeed. She must have endured quite a bit over the years, insisting on divorcing Weicheng." He chuckled. "The more the merrier. Here we are," Fu Weicheng announced as they arrived in front of a modest bungalow. Song Yuntang surveyed her surroundings, astonished at the unexpectedly high quality of the family compound. She had anticipated something akin to the cramped, drab tenement buildings from the 70s or 80s, where several individuals shared a few small rooms in a space barely sufficient for a family. Instead, the house boasted a yard with a tree, spacious and clean, and the layout featured a well-proportioned 2-bedroom apartment that enjoyed ample sunlight. In the capital, such a residence would surely appreciate in value. Song Yuntang marveled at the house, her astonishment mirrored in the eyes of the 2 children. For Nian Nian and Anan, the most magnificent abode they had encountered was the village chief's home, which, while charming, was merely a muddied structure with some wooden beams. Nothing compared to the brick and cement of this place, which, if kicked, would not produce dust but rather a painful sting to the toes. Fu Weicheng pushed open the door and stepped inside. The house contained some pre-existing furniture that, though somewhat worn, was impeccably clean, indicating that the previous occupants had taken great care. This house was previously occupied by Comrade Chen, who was reassigned to another military district last month. All other family quarters have been allocated, and this one remains vacant. If you find it unsuitable, I can file a request for another place, though it may take some time, Fu Weicheng explained. In the military, Fu Weicheng maintained the image of a widower who had lost his wife at a young age. Thus, he was not regarded as a mere bachelor, and he had settled for living in the barracks. He had not anticipated the need to apply for family housing. Song Yuntang's sudden arrival prompted him to arrange for Lin Xiangdong to prepare the house, ensuring it was adequately maintained, fearing that Song Yuntang might be displeased. He continued, "The furniture is all old. If you prefer new pieces, we can hire a carpenter to craft them." "No, really, it's not necessary," Song Yuntang replied, genuinely content with the environment. Compared to her previous living conditions in a barn, this was akin to heaven and earth. Yet, a thought crossed her mind, and she muttered softly, "After all, I won't be living here for long." They were destined to part ways eventually. Fu Weicheng caught her murmured words and frowned, choosing to ignore them. Nian Nian and Anan trailed closely behind Song Yuntang, their round eyes sparkling with wonder as they surveyed their surroundings. "Mommy, are we going to live here?" Nian Nian asked softly. "Yes, we will stay here tonight." Song Yuntang knelt down to meet their gaze, asking Nian Nian and Anan, "Do you like it here?" Nian Nian, cautious and worried, replied, "Really? Is it okay? What if bad people chase us away?" Anan, with innocent exuberance, exclaimed, "Mommy, it's so big. And it has a roof, so it won't leak when it rains." Song Yuntang caressed the two little ones, assuring them, "This house has more than just a roof. It has beds and blankets. From now on, Nian Nian and Anan won't have to sleep on the floor. You can sleep in beds. Do you like it?" "Yes, yes." Both Nian Nian and Anan nodded enthusiastically. After calming the children, as Song Yuntang straightened up, she noticed Fu Weicheng had removed his military jacket, revealing a neatly pressed white shirt underneath. At that moment, the sleeves were meticulously rolled up, showcasing his well-defined arms. And he held a basin of water in his hands. Fu Weicheng turned and said, "You take the children to explore the house while I tidy up the dust." Song Yuntang was taken aback. Despite having spent some time in the countryside, Fu Weicheng was still a scion of a prominent family. She had not expected him to willingly engage in household chores. If he enjoyed it, then so be it. Without a shred of guilt, she followed Fu Weicheng's suggestion and led the children to familiarize themselves with their new surroundings, including a glance at the kitchen. In the capital, the era of fire stoves had long since passed. A pristine coal stove stood ready, accompanied by a gas stove. Merely the presence of this gas stove was sufficient to surpass 90% of the culinary standards of bygone years. Year after year, Nian Nian and Anan were filled with curiosity, eager to touch everything, yet they hesitated, wide-eyed with wonder. By the time they had completed their exploration, Fu Weicheng had swiftly tidied the premises inside and out. A voice called from outside, "Captain Fu." It was the familiar voice of Lin Xiangdong. Fu Weicheng set down the cloth he had been using, adjusted his sleeves, and replied, "It's Lin Xiangdong bringing dinner. I shall go out to fetch it." "All right," Song Yuntang responded, just as a soft gurgle emanated from An's belly. The little girl had been asleep for quite some time and was now quite hungry. With a gentle smile, Song Yuntang said, "Nian Nian and An, come, let us wash our hands together before we eat. It's essential to wash our hands first for hygiene, so we won't have tummy aches." She harbored a slight obsession with cleanliness, coupled with the habits acquired during her medical studies, making her particularly attentive to such matters. Having grown up in less than ideal conditions, Nian Nian and Anan were now afforded a better life. And Song Yuntang was determined to provide them not only with the finest, but also to educate them properly. Simultaneously, she instructed Nian Nian and Anan on how to turn on the faucet as the water cascaded into the basin. They dipped their little hands into the flowing water, lathering it with soap. Washing your hands requires patience. You must wash slowly. When you have soap, use it well. Only then will they be truly clean. Lather up and rinse thoroughly with clean water, ensuring every finger is washed properly. Excellent. Now smell your hands. Don't they smell delightful? Nian Nian and Anan somewhat skeptical, brought their tiny hands to their noses and sniffed, discovering indeed a fragrant aroma. "It smells so nice. Mommy, it really does," and exclaimed, her dimples appearing as she beamed with joy. "To keep smelling lovely, you must remember to wash your hands often." Song Yuntang retrieved a towel to dry their little hands. At the same time, she had a crucial piece of information to share with Nian Nian and Nian Nian, and then listen to your mother. "Fu Weicheng, the uncle you just saw, is your father, and this house belongs to him, which is why we are able to live here." Anan blinked in bewilderment. "Do I really have a father?" Song Yuntang found it challenging to explain adult matters to such young children and could only say, "Of course you and Nian Nian have a father." "He know." Nian Nian suddenly interjected, his small frame radiating defiance as he clung to Song Yuntang, declaring, "Mommy, I don't want a father, I only want you." Song Yuntang sensed the emotional turmoil within Nian Nian and gently inquired, "Nian Nian, why do you feel this way?" Nian Nian buried his head against her, his voice muffled as he replied, "Dad doesn't he want Mommy and us, so I don't want him either." Upon hearing this, Song Yuntang felt a sharp pang in her heart. Nian Nian's precociousness exceeded her expectations. The malicious gossip circulating in the village, especially from the Song Mingda family, aimed at instilling the notion that Fu Weicheng had abandoned them, had firmly taken root in Nian Nian's mind, creating a knot that was hard to untie. This was something even Song Yuntang had overlooked. If Nian Nian continued to harbor such thoughts, it would adversely affect his mental well-being. She gently stroked Nian Nian's head and said, "Nian Nian, it's not like that. You are still very young, and your mother doesn't know how to explain everything to you. But trust me, your father didn't abandon you, and he simply didn't know you existed because of certain circumstances, which is why you have been apart for so long." Nian Nian struggled to comprehend Song Yuntang's words, slowly lifting his head to reveal his slightly reddened eyes, asking softly, "Really?" "Yes, really. Nian Nian, is he a good father? Is he a good person? You will be able to feel this in time as you spend more time together. If after a while you don't like it here, Mommy will take you away." Song Yuntang reassured him earnestly, making a promise. Nian Nian pondered for a moment before finally nodding slowly, "I will listen to Mommy." As Song Yuntang felt a sense of relief wash over her, she suddenly became aware of a gaze upon her. Looking up, she saw Fu Weicheng standing by the door. Having arrived unnoticed, he had overheard Nian Nian's declaration of not wanting a father. As a father, he must have felt a deep sorrow, yet his face betrayed little of his emotions. Fu Weicheng spoke up, "Dinner is ready." At the square dining table, he took a seat on one side while Song Yuntang and the two children occupied the other. Nian Nian and clung to Song Yuntang, keeping a distance from Fu Weicheng. Being fraternal twins, their emotions were often intertwined. And unaware of Nian Nian's complex thoughts, simply knew that her brother did not like this uncle, and thus she felt the same, even if he had appeared formidable while apprehending wrongdoers. Moreover, was this man truly her father? And having never known a father, could only speculate on what one might be like. However, as Fu Weicheng opened the food containers, Anan's mental image of her father crystallized into something very tangible, the enticing aroma of braised pork belly. The meal laid before Song Yuntang and her children was not the haphazard fare typically served in a military mess. Rather, it was a sumptuous feast prepared by a chef at a local eatery, arranged by Fu Weicheng at considerable cost. From the moment he had brought Song Yuntang and the children back from the train station, he had never contemplated letting them go. The spread included braised pork belly, a dish of green beans and potatoes with ribs, a serving of yam and greens, a bowl of kelp and winter melon soup, and a silky egg custard. So fragrant. Had the atmosphere not been so quiet, Anne would have exclaimed in delight, as she beheld such a delightful array of dishes, truly more enticing than her soap-washed hands. Fu Weicheng did not reach for his chopsticks, his dark, profound eyes fixed intently on Song Yuntang, while Nian Nian and Anne awaited her command with wide, expectant eyes. Song Yuntang finally spoke. "Why are you all staring at me?"
"Eat,"
she emphasized. "Food tastes best when it's hot. If you don't eat soon, it will get cold." She was the first to pick up her chopsticks, serving pieces of braised pork belly into the small bowls of Nian Nian and Anne, before savoring a piece for herself. "This piece is for Anne, and this one is for Nian Nian, and this one is for Mommy." As Song Yuntang took her first bite, Fu Weicheng made a move as if to pass a bowl to her. However, she did not grant him a glance. engrossed in her meal, for she believed that during this time of contemplation regarding divorce, she needed to maintain a distance from him. Fu Weicheng's outstretched hand fell empty, and he reluctantly withdrew it. He pushed the egg custard towards Anan, observing her eyes light up with delight. The man spoke softly, "If you like it, have some more." Anan, timidly glancing up, cautiously stole a peek at Fu Weicheng, under the impression that Song Yuntang was unaware of her subtle movements. With a bashful smile, she quickly lowered her head, diligently focusing on her meal. Her mother had said that whether a father was a good or bad person was something to be felt personally. Thus, she did not perceive him as a villain, for he had astutely recognized her desire for egg custard. Soon after, Fu Weicheng attempted to offer Nian Nian some vegetables, but the little boy, guarded and less easily swayed than his sister, declined the offer. Fu Weicheng, undeterred, believed that with the passage of time, he would eventually grow closer to the children. Perhaps he could also foster a deeper connection with her as well. Fu Weicheng lifted his gaze to glance at Song Yuntang before calmly lowering his head to continue his meal. The exquisite dishes were undeniably delectable, and Song Yuntang, along with her two children, relished a sumptuous feast, particularly enjoying the braised pork belly, whose savory juices she mixed with rice. Truly a culinary delight. In a moment of distraction, she neglected to remind the children to moderate their portions, resulting in them both having round, full bellies. She hurriedly took out some spiritual spring water for Nian Nian and Anan to drink, which would offer them some comfort. As for Fu Weicheng, he too indulged, albeit he initially ate slowly. However, once the mother and her children were nearly finished, he suddenly devoured the remaining dishes with remarkable speed, leaving nothing behind. Song Yuntang was somewhat taken aback, not expecting Fu Weicheng to possess such refined sensibilities. His eating habits, likely cultivated during his military service, were characterized by large, swift bites. Seizing this opportunity, Song Yuntang imparted a lesson to Nian Nian and Anan. Nian Nian, Anan, we must chew our food thoroughly and at a moderate pace. Eating too quickly or too slowly is unhealthy. If we eat too fast, it can upset our stomachs. Do you understand? Before they could respond, a low cough suddenly interrupted from the side. Ahem. Fu Weicheng had nearly choked on Song Yuntang's words. Was she subtly reprimanding him? He felt no embarrassment, but when Nian Nian and Anan turned their bright, curious eyes towards him, his cheeks inexplicably flushed. "I'm accidentally choked," Fu Weicheng awkwardly explained, setting down his chopsticks and rising. "Have you finished your meal? I'll take care of the dishes." Song Yuntang and the two children directed their gazes in unison at Fu Weicheng, observing with surprise as this distinguished man adeptly tidied up and wiped the table, revealing an unexpected competence. Once the meal was concluded, the sky outside had darkened, giving rise to a new question. Song Yuntang was not one to dwell on worries. She looked directly at the man and inquired, "Fu Weicheng, where will you sleep tonight?" As Fu Weicheng was cleaning up the meal boxes, he paused and replied, "There's a meeting at the military headquarters tonight that will last late, so I'll make do in the office." Song Yuntang nodded, finding Fu Weicheng to be relatively reasonable, not overstepping boundaries. With divorce plans in motion, one should not expect to share the same bed. From Song Yuntang's expression, Fu Weicheng could surmise her thoughts, and when he spoke again, his tone carried a hint of resignation. "Do not worry. Unless you agree, I will not overstep my bounds. This is a military family compound, very safe at night. You may rest easy with the children." Having her little concerns laid bare and voiced by Fu Weicheng, Song Yuntang blinked innocently, pretending not to understand. Subsequently, as he had promised, Fu Weicheng donned his military attire, adjusted his cap, and after preparing hot water for them, he departed. Song Yuntang quickly took Nian Nian and Anan to bathe, placing the children in a large red rubber basin filled with steaming water, the fragrant steam swirling around them as their delicate skin was scrubbed clean inch by inch. She felt a sense of satisfaction with Nian Nian and Anan, though she lamented their slight frames, her heart aching as she touched their slender arms. "If only you could gain a bit more weight," Song Yuntang mused. Anan giggled, patting her full belly. "Mama, I've already gained some weight here. Feel it, it's round." Following the little girl's cue, Song Yuntang reached over to gently rub her soft belly, exclaiming, "Wow, you really have gained some weight. Ha ha ha." Anan burst into laughter, her giggles mingling with the warmth of the steam in the bathroom. Once the two children were clean, they were swiftly tucked into bed. The spacious mattress, soft bedding, and a sheltering room provided warmth and comfort, with their mother by their side. Nian Yan and Anan snuggled close to Song Yuntang, whispering, "Mama, can we really stay here? It feels like a dream." When they finally drifted off to sleep, their rosy little faces still bore smiles. After tending to the children, Song Yuntang turned to re-enter the bathroom. After such a long train journey, she felt grimy, and although she could wash up in her spiritual space, the sensation of warm water cascading over her body in the real world was irreplaceable. There was ample hot water remaining, and she lingered in the bathroom for nearly an hour, washing her hair and bathing until she felt refreshed and clean. Clad in a cotton floral nightgown, her long hair draped damply around her shoulders, she wrapped a towel around her head and emerged from the bathroom. Just as she took a few steps, she suddenly heard a clicking sound, the door opening. Just moments ago, Fu Weicheng had assured her that the family compound was secure. Yet here was someone daring enough to intrude in the dark. What audacity! Song Yuntang felt no fear, swiftly grabbing a broomstick and stealthily making her way toward the door while reaching for the light switch. She intended to strike the intruder on the head the moment the light illuminated the room, ready to defend herself and her children. She was not to be trifled with. In the darkness, the two were poised to confront one another. Song Yuntang quickly turned on the light, and in that instant, both were taken aback. "It's me," Fu Weicheng called out simultaneously. Song Yuntang's arm was raised high, poised to strike, but upon recognizing Fu Weicheng's exceedingly handsome face, her hand froze midair. Given Fu Weicheng's physical prowess and abilities honed in the military, he had already sensed Song Yuntang's movement. He could have swiftly countered and turned the situation in his favor in the darkness. However, Fu Weicheng refrained from doing so, fearing it might startle Song Yuntang, and merely issued a verbal warning. Now, with the room illuminated, the two, bound by their marital ties, locked eyes. Song Yuntang awkwardly lowered her arm, furrowing her brow as she looked at Fu Weicheng, asking, "Didn't he leave already? Why are you back?" Her tone clearly conveyed displeasure, as Fu Weicheng had recently promised not to overstep. Fu Weicheng explained, "Though it is early winter now, the northern climate is colder than that of the south. There is only one blanket in this room, and I was concerned you and the children might feel chilly at night, so I brought another blanket." At this reminder, Song Yuntang finally noticed that Fu Weicheng was indeed holding a fluffy, soft blanket filled with new cotton, appearing quite comfortable. Particularly seeing Fu Weicheng speak so earnestly, she realized she had misjudged him. "Oh, I see. Since Nian Yan and Anan are asleep, I wouldn't want to wake them. Just hand the blanket to me, and I'll take it in." As she spoke, she stepped closer to Fu Weicheng, reaching out to receive the blanket from his arms. At that moment, as Song Yuntang approached, Fu Weicheng caught a whiff of an enticing, sweet fragrance emanating from her. How delightful! She had just bathed. His gaze deepened, shrouded in an inscrutable intensity, as it settled on the delicate curve of her neck, which was accentuated by her damp, dark hair. Song Yuntang was radiant and charming, her skin as pale as snow, her neck slender and elongated, now framed by her wet locks, rendering her appear even more fragile and exquisite. The moisture from her hair had dampened the thin fabric of her nightgown. When the fabric became wet, it turned more translucent, clinging like a second skin to her tender chest, revealing the rounded fullness beneath. A memory from years past suddenly flashed through Fu Weicheng's mind, stirring a cascade of unrestrained emotions. That was the only time he had shared an intimate moment with a woman. A surge of heated air rushed into his nostrils, and a sensation of warmth enveloped his chest, while the sides of his neck and earlobes betrayed a distinct flush. He hastily averted his gaze, fearful of casting another glance at the delicate and pristine figure of Song Yuntang, lest he compromise his dignity in her presence. The quilt was swiftly tucked into Song Yuntang's embrace, leaving her somewhat astonished at Fu Weicheng's sudden fervor, which struck her as rather calculated. As she looked up, she happened to catch sight of the man's ears flushed crimson. Had he not just claimed to be wary of the cold? Why then was he blushing? Song Yuntang noted the sudden exposure of her springtime allure. Fu Weicheng tilted his head and, in a hoarse voice, remarked, "It's cool at night. You ought to wear an extra layer." Without waiting for Song Yuntang's response, he turned and departed, slamming the door behind him with a resounding thud. Clutching the quilt, Song Yuntang murmured to herself, "If he wishes to leave, let him be so eager, as if I were the one urging him to go." As she spoke, she felt a chilling breeze against her neck and looked down to find oh my. She was oblivious to the fact that her collar had opened so wide, revealing a significant expanse of skin, her floral nightgown conspicuously accentuating two small blossoms. At this moment, Song Yuntang finally comprehended the reason for Fu Weicheng's blush. She regretted her earlier words. This man was far from serious. As night deepened, Lin Xiangbei lay in the military dormitory, hands tucked beneath his pillow, on the brink of slumber, when suddenly the sound of a door creaking open roused him. He squinted through a narrow slit and beheld Fu Weicheng. Wait a moment. Fu Weicheng, Lin Xiangdong exclaimed, jolting upright. Why are you back again? Were you not just delivering blankets to your sister-in-law? Now that she has given birth, shouldn't you be attending to your wife and children, rather than returning to this cold dormitory? Lin Xiangdong's words were laced with teasing, deliberately poking fun at Fu Weicheng. To his surprise, Fu Weicheng strode directly toward another single bed and lay down upon it. Ah! Lin Xiangdong was utterly taken aback. Are you telling me that things between you and your sister-in-law are still unresolved? Is she contemplating divorce? With a child of that age, and you being a golden bachelor, could it be that she no longer finds you appealing? Lin Xiangdong's words were imbued with both skepticism and a hint of schadenfreude, as if to say, who would have imagined that the illustrious Fu Weicheng would find himself in such a predicament? The greatest confusion in Fu Weicheng's heart lay precisely here, back in the village. He had been relegated to the status of a Black 5 categories individual, with a tainted background, devoid of wealth or a home. Yet Song Yuntang had willingly chosen to share her life with him. Now, although he had not explicitly stated it, his military rank and qualifications stood before her, so why had Song Yuntang cast him aside? He frowned in agitation, a deep furrow forming between his brows. Lin Xiangdong, perceiving Fu Weicheng's silence, quickly grasped that he had struck a nerve. Clearly, the couple had not reconciled. With a cheerful demeanor, he suggested, Fu, with all the arrangements for family housing and delivering meals and blankets, you must be quite reluctant to part with your sister-in-law. Am I right? If I were in your shoes, I wouldn't want to let her go, either. She's so beautiful, and those two children are bright and clever. Would you like me to devise a scheme to win her back? As Lin Xiangdong's voice dripped with schadenfreude, Fu Weicheng's irritation intensified, prompting him to hurl a pillow in his direction. Shut your mouth. What wisdom could a lifelong bachelor like you possibly offer? The phrase lifelong bachelor was a decisive blow. Lin Xiangdong, momentarily at a loss, sulkily closed his mouth. Turn off the lights and go to sleep. The tumultuous day for Fu Weicheng finally drew to a close. And as he prepared to drift into slumber, the last image lingering in his mind was that of pristine white skin. The following day, due to prolonged travel and the newfound comfort of their surroundings, Song Yuntang and her two children unwittingly slept in until the sun had risen high in the sky, oblivious to the unfolding drama outside the courtyard gate. Fang Xiyue, adorned in elegant attire, made her grand entrance into the courtyard, her usual air of arrogance somewhat tempered, for she was accompanied by a middle-aged couple. The couple appeared to be in their 50s or 60s, exuding an undeniable elegance that hinted at their youthful grace. The man was tall and robust, his posture straight and commanding, a figure that bore the unmistakable hallmarks of a military background, not at all diminished by age. The woman, splendidly dressed in an improved version of a qipao, radiated sophistication and an aura of aristocracy. They were none other than Fu Weicheng's parents, Fu Zhinshan and Jiang Yuan. Fang Xiyue, with a familiar intimacy, linked arms with Jiang Yuan, aggrievedly recounting her grievances. Aunt Jiang, the arrangement for my courtship with Wei Cheng was agreed upon by you and my parents. You consented to my being Wei Cheng's fiancé. I feared for his well-being, and when I delivered soup to him yesterday, I stumbled upon an unsavory woman in his office, who audaciously claimed to be his wife. How can this be? Wei Cheng's wife has long since passed. She must be a brazen interloper who has deceived him into cohabiting in the family quarters. This is intolerable. You are all aware of my affection for Wei Cheng. Aunt Jiang, you must intervene and expel that disreputable woman. As Fang Xiyue grew increasingly agitated, her upbringing prevented her from uttering any profanities. Otherwise, Song Yuntang would have been subjected to a scathing tirade. Jiang Yuan placed a reassuring hand upon Fang Xiyue's wrist and comforted her. Xiyue, we were unaware of this situation. Do not be upset. Rest assured. If this is indeed a fraud, we will stand by your side. Upon hearing this, Fong Siyue felt a surge of confidence. Believing she had found allies in Fu Weicheng and Zhang Yuan, her chosen support to oust Song Yuntang from their midst. While Fong Siyue reveled in her triumph, she remained oblivious to the furtive exchange of glances between Zhang Yuan and Fu Weicheng. For just the previous day, Fu Weicheng had received a call from Commander He, revealing that they were not entirely ignorant of the matter at hand. However, they deemed it necessary to meet Fu Weicheng's wife before declaring their stance. In the courtyard, the trio, resplendently attired and moving with purpose, drew the attention of several onlookers. Fong Siyue strode confidently at the forefront, and as they arrived at the entrance of Song Yuntang's residence, she noticed the door was still shut, the courtyard devoid of activity. Instantly, her demeanor shifted to one of smug triumph, and she began to address Zhang Yuan with fervor. "Aunt Zhang, look. The sun is already high in the sky, and this woman has yet to rise. Clearly, she is indolent and simply desires to cling to Weicheng for a comfortable life, indulging herself in the capital. She is not fit to live a proper life. We must drive her away." Fu Weicheng and Zhang Yuan exchanged glances at the closed door, their brows furrowing in concern. "It is already 10 o'clock. Could it be that she truly has not yet risen?" Zhang Yuan ventured gently. "Perhaps she has stepped out." To which Fong Siyue retorted, "Whether she has gone out or is simply a lazy woman, I shall soon find out once I knock on the door." Initially, Zhang Yuan intended to restrain Fong Siyue, but she was swept along by Fong Siyue's exuberance, unable to hold her back. Upon reaching the door, Fong Siyue raised her hand, poised to knock. But just as her palm made contact with the wooden surface, the door creaked open abruptly. The visage of Song Yuntang appeared beyond the threshold. "You!" Fong Siyue's eyes widened in disbelief, astonished to see Song Yuntang emerge at that very moment. "You must have been eavesdropping." This woman must have been eavesdropping behind the door. Otherwise, how could it be perfectly timed for her to catch an unexpected blow? Such a devious heart indeed. This time, Fong Siyue truly hit the nail on the head. Song Yuntang had just risen 5 minutes prior, having been tending to Nian Nian and An as they dressed. A foreboding sensation crept over her, and having caught a glimpse of a shadow passing by the window, she instructed Nian Nian and An to dress themselves while she moved closer to the door to listen for any sounds. Unbeknownst to her, Song Yuntang had overheard her utter the words "lazy woman." Ha! So it turns out that having not learned her lesson yesterday, she has returned today to stir up trouble. This matchmaker for Fu Weicheng is indeed quite a handful. "This is my family's door. I shall open it whenever I please without seeking your permission," Song Yuntang stated calmly, raising an eyebrow slightly in a provocative manner. "As for how long I wish to sleep, that is none of your concern, Miss Fong. Mind your own business." You dare to call me a dog?" Song Yuntang scoffed. "What of it? Did you not come looking for a scolding?" Fong Siyue, who had been nestled in the embrace of adoration since birth, had never encountered anyone as acerbic as Song Yuntang. Her face flushed with indignation, her eyes blazing with fury. Yet she found herself at a loss for words against Song Yuntang as sharp-tongued, utterly outmatched. Unable to endure it any longer, Fong Siyue turned to Zhang Yuan, exclaiming, "Aunt Zhang, you just heard her vile words directed at me. You must stand up for me. How could a woman so lacking in decorum, culture, and character possibly be worthy of marrying Brother Weicheng? You and Uncle Zhang must never consent." Fong Siyue was nearly beside herself, gripping Zhang Yuan tightly. "Gaia, please calm down. I don't believe she meant it that way." Zhang Yuan gently tried to pacify her, her gaze more focused on Song Yuntang. Having never met Song Yuntang before, Zhang Yuan had only heard Fu Weicheng mention that he had married a girl from the countryside. She had envisioned a rustic and unrefined appearance, yet to her surprise, Song Yuntang possessed a strikingly delicate and beautiful visage. Particularly captivating were her bright eyes. As they locked gazes, neither showed an ounce of timidity. Just moments ago, while Song Yuntang had indeed been sharp-tongued towards Fong Siyue, it was understandable given Fong Siyue's initial provocation. Zhang Yuan scrutinized Song Yuntang, who was equally assessing her in return. From Fong Siyue's earlier remarks, Song Yuntang had surmised the identity of this middle-aged couple, recognizing that such dignified demeanor indicated they were of high status, presumably Fu Weicheng's parents. It became clear that Fong Siyue had brought in reinforcements. Song Yuntang maintained her guard, regarding Zhang Yuan and Fu Weicheng as individuals to be wary of. "Aunt Zhang, you must help me. Drive this uncouth woman out of our home. All right, yeah, I understand. Let me speak with her first, Jiang Yuan said, not looking at Fong Siyue, but stepping closer to Song Yuntang, inquiring you are. Her words barely escaped her lips when another voice interrupted. Mom, do we have guests? Nian Nian and Anan had managed to dress themselves neatly and cleanly, and upon not seeing Song Yuntang return, they ventured out of the room. The moment their cherubic faces appeared, the three outside were instantly taken aback.
Fu Weicheng exclaimed, "My grandson."
Jiang Yuan cried, "My granddaughter." Fong Siyue sneered, "What are these two little bastards doing here? Children? How could there be children?" Fong Siyue had only ever seen Song Yuntang, and having not encountered Nian Nian and Anan yesterday, the prospect of dealing with one woman was already daunting. Now, two children added to her troubles, especially as she noted the excitement radiating from Fu Weicheng and Jiang Yuan upon seeing the children. In a flash, her anxious thoughts shifted, and she spoke with newfound conviction. I understand. I know everything. These two are your illegitimate children with some wild man. With no one to care for you, a single mother with children. You've come to the capital to have Brother Weicheng support your bastards. Song Yuntang, how cunning you are. Nian Nian and Anan, having just awakened, had simply come out looking for Song Yuntang, suddenly being subjected to such scorn from Fong Siyue, who was far more aggressive than Ding Yuzhen and her daughter. The two little ones turned pale with fear, clinging tightly to Song Yuntang's legs, one on each side. Song Yuntang could not abide anyone insulting her children. Disregarding the presence of Fu's elders, she felt an overwhelming urge to charge at Fong Siyue and silence her. Just as tensions escalated, someone stepped forward to defend Song Yuntang and her children. Jiang Yuan, her face alight with joy, declared, "There can be no mistake. This child, this very face, is identical to Weicheng's as a boy. He is indeed a child of the Fu family. Old man, look quickly. Doesn't he resemble our son when he was young?" Even the typically composed Fu Weicheng exhibited a change in demeanor, his stern expression betraying surprise. Yes. He looks just like Weicheng as a child. He is clearly one of ours. With the words of Fu's elders, the atmosphere around them shifted dramatically, and Fong Siyue, who had stood at the center, was suddenly pushed aside. Fu Weicheng and Jiang Yuan moved forward, gazing affectionately at Song Yuntang. Jiang Yuan spoke gently. "You must be Song Yuntang? Child, after all these years of silence, you must have endured much hardship. For the first time since arriving in this world, Song Yuntang felt the warmth of kindness from her elders. The compassion reflected in Jiang Yuan's eyes was undeniable, causing her to hesitate. Fong Siyue could not tolerate such an occurrence, unwilling to yield once more. Aunt Jiang, do not be deceived. Brother Weicheng's wife has been dead for many years. How could she possibly be alive now? She must have heard tales of this matter and found a child who resembles Brother Weicheng to deceive people and extort money." Song Yuntang let out a cold laugh. "Comrade Fong, your storytelling prowess is remarkable. It would be a shame if you did not pursue a career as a novelist." Fong Siyue detected the mockery in her words, her anger causing her features to contort once more. While tensions flared, a crowd of onlookers had gathered nearby, gossiping amongst themselves. "I heard that yesterday, the wife of Captain Fu arrived with two children and stayed overnight in the family compound. Is that true? Isn't Captain Fu supposed to be marrying Comrade Fong? What marriage? It's merely a matchmaking arrangement. However, I have heard that their parents have already settled on the match, well-matched and compatible, ready for marriage. Who would have thought that at this juncture, Captain Fu's long-deceased wife has come back to life? And, with two children no less, Comrade Fong has always held a candle for Captain Fu. I bet she can hardly accept this. Look at this. Early in the morning, she has brought Captain Fu's parents to stir up trouble. I foresee there being much excitement in our courtyard from now on. Who do you think Captain Fu will choose? The rustic wife from the countryside or Comrade Fong? Comrade Fong's parents are no simple folks. She is also a health worker, which is a respectable job, a stable position." As the women exchanged their thoughts, a sudden voice broke through the commotion. Xiao Jun. A woman stumbled out of the house, cradling a little boy in her arms. The 5 or 6-year-old boy lay limp against her, his limbs dangling. The woman cried out, "This is terrible. My Xiao Jun has suddenly fainted. Quick, fetch a doctor. Fetch a doctor." The woman, overwhelmed with fear, had collapsed to the ground, cradling her child in her arms. The onlooking sisters-in-law swiftly changed direction, encircling her with palpable panic. Why is the child's face so pale? My heavens! Is he not breathing? Call for the health team, quickly. We are far from the health station. It may be too late to get him there now. What shall we do?
Oh.
Comrade Fong. Find Comrade Fong. She is a health worker in the health team. She must have a solution. The sisters-in-law, in a flurry of urgency, disregarded the previous commotion and rushed towards Fong Siyue, pulling her into their midst. Comrade Fong. Something terrible has happened. Hu Chunling's little June has suddenly fainted. You must go and see. Upon hearing that a child needed saving, Song Yuntang, along with the elders of the Fu family, set aside their current concerns and hurried to assess the situation. In her haste, Song Yuntang instructed Nian Nian and Nian. Nian Nian, keep Nian at home, and do not open the door unless it's for Mommy. Nian Nian, with a serious expression, replied, Mommy, don't worry. I will protect my sister. Feeling reassured, Song Yuntang quickened her pace. When she arrived, she found Hu Chunling surrounded by a crowd, holding her nearly lifeless son, while Fong Siyue stood by, seemingly in a daze. Comrade Fong, hurry and save him. Quickly, the sisters urged. Fong Siyue stammered, completely at a loss, staring at the child's ashen face, unsure of how to respond. Although she had studied at a health school and worked as a health worker, she felt utterly powerless. Her training had only equipped her to administer injections and IVs, and she had never truly learned anything substantive. She had always followed the doctor's orders. In that moment, she was paralyzed by uncertainty. Frustrated by the pressure, Fong Siyue snapped, This child has no breath left. There's nothing we can do. The moment those words escaped her lips, an eerie silence enveloped the crowd. Even the sound of heavy breathing ceased. Only Hu Chunling, cradling her child, broke down, tears streaming down her face. My child, my dear child, please, save my child. Save him. She placed her last hope upon Fong Siyue, bowing her head in desperation. But Fong Siyue instinctively recoiled, as if repelled by the misfortune of the parents. Unable to bear the sight any longer, Song Yuntang stepped forward, declaring, If you won't save him, then I will. As the bewildered onlookers watched, she knelt beside Hu Chunling and her child, swiftly examining the boy's condition, from his pulse to his breathing, and even checking his mouth, all the while asking questions. What was the child doing before he fainted? Eating an egg, Hu Chunling replied, wiping her tears and looking at Song Yuntang with pleading eyes, clinging to her as her last hope. Does the child have any pre-existing conditions? Yes, mild asthma. The doctor said it wasn't too serious. With proper care, he would outgrow it. Immediately, Song Yuntang understood. It was an acute allergic asthma attack. The swelling in his throat was constricting his airway, exacerbated by the asthma, leading to respiratory failure. Knowing the cause, she decisively began administering first aid. Do not let the child lie down. Hold him upright, leaning slightly forward. This position will aid his breathing. At the same time, she located the child's wrist, pinpointing a pressure point known as the naguan or asthma point. With deft movements, she produced a silver needle and expertly inserted it into the point, her actions swift and precise. After a few seconds, she withdrew the needle, then applied pressure to the same area with focused intensity, her entire being concentrated on saving the child, oblivious to the unfolding events around her. Fong Siyue, momentarily stunned, snapped back to reality, watching Song Yuntang perform the impossible. If Song Yuntang succeeded in saving the child, it would render her utterly inferior. You can't possibly believe her nonsense. She's just a country girl, perhaps even uneducated. How could she possibly save a life? She is merely causing a ruckus. What if she ends up harming the child? While Fong Siyue shouted in disbelief, someone from the crowd remarked, Comrade Fong, she can't do it. Why don't you step in? Fong Siyue's throat tightened, rendered speechless, her face paling. Meanwhile, Song Yuntang continued her compressions, while Hu Chunling cradled her child, cautiously checking under his nose. He's breathing. The once lifeless boy began to show signs of life as his chest rose and fell, color returning to his face. Hu Chunling wept tears of joy, hurriedly wanting to thank Song Yuntang. Calm down, Song Yuntang said. Your child is only temporarily out of danger. He urgently requires medical treatment. Hurry and take him to the health station without delay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Hu Chunling repeatedly expressed her gratitude as she scooped up her child and rushed towards the health station, accompanied by several sisters-in-law. Watching the child regain his breath, having successfully saved a life, Song Yuntang felt a profound sense of relief as she stood up, wiping the sweat from her brow, only to realize she had been encircled by a throng of onlookers, many pairs of eyes fixed upon her. Meanwhile, Fu Weicheng was in the military camp, training soldiers amidst a cadre of strong young men radiating vitality. He remained focused on the drills, his stern expression betraying no sign of relaxation, though a flicker of distraction crossed his eyes. He had spent the morning in the camp, with no time to check on Song Yuntang and the children, unaware of how well they had slept the previous night or whether they had had breakfast. Captain Fu, I finally found you.
Ling Xiangdong suddenly appeared busy de Fu Weicheng.
His face etched with concern. I just saw the old leader at the camp entrance. Your parents were walking with Fong Siyue, heading towards the family compound. They wouldn't be looking for your little sister, would they? Fu Weicheng's demeanor instantly shifted as he recalled Fong Siyue's usual arrogance, a sense of dread washing over him. Oh no, his wife is in trouble. Without hesitation, he strode away, commanding, Xiangdong, you handle the rest of the training. Fearing for Song Yuntang's safety, he dashed back to the family compound, only to find her surrounded by a crowd. Within that throng were Fong Siyue, his parents, and unfamiliar sisters-in-law, with Song Yuntang standing alone among them, appearing isolated and vulnerable, clueless about the preceding events. Fu Weicheng was struck by a wave of concern for Song Yuntang, who seemed helpless amidst the throng. He pushed his way through the crowd, reaching her side. Upon seeing Fu Weicheng, Song Yuntang was startled. The man's expression was grave, his jaw clenched, and his dark eyes bore an intensity that was both commanding and intimidating. She had yet to comprehend the situation when a warm force suddenly grasped her wrist firmly. A deep and resonant voice, imbued with genuine concern, reverberated around her. Song Yuntang, have they been bullying you? The moment Fu Weicheng uttered these words, not only did the surrounding sisters fall silent, but even Song Yuntang herself was taken aback. What? Who was being bullied? Who was bullying whom? Did she seem so frail that she could be victimized? She gazed up at the man before her, her bright eyes brimming with astonishment. Fu Weicheng's dark pupils reflected resoluteness, as if he regarded Song Yuntang as the pitiful figure from his memories. Given her delicate features, it was only natural he assumed she had been mistreated. Otherwise, why would so many people be gathered around her? Rest assured, with me around, I shall not allow anyone to bully you. As Fu Weicheng spoke, he pulled Song Yuntang behind him, his broad and towering frame serving as a shield, while his eyes, glinting with a cold light, scanned the crowd like arrows. Upon noticing Fu Jinshan and Jiang Yuan, he subtly furrowed his brow. Nevertheless, he maintained his demeanor before his parents. His oppressive and chilling gaze finally settled on Fong Siyue. Fu Weicheng fixed his eyes on this woman who had reappeared, devoid of the courtesy he had shown the day before. Sisters, he said in a low voice, since you are all here, let me make this perfectly clear. Song Yuntang is my wife. We have been married for 5 years and have a pair of children. Our marital bond will not waver. We shall always be one family. I will protect my wife and ensure my children never face even the slightest grievance. Fu Weicheng's declaration was unequivocal, nearly daring anyone to provoke his wife and children, as it would directly mean inciting his wrath. The air was thick with veiled threats. Fong Siyue, ensnared by Fu Weicheng's piercing gaze, felt an inexplicable tremor in her legs, a sudden surge of fear washing over her. Song Yuntang remained shielded behind Fu Weicheng, unable to glimpse the expression on his face as he spoke. Yet, for reasons unknown, her heart raced with an intensity that belied the absence of sweet nothings. Moreover, weren't they supposed to have agreed on a divorce? Was he truly acting as if they were forever a united family? The spectators exchanged bewildered glances, the atmosphere growing heavy and tense, with no one daring to utter a word in the presence of the stern-faced Fu Weicheng. Just then, a boisterous laugh shattered the silence.
Ha ha ha, no, no.
Commander Fu, you've misunderstood. We were surrounding your wife not to bully her. Just a moment ago, a child from Hu Chunling's family suddenly collapsed and stopped breathing. It was your wife who revived the child, hence everyone is here to express our gratitude. With Huang Chuyue's bold interjection, the other sisters exhaled in relief, quickly following suit to clarify. Yes, we didn't bully anyone, Commander Fu. You must have gotten it wrong. Indeed, your wife was incredible. She brought a lifeless child back. They marveled, unaware of the depth of Fu Weicheng's concern for his wife. Fu Weicheng, however, remained unconvinced, turning to face Song Yuntang with a cold, scrutinizing gaze, demanding her to affirm the truth. Is what they say true? No one has bullied you? Song Yuntang, listening to the surrounding explanations, felt the shift from mere clarification to teasing about their marital relationship. With the man's grip still tight and warm around her wrist, she felt uneasy under the gaze of so many onlookers. Quickly, she replied, "It's true. No one has bullied me."
Fu Weicheng remained unmoved.
His gaze drifting back to where Fong Siyue had been standing. However, that spot was now empty. Realizing she had not only failed to put Song Yuntang in a difficult position but had instead embarrassed herself and incurred Fu Weicheng's ire, Fong Siyue had fled in disgrace. Song Yuntang lowered her voice, urging, "There are so many people here. You should let go." Only then did Fu Weicheng seem to realize, a fleeting look of flustered embarrassment crossing his face as he hastily released her. The two turned abruptly, only to find Fu Jinshan and Jiang Yuan scrutinizing them, particularly Jiang Yuan, who appeared increasingly pleased with Song Yuntang, especially after Fu Weicheng's declaration. Since she was the one Fu Weicheng had chosen, she was, in Jiang Yuan's eyes, her future daughter-in-law. Song Yuntang felt the weight of Jiang Yuan's gaze on her back, prompting her to make a hasty exit, for she had Year and in awaiting her at home. Knock, knock, knock. A cautious voice called from behind the door. "Who is it?" "If you're a stranger, I want to open the door," Year warned earnestly. Song Yuntang smiled with warmth. Year, it's Mommy. Mommy, Mommy." The cheerful voices of Year and rang out from behind the door, followed by the slowly opening door as the two adorable little figures rushed out and enveloped her in a tight embrace. Subsequently, Song Yuntang stepped inside, with Fu Weicheng and his parents following suit. Fu Jinshan and Jiang Yuan surveyed the modest dwelling, noting the lack of decent furniture and the absence of any semblance of luxury. Given that they were a married couple, how could they be allowed to reside in such meager quarters? Jiang Yuan cast a reproachful glance at Fu Weicheng, her attention primarily focused on Year and Enan, her affection for the children nearly overflowing. Fu Weicheng pondered that his parents' sudden visit was likely instigated by Fong Siyue. He began to explain, "Dad, Mom, the situation between Song Yuntang and me is not as you perceive. Over the years, misunderstandings have caused her and the children to suffer. Enough. You don't need to say anything more." Jiang Yuan interrupted, her expression filled with disdain as she gestured around the room. "Look at this place. It's barely better than a bare wall. Is this how you take care of your family? If I were Tangtang, I wouldn't want to be with you either." Both Fu Weicheng and Song Yuntang were left dumbfounded. What was happening? Wasn't this supposed to be the typical tale of a cruel mother-in-law tormenting her rural daughter-in-law? Why was it deviating from the script? Fu Jinshan's authoritative voice rang out. "If you can't even care for your wife properly, don't dare go out claiming to be my son," he declared. "That's not how I raised you." It is well known that Fu Jinshan and Jiang Yuan were a devoted couple in the compound, having cherished their daughter-in-law for decades. Thus, when Fu Jinshan was sent away, Jiang Yuan willingly followed him through hardships. Jiang Yuan took hold of Song Yuntang's wrist, gently leading her to sit beside her.
Tang.
"You have endured much over the years. If you have any requests, please voice them. Our Fu family will do everything in our power to make amends." "And no, really, it's nothing." Song Yuntang felt the warmth of Jiang Yuan's concern, becoming increasingly restless. The one who truly suffered was the original owner and her two children. As an outsider, she felt undeserving of such kindness, and besides, she had an agreement with Fu Weicheng. Should she really let his parents misunderstand her intentions? Her gaze turned towards Fu Weicheng, silently yearning for an explanation, yet he seemed utterly oblivious to her meaning, not uttering a single word. When Jiang Yuan scolded him, he accepted it stoically, as if he were apologizing for the past. "Tangtang, this is your and Weicheng's child. I just heard you call them Nian and Enan?" Jiang Yuan articulated her thoughts, finally circling back to the matter that concerned her the most, her grandchildren. Song Yuntang nodded in affirmation. "Yes, the boy is named Nian, and the girl is Nian, and come here, these two are your grandparents." She gently introduced them in front of Nian and Enan. Knowing Nian Nian's aversion towards Fu Weicheng, she worried that both children might not warm up to the Fu family, hence she took the initiative to add. Nian Nian and haven't encountered many people. They are rather shy. Jiang Yuan reassured her repeatedly, it's all right. Children are like that. It's normal for them not to be familiar upon first meeting. She beckoned to Nian Nian and children, come over to your grandparents. Let them take a look at you. Although Fu Zhinshan remained silent, his bright eyes revealed the affection he held for his grandchildren. Nian Nian and approached the elderly couple, their dark, glistening eyes blinking in curiosity. Perhaps the bond of blood awakened something special within them, prompting them to call out. Nian Nian spoke first. Grandpa, Grandma, hello. And then, timidly and sweetly added. Hello, Grandpa, hello, Grandma. This delighted Fu Zhinshan and Jiang Yuan, their smiles widening as they nodded in approval. Good. You are both wonderful children, albeit a tad thin. In the future, if you wish for anything, just tell Grandpa and Grandma. We will buy you whatever you want. Just look at that little face. It's evident you are from the Fu family, just like Weicheng when he was young. Prepared for this moment, Fu Zhinshan and Jiang Yuan quickly presented their gifts, a piece jade pendant for each child, tied with a long red string, to be hung around their necks. Nian Nian, and this is your first meeting with Grandpa and Grandma, and these are your gifts. This one is for Nian Nian, and this one is for Grandpa and Grandma wish for your lives to be filled with peace and smooth sailing. Their blessings resonated harmoniously with Song Yuntang's intentions in naming her children. It was indeed the first time Nian Nian and genuinely received gifts. They looked down at their chests, their little hands touching the delicate jade pendants, which were soft, petite, and utterly enchanting. They turned back to Song Yuntang, their watery, wide eyes filled with inquiry. Mom? Unable to refuse her children's innocent delight, and valuing the elder Fu couple's heartfelt gesture, she nodded. Accept them. And remember to say thank you. Upon hearing Song Yuntang's encouragement, Nian Nian and burst into joyful smiles. Thank you, Grandpa. Thank you, Grandma. We like them very much. As long as you like them. There are plenty of wonderful things at Grandpa and Grandma's house. The next time you visit, feel free to choose whatever you fancy, and we'll get it for you. Witnessing this scene, Fu Weicheng, who had just heard Nian Nian express his dislike for his father, felt a pang of sour jealousy. Moments later, Jiang Yuan suddenly stood up, saying, Tang Tang, how is the room you are staying in?
Take me to see it.
Fu Zhinshan followed suit, glancing at Fu Weicheng as he said, What kind of father are you? Hurry and take them to eat something. As they spoke, the elder Fu couple naturally walked alongside Song Yuntang, almost guiding her towards the open door of the room. Realizing their intentions, Song Yuntang obediently followed them inside. The room was tidy, the bed they had slept on the previous night neatly made, with 2 quilts folded and placed. Jiang Yuan discreetly scanned the room, this time refraining from criticizing the living conditions, and pulled Song Yuntang to sit beside her on the bed, gently patting the back of her hand as she spoke.
Tang Tang.
We do not know what misunderstandings led Weicheng to believe you had passed away. However, these past 5 years, you have endured hardships as a young woman raising 2 children in the countryside. It must have been difficult. You have done such a splendid job with Nian Nian, and we, the Fu family, owe you a debt of gratitude. This heartfelt statement from Jiang Yuan was imbued with genuine emotion, particularly poignant as she had experienced real hardship during her time away, enabling her to empathize deeply. Unable to restrain her tears, Jiang Yuan continued, her voice thick with emotion, Now that we see you safe and sound, we are truly overjoyed. And even happier to know you are willing to return to Weicheng. This morning, we merely came to check on you. We harbor no doubts about you or the children. Tang Tang, now that you are in the capital, please live well with Weicheng. If you need anything, do not hesitate to ask. If Weicheng dares to treat you poorly, come to us for help. We will certainly stand by your side and teach him a lesson. With that, Jiang Yuan retrieved a red handkerchief from her bosom, which contained something within. Nian Nian and have their gifts, and you must have yours too. This is our heartfelt intention. As the red handkerchief unfolded, its brilliance shone brightly, revealing a pair of dazzling gold bracelets, large, wide, and heavy, with a rough design devoid of intricate carvings. However, their weight was undeniable. Song Yuntang's eyes sparkled at the sight of the gold. Who wouldn't be enamored? Thankfully, her rationality prevailed. Her marriage with Fu Weicheng was currently in a state of limbo. destined to unravel, and she felt unworthy of accepting such an extravagant gift from the Fu family. "No, I cannot accept this," she stammered, about to decline when a deep, authoritative voice interrupted her. Fu Jinshan impatiently remarked, "I told you, today's youth do not appreciate these things. Gold and silver are so passé. They prefer trendy and fashionable items, unlike our generation, which adored large and heavy gold bracelets." In her heart, Song Yuntang was nearly crying out that she did indeed like them. She simply believed that accepting them would bind her further in a relationship that was ultimately destined for divorce. She felt neither entitled nor willing to accept them. Jiang Yuan, ever gentle and composed, was unfazed by Fu Jinshan's loud urgings, calmly responding, "Old man, why are you shouting? What if you scare Tang Tang? I have more than just this. Do not be so hasty. There's more?" Song Yuntang queried, watching as Jiang Yuan leisurely produced two more items, a translucent jade bracelet resembling mutton fat jade, and a delicate, beautiful lady's wristwatch. These two items, placed alongside the sparkling gold bracelets, were all handed to Song Yuntang, making her palms feel heavy. "I truly cannot accept this," she insisted, gritting her teeth as she continued to refuse. Jiang Yuan suddenly questioned, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. "Tang Tang, do you still harbor resentment over the past? Do you hate us?" Meeting Jiang Yuan's gaze, Song Yuntang felt a pang in her heart, rendering her unable to utter further refusals. She could only nod, then I will accept it. Thank you, Mom and Dad. The words felt unfamiliar as she addressed them, but in her heart, she silently resolved to temporarily accept it, planning to return it to Fu Weicheng later. Upon seeing Song Yuntang accept their gifts, Fu Jinshan and Jiang Yuan's faces lit up with joy, exchanging quick, knowing glances when they thought she was not looking. Soon after, the three emerged from the room, the elder Fu couple preparing to take their leave while continuously reminding Song Yuntang, "Tang Tang, should you find yourself in need of anything in life, do not hesitate to voice your concerns. Do not allow yourself to suffer in silence. We shall take our leave for now, but we will return to visit you again." As the second son prepared to depart, Fu Weicheng naturally accompanied them to bid farewell. Upon reaching the entrance of the courtyard, Fu Weicheng addressed his parents, "Father, Mother, do travel safely." Fu Jinshan let out a cold snort and retorted, "Travel safely? With your current state, your mother and I will not be at ease returning home. Do not think for a moment that we are unaware. Tang Tang has come this time to discuss divorce with you, and you wish to keep it from us." It was no wonder that once they stepped outside, the affectionate smiles directed at their biological son evaporated. Having received a phone call from General He the previous day, they had already pieced together much of the situation. They were fond of Song Yuntang after meeting her, and their fondness only deepened after meeting Nian Nian and Anan. They had also witnessed the sullen demeanor of their son, who pretended to be oblivious, participating in the act. Jiang Yui nudged Fu Weicheng lightly, saying, "Son, do you truly believe that your mother came with Fong Siu merely to create trouble for your wife? Your parents are not so muddled yet. We have done all we can to assist you. Whether Tang Tang's heart can be swayed back to you now rests in your hands." This heavy gift did not come without reason. Fu Jinshan continued to snort dismissively, "You little rascal, if you cause me to lose my grandson, do not expect to return." Fu Weicheng suddenly grasped the gravity of the situation and replied earnestly, "Father, Mother, rest assured, I am fully aware of the circumstances. However, you must clarify matters with the Fong family." Understood. Your parents will ensure everything is handled appropriately. However, that girl from the Fong family seems quite invested in you. It will likely not be easy for her to let go. Be cautious and avoid any trouble, Jiang Yuan advised with meticulous attention. "Yes, I understand,"
Fu Weicheng responded,
watching as they got into their vehicle and departed. He then returned to the family quarters, where Nian Nian and Endon were playing games. Song Yuntang had melted some soap to create a soapy solution and was providing them with bamboo tubes to blow bubbles. The transparent bubbles, grand and round, sparkled with iridescent colors beneath the sun. As Fu Weicheng observed Nian Nian and Anan, he realized they had yet to call him father and thought to himself that there was no need to rush. Time was on their side. He strode into the house, and Song Yuntang seemed to have been anticipating his arrival. Upon seeing him, she immediately pulled him inside, glancing towards the door to ensure the children remained within the courtyard before abruptly closing it. Hearing the door shut, Fu Weicheng found himself alone with Song Yuntang. and his thoughts stirred. Almost immediately, Song Yuntang's anxious voice broke the silence. Why did you not explain to your parents that I am here for a divorce? Instead, you allowed them to misunderstand. She bore no resentment towards Jiang Yuan and Fu Zhinshan but felt anger towards Fu Weicheng, who had remained silent. It was a matter that could have been clarified with a single sentence, yet it forced her to act as if everything were a performance before his parents.
Fu Weicheng.
Having momentarily been stirred, regained his composure and replied, Have you forgotten who brought my parents here? Song Yuntang naturally responded, Fong Siyue. My family has long-standing ties with the Fong family. Fong Siyue's parents are dear friends of mine. If I were to inform my parents of our divorce, do you believe this news could be concealed from the Fong family and prevent Fong Siyue from learning of it? Fu Weicheng spoke in a low voice. Upon hearing Fu Weicheng's words, Song Yuntang quickly calmed down, realizing the truth in his statement. She recognized that she must continue to cooperate with Fu Weicheng and maintain the charade before their parents. Very well, Song Yuntang acquiesced. Let us proceed as such for the time being, but do not forget to submit the divorce papers for prompt approval. Noticing that Song Yuntang had ceased her inquiries, Fu Weicheng discreetly exhaled in relief, hoping she would not discover that his parents were fully aware of the situation. After discussing the matter, Song Yuntang retrieved the items Jiang Yuan had given her, a pair of gold bracelets, a jade bangle, and a watch. These were given to me by your mother. See for yourself. If you doubt me, you may confirm with your mother that I have not hidden anything. I am returning them to you now. She extended her hand towards Fu Weicheng, her gaze lingering on the sparkling gold with a hint of reluctance. Fu Weicheng, unaware of the significance of the items, surmised that they were a result of the private conversation between his parents and Song Yuntang earlier. Why would my parents give you these?
He questioned.
They said it was a gift for our first meeting. Nian and Anan accepted their share. But I am returning this one to you, he replied. Since it is a gift for our meeting and intended for you, you should accept it, Fu Weicheng insisted. Accept? Accept what? Song Yuntang gasped, her eyes widening. Such precious items, what could accepting them possibly mean? I cannot. Fu Weicheng anticipated her forthcoming protest and swiftly interrupted, I have matters to attend to in the army. I was in a rush earlier and must return now. I will have someone bring lunch over. Do not trouble yourself with cooking. With that, he donned his military cap, adjusted it slightly, and stepped outside with a graceful stride.
Fu Weicheng.
Song Yuntang called after him, but the man did not turn back. In her palm rested the heavy gift, a reminder that wealth should not be flaunted, compelling her to conceal it for the time being. Fu Weicheng's final words served as a reminder to Song Yuntang that his earlier appearance was not coincidental. He had come hastily out of concern that she might be mistreated. Meanwhile, at the military medical station, Doctor, please, save my child. Help. Hu Chuanling's voice, choked with emotion, echoed through the antiseptic-scented space, causing all who heard it to feel a pang in their hearts. Accompanied by a neighbor, who supported her, they carefully placed the barely breathing Hu Xiaojun onto the examination table. Chumling, we have arrived at the medical station. The doctor is here. Do not worry. Xiaojun will be fine, the neighbor comforted. Yet, Hu Chuanling's face remained as pale as paper, her hands trembling uncontrollably, haunted by the terror of not being able to feel her child's breath moments before. Amidst the nurse's calls, a dashing young doctor with gold-framed glasses swiftly entered the treatment room. He was Qiao Jiangchuan, a doctoral student from the prestigious Jingda Medical School and the duty doctor for the day. Qiao Jiangchuan quickly approached the bedside, removing his stethoscope to conduct an examination while inquiring about the child's condition. What symptoms does the child exhibit? Breathlessness. It was sudden, an allergic reaction, asthma. Hu Chunling recalled vaguely the words spoken by Song Yuntang. Qiao Jiangchuan calmly supplemented, a sudden allergic asthma attack has led to respiratory distress, potentially even shock? Yes. That's correct. Someone just mentioned that. Hu Chunling nodded vigorously. Qiao Jiangchuan promptly helped Hu Xiaojun into a sitting position, checking his throat, respiratory tract, and lungs. A bystander remarked, Dr. Qiao's method is identical to how the wife of Commander Fu performed emergency aid. Qiao Jiangchuan, momentarily distracted, inquired, Did someone administer first aid? Yes. Just moments ago. Xiaojun was not breathing. His face had turned blue. It was Commander Fu's wife who performed the first aid that allowed him to breathe. Giving us time to bring him here, the neighbor explained. Qiao Jiangchuan was slightly taken aback. Recognizing that someone had understood such a critical emergency procedure and made an accurate judgment regarding the sudden allergic asthma attack. After completing his examination, he hung the stethoscope back around his neck. The child's throat shows significant allergic reaction. Fortunately, we acted in time. There are no major issues now. I will prescribe medication and administer fluids. Once the swelling in the throat subsides, he will be able to return home. Thank you, Dr. Chiao, thank you. Hu Chunling expressed her heartfelt gratitude repeatedly, trembling as she embraced Hu Xiaojun once more, finally experiencing the comfort of regaining what was thought lost. Nearby, her sisters-in-law continued to marvel. Chunling, it is thanks to Captain Fu's beloved that Xiaojun has been granted a second chance at life. Once he recovers, you must extend your heartfelt thanks to Captain Fu's partner. I know, she replied. The following day, as Song Yuntang was in her abode, she welcomed her first genuine guest. Sister Song, are you at home? Upon stepping outside, she recognized the visitor, Hu Chunling, who had collapsed in tears the previous day, her breath coming in gasps. Today, Hu Chunling donned a floral dress, her face radiant with vitality, entirely contrasting the desolation she exhibited just yesterday. One hand clasped her child, Hu Xiaojun, while the other bore an array of packages, her expression one of pure joy as she gazed upon Song Yuntang. With a sudden clap, she playfully struck Hu Xiaojun's head. Hurry, kneel and thank Aunt Song for saving your life. If it weren't for Aunt Song, you might not be here today. As Song Yuntang observed closely, she noted that Xiaojun bore a striking resemblance to Nian Nian, his round, spirited face indicative of a lively little boy. Before Song Yuntang could react, Hu Xiaojun, at his mother's behest, suddenly knelt down. Thud, thud, thud. Outside the door of the family quarters, Song Yuntang was startled and quickly pulled the child back up.
No.
Please do not do that. There is no need for such grand gestures. I merely fulfilled my duty as a doctor. A doctor? Sister Song, you are a doctor? Hu Chunling inquired, her curiosity piqued. After a brief pause, Song Yuntang replied, Indeed. My aspiration in life is to become an outstanding physician. Hu Chunling, without a hint of doubt, confidently asserted, Sister Song, with your remarkable skills, you are destined to be an extraordinary doctor. As they conversed, they naturally followed Song Yuntang into the house. Inside, Nian Nian and Anan peered curiously from the doorway, their little heads bobbing as they watched. Upon seeing Hu Chunling, Nian Nian promptly fetched a stool and placed it beside the table. Aunt, please have a seat. It was Hu Chunling's first encounter with Nian Nian and Anan, and she stared wide-eyed at the two beautiful children, resembling dolls. So, these are your children with Captain Fu? I have heard that he has been blessed with both a son and a daughter. It appears to be true. They truly are a pair of dragon and phoenix twins. Their little faces look so alike. Upon mentioning the children, Song Yuntang's face lit up with an inexplicable pride as she introduced, These are Nian Nian and Anan. The children promptly chimed in sweetly, Hello, Aunt Hu. Hello. You too, Hu Chunling exclaimed excitedly as she placed her packages on the table. Inside were canned peaches, fragrant and crunchy walnut pastries, 2 bags of white rabbit milk candies, and a box of specialty pastries from the capital, a truly generous offering. She pulled out a handful of white rabbit candies and presented them to Nian Nian and Anan. These are candies for you. Please enjoy. Upon hearing the word candy, Nian Nian and Anan eagerly swallowed, yet they hesitated to reach for the treats. Instead, looking up at Song Yuntang, she nodded at them, reminding, You must say thank you. Instantly, smiles spread across their little faces as they sweetly expressed their gratitude to Hu Chunling before accepting the candies, their eyes gleaming with delight. They had encountered so few splendid things in life, and the sweetness of the candy already filled their hearts with joy. Hu Chunling regarded Nian Nian and Anan with envy in her eyes. These children are so well behaved. Sister Song, how have you managed to raise them so wonderfully?
How old are they?
They are 5 years old this year. 5 years old. How delightful. My little Xiaojun is 6, just a year older than them. They will have the perfect opportunity to play together. Hu Chunling immediately called out, Xiaojun, hurry and take your younger siblings to play in the yard. Hu Xiaojun's eyes sparkled with excitement as he glanced at Anan several times, reaching out to take the little girl's hand, only to be playfully rebuffed by Nian Nian with a huff. The 3 children then scampered off to the yard, their youthful voices still audible. You are Nian Nian and Anan. I am Xiaojun. From now on, you must call me Brother Xiaojun, for I am older than you. Do you know how to play hopscotch? What is hopscotch? You don't know? That's all right. It's normal at your age. I will teach you. I have chalk. And I can draw on the ground. Watch me draw. Hu Xiaojun squatted down, becoming animated, while Nian Nian and Anan stood by. A mixture of nervousness and excitement evident on their faces. This was their first experience playing with peers, and the sunlight seemed to shine particularly joyfully upon them. Hu Xiaojun soon revealed his lively, chatterbox nature, and even if Nian Nian and Anan did not speak, the atmosphere remained lively and cheerful. After observing for a while, Song Yuntang felt reassured and turned her attention back to Hu Chunling. Sister Chunling, has Xiaojun fully recovered from his illness? Please refrain from calling me Sister Chunling. It sounds too formal. I am a bit older than you, so you may call me Sister Chunling, while I shall call you Sister Song. We will all be part of the same courtyard from now on, which makes us closer. She replied with a smile. Yes, he is well now. Yesterday, the doctor had him on in 4, and he felt a bit groggy throughout the night, but this morning, he is perfectly fine. Children recover so quickly. It is truly miraculous. She sighed with relief, recalling the previous day's terror. Yesterday was truly frightening. If you had not been there, I honestly do not know what I would have done. If anything had happened to Xiaojun, I could not have lived with myself. As she spoke, Hu Chunling's eyes grew misty, and she hastily wiped them with her sleeve. I came today specifically to thank you. Please accept these small tokens of my appreciation. I also wish to ask about that condition you mentioned yesterday, allergy or something like that. What kind of ailment is it? I inquired with the doctor at the health station, but I left utterly confused and did not understand at all. Song Yuntang explained, it is asthma triggered by an allergy, which subsequently led to shock, referred to as allergic asthma. Yes, that's the one. My mind just couldn't retain it. Hu Chunling, having only completed elementary school, possessed limited knowledge. Song Yuntang did not immediately respond to this inquiry, but instead asked Sister Chunling, does Xiaojun eat a lot of eggs?
Huh.
Eggs? Hu Chunling was momentarily taken aback by the sudden shift in topic. Trusting Song Yuntang, she answered honestly, to be honest, my husband and I both come from rural backgrounds. It is thanks to his military achievements on the front lines that we have been able to move to the capital and live in such a wonderful place. Years earlier, Hu Chunling had been an active member of her village's commune, encouraging others to labor together. Her husband had served in the military for over a decade, spending 8 years battling on the southwestern front, rising from a mere soldier to a battalion commander due to his commendable service, eventually being reassigned to the capital, allowing her to accompany him. Thus, despite their age, their only child, Hu Xiaojun, was just 6 years old, a consequence of years spent apart. Hu Chunling valued her only son greatly, fearing that as she aged, she might not be able to conceive again. Both my husband and I come from humble beginnings, with many siblings and still supporting our parents. We have sent money home over the years. She spoke of this without complaint, viewing it as ordinary. Having aided their hometown, the couple faced financial constraints, with little money to spare. Returning to Song Yuntang's initial question, it became evident that Hu Xiaojun had few opportunities to eat eggs. Once a week, I buy eggs for him. The teacher at school says that eggs are nutritious and beneficial for children, so I save money to buy them, Hu Chunling replied. Song Yuntang continued to inquire, does Xiaojun have any reactions after eating eggs?
Huh.
Reactions? What kind of reactions? Hu Chunling pondered for a moment and said, this little rascal never eats eggs properly. After consuming them, he either complains of a headache or feels drowsy. I think he's just looking for trouble. Such a good thing, and the whole family scrimps to let him eat it. How can he feel unwell after eating? Upon hearing this, Song Yuntang felt a lump in her throat. She had to say, Sister Chunling, based on my speculation, Xiaojun might be allergic to eggs. He genuinely feels unwell after consuming them.
Ah.
Hu Chunling was truly taken aback, her eyes widening. Allergic? What do you mean by allergic? It's similar to how some people develop a rash after being bitten by mosquitoes, while others do not. This phenomenon is called an allergy. Song Yuntang explained as simply as possible for Hu Chunling to comprehend. There are various symptoms following an allergy, such as Xiaojun's headaches and drowsiness, which are indeed allergic reactions. It could also involve swelling of the airways, and given that Xiaojun has mild asthma, this likely led to yesterday's incident. Is it that serious? What will Xiaojun do in the future? What if he suddenly can't breathe again? There's no need to panic. As long as he avoids the allergens, he will be fine. Xiao Jun should not eat eggs, nor anything with a high egg content. There are plenty of nutritious alternatives. We can eat more meat instead, Song Yuntang reassured Hu Chunling. Still feeling uneasy, Hu Chunling was interrupted by a small head popping out from outside.
Mom.
My favorite is braised pork belly. I don't want eggs. Give me more meat. Hu Xiaojun grinned as he made his request, showing no signs of weakness after the ordeal. Hu Chunling, upon hearing this, momentarily forgot her worries and waved her hand, saying, all right, I'll go buy meat for you in a bit. Tonight, we'll have braised meat for dinner. Mom, you're the best. With his goal achieved, Hu Xiaojun happily skipped off to play hopscotch with Nian Nian and Jinan. Hu Chunling turned to Song Yuntang and said, Sister Song, you've just arrived. I've noticed you haven't gone out yet. You must not be familiar with the neighborhood. I'm heading out this afternoon. Would you like to join me? It seemed that her thoughts had manifested, suddenly granting her a guide. Song Yuntang readily agreed. That afternoon, before heading out, Hu Chunling took Song Yuntang for a stroll around the compound, introducing the neighbors one by one. Song Yuntang felt that as a temporary resident, she didn't need to know so much, but Hu Chunling's enthusiasm was undeniable. She went from house to house explaining the situation of each family. If you can remember these people, great. If not, it's no problem. Their husbands' ranks aren't higher than Captain Fu. I should say, there aren't many officers in our compound with ranks higher than Captain Fu. So, you needn't worry. They won't dare bully you. Instead, they will be eager to curry favor with you. Song Yuntang found this puzzling. How could she have such an appearance that made her seem easily bullied? Hu Chunling emphasized, however, you must remember the next two people. Noticing the sudden seriousness in Hu Chunling's tone, Song Yuntang's curiosity was piqued, and her expression involuntarily grew earnest. Seeing her reaction, Hu Chunling elaborated further. She pointed to the first house in the front row and said, that is the home of Colonel Yang. He is the highest-ranking officer in the army besides General He. But you needn't fear. Colonel Yang is very kind and treats us with great courtesy. We usually interact more with Colonel Yang's wife, as she is the publicity director of the cultural unit and also the women's director of our compound. If you encounter any issues, seeking out Colonel Yang will surely help. She can handle anything. To illustrate her point, Hu Chunling recounted, just the other day, the second company's commander and his wife had a quarrel that escalated into a fight at midnight. It was Colonel Yang who went over to mediate, chastising them both. And shortly thereafter, they reconciled. Now, they are expecting a baby 6 months along. Song Yuntang mentally made a note of this. Colonel Yang was indeed an important figure, and in the future, Nian Nian and might need her support. After discussing Colonel Yang, Hu Chunling led Song Yuntang further along, arriving at a quieter, more secluded spot. She pointed to the innermost house and asked Sister Song, do you know who lives in there? Who? Song Yuntang inquired, playing along. Hu Chunling immediately responded with enthusiasm. It's He Mingyuan, the political commissar. Song Yuntang listened quietly, her reaction rather flat. After all, the military comprised many officers and political commissars. There were numerous political commissars of various ranks, so it wasn't particularly remarkable. Hu Chunling stamped her foot in excitement. Did Captain Fu even mention this? This political commissar, Zhao, works alongside Captain Fu. Upon hearing this, Song Yuntang finally understood. This was a colleague of Fu Weicheng in the workplace. She nodded, saying, Sister Chunling, I understand now. That is Commissar He's home. I will pay attention in the future. It's been quite a while. Aren't you supposed to buy pork for Xiaojun? If we don't leave soon, we won't make it in time. Let's hurry. Hey, don't pull me. I haven't finished, Hu Chunling exclaimed. Commissar He's wife. Is it easy to buy pork now? I've heard that you don't even need a pork ticket anymore. You can buy as much as you want. Is that true? Sister Chunling? Of course it's true. Life is much better now than before, but prices have gone up quite a bit, Hu Chunling replied, momentarily diverted by Song Yuntang's change of topic. She then went on to discuss grocery prices and where to find the best deals, enthusiastically sharing how much money could be saved. Song Yuntang found Hu Chunling's fervor particularly endearing. After all, who doesn't save every penny in their daily lives? They first made a round at the vegetable market before heading to the friendship store. Song Yuntang couldn't help but marvel at the differences of a big city. While others still queued at supply and marketing cooperatives with tickets, the capital was already filled with shopping malls and grocery stores. The friendship store was one of the most popular places, offering some rare foreign products that required foreign exchange coupons to purchase. Hu Chunling whispered to Song Yuntang. When I first came here, I didn't even dare to step inside. I had never seen such a beautiful place. The items sold inside were exquisite, with beautiful clothing and a plethora of peculiar items. She thought to herself that since Song Yuntang had come from the countryside, it was only right for her to experience this. However, upon entering the friendship store, Song Yuntang remained remarkably composed. Although she was looking around, she did not exhibit any signs of awe. How calm, Hu Chunling noted, intrigued. After surveying her surroundings, Song Yuntang's gaze settled on several rows of clothing racks. Her eyes brightening, Hu Chunling curiously asked Sister Song, "Are you planning to buy clothes? You look so beautiful. You'd look even better in fashionable outfits." Song Yuntang shook her head, saying, "I'm not buying clothes for myself. I'm buying them for the children." Her gaze swept past rows of lovely adult dresses, finally resting on a rack at the back that held several charming chiffon skirts, sized for 5- or 6-year-old girls. She immediately spotted a red suspender dress paired with a lace blouse, which looked particularly delightful. If An were to wear this outfit, she would undoubtedly resemble a charming little bundle of joy. In addition, it is essential to purchase a few sets of clothing for Nian Nian as well. The two children have been clad in the old garments from home, which, although washed to a pristine state, have become rather dull and patched. Upon reflecting on the two children, Song Yuntang's expression softened considerably. She spoke, "Hello, comrade. I would like to have this one as well as this one, that one, and a few pieces from the boys' section over there." Hu Chunling's eyes widened in disbelief. "Sister Song, are you really buying so many? The clothes at the friendship store are quite expensive, not nearly as affordable as those at the ordinary supply and marketing cooperative. The styles here are far more appealing than those at the cooperative. Children ought to have a few sets of more exquisite attire," Song Yuntang replied with a smile. Hu Chunling found merit in Song Yuntang's reasoning and nodded in agreement, yet she could not help but think of her own son, Hu Xiaojun, who spent his days rolling on the ground. Such expensive clothing would be utterly wasted on him. The sales attendant scrutinized the garments chosen by Song Yuntang and, with an apologetic tone, stated, "Comrade, I regret to inform you that this piece and that one have already been reserved." "Reserved? Have they been sold?" Song Yuntang inquired, somewhat taken aback, for those two outfits were the most appealing, especially the red suspender dress that would be a pity not to have and wear. She pressed on, "Is there only one piece available? Are there no others?" The attendant replied, "This dress sells exceptionally well. This is the last one." As fate would have it, just as she spoke, the attendant's eyes brightened and she remarked, "The gentleman who reserved this dress is here. Perhaps you could speak with him and see if he is willing to part with it." With a heart full of anticipation, Song Yuntang turned around, only to be unexpectedly greeted by a familiar and handsome face. It was none other than Fu Weicheng.
Today?
The man was not donned in military attire but rather dressed casually in blue jeans paired with a white shirt and a brown leather jacket, exuding a less austere and cold demeanor, yet still standing tall and strikingly attractive. As Fu Weicheng entered the friendship store, his dark eyes lifted slightly, locking gazes with Song Yuntang, who had just turned around. "What is she doing here?" A flicker of surprise and delight crossed his deep-set eyes. Hu Chunling also turned around and spotted Fu Weicheng, observing the intimate exchange between the young couple, which made her feel rather intrusive. "Oh, dear. I forgot to buy garlic. How could I cook braised pork without it tonight?" she exclaimed. "Sister Song, I must make a quick trip back to the market. Take your time browsing. We shall meet again soon." Song Yuntang, clear-minded, recalled that Hu Chunling had indeed purchased garlic, having haggled for 10 minutes over 2 dimes with the garlic vendor. She withdrew her gaze, no longer looking at Fu Weicheng. With his long legs and large strides, Fu Weicheng quickly settled beside Song Yuntang, inquiring, "Are you here to buy clothes?" Song Yuntang thought to herself, "What else would I be doing?" Fu Weicheng reached for the garments she had selected, handing them all to the attendant. "Please wrap these clothes, along with the 2 sets I previously reserved." He noticed that all the clothing Song Yuntang had chosen was in children's sizes, none of which were adult styles. Does she not purchase clothes for herself? He pondered, glancing at the vibrant array of beautiful dresses nearby. He picked out a few and handed them to the attendant as well, "And these, please wrap them too." "Thank you." Song Yuntang hurriedly interjected, "Those selections of his should be paid for separately." But it was too late. Fu Weicheng had already handed over the money, swiftly completing the transaction. Aside from the clothing, Song Yuntang noticed Fu Weicheng also handing over several foreign currency notes, uncertain of what else he might be purchasing. A man who spends extravagantly is not necessarily a good man, she mused, her thoughts disrupted. Suddenly, she heard someone call out her name.
Song Yuntang.
Startled, she looked up, her mouth slightly agape, only to have something thrust into it moments later. The man before her smiled and quietly asked, "Try this, do you like it?" Song Yuntang instinctively moved her tongue, tasting the sweet morsel that had a silky and smooth texture. It was chocolate. Fu Weicheng, rarely witnessing Song Yuntang's momentary daze, softly inquired, "Is it delicious?" In the depths of his profound gaze, she perceived a glimmer of anticipation, prompting her to nod involuntarily. "It's quite good." In that instant, she saw the corners of Fu Weicheng's mouth curve into a subtle smile that flitted by. Simultaneously, something was pressed into her palm, a sizable square of chocolate, missing one corner, resting in her mouth. "Since you like it, keep it," he said, uncertain of what a young lady might enjoy. He recalled how his sister would clamor for chocolate each month, throwing tantrums if she did not receive it. Hence, he chose this treat, pleasantly surprised that Song Yuntang truly enjoyed it. Reluctantly accepting Fu Weicheng's kindness, Song Yuntang dismissed her internal conflict, assuming he simply had money to spare. She casually asked, "Don't you have training this afternoon?" Fu Weicheng replied, "I took a half-day off on short notice." "What about your report? Have you submitted it?" she pressed.
Fu Weicheng esse de minor su denni darkened.
Swiftly changing the subject, Song Yuntang remarked, "That area seems to feature toys. Let's go take a look." Meanwhile, the couple remained in their own world, oblivious to the commotion unfolding at the sales attendant station, where a somewhat familiar voice broke through. "This dress is nice. Let me try it on." Fong Siyue had her sights set on a dress at the counter, reaching for it without waiting for a response. The attendant hurriedly interjected, "Miss Fong, this dress has already been purchased by another customer. If you wish to buy a dress, you may consider those on the shelf over there. Why should I settle for what others have left behind? I want this one," Fong Siyue insisted, her tone imperious, disregarding the attendant's evident discomfort as she attempted to seize the dress from the counter. The scuffle between the two women caught the attention of Song Yuntang and Fu Weicheng. Fu Weicheng approached and extended his hand. Fong Siyue's gaze followed his arm upward, and upon seeing Fu Weicheng, her face lit up with surprise. Weicheng. However, when she noticed Song Yuntang standing beside him, her smile vanished, replaced by a fierce glare directed at Song Yuntang. "Song Yuntang, what are you doing here?" Fong Siyue demanded. Song Yuntang replied with a scoff, "Why shouldn't I be here? Your words are laughable. The friendship store is open for business, welcoming every guest that walks through its doors. You are a guest and so am I. You, a country bumpkin, could never afford anything here." Fong Siyue sneered disdainfully. Fu Weicheng furrowed his brow tightly, his voice laced with anger as he stated, "My wife can afford it. Even if she couldn't, I would buy it for her." "Weicheng, you." Fong Siyue suddenly grasped the implication. "This dress, you bought it for her? How could she possibly deserve it?" Fu Weicheng replied, "It's merely a dress. Regardless of its value, my wife is worthy of it all." As Song Yuntang listened to Fu Weicheng's deep, resonant words, her heart fluttered. Regardless of whether his sentiments were genuine or not, it was a statement that resonated, sending a shiver through her. So, these garments were indeed meant for her. With a cold demeanor, Fu Weicheng refrained from addressing Fong Siyue further, accepting the packaged clothes and items from the attendant. The bounty filled 4 or 5 bags. And he also took the vegetable basket from Song Yuntang, shouldering the weight of their purchases with ease, a veritable mountain of items in his grasp. Fong Siyue gazed on, her eyes turning crimson with jealousy as she indignantly exclaimed, I see now. Song Yuntang, it must be you who incited Weicheng to buy this and that for you, even insisting on going to the Friendship Mall for it. Your scheming mind is truly profound." Song Yuntang suddenly smiled, her expression shifting from mockery to a flirtatious charm. With a nonchalant air, she replied, "And what of it? If Fu Weicheng is willing to spend money on me, what concern is it of yours, an outsider? I advise you to mind your own business regarding our marital affairs." Fong Siyue was left speechless, her frustration boiling over as she could only stomp her feet in place. Fu Weicheng then interjected, "All the items are ready. Let us return home." Nian Nian and Enan are still waiting for us. Song Yuntang beamed with sweet delight. All right, my dear husband, let us head home. She linked her arm with Fu Weicheng's, and they walked out of the Friendship Mall, a pair inseparable. Fu Weicheng felt the warmth of Song Yuntang's touch on his arm, the soft sensation at his elbow, where she clung tightly. His neck and ears flushed with warmth, reluctant to part from this feeling. In an instant, however, Song Yuntang released her hold, leaving his wrist feeling empty. She tilted her head to look at Fu Weicheng, her radiant smile asking, Fu Weicheng, what do you think? My acting skills are quite commendable, aren't they? The next time she sees me, she will surely take a detour, perhaps even develop a dislike for you, and cease her pestering. Fang Xiyue remained behind, still seething with anger, her prickly demeanor deterring the surrounding salespeople from approaching. Just as Song Yuntang and Fu Weicheng departed, another figure entered the Friendship Mall, a young woman who appeared to be around 20, possessing a delicate and striking beauty, with her hair styled in 2 braids. She exuded a refined elegance, yet retained a youthful charm, unmistakably a university student. Upon closer inspection, one could discern a resemblance between her features and Fu Weicheng's. She was, in fact, his younger sister, Fu Qingyin. Upon entering, Fu Qingyin noticed Fang Xiyue's flushed face and agitated presence, inquiring, Xiyue Jia, what has happened?
Who has upset you?
Being children of the same prestigious Beijing family, Fu Qingyin and Fang Xiyue shared a close bond, akin to that of sisters. Fang Xiyue muttered. Who else could it be but that country bumpkin who appeared out of nowhere? At this, Fu Qingyin furrowed her brow. Having been residing in her university dormitory for some time and not having returned home, she had learned from Fang Xiyue that her brother's wife, who had supposedly died 5 years ago, had returned with 2 children. Fu Qingyin found this development exceedingly perplexing, sensing that there was more to the story. Fang Xiyue, observing Fu Qingyin, suddenly had a thought. She could no longer rely on the support of the Fu elders and could not afford to lose Fu Qingyin as well. Qingyin,
come with me.
Fang Xiyue grasped Fu Qingyin's hand, leading her out of the Friendship Mall, pointing in the direction where Song Yuntang had departed. Look over there. Do you see her? That woman. You arrived too late to witness how she squandered your brother's money. All those things are hers. And she even took the dress I had my eye on. I told you. She harbors ill intentions. She only approached now because she knows Weicheng possesses power and influence. You must be cautious. You need to wake Weicheng up quickly. From a distance, Fu Qingyin spotted Fu Weicheng carrying numerous bags, while Song Yuntang held only a candied hawthorn stick, walking with an air of confidence and indulging in it incessantly. Her delicate brows knitted tightly as she turned to Fang Xiyue, saying, Xiyue Jia, rest assured, I will recognize only you as my sister-in-law. Upon hearing this, Fang Xiyue finally broke into a smile. Within the family compound, Nian Nian and An shouted, Mommy's back, as they dashed out upon hearing Song Yuntang's exuberant voice. Mommy, Mommy, you're back. They rushed towards her, but their excited footsteps suddenly halted as they noticed Fu Weicheng standing beside her. During their stay in the compound, Fu Weicheng had visited daily, sometimes earlier, sometimes later, but never lingering long. He was indeed a busy man, merely ensuring that the 3 of them were well before departing. Thus, their relationship with Fu Weicheng had remained unchanged, and was shyly fearful, while Nian Nian remained watchful. The 2 little ones held hands, gazing up at Song Yuntang. Understanding the children's sentiments, Song Yuntang was somewhat satisfied with Fu Weicheng's recent behavior. She thought to herself that perhaps he could ease the tension in their father-son relationship. Shaking the glistening candied hawthorn stick in her hand, she smiled brightly, asking Nian Nian, and what is this? The children's eyes widened in unison, their sparkling pupils fixated on the radiant, red candied hawthorn. In chorus, Nian Nian and An exclaimed, It's candied hawthorn. Song Yuntang continued, Do you like eating candied hawthorn? As if there were any question, what child could resist the allure of candied hawthorn, with its sweet and tangy flavor that made one's mouth water merely at the thought? Nian Nian and An nodded vigorously, their youthful faces bright with anticipation, glancing between the candied hawthorn and Song Yuntang's face, as if the treat were even more enchanting than their mother's visage, captivating their gaze. In their innocent minds, they envisioned Song Yuntang removing the hawthorn from the skewer, sharing it with each of them, one for Mommy, one for brother, one for Anan. a trio delighting in the candied hawthorn together. They were not greedy. Just receiving a piece would suffice to make them joyous. However, Song Yuntang straightened up, retracting the candied hawthorn stick from before them, nudging the tall man behind her with her elbow. Fu Weicheng, why haven't you brought out the candied hawthorn for Nian Nian and Anin yet? Following her cue, Fu Weicheng produced 2 complete skewers of candied hawthorn, each one large and round, glistening with sugar. He bent down, leaning closer to Nian Nian and Anin. Nian Nian, Anin, here are your candied hawthorns, take them and enjoy. Though Nian Nian and Anin were not particularly close to Fu Weicheng, having only seen him a few times during meals with Song Yuntang present, they had never interacted directly with him.
Now,
With the sweetly tempting candied hawthorn in front of them, they stood frozen, their little hands clasped tightly together, fingers nervously intertwined. Fu Weicheng, at a loss for words to comfort the children, found himself awkwardly immobile despite his intentions to please them. Ultimately, it was Song Yuntang who diffused the tension, gently saying, "This candied hawthorn is a special treat from your father for you, take it." Her words were not mere pretense. Earlier on the street, it was indeed Fu Weicheng who first spotted the candied hawthorn and suggested they buy some. He had said in a low, gentle tone, "Nian Nian and Anton will surely love these." Fu Weicheng purchased 3 skewers, including the one Song Yuntang held, all of which were his doing. Upon hearing Song Yuntang's words, Anan seemed to summon her courage, extending her small hand and softly saying, "Thank you, Daddy." The candied hawthorn found its way into Ann's palm, her wide, watery eyes marveling at the generous portion. She adored it. Holding a candied hawthorn, Anan extended her tiny tongue and took a delicate lick.
so sweet.
"Mommy, the candied hawthorn is truly delightful," Anan beamed, revealing her charming dimples, and joyfully scampered behind Song Yuntang, shyly concealing herself with her cheeks flushed. It was the utterance of Daddy that rendered Fu Weicheng momentarily stunned, his heart racing with an excitement he had never felt even when he first held a gun in his youth. She is willing to call him Daddy.
Fu Weicheng, emboldened.
Handed the next string of candied hawthorn to Nian Nian. When Nian Nian accepted it, she simply said thank you with a serious expression, omitting the word Daddy. For Fu Weicheng, Nian Nian's willingness to converse with him was a commendable start. There was no need to rush, as time was plentiful. After distributing the candied hawthorn, Fu Weicheng carried the numerous bags he had purchased into the house. As he moved about, the cheerful sounds of Song Yuntang and the 2 children filled the air. "Brother, hurry up and eat. The candied hawthorn is tangy and sweet. It's absolutely delicious." "I'm eating already, don't rush me. It's so sweet." "Nian Nian, you're eating it wrong. You must eat the sugar and hawthorn together for a better taste. Take bigger bites, don't be stingy." Song Yuntang affectionately ruffled his hair, admonishing, "No saving any for Anan. We don't need to be frugal now. Eat your fill. Brother, look at me. Don't I have a big mouth? It's meant to be eaten like this, Anan popped a large hawthorn into her mouth, her cheeks puffing out adorably, her eyes round and sparkling with cuteness. The yard soon echoed with the laughter of Song Yuntang and Nian Nian. Although Fu Weicheng could not see the scene, he could vividly imagine the warmth of a family sharing joy. Was this the essence of having a wife and children? He found himself deeply enamored. After setting down the items from the market, Fu Weicheng entered the kitchen holding the food that Song Yuntang had purchased. As the traces of their vibrant life filled the home, the kitchen, too, emanated warmth. He donned an apron around his waist, rolling up the sleeves of his white shirt. The once aloof and dignified Fu captain was now in the kitchen, washing his hands and preparing a meal. When Song Yuntang and the 2 children, having played for a while, entered the kitchen, they were greeted by this delightful sight. A rugged man cooking? It was quite a pleasing sight, especially with the floral apron contrasting against Fu Weicheng's tall stature. The shirt clung to him, accentuating his waist and hinting at the contours of his abs. Song Yuntang's thoughts momentarily wandered. Cough, cough. She quickly regained her composure and asked Fu Weicheng, "Can you cook?"
Fu Weicheng replied,
"I once served in the kitchen brigade during my time in the army. I know a few home-cooked dishes." Observing the adept way he wielded the knife while slicing potatoes, Song Yuntang noted the precision of his cuts. It was evident he possessed genuine skill. Yet, she curiously inquired, "Even you had to serve in the kitchen brigade?" Fu Weicheng raised his gaze, his dark eyes meeting hers. "What makes me so special?" Aren't you special? You're the son of the esteemed Fu family. The words nearly slipped from Song Yuntang's lips, but she quickly restrained them. After all, even Fu Weicheng had faced setbacks. When true crises arose, status held little value. She smiled instead. It's great. It's wonderful when a man can cook. Fu Weicheng remarked, do you prefer men who can cook? His tone was notably serious. Song Yuntang, not paying much heed, was busy sneaking bites of the cucumber slices he had cut, casually replying, of course. Who wouldn't like a man who can cook? If he can also do laundry and take care of children, that would be even better. After surveying the kitchen for any other tempting morsels, she exited. Fu Weicheng murmured to himself, cooking, doing laundry, and caring for children isn't that difficult. Once Song Yuntang left, she began organizing the various packages they had brought home, uncovering a pristine dress. And look, this is a new skirt. Do you like it? Shall we try it on? Anin gazed at the beautiful red dress, her candied hawthorn suddenly losing its appeal. She nodded eagerly and followed Song Yuntang to change. A few minutes later, a transformed Anin emerged from the room. Dressed in a white round-neck shirt paired with a red skirt, her recently nurtured fair and rosy complexion was simply stunning. Nian Nian, do I look pretty? You look beautiful. My sister is the prettiest. Nian Nian exclaimed loudly, causing Anin to blush shyly. Song Yuntang addressed the two children, Nian Nian, Anin. Our days ahead will only get better. And we will all wear beautiful new clothes. Not just Anin but you too, Nian Nian. Brother, you have new clothes too. Go try them on. They will look great on you. At Anin's urging, Song Yuntang took Nian Nian to change clothes. During those few minutes of changing, Anin's curious eyes roamed around, drawn to the kitchen where sounds occasionally emerged. She picked up the half-eaten candied hawthorn and quietly ventured inside. Approaching Fu Weicheng, Anin caught his attention. Seeing the adorable girl in her new dress, Fu Weicheng's tone softened as he spoke. Anin, are you looking for me? Anin nodded, her small head bobbing. She approached Fu Weicheng, tugging at his clothing, and softly requested, lower down a bit, please. Confused, Fu Weicheng complied and bent down at her request. Lower, a little more. The tall man leaned closer to the petite girl in an unprecedented display of obedience. Suddenly, Anin held out the half-eaten candied hawthorn before Fu Weicheng. In her sweet, soft voice, she said, Daddy, you have some too. That evening, during dinner, Song Yuntang noticed that Fu Weicheng seemed particularly cheerful. The usually stoic and reserved man wore a subtle smile throughout the meal, a clear indication of his happiness. Had he indulged in honey in the kitchen? Or was it the joy of cooking that uplifted his spirits? If cooking brought him such delight, perhaps Fu Weicheng should consider abandoning his captaincy to become a cook.
Indeed.
Fu Weicheng felt a profound joy that began with the candied hawthorn Anin had personally fed him. Despite his usual aversion to sweets, he found himself unexpectedly fond of it. The sweetness lingering in his mouth, and heart long after the last morsel was consumed. That was the first intimate moment with his little girl, who smiled at him with her crescent-shaped eyes. During dinner, Fu Weicheng served Anin some dishes. Their eyes met, and they exchanged a silent understanding, sharing a little secret that was theirs alone. However, after dinner concluded, Fu Weicheng had to leave this family abode that he had grown so fond of. His time with Song Yuntang and the children had been far too brief. Before departing, Fu Weicheng dutifully reminded Song Yuntang of numerous matters. Song Yuntang had listened to the advice several times and had learned to interject eagerly. I understand. Close the doors and windows properly. Be cautious with electricity. And be careful at night. Fu Weicheng, before I came to find you, I managed to raise the children for 5 years without any issues. So do not worry. Just return home. The speaker's words were casual, yet the listener grasped their significance. The mention of the past 5 years dimmed Fu Weicheng's gaze, revealing that it was his lack of meticulousness that had inadvertently caused Song Yuntang to endure those years of hardship. Fu Weicheng had additional matters to address. Tomorrow morning, there will be live ammunition training in the troops. Although the training ground is quite a distance from here, the sound of the explosions will be loud, and you and the children may hear them. If that happens, do not be afraid. This was an experience that Song Yuntang had never encountered. She inquired, will you be participating in the live ammunition training as well? Fu Weicheng confirmed, yes, I will be on site. After a brief pause, Song Yuntang finally added, then please take care, and thank you for the chocolates. With that, she refrained from looking at Fu Weicheng again and closed the door. With that final remark, Fu Weicheng steps back to the barracks felt unusually light. In the barracks that day, Lin Xiangdong returned later than Fu Weicheng. Lin Xiangdong's unit had undergone rigorous training that day, leaving him covered in mud, his camouflage uniform almost unrecognizable, as if he had just crawled out of a pit. He strode into the barracks while loudly complaining, "We have live ammunition training tomorrow, and today they exhausted us like dogs. They're treating us like we're not human." Fu Weicheng's voice followed immediately. "That's because your unit is the benchmark for the entire army. If you don't train, who will?"
Damn.
Lin Xiangdong was startled. How did you get in the barracks?"
Wait.
"Colonel Fu, why is it so dark in here?" Lin Xiangdong had entered in the dark and had not noticed Fu Weicheng's presence. Fu Weicheng turned to Lin Xiangdong, his expression stern as he remarked, "Captain Lin, your reconnaissance awareness has diminished. You didn't even notice there was someone else in the barracks. You've become too careless." Lin Xiangdong retorted defiantly, "I'm exhausted like a dog. Finally returning to the barracks for a rest. Do you expect me to remain on high alert?" "Colonel Fu, I beg you to spare me." Lin Xiangdong's pleas fell on deaf ears as Fu Weicheng had no intention of letting him off. While Lin Xiangdong continued his complaints, Fu Weicheng launched an attack on him. What ensued was a close-quarters combat in the confined space of the barracks. Fu Weicheng did not relent due to Lin Xiangdong's fatigue. He struck decisively and heavily, forcing Lin Xiangdong to retreat step by step. The only sounds in the barracks were those of their struggle and the heavy breathing of the two men. The outcome of this skirmish was evident. Lin Xiangdong was no match for Fu Weicheng under normal circumstances, let alone now. Fu Weicheng was testing how long Lin Xiangdong could endure. Eventually, the winner was determined. Lin Xiangdong lay on the ground, gasping for breath, while Fu Weicheng simply quickened his breathing slightly, his clothing disheveled but showing no signs of distress. He raised his wrist to check the time, 8 minutes and 32 seconds. "Lin Xiangdong, you have been neglecting your training." "Understood, Colonel Fu." Lin Xiangdong gritted his teeth, unwilling to accept defeat, recalling that he had lasted 10 minutes last time. Though Fu Weicheng had criticized Lin Xiangdong's reconnaissance skills, there was one thing Lin Xiangdong noticed with great acuity. "Colonel Fu, what good fortune has befallen you to put you in such a jovial mood?" As soon as Lin Xiangdong freed himself from Fu Weicheng's grip, he turned into a playful interrogator. Fu Weicheng countered, "How can you tell that I'm in a good mood?" Lin Xiangdong responded, "If you weren't, would you show me mercy?" The mercy Lin Xiangdong referred to was the lighter punches Fu Weicheng had landed on him, which were not as painful as before. Fu Weicheng was reminded of this peculiarity and fell into silence. Lin Xiangdong, undeterred, continued to pry, eager to uncover what had caused Fu Weicheng's change. Eventually, Fu Weicheng, somewhat exasperated, pondered before saying, "Perhaps it's because I had some candied hawthorn today."
Huh.
Lin Xiangdong exclaimed, quickly scrambling to his feet. "Candied hawthorn? Just because of that? Why didn't you say so earlier? I'll bring you as much candied hawthorn as you want before we spar from now on. Do you prefer round or flat ones? Which shop do you like?" That night, Fu Weicheng did not answer Lin Xiangdong's incessant questions. The Unan brand of candied hawthorn. That's the only one. No substitute. The following day, Song Yuntang sifted through the items she had purchased the day before, selecting several fine goods to take to Hu Chunling's home. From their conversation, it was evident that Hu Chunling's family was not in a particularly favorable economic situation. The burdens were heavy. Otherwise, how could a family in a large compound be unable to provide their child with eggs every day? Thus, the expensive gift Hu Chunling had sent as thanks seemed too lavish to accept. Song Yuntang devised a compromise, planning to return part of it. She carried the items and, accompanied by Nian Nian and Anen, made her way to Hu Chunling's home. "Sister Chunling, are you home?" Yes. "I'm in the yard washing clothes." "Just come in," Hu Chunling's bright voice echoed. Song Yuntang pushed the door open and walked in to find Hu Chunling sitting on a small stool, scrubbing clothes. Nian Nian and Anen chimed in unison, "Hello, Aunt Hu."
Hello.
"Are you here to play with Xiaojun?" "Yes, inside. You can go in," Hu Chunling said, wiping her hands and preparing to stand. Song Yuntang hurriedly stopped her, saying, "Sister Chunling, please continue with your work. I'm about to step out. I can't keep Nian Nian and Anen cooped up at home, but their household registration hasn't been sorted yet, so they can't go to daycare. Could you please watch them for a couple of hours? I'll be back soon." "Is that all?" "It's no trouble at all. If you need help, feel free to bring the kids over." Our Xiao Jun is resting at home to recover from an illness. He would be thrilled to have company to play with. Hu Chunling cheerfully agreed. Song Yuntang smiled. Sister Chunling, thank you so much. Please share these treats with the children. As she spoke, Song Yuntang set down her belongings and, without waiting for Hu Chunling's response, turned to leave. Hey, for such a small matter, why bring gifts? Hu Chunling glanced at the items Song Yuntang had brought, her eyes widening in surprise as she exclaimed, "This is too extravagant." Song Yuntang's destination that day was a military hospital. The military hospital was not far from their compound and had recently opened within the past year, quite expansive. According to Hu Chunling, the military hospital had been renovated by integrating the original health station. Despite this, there was still a shortage of staff and they were continually recruiting, offering excellent salaries and benefits. Unfortunately, Hu Chunling had not received an education and had never attended a health school. Otherwise, she would have eagerly sought a position there, as it would provide additional income for her family. Though women may appear to be confined to the roles of housewives, washing, cooking, and caring for children, they too desire a career. Song Yuntang took Hu Chunling's words to heart. Now that she had arrived in the capital, she wished to establish herself, while also caring for 2 children and ensuring she had sufficient financial resources. Though she currently possessed the spiritual treasure of space, with a spring of vitality in her left hand and gold in her right, lacking for nothing, Song Yuntang still yearned for a meaningful career rather than merely consuming the resources at her disposal. As she stepped out of the courtyard, she was met with a series of thunderous explosions. Remembering Fu Weicheng's warning from the previous night, she felt little concern and continued along the path suggested by Hu Chunling, arriving swiftly at the military hospital after a 10-minute walk. Outside the left gate of the hospital, she encountered a bulletin board where she discovered a recruitment notice, meticulously detailing various requirements for both doctors and nurses, emphasizing that all capable individuals were welcome. In the wake of a prolonged period of societal repression, the country was now embracing transformation. The years during which university entrance examinations were halted for over a decade had led to a pressing need for personnel, resulting in a more lenient stance on educational qualifications. With this in mind, Song Yuntang felt reassured and proceeded into the military hospital, making her way to the office responsible for external affairs. Comrade, hello, I saw the recruitment notice outside and have come to apply for the position of doctor. Applying? Are you? Please fill out this form first, came the response. Upon hearing each other's voices, both women were momentarily taken aback. When their eyes met, only 4 words echoed in their minds. What a narrow road for foes. It was none other than Fong Siyue. Although she was clearly a medic, she was clad in a white lab coat, seated behind the desk, having somehow taken on the role of a clerk. As Song Yuntang scrutinized Fong Siyue, the latter was equally assessing her, and it just so happened that Song Yuntang was adorned in the exquisite dress that Fong Siyue had failed to purchase the day before, as if deliberately flaunting it before her rival. What brings you here again? Fong Siyue glared at Song Yuntang, urging her to leave. Get out. This is a military hospital. Even if Weicheng were here, he couldn't protect you, especially since he is not. Don't go looking for trouble. Just leave. Who says I'm looking for trouble? I've already stated my purpose for coming. I am here to apply for the position of doctor, Song Yuntang asserted firmly. Upon hearing this, Fong Siyue immediately attempted to reclaim the form she had previously handed to Song Yuntang. However, Song Yuntang was too quick, evading her grasp. The 2 women locked eyes, tension palpable in the air. Song Yuntang silently lamented the trouble Fu Weicheng had caused with his entanglements. Fong Siyue, abandoning any pretense, declared, Song Yuntang, don't think I don't know. You only have a high school diploma and have never attended university. Dreaming of becoming a doctor is truly laughable. It seemed that after several setbacks, Fong Siyue had used her connections to investigate Song Yuntang's background. With a dismissive scoff, Song Yuntang retorted, and what's wrong with a high school diploma? It is merely a reflection of my lack of opportunity to attend university, not an indication of my inability. The fact that I have saved lives within the courtyard demonstrates my capability in the healing arts. Fong Siyue, this position as a doctor is mine to claim. As long as I am here, your aspirations are nothing but folly. Fong Siyue's eyes widened in disbelief, and she glared at Song Yuntang defiantly, who remained unyielding, the form firmly in her grasp. Just then, chaos erupted in the hospital lobby. Not good. Not good. An accident has occurred. Doctors Chen, Xiao, Li, where are you? Hurry. The injured are in dire condition. Anyone who is not currently occupied, report to the emergency room. Nurse Chief Su Hongmei shouted, striving to maintain some semblance of order amidst the turmoil. Hearing the commotion, both Song Yuntang and Fong Siwa exited the office, and upon witnessing the scene outside, they were instantly taken aback. Blood everywhere. A suffocating scent of iron assaulted their senses. The lobby buzzed with the hurried footsteps of doctors and nurses, the groans of patients, and the sound of gurneys rolling across the floor as chaos reigned. Seeing this, Song Yuntang quickly grabbed a young nurse, inquiring, what happened? Why are there so many injured? The young nurse, visibly shaken by the scene, stammered, there was an accident at the training ground. A landmine exploded, injuring an entire platoon of soldiers. A sinking feeling gripped Song Yuntang's heart. This was the very disaster she had dreaded, an incident during live-fire training, with young soldiers lying on stretchers. Their military uniforms stained with blood, simple triangular bandages hastily applied, yet dark red blood continuously oozed from their wounds. This patient goes to Dr. Chen. This one to Dr. Li. He needs surgery. Su Hongmei directed, assigning each injured soldier for treatment. The sound of gurneys rolling echoing like a heavy weight upon the hearts of those present. Dr. Qiao. Where is Dr. Qiao Zhongchuan? Su Hongmei called out. A young nurse responded, 2 patients from a car accident were sent in half an hour ago. Dr. Qiao has already entered the operating room and hasn't come out yet. Su Hongmei frantically flipped through the record book, her brow furrowed in agitation. There are none left. No surgeons available. Call the doctors on leave and urge them to come in quickly. Even if they were to make the call now, it would take several hours to reach them. Time was of the essence, and there was no room to wait. On a gurney lay a young soldier, his body drenched in blood, cradling his severely injured right leg. My leg. Doctor, please help me. I don't want to lose my leg. Beside him stood Lin Xiangdong. All the injured today were soldiers under his command, and the pain in his heart felt like a knife twisting within him. Lin Xiangdong grasped Su Hongmei's arm, demanding, where are the doctors? Why haven't they arrived yet? Can't you see my soldier is in critical condition? Su Hongmei felt her own heart ache, but she was powerless to act. I can't do anything. The hospital is already short-staffed, and now an emergency has arisen. There are simply no doctors available. Captain Lin, please try to remain calm. Do you want me to remain calm? At a time like this? Don't you see his leg is about to break? Lin Xiangdong's grip on Su Hongmei's arm tightened painfully. Su Hongmei winced in discomfort, her ire flaring. Captain Lin, they are your soldiers, but they are also my patients. If you are anxious, do you think I'm not? There are no doctors available. What do you suggest we do? Drive the surgeons away from other surgeries? Her question left Lin Xiangdong momentarily speechless, his expression darkening, beads of sweat trickling down his face. Lives were at stake on both sides. How could one make such a choice? In that chaotic hospital lobby, a heavy silence fell over Lin Xiangdong and Su Hongmei, until a voice pierced through the stillness. I am a doctor. I will perform the surgery. Both Lin Xiangdong and Su Hongmei turned to see Song Yuntang. Su Hongmei, unfamiliar with her, frowned in confusion, while Lin Xiangdong stared at her in astonishment, recalling her earlier act of saving lives in the courtyard. His dark eyes suddenly gleamed with hope. Sister-in-law, I beg you, you must save his leg. Song Yuntang reassured him. Rest assured, I will do my utmost to heal him. Seeing Lin Xiangdong's faith in Song Yuntang, Su Hongmei chose to trust her as well, promptly coordinating the operating room and nurses for the procedure. Yet, there were those who could not bear to see matters resolve so swiftly. She can't do it. Fong Siwa, much like her previous encounter in the courtyard, stepped forward once more to obstruct. Nurse Su, she only has a high school diploma and is not a doctor at all. You cannot trust her. What if something goes wrong during the surgery? Who will take responsibility? Fong Siwa showed no regard for human life, her only concern being to complicate Song Yuntang's situation. Lin Xiangdong was seething with rage, impatiently exclaiming, is this truly the time to assign blame? Lives are at stake. Our priority must be to save them. His sole concern was to rush the injured young soldier into the operating room without delay. However, Fong Siwa blocked him and even pulled Su Hongmei out of the crowd. Asserting, head nurse Su, as the head nurse of this hospital, can you bear the responsibility if a patient perishes on the operating table due to a physician's incompetence? This reminder left Su Hongmei somewhat hesitant. It was not that she was unwilling to save lives, but rather that she had never encountered such a precedent, making her hesitation understandable. Seeing the two women speak in such a manner, Lin Xiangdong mistakenly assumed Su Hongmei was colluding with Fang Xiyue, which only fueled his anger further. My soldier requires surgery. Do you hear me? Get him into the operating room immediately. I will accept all responsibility if anything goes awry. A resonant and powerful voice cut through the cacophony, capturing everyone's attention. Accompanying this voice was the tall and imposing figure of Fu Weicheng. He surveyed the surrounding individuals and firmly reiterated, Song Yuntang is my beloved, and I trust in her capabilities. Should any complications arise during the surgery, I shall assume full responsibility. I can pledge my military uniform as collateral. Fu Weicheng's words carried significant weight. His uniform was a testament to 5 arduous years spent amidst the chaos of battle, a symbol of hard-earned merit and honor, something not easily discarded.
Now,
for the sake of Song Yuntang, he readily extended such a promise. Even Lin Xiangdong was momentarily taken aback, let alone the others. Song Yuntang felt a flutter in her heart. She had not anticipated Fu Weicheng's unwavering faith in her. With such trust bestowed upon her, she was determined not to disappoint him nor cause concern for the patient. Turning to Su Hongmei, she inquired, May I now proceed into the operating room? Su Hongmei, momentarily stunned, quickly regained her composure and responded, Comrade Song, please follow me. Fang Xiyue, still in a daze, was unceremoniously shoved aside by Lin Xiangdong, who barked, Get out of the way. Song Yuntang and Su Hongmei together pushed the gurney bearing the patient, the wheels rolling smoothly as they advanced. Due to the overwhelming number of patients, the operating room was at full capacity. Ultimately, they were directed to a makeshift area in the emergency room, partitioned by a white curtain, where the sounds of a frantic surgery could be heard from the adjacent space. As a doctor, Song Yuntang's primary assistant was Su Hongmei. Comrade Song, Su Hongmei remarked, Though I am a nurse, I have assisted in numerous surgeries. I possess a bit of the skills that doctors have. You can fully trust me. Song Yuntang meticulously washed her hands and donned the white plastic gloves, mask, and cap, ensuring all sanitary measures were in place. Understood, she replied. With her complete focus, the surgery commenced. Song Yuntang first used scissors to cut away the pants and makeshift bandages from the young soldier's right leg. As the wound was exposed, a profound silence enveloped the small space, broken only by the collective gasp of horror. The injury was grievous, flesh torn and bloodied, revealing the stark white of bone beneath. Even Su Hongmei, with years of nursing experience, turned her head in distress, while Song Yuntang maintained an unwavering demeanor, as if the gruesome sight were no more alarming than a minor paper cut. Provide me with saline. I need to disinfect the wound, Song Yuntang calmly stated. After receiving the saline from Su Hongmei, she deftly maneuvered the tissue, thoroughly sanitizing the injury. The most intricate part of the procedure lay ahead. A leg represented not merely a health concern but also the future of a young soldier's military career. A unit would not retain a limping soldier. Prior to entering the operating room, the young soldier had clutched her sleeve, pleading, Doctor, please, I beg you, save my leg. I've only been in the army for a year. I don't want to return like this. I'm counting on you to fulfill the young soldier's wish. Song Yuntang had to meticulously reconnect the multitude of nerves in his leg. Each step of the surgery demanded precision. Even a single miscalculation could have dire consequences. This was not only a test of her medical skills, but also a grueling trial of endurance, both physically and mentally. The operation extended over 5 grueling hours, during which Song Yuntang neither drank nor ate, her communication with Su Hongmei limited to succinct commands. Even standing for 5 hours would be exhausting. How much more taxing was it to maintain complete concentration? At long last, they reached the final step. Song Yuntang grasped the forceps, threading the suture through the young soldier's leg, carefully closing the wound. The delicate thread danced in her hands as she tied a secure knot. With a sigh of relief, she exhaled deeply, lifting her gaze slightly. Her eyes, visible beyond the mask, sparkled with brilliance, undiminished by the trials of the past 5 hours. Su Hongmei, having witnessed numerous surgeries, could not help but marvel at Song Yuntang's meticulous attention to detail. Comrade Song, you have worked incredibly hard, Su Hongmei expressed sincerely. Song Yuntang smiled, her eyes crinkling with warmth. You have worked hard as well. With that, She parted the curtain and stepped outside. Perhaps due to the prolonged standing and lack of sustenance, the sudden relaxation of her taut nerves caused her vision to blur, and she felt dizzy. Instinctively, she reached out to steady herself against the wall, but her hand encountered a firm yet soft surface. Confused, she touched it again. Blinking, she realized her hand rested against Fu Weicheng's chest. She had inadvertently touched his muscular frame. A flush of warmth crept across her face. Fu Weicheng, seemingly unaware of her embarrassment, reached out to support her, his handsome countenance etched with a serious frown, his expression grave. Was he still worried? Song Yuntang chuckled lightly, attempting to ease the tension. Fu Weicheng, rest assured, the surgery was a success. As long as the patient recovers normally, your uniform will remain intact. You need not remove it. Fu Weicheng's brow furrowed further, not in response to the good news, but rather tightening in worry. Song Yuntang felt a flicker of confusion. Why did he not smile, but appear even more agitated? Song Yuntang, you look unwell, he remarked. Do I? She raised a hand to touch her face. I haven't eaten for 5 hours. It's natural for my complexion to be a bit pale. Once I eat something and my blood sugar rises, I'll be fine. Fu Weicheng grasped her wrist, leading her forward with purposeful strides. Song Yuntang stumbled slightly, struggling to keep pace with his long, hurried steps. Where are you rushing off to? She inquired. To eat, he replied in a low, tense voice, and at last, she discerned the concern underlying his words. He truly cared for her. A warmth blossomed in her heart, and her spirits lifted. Fu Weicheng escorted Song Yuntang to the hospital cafeteria, where she devoured 2 bowls of rice before he permitted her to set down her chopsticks. After finishing, she returned to the compound, aware that Nian Nian and Anna were still at Hu Chunling's home. Feeling guilty for leaving the children for too long, she knew she must hurry back. Fu Weicheng found himself at a loss, as he was one of the leaders responsible for the training mission. In light of such a significant incident, he was compelled to address matters at the hospital, followed by a meeting at the military headquarters. Whether he would be able to sleep that night remained uncertain. The two parted ways, engrossed in their respective duties. Upon returning to the compound, Song Yuntang, even before stepping inside, noticed a gathering of several sisters near the entrance. Among them was Hu Chunling, accompanied by Nian Nian and Anen, who, upon spotting Song Yuntang from afar, immediately dashed towards her. Mom, you finally returned. Nian Nian. Anen, did you miss your mother? Yes. The children's voices were soft and sweet, capable of melting hearts. Song Yuntang affectionately caressed their little faces, holding their hands as they walked forward. With Song Yuntang's presence, Nian Nian and Anen appeared more lively, joyfully bouncing along. As Song Yuntang approached, she was suddenly seized by Hu Chunling, who, with a worried expression, inquired, Sister Song, did you hear the explosion outside? I heard there was an incident in the military. A landmine exploded, injuring many people. The military hospital is overflowing with casualties, and it's a struggle to accommodate them all. The sisters gathered, their faces marked with concern, each one deeply troubled. I've even heard that someone was blown beyond recognition, their face completely gone. Who knows who the injured are? What if my husband is among them? What shall we do?
Bah.
Why utter such ominous words at a time like this? Everything will be fine. Everyone will be safe. After a round of anxious chatter, Hu Chunling turned to Song Yuntang and asked, Sister Song, you weren't frightened, were you? I'm fine. Song Yuntang calmly shook her head and said, on my way back, I happened to pass by the military hospital and saw many people. But the situation is not as dire as you have described. The doctors and nurses are actively attending to the injured, so please don't worry. The sisters continued to ask Song Yuntang various questions, offering comforting words, and gradually, their anxiety eased slightly. Ultimately, the spirited Huang Qiuyue addressed the group, saying, Sister Song is a doctor. We've all witnessed her miraculous ability to save lives. Now that she says everything is fine, it surely is. Let us not fret unnecessarily. I see it's time to head home and prepare dinner. With that, the gathering dispersed. Song Yuntang took Nian Nian and Anen back to the family compound, where the children excitedly recounted their games with Hu Xiaojun and mentioned their experiences at kindergarten. Nian Nian said, Mom, Hu Xiaojun told me there are teachers at kindergarten who will teach the little ones to sing songs, play games, and learn to recognize characters. Can Sister and I go to kindergarten? With a gentle smile, Song Yuntang replied, Of course you can. However, we've just arrived here, and there are some formalities to complete. Once those are finalized, both you and Anin will indeed attend kindergarten. By then, even if you cry to leave, you must stay inside. Such thoughts lingered in Song Yuntang's mind, and immediately pressed on. Mom, when will the formalities be completed? It will be soon, very soon. Trust your father, he will handle it swiftly. At the military hospital, Qiao Zhongchuan was preparing to enter the operating room after receiving a patient involved in a traffic accident. The patient had suffered severe injuries from a vehicular collision, with a ruptured spleen and significant internal organ damage, necessitating emergency surgery. After several arduous hours, upon exiting the operating room, he found the military hospital in a state of chaos, everyone bustling about with grave expressions. When he stopped a nurse to inquire, he learned of the severe situation that had unfolded. Qiao Zhongchuan promptly shifted into emergency mode, attending to a steady stream of patients. After seeing the last urgent case, he still could not rest, needing to check on the postoperative conditions of patients who had already undergone surgery. Thus, he tirelessly began his rounds. For each patient he encountered, he first picked up the medical record hanging at the foot of the bed, meticulously reviewing every detail before examining the patient's condition. As he moved from one ward to another, he came across a patient who had just undergone foot surgery. Upon reviewing the records, he was taken aback by the entries. And then he examined the sutured wound, noting the meticulous stitching and neat incision. Adjusting his glasses, Qiao Zhongchuan inquired, which doctor performed the surgery on this patient. Accompanying him on rounds was Su Hongmei, who suddenly appeared anxious at the question. Dr. Qiao, is there something wrong? Qiao Zhongchuan slightly shook his head, stating, the condition of this patient upon arrival was exceedingly grave. There are no more than 3 individuals in our hospital capable of performing this surgery. Both Dr. Li and Director Qin were in the operating room at the time, and aside from us, no one else would dare undertake such a procedure. Thus, Qiao Zhongchuan was puzzled about the identity of the surgeon. Could it be someone from outside the hospital? Su Hongmei did not directly mention Song Yuntang, but continued to inquire. Dr. Qiao, was there an issue with the surgery? Nothing apparent for now. We will need to wait until the patient recovers post-operatively to determine the success of the surgery. After a pause, Qiao Zhongchuan added, based on the surface condition of the sutures, this individual is not a novice. They likely possess several years of surgical experience. Their stitching is exquisite, and their hands are steady. Su Hongmei was somewhat astonished. To receive such commendation from Qiao Zhongchuan, the surgeon must indeed be experienced. Yet Song Yuntang appeared so youthful, not seeming to have practiced medicine for many years. As they left the ward, Qiao Zhongchuan pressed further. What's wrong? Did I say something incorrect? Su Hongmei shook her head. The surgeon is not one of our hospital's doctors. She hails from the family compound. The wife of Colonel Fu from the military. The wife of Colonel Fu? Qiao Zhongchuan halted in his tracks, recalling that he had heard mention of her recently. Just then, as if summoned by fate, Fu Weicheng approached them. Fu Weicheng saluted and addressed Qiao Zhongchuan. Dr. Qiao, greetings. I would like to inquire about the condition of the injured brought to the hospital today. As night fell, under Song Yuntang's guidance, Nian and had grown accustomed to their morning routine of brushing their teeth, washing their hands before meals, and bathing before bedtime. Sometimes, they would even soak their feet. The 3 of them gathered around a red rubber basin, perched on small stools, with their legs immersed in warm water, their little feet playfully moving about. Once their feet warmed up, a delightful warmth enveloped their entire bodies. After soaking, they dried their tiny feet and climbed into bed, with Song Yuntang nestled in the middle, while Nian and Anan snuggled against her, listening to her bedtime stories. Children have a short memory. Having familiarized themselves with life in the family compound, they were gradually forgetting the harsh days of their past in the countryside. Their memories began to fill with new experiences, such as the spring rolls made by Hu Chunling and the hopscotch taught by Hu Xiaojun. Little Anan yawned sleepily, prompting Song Yuntang to gently pull the blanket closer around her. Anan rubbed her cheek against Song Yuntang's shoulder, smiling sweetly. She softly asked, Mom, will Dad not come today? In the past, Fu Weicheng would always arrive before dinner, bringing takeout or preparing a meal himself, sharing dinner with them, and playing with the children for a while before departing. Yurnian and Anan had no experience of spending time with their father, and thus did not inquire why Fu Weicheng had to leave. They merely grew accustomed to their brief encounters each day. Today, having not seen Fu Weicheng, Anin's little hope was dashed, prompting her to timidly voice her concern. Reuniting appeared indifferent, yet her ears were perked up, listening intently. Song Yuntang leaned down to plant a gentle kiss on Anin's forehead, explaining, "It's because Daddy is work. He is quite busy and hasn't had the time to come over. Once he finishes, he will come to see you right away." "Really? Daddy won't disappear like he did before, will he?" Anin asked with her large, glistening eyes. Song Yuntang softly reassured her, "He won't disappear. Anin will always be able to see Daddy." Upon hearing this, Anin tugged at Song Yuntang's hand beneath the covers, finally able to drift into a peaceful slumber. After comforting her little daughter, Song Yuntang turned to look at Reuniting, who promptly closed her eyes, feigning indifference. She too kissed Reuniting's small forehead, saying, "Good night, Reuniting." Reuniting tilted her head and nuzzled against Song Yuntang's shoulder. Days passed in this manner. The ominous clouds from the mine explosion in the military compound finally dissipated, and the sisters-in-law breathed a sigh of relief upon learning that their husbands had escaped injury. However, when they heard that the wounded were all young soldiers, their hearts ached. Some sisters-in-law prepared fish and meat to deliver as meals for the injured, hoping for their swift recovery. Throughout these days, Song Yuntang awaited news from the hospital. After that surgery, she had demonstrated her capabilities and had every hope of being employed by the military hospital. Yet, the notification of her employment was long in coming, leading her to suspect that Feng Xiyue was once again obstructing her. Each time this thought crossed her mind, she would curse under her breath, lamenting the troublesome romantic entanglements of Fu Weicheng, which seemed to conspire against her at every turn. One afternoon, Fu Weicheng suddenly sneezed. Achoo! It was then that Song Yuntang encountered him once more. The man appeared as upright as ever, yet his face bore the unmistakable marks of fatigue, with dark circles beneath his eyes, indicating he had not slept for several days while attending to the arrangements for the injured and subsequent investigations. When Fu Weicheng arrived, he held a box of dragon beard candy, the delicate, snow-white confection dissolving instantly upon contact with the tongue, offering a thread of sweetness. Upon seeing Fu Weicheng, Reuniting and Anin's eyes sparkled with joy, though they refrained from rushing towards him, opting instead to observe from a distance. Ultimately, it was Fu Weicheng who approached them first, extending the dragon beard candy to Anin. He spoke softly, "This is dragon beard candy. Take it and enjoy it together with your brother." Anin's smile widened, her voice soft and sweet. "Thank you, Daddy." She took the candy and turned to Reuniting, exclaiming, brother, look. Daddy has brought back delicious treats. Mommy was right. Daddy hasn't disappeared after all. He's back and has brought us candy." Reuniting remained silent, her dark eyes glancing discreetly at Fu Weicheng before breaking into a smile for Anin. "Brother, this candy is white and unlike any we've had before. What did Daddy call it?" Anin inquired. Reuniting replied, "It's called dragon beard candy." "Wow, you're so smart, brother. I didn't remember at all." Inside, Song Yuntang had heard the commotion outside and was perusing the newspaper she had obtained from Hu Chunling. Upon seeing Fu Weicheng enter, she set the paper aside and asked, "Have you finished your work?" "Yes," Fu Weicheng replied, taking a seat beside Song Yuntang. She pressed him about the earlier explosion. "Have the investigation results come in? What about the casualties?" 5 minor injuries, 3 serious, but thankfully, there were no fatalities, Fu Weicheng explained, providing details about the incident. They had publicly reported it as a mine explosion, suggesting it was merely a mishap during an exercise. However, that was far from the truth. The area where they conducted their training had previously been a battleground, littered with bombs from numerous skirmishes. While most had detonated long ago, a few remained buried in the earth, undisturbed for decades. The recent accident was purely coincidental, as no one had anticipated that dormant explosives would detonate after so many years. Upon hearing this, Song Yuntang was taken aback and pressed, "Will similar incidents occur in the future? Aren't you all at risk while training there?" Fu Weicheng reassured her. "The military has organized a mine-clearing team to thoroughly survey the area to prevent such occurrences." "That's good," Song Yuntang sighed in relief. Noticing Song Yuntang's concerned expression, Fu Weicheng suddenly asked, Tang, are you worried about me?" Taken aback by his direct gaze, she paused before responding loudly, "I care equally for every soldier. You all are heroes protecting our homeland. Why wouldn't I be concerned? Besides, you still have not fulfilled your promise to me." She had come to the capital specifically to address the household registration issues for Yurnian and Anan. Upon hearing her retort, Fu Weicheng was not angered, but rather sensed a hint of contradiction in her words. He smiled softly and replied, Yurnian and Anan's household registration has been completed. As he spoke, he retrieved the household registration booklet from his pocket and handed it to Song Yuntang. His visit was primarily to see her and the children, and to deliver the registration booklet. Upon seeing the small square booklet, Song Yuntang eagerly opened it. The first page bore Fu Weicheng's name, and when she turned to the second page, she found her own name. Frowning slightly, she continued to flip through the pages, discovering Yurnian and Anan's names on the third and fourth pages. She meticulously checked the children's names and all relevant information, ensuring there were no errors. Pointing to her name on the second page, she asked, Fu Weicheng, why is my name also in this household registration? Fu Weicheng raised his dark eyes, calmly responding, we are husband and wife, and we have children. What is inappropriate about sharing a household registration? Of course it's inappropriate, Song Yuntang retorted, eager to argue. We agreed to divorce. Isn't it troublesome to still share the same household registration? At the mention of divorce, Fu Weicheng furrowed his brow. However, he understood that he could not change her mind at this moment, so he stated, given the current situation, our entire family must remain on the same household registration. Song Yuntang, hearing his serious tone, begrudgingly accepted. All right, she conceded internally, thinking that sharing a household registration was not such a burden since she now also had a registration in the capital. If they did divorce later, she could easily separate them, each with their own registration. Feeling rather pleased with her thoughts, Song Yuntang was presented with another small square booklet by Fu Weicheng. This is for you as well, he said. For me? Song Yuntang took it and, upon glancing at it, her eyes widened in shock. Fu Weicheng, why are you giving me a savings book? Moreover, the amount written on it was substantial. Song Yuntang merely caught a fleeting glimpse and saw several zeros. Fu Weicheng maintained his calm demeanor, explaining, this contains my salary, allowances, bonuses, and various benefits from my years in the military. Keep it safe. Hearing this, Song Yuntang felt the weight of the savings book in her hand and instinctively attempted to return it. Fu Weicheng had given it, and he had no intention of retracting it. In truth, ever since the day Fu Jinshan and Jiang Yuan had visited, Fu Weicheng had been contemplating presenting the savings book to Song Yuntang, yet he had not found an opportune moment. Subsequently, with the incident at the friendship store, his resolve had only grown stronger. By bestowing the savings book, he intended to convey his earnest desire to build a stable life with Song Yuntang, as well as his wish for her to purchase whatever her heart desired, free from the burden of financial worries. Song Yuntang, however, pushed the savings book back towards Fu Weicheng, stating, I cannot accept your savings book. Fu Weicheng had anticipated this reaction and had prepared his reasoning in advance. Now that the household registration documents have been processed, Nian and Anan will soon be able to attend kindergarten. The expenses for kindergarten and the daily needs of Nian and Anan will amount to a considerable sum. For the past 5 years, I was unaware of your existence, hence I have not spent a single penny on you. Now that I finally have this opportunity, these funds rightfully belong to me. The savings book is yours now. For any household expenses, you may draw from it without my oversight. If it proves insufficient, do not hesitate to inform me, and I shall devise another solution. Listening to him use Nian and Anan as a shield made it difficult for Song Yuntang to refuse further. She extended her hand, then hesitated, indicating her acceptance. Fu Weicheng inwardly breathed a sigh of relief. Song Yuntang, with a generous glance at the figure on the savings book, remarked, to raise 2 children, how could this possibly be inadequate? Fu Weicheng gazed at her with a smile, his facial contours softening instantly, as though they were a couple leading a life together. However, until Song Yuntang fully acquiesced, Fu Weicheng knew he could not overstep. After their conversation, the man rose to depart. Song Yuntang inquired, are you returning to the dormitory to rest? Fu Weicheng shook his head, replying, I still need to visit the hospital to check on the injured. Should an urgent matter arise, have the guards notify me. As soon as Fu Weicheng left, Nian and Anan rushed into the courtyard. They presented a box of dragon's beard candy to Song Yuntang, exclaiming excitedly, Mommy, eat this. Daddy bought this dragon's beard candy. It's so soft, sweet, and delicious. Upon closer inspection, Song Yuntang noticed that Nian Nian and Anin, unbeknownst to her, had gotten sticky white strands of sugar all over their faces, resembling little kittens. Ha ha, Song Yuntang couldn't help but laugh out loud. Nian Nian and Anin, unaware of what had transpired, looked at her with bewilderment. The two little ones asked innocently, "Mommy, what's wrong? Why are you laughing?" With a smile, Song Yuntang stood up, taking down the mirror, hanging on the wall to show Nian Nian and Anin. They leaned in closely, their little heads squeezing into the reflection. And upon seeing the white streaks on their faces, erupted into laughter. Ha ha ha, brother is a little kitten, ha ha ha, Anin is also a little kitten. The dragon's beard candy brought by Fu Weicheng was indeed delightful, as the trio savored it together, taking turns. Anin asked, "Mommy, what did Daddy say to you? Why did he leave without having dinner?" Song Yuntang provided a brief explanation, seizing the opportunity to introduce an important topic. Nian Nian, Anin, do you wish to attend kindergarten? Kindergarten. The expressions on Nian Nian and An's faces lit up with excitement as they clamored to speak. "Mommy, is it the kindergarten that Hu Xiaojun mentioned?" "Indeed, it is that very kindergarten." Song Yuntang nodded. "Your father has taken care of the household registration. From now on, you shall be known as Fu Xinian, and you, Anin, as Fu Xian. You will have official identities. With the household registration, we can enroll you in kindergarten." And An exclaimed, "Anin wants to go to kindergarten. Mommy, Anin wants to." She eagerly hugged Song Yuntang, then shyly added, "Hu Xiaojun said the kindergarten serves pastries, and they're different every day." "All right, Mommy understands that Anin wishes to attend kindergarten." Song Yuntang turned to Nian Nian, asking, "And what about you, Nian Nian?" Nian Nian earnestly nodded, saying, "Mommy, I also wish to attend school." For him, kindergarten represented not merely play and pastries, but the first step towards education, a pathway leading to primary school, secondary school, high school, and even university. The elders in the village had said that education could empower one to become formidable, enabling him to protect his mother and sister. Hearing this, Song Yuntang laughed. "Wonderful. And then we'll go to kindergarten and Nian Nian will too. Mommy will take care of the enrollment procedures tomorrow, and in a few days, you shall embark on your educational journey." "Fantastic. We're going to kindergarten." And joyfully twirled around the room, flitting about like a little butterfly, hugging Song Yuntang one moment and Nian Nian the next, filled with glee. Unfortunately, Fu Weicheng was not present to witness the scene. Determined to act, Song Yuntang wasted no time. The following day, she prepared breakfast for Nian Nian and Anin and took a series of documents to handle the enrollment at the kindergarten. On her way, she encountered Hu Chunling and her son, Hu Xiaojun. As soon as Hu Xiaojun spotted Song Yuntang, he began circling her, inquiring, "Auntie Song, where are Nian Nian and Anin? Why haven't they come?" Song Yuntang explained, "Today, I am taking care of their enrollment in kindergarten. Once the procedures are complete, you will all be able to attend together." "Really? Really? Really?" Hu Xiaojun asked excitedly, eager to attend kindergarten with Nian Nian and Anin. Hu Chunling then took the opportunity to introduce Song Yuntang to others, sharing that the children in their age group would be in the middle class. And the responsible teacher was a young woman in her 20s, diligent and caring, ensuring Song Yuntang could rest assured. Upon arriving at the kindergarten, Hu Chunling handed Hu Xiaojun over to the young teacher and led Song Yuntang to the principal's office, where the head was a gentle older woman, Zhou Aiju. "Hello, Teacher Zhou, this is our new neighbor from the compound, Song Yuntang, the wife of Captain Fu. They have 2 5-year-old children, a boy and a girl, here to complete their enrollment today." Hu Chunling assisted in the introduction. Teacher Zhou smiled upon hearing this. "Ah, so you are Captain Fu's wife. He called me yesterday to inform me of your arrival. I am already aware of the situation. Have you brought all the necessary documents?" "Yes," Song Yuntang replied, handing over the paperwork. As Teacher Zhou processed the enrollment, Hu Chunling nudged Song Yuntang's arm and whispered, "So Captain Fu had already informed them. It seems I worried for nothing. Sister Song, you and Captain Fu share a wonderful bond." Song Yuntang remained silent, unsure how Hu Chunling had deduced that her relationship with Fu Weicheng was strong, given that there were no genuine feelings between them. This Fu Weicheng was indeed something. He had arranged everything, yet failed to inform her the day before. What if she hadn't come today? Did he truly assume she would definitely show up? In fact, thanks to Fu Weicheng's prior notice, The enrollment proceeded swiftly. Teacher Zhou stated, "The procedures are complete, Comrade Song. You may bring your children tomorrow. They will be in the Little Sun class, and I will communicate with the responsible teacher." "Thank you, Teacher Zhou. I appreciate your help." "Not a bother. It is my duty." As Song Yuntang prepared to pay the fees, Hu Chumling abruptly grasped her hand and interrupted with a smile. "Sister Song, this is a government kindergarten. There are no fees. It's all free. With your intelligence, how could you not know such things? Quickly, put your money away, do not take it out. This is called keeping wealth hidden." Hu Chumling led Song Yuntang out of Teacher Zhou's office, both of them laughing heartily until they parted ways at the entrance of the kindergarten. Hu Yuan intended to visit the market for groceries, while Song Yuntang harbored concerns about the small soldier undergoing surgery and decided to visit the hospital. Upon entering, Song Yuntang unexpectedly encountered a tense situation and spotted an old acquaintance, Nurse Chief Su Hongmei. A rescue ambulance was parked at the forefront, from which an urgent patient was being wheeled out. Su Hongmei, her expression fraught with anxiety, shouted, "Make way, make way. Everyone clear the path. The patient has no pulse. Immediate transfer to the emergency room." As she shouted, she commenced cardiopulmonary resuscitation. Having persevered through the ordeal, Su Hongmei gradually found herself waning, her strength dissipating after an extended effort. Beads of sweat glistened on her forehead, her complexion pale, and her frame wavered precariously. The situation was dire. In a swift motion, Song Yuntang extended her hand to steady Su Hongmei, proclaiming, "Allow me." Su Hongmei, momentarily surprised yet reassured upon recognizing Song Yuntang, stepped aside to concede her position. Without hesitation, Song Yuntang ascended the moving stretcher, kneeling beside the unconscious patient, her hands pressing firmly against the patient's chest as she fervently administered CPR. Su Hongmei and several aides pushed the stretcher onward, carrying both the patient and Song Yuntang toward the emergency room. In the hospital hall, onlookers raised their heads at the sound of commotion, catching a fleeting glimpse of Song Yuntang, wholly engrossed in her life-saving endeavor. Among them was Qiao Jiangchuan, descending the stairs, his gaze fixed on Song Yuntang, astonished by her decisive and efficient demeanor, sensing a familiarity in her appearance. He made his way toward the emergency room. Upon entering, Song Yuntang continued her efforts at CPR until she detected a faint heartbeat from beneath her hands. Only then did she step away from the stretcher, emerging outside to gulp in deep breaths. Su Hongmei expressed her gratitude, saying, "Comrade Song, you have worked tirelessly." Song Yuntang shook her head, replying, "It was merely a small act of assistance." Their eyes met, a silent acknowledgement born from their shared experience of a challenging surgery, fostering a bond of mutual respect. A tall figure approached them. Su Hongmei looked up to see Qiao Jiangchuan and greeted him with a smile. "Dr. Qiao, good day." However, Qiao Jiangchuan's attention remained fixated on Song Yuntang, inquiring, "Nurse Chief Su, who is this?" Su Hongmei promptly introduced, "This is Comrade Song Yuntang, the doctor who performed the surgery on the patient's right leg when the hospital was short-staffed." Qiao Jiangchuan's eyes widened in surprise as he regarded Song Yuntang, his expression revealing astonishment at her youth and femininity. Su Hongmei continued, "Comrade Song, this is Dr. Qiao Jiangchuan, the head of surgery at our hospital. He possesses remarkable surgical skills and a commendable work ethic, though his youth has yet to earn him the title of director, which the hospital president has reserved for him." Understanding Qiao Jiangchuan's stature, Song Yuntang smiled gently. "Dr. Qiao, it is a pleasure to meet you." After the initial shock, Qiao Jiangchuan's gaze remained intensely focused on Song Yuntang, scrutinizing her with a serious expression, furrowing his brow slightly. His appraisal bordered on impolite, but Song Yuntang, sensing no hostility from the refined doctor, suppressed her instinct to recoil. She interjected, "Dr. Qiao, do I have something on my face?" Prompted by her remark, Qiao Jiangchuan realized his indiscretion and adjusted his glasses, quickly apologizing. "My apologies," retracting his scrutinizing stare. Nonetheless, a question lingered in his mind. "Comrade Song, I have heard from Nurse Chief Su about your surgical process, and I am aware you have previously saved a life in the family compound. As a capable and compassionate physician, our hospital is currently seeking talent from the community. May I ask why you have not considered working here? Is there a personal challenge at home?" His inquiry struck a chord with Song Yuntang. She replied candidly, "On the day of the incident, I intended to be at the hospital to submit my application." "You submitted an application?" Xiao Jiangchuan expressed confusion, however. I did not find your form among the office records. Nurse Chief Su, are you aware of this matter? Just as Su Hongmei was about to respond, Song Yuntang interjected. I submitted my application to Nurse Fong Siua. She informed me that my high school diploma did not meet the hospital's qualifications for hiring doctors. As for the whereabouts of my application afterward, perhaps you should inquire with Nurse Fong Siua. Upon hearing this, Xiao Jiangchuan furrowed his brow tightly. Su Hongmei's expression darkened as she recalled the day of the incident when, despite the patient's critical condition, Fong Siua repeatedly obstructed Song Yuntang's attempt to perform the surgery. It now appeared that the issue extended beyond mere concerns about accountability. After a moment of contemplation, Su Hongmei stated, I will have a conversation with Fong Siua and ensure Comrade Song receives a proper explanation. Xiao Jiangchuan turned to Song Yuntang, speaking earnestly, Comrade Song. The hospital has publicly available recruitment documents, and we shall act in accordance with them. Your capabilities fully qualify you to be a physician, and I will pursue this matter further, with the hope that we may become colleagues. With Su Hongmei and Xiao Jiangchuan showing no favoritism toward Fong Siua, Song Yuntang felt a wave of relief wash over her. A smile of ease graced her lips as she responded, Dr. Chiao, I too hope to work alongside you. Then, Song Yuntang inquired about the small soldier's recovery. Dr. Chiao, how has the small soldier I operated on been recovering? May I visit him? Of course, Xiao Jiangchuan replied. And he personally guided Song Yuntang to the inpatient area on the second floor. As they ascended, Xiao Jiangchuan briefly updated her on the small soldier's postoperative condition, noting that all vital signs were normal. He assured her that with proper nourishment and subsequent rehabilitation training, a full recovery was certainly within reach. Curious about Song Yuntang's ability to perform the surgery, Xiao Jiangchuan asked numerous questions regarding the details of the procedure. Song Yuntang answered each inquiry. But due to their generational gap, Xiao Jiangchuan, despite his prowess, was only familiar with contemporary medical practices. In their discourse, Song Yuntang inadvertently introduced some modern medical concepts, which intrigued and fascinated Xiao Jiangchuan. As their conversation deepened, they found themselves standing before the small soldier's hospital room, yet neither was willing to part ways. Xiao Jiangchuan, his gaze fervent, pressed on Comrade Song. Much of what you mentioned earlier is absent from the latest medical journals. How did you come by this knowledge? Is it a recent discovery of yours? Oh, dear. She hoped she hadn't accidentally revealed too much. In their fervent discussion of professional knowledge, Song Yuntang was momentarily transported back to her medical school lectures, oblivious to the presence of two figures emerging behind them. A sudden, jarring cough echoed through the hospital corridor. As Song Yuntang and Xiao Jiangchuan turned around, they beheld Fu Weicheng and Lin Xiangdong, both clad in military uniforms, standing at a distance of approximately 3 to 4 meters from them. Neither Fu Weicheng nor Lin Xiangdong made any effort to soften their footsteps, despite their proximity. Neither Song Yuntang nor Xiao Jiangchuan seemed to hear them, indicating their utter focus on the conversation at hand. Lin Xiangdong clenched his fist before his mouth, feigning a cough, his eyes darting quickly towards Fu Weicheng. He continuously exchanged knowing glances with Song Yuntang. Not good. It seems that team leader Fu has a touch of green on his head, Lin Xiangdong remarked. Song Yuntang was utterly bewildered by Lin Xiangdong's cryptic words. She merely observed that Fu Weicheng's complexion was rather unappealing, not the pallor of fatigue, but rather a dark, brooding demeanor that suggested an unhappy state of mind. But why was Fu Weicheng in such a mood? Could it be that something had gone awry within the ranks, or perhaps a wounded soldier was not recovering well? Song Yuntang was at a loss, her expression one of perplexity. Fu Weicheng had already strided over to their side, standing directly beside Song Yuntang, his dark eyes fixed intently on Xiao Jiangchuan. He inquired, Dr. Chiao, do you know my beloved? The weight of the term beloved lingered heavily in his enunciation. Xiao Jiangchuan paused momentarily before responding, Team Leader Fu's beloved is an exceptionally talented doctor. We were just discussing medical knowledge, and her insights were quite innovative, serving as a significant inspiration to me. I personally hold great admiration for Comrade Song's abilities and hope she can join our hospital. Team Leader Fu, you wouldn't oppose this, would you? Preventing one's wife from working is merely a remnant of feudal ideology. Fu Weicheng discerned the underlying implications in Xiao Jiangchuan's words and replied solemnly, As long as Tang Ding enjoys what she does, I shall support her. One man, fully aware that she was indeed Team Leader Fu's beloved, persisted in referring to her as Comrade Song. The other, deliberately using the most affectionate term to address Tangdang. Though Fu Weicheng and Qiao Jiangchuan appeared to share no overt hostility, their exchange was laden with subtext and hidden meanings. The atmosphere was thick with tension. Although no shots had been fired, the scent of gunpowder lingered in the air, as Lin Xiangdong observed with amusement. Meanwhile, at the eye of the storm, Song Yuntang remained oblivious. She looked at Fu Weicheng and Qiao Jiangchuan, asking, "What are you two doing? Aren't you going in to see the patients?" Lin Xiangdong swiftly stepped forward to break the tension, declaring, "We are here to visit the patients. Come, let us hurry inside. Dr. Qiao, you are here for rounds, right? Let us go together." With an almost excessive enthusiasm, Lin Xiangdong ushered Qiao Jiangchuan inside. As he entered, he cast a quick glance back at Song Yuntang and Fu Weicheng, giving a subtle signal. Even Song Yuntang, despite her usual naivety, sensed that something was amiss, casting several questioning glances at Fu Weicheng. Neither Song Yuntang nor Fu Weicheng immediately followed into the ward. She directly asked Fu Weicheng, "What troubles you? Are you unhappy?" Fu Weicheng replied, "I am not." The denial was transparent. Even a blind person could see his sour expression, clearly indicative of his discontent. Yet, if Lin Xiangdong could still manage a smile, it suggested that no calamity had befallen the troops. So why was Fu Weicheng upset? Surely it could not be because of her. As thoughts swirled in her mind, Song Yuntang seemed to stumble upon a revelation, stating, "Fu Weicheng, your expression is so foul. It can't possibly be because I am not jealous," he interjected, cutting her off before she could finish her thought. Song Yuntang stood there, momentarily stunned, her mouth agape. Had she just heard him mention jealousy? That was not what she intended to imply. She had assumed Fu Weicheng was displeased because he did not wish for her to work. A situation that might have made him feel conflicted. Jealousy, was he truly referring to that? Her eyes widened in disbelief, her expression shifting rapidly as she seemed to uncover an astonishing realization. Upon witnessing Song Yuntang's immediate reaction, Fu Weicheng recognized his blunder. He knew he must not allow Song Yuntang a second chance to inquire further. "Aren't you here to see the patients? We should head in." With that, Fu Weicheng grasped her wrist and, without further ado, pulled her into the ward. Inside the ward, Qiao Jiangchuan was diligently examining a patient, his head bowed in concentration. He remained focused on his work, even as the door creaked open. The young soldier lying in the bed, named Song Shi, was quite excited to see Song Yuntang, as they shared a familial connection. "Dr. Song, it's you? You are my savior. I finally get to meet you," Song Shi exclaimed, nearly springing from his bed, only to be restrained by Lin Xiangdong. "You need to lie still. Do you want to risk your leg?" With a youthful smile, Song Shi brimmed with gratitude, saying, "Dr. Song, I heard what happened that day. There weren't enough doctors and no one could perform my surgery. It was you who took the risk to operate on me, saving my leg. Without you, I would be a cripple now. After my surgery, I wanted to thank you properly, but I couldn't find you. The nurses told me you weren't a doctor here, and I had no way to contact you. It is truly wonderful to see you today. I just wanted to express my gratitude, and if you ever need anything, please ask. I will repay you." In the midst of Song Shi's fervor, Song Yuntang replied with calm composure, "That day, I merely performed the surgery. Both Captain Lin and Team Leader Fu undertook significant risks for you as well. If you wish to express your thanks, it would be better directed towards them." Song Shi's eyes were misty with emotion as he said, "I am well aware of the sacrifices made by Team Leader Fu and Captain Lin on my behalf. I will strive to be a good soldier, serving my country as my way of repaying them." Just as the atmosphere was perfectly harmonious, a low voice of confusion emerged from Qiao Jiangchuan.
"Huh?
"What's wrong?" Song Yuntang immediately inquired, while Fu Weicheng and Lin Xiangdong simultaneously cast their gazes in that direction. The young soldier sat up straighter, suddenly cautious. Qiao Jiangchuan, examining Song Shi's leg, noted the thick cast enveloping his right leg, which differed from standard casts, as it exposed his toes. This was intended to assess the functionality of the foot's nervous system. At that moment, Qiao Jiangchuan pinched Song Shi's big toe with his fingers, asking, "Do you feel anything?" Song Shi's face paled as he shook his head. "No, nothing at all." "Dr. Qiao, will this affect my ability to serve in the military? If it's a nervous system issue, the implications could be significant." Xiao Jiangchuan tested several areas. Song Shi could feel most of the leg's sensations. Yet his toes remained devoid of feeling, akin to a loss of sensation. The complexity of the nervous system issues was beyond Xiao Jiangchuan's immediate comprehension. He recorded his findings. Do not panic. It may be a temporary issue. I will consult several professors and return to reassess tomorrow. Upon hearing this, Song Shi's expression twisted with despair, teetering between hope and hopelessness, akin to a descent from heaven to hell. At this juncture, Song Yuntang spoke with assurance. Dr. Chiao, allow me to give it a try. Xiao Jiangchuan regarded her thoughtfully before nodding. Song Yuntang approached Song Shi, meticulously examining his injured leg before retrieving the medical records. She then opened her small bag, producing a set of acupuncture tools, silver needles, each one glimmering in the light. At this moment, Song Yuntang was the lifeline for the young soldier. No matter what she requested of him, he would comply without hesitation. The three individuals nearby silently observed Song Yuntang, refraining from uttering a word to disrupt the scene. Upon producing the silver needles, she first inserted one into the crown of Song Shi's head, followed by two more in quick succession, before advancing to his legs. The slender silver needles were delicately grasped between her slender fingers, initially piercing the skin before twisting and delving deeper, inch by inch. As the needles penetrated further, the sight became increasingly alarming. Song Shi remained devoid of sensation for an extended period, leaving everyone in suspense. After a brief interval, when Song Yuntang again drove the needle deeper, a sudden cry erupted. It hurts!" Song Shi exclaimed, his leg trembling with excitement. "Dr. Song, I can feel it. It hurts. Pain has never felt so exhilarating." In response, Song Yuntang exhaled a sigh of relief, a smile gracing her features as she withdrew the silver needles. "If you can feel pain, that's a positive sign. With some care, you should recover to normalcy." "That's wonderful, absolutely wonderful. Dr. Song, you have saved me once again." Being youthful, Song Shi, after a brief scare, was moved to wipe away tears of joy. Lin Xiangdong patted his shoulder, admonishing, "We are all soldiers here. You mustn't be so prone to tears." Song Shi nodded earnestly, his eyes still glistening. Before long, the group departed the ward. Xiao Jiangchuan, with other patients to attend to, arranged to discuss matters with Song Yuntang later, assuring her that he would provide a prompt response from the hospital. Listening to their exchange, Fu Weicheng was once again impressed by Song Yuntang's medical prowess, and a question arose in his mind. 5 years ago, I recall you did not practice medicine? Song Yuntang felt a pang of guilt at the inquiry. She could not reveal her identity as a time traveler. Quickly, she concocted a response. "My mother is a doctor, and I grew up surrounded by her practice. It is only natural that I picked up a bit of medical knowledge. Besides, how much could you possibly know about me after only a brief acquaintance 5 years ago?" Mentioning 5 years ago, Fu Weicheng realized he had no ground to stand on, tightening his lips in silence. Song Yuntang silently breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, the original owner of her body had a mother who was a doctor, allowing her to evade suspicion. To completely divert Fu Weicheng's attention, she brought up, "I have completed the enrollment procedures for Nian Nian and Anan at kindergarten. They will start tomorrow. Fu Weicheng, would you like to accompany me to send the children off?" After all, it was a momentous occasion for little ones starting school. Upon hearing this, Fu Weicheng immediately nodded. "I will accompany you to take them to kindergarten tomorrow morning." Song Yuntang smiled with satisfaction. Fu Weicheng was indeed a responsible father. Lin Xiangdong, listening nearby, suddenly had a bright idea. "Nian Nian and Anan are starting school tomorrow? That calls for a celebration. And with your successful surgery, sister-in-law, that's another cause for joy. Plus, the explosive incident has finally come to an end. That makes 3 reasons to celebrate. There's no better day than today. How about I buy some roasted duck? I'll get 2 of the capital's specialty roasted ducks, and we can celebrate at your place, Colonel Fu." Speaking of Nian Nian and Anan, I have only met them once, so I should let them know who their Uncle Lin is. Lin Xiangdong spoke rapidly, leaving no room for Fu Weicheng and Song Yuntang to decline his proposal, setting the celebration for that very evening. When Lin Xiangdong suggested a celebration, he truly meant it. That afternoon, he appeared early at the entrance of the family compound, his arms laden with items. His left hand held the promised delicious roasted ducks, while his right hand bore gifts for Nian Nian and Anan's sister-in-law. "I'm here. Where are Nian Nian and Anan?" Lin Xiangdong greeted enthusiastically from outside. Hearing their names, Nian Nian and Anan emerged with Song Yuntang, gazing curiously at the unfamiliar uncle. Lin Xiangdong was handsome and amiable, a stark contrast to Fu Weicheng's rugged demeanor. Moreover, Lin Xiangdong had a cheerful disposition. When he smiled, his sun-kissed skin glowed, revealing a dazzling set of white teeth. Children are often unafraid of such warm adults, and Nian Nian and Anan blinked their big eyes, staring at Lin Xiangdong without a hint of timidity. Bending down, Lin Xiangdong finally saw Nian Nian and Anan clearly, having only met them hurriedly at the train station before. "So, you are Nian Nian and Anan? You are both so adorable, like little glutinous rice dumplings." "Hello, I am Lin Xiangdong." "Hello, Uncle Lin." Lin Xiangdong did not regard Nian Nian and Anan as mere children. He introduced himself with utmost sincerity, which endeared him to them. The soft-spoken children beamed at Lin Xiangdong, and the young man felt a yearning within him. Why did he not have children of his own yet? "Nian Nian, Anan, Uncle Lin knows you are starting school tomorrow, so I brought you both backpacks as a gift. Quickly, take a look and see if you like them." Nian Nian and Anan's eyes lit up at the sight of the brand-new backpacks, their little hands reaching out, but they glanced up at Song Yuntang first. Before she could respond, Lin Xiangdong swiftly placed the backpacks into their hands. "Uncle Lin is the best friend of your father, and he is giving you gifts,
So you need not be shy.
just accept them." Nian Nian and Anan clutched their new backpacks like treasured possessions, cautiously opening them to discover hidden surprises inside. "Look, Mommy, it's a rattle drum," they exclaimed, their voices ringing out with joy. The tiny rattle drum, adorned with 2 red strings, emitted a delightful chime as it spun. The sound crisp and melodious. Having never possessed any toys before, Nian Nian and Anan grinned widely, revealing their dimples. Song Yuntang patted their heads, encouraging. "Say thank you to Uncle Lin and then go play." "Thank you, Uncle Lin." Nian Nian and Anan chorused, their voices significantly more exuberant than before. Lin Xiangdong turned to Song Yuntang and inquired, "Sister-in-law, where is Colonel Fu?" Song Yuntang replied naturally, "He is in the kitchen preparing dinner." Lin Xiangdong was momentarily taken aback. His eyes widening involuntarily, he would definitely savor Fu Weicheng's homemade dishes that evening. They continued their conversation at the doorway, drawing the attention of the neighboring auntie, who approached curiously. "ISNT this Lieutenant Lin? Why are you carrying so many things?" The neighbor, intrigued, peered at the items. "It smells so good. Is that roasted duck?" Lin Xiangdong responded, "No matter how fragrant the roasted duck is, it can't compare to the meals cooked by Colonel Fu himself. Auntie, let us hurry inside. We can't leave Colonel Fu alone in the kitchen." He emphasized the last part of his statement, ensuring it was heard clearly. Song Yuntang discerned the mischief in his eyes. He likely intended to both silence the neighbor and ensure that the entire military compound would soon learn of Fu Weicheng's culinary endeavors at home. The neighbor, known as Wu Fanghua, was well aware of her reputation as the local gossip, a fact Song Yuntang had learned from Hu Chunling. As Wu Fanghua watched Lin Xiangdong and Song Yuntang depart, she had hoped to snag a bite to eat but was instead taken aback by his comment. "Goodness. It's one thing for Colonel Fu's new wife to be out and about all day, but to have him cook? What kind of wife allows that? I must share this news." Wu Fanghua exclaimed, stamping her foot in disbelief. Inside the house, in the abode of Fu Weicheng, an exquisite feast was meticulously prepared, featuring a delightful array of 4 dishes, encompassing both meat and vegetables, alongside a creamy egg custard that delighted the children. The roasted duck, brought by Lin Xiangdong, was centrally positioned on the table, creating a bountiful spread that was simply tantalizing. The square 8 immortals table was occupied by 3 adults on each side, while Nian Nian and Anan shared a long bench, eagerly stretching their necks to gaze at the sumptuous meal before them, their mouths watering in anticipation. The aroma was simply irresistible. Recently, they had indulged in an abundance of delectable treats, including the peculiar, dark confection known as chocolate, which, despite its appearance, was remarkably sweet. Yet, the sight of the fragrant food reignited their ravenous appetites, reminiscent of their past cravings, akin to 2 little gluttons. Particularly enchanting was the roasted duck, which exuded an irresistible fragrance. Lin Xiangdong had made a special trip to procure a century-old renowned brand of roasted duck, with the skin expertly sliced into delicate pieces. and the succulent duck meat carved off, leaving behind the bones to be packed for a savory soup later. The duck bone broth, complemented by a large cabbage, was delightfully sweet, capable of quenching one's thirst for several bowls in one sitting. It was Nian and Anan's first experience with roasted duck, and they stared vacantly at the accompanying pancakes, green onions, and cucumber strips, unsure of how to proceed, their wide, watery eyes seeking guidance from Song Yuntang. With grace, Song Yuntang picked up a piece of the crispy duck skin, dipped it in a bit of sugar, and offered it to the children. Sugar with roasted duck? The two youngsters eyed the peculiar combination with skepticism, but encouraged by Song Yuntang's reassuring gaze, Nian cautiously reached out and took a bite. Delicious. Absolutely delicious.
Mom.
And you must try this. It's so good. The crunchiness, sweetness, and rich, oily texture created an indescribable delight. Seeing Nian's excitement, Anan also decided to give it a try, her eyes widening in astonishment, reminiscent of a little kitten. It's so good. After finishing their servings, Nian and Anan licked their fingers, reluctant to part with the flavors. Song Yuntang and Fu Weicheng exchanged amused glances with Lin Xiangdong, their hearts warmed by the children's innocent expressions. Such adorable children could relish anything, even dragon meat, let alone roasted duck. Fu Weicheng served the children more dishes this time, and they accepted without hesitation. Nian and Song Yuntang gently instructed, roasted duck can not only be enjoyed with sugar, but also rolled up in the pancakes. Let me show you. Sister-in-law. Lin Xiangdong interrupted, asserting, let Captain Fu teach them these things. He has been apart from the children for 5 years. It's high time he took on more responsibilities while you focus on enjoying the meal. As he spoke, Lin Xiangdong handed the pancakes meant for wrapping the duck to Fu Weicheng, giving him a gentle nudge to prompt him along. Meanwhile, Lin Xiangdong resumed his conversation with Song Yuntang, producing 2 bottles of erguoto from his belongings. With a resounding thud, he placed them on the table. Pouring 2 glasses of the potent liquor, he set one before himself and handed the other to Song Yuntang. Sister-in-law, when you married Captain Fu, the circumstances were unique. And we hadn't yet met, so I missed your wedding celebration. But today is different. You, Captain Fu, and the children are all here. What a lovely family. Lin Xiangdong, raise my glass to you, wishing you and Captain Fu a harmonious union and a lifetime of happiness.
Cheers.
The transparent glass contained a clear liquid, exuding a potent aroma of liquor. At this moment, Song Yuntang finally discerned Lin Xiangdong's ulterior motive for suddenly joining the meal. He was toasting solely to her, not to Fu Weicheng, revealing his less than noble intentions. Lin, the company commander, had gone to great lengths to procure the roasted duck, bring gifts, and even provide his own liquor. Are you allowed to drink? Song Yuntang inquired of Fu Weicheng. Will there be any disciplinary issues? Holding green onions and cucumber strips, Fu Weicheng was demonstrating how to roll the duck wraps for Nian and Anan. He looked up and replied, as long as it's not during a special period, drinking is permissible, provided it doesn't interfere with tomorrow's training. With that reassurance, Song Yuntang felt at ease. She grasped the glass that Lin Xiangdong had set down, but a hand, with prominent knuckles, suddenly pressed down on her wrist. Fu Weicheng frowned, his gaze deepening as he spoke in a low voice. That's just Lin Xiangdong's nature. Don't feel compelled to drink if you don't want to. It's fine, I can drink, Song Yuntang replied with remarkable composure. She lifted her glass, clinking it gently against Lin Xiangdong's, and then, with a swift motion, downed 1/3 of the liquor in her glass. Thank you for your well wishes, Lin Xiangdong. I've finished my drink, and you may do as you please. With the atmosphere set, Lin Xiangdong could hardly take it easy. Seeing Song Yuntang, a lady, drink, he felt obliged to follow suit.
Cheers.
After finishing his glass, Lin Xiangdong felt it insufficient and proceeded to pour more for Song Yuntang. He rambled on, sister-in-law, Captain Fu truly cherishes you. When we were together on the southwestern front, the only personal matter he ever mentioned to me was that he was married and had you as his wife. During those times of war, each day was uncertain, and everyone carried a letter in case of their demise. Captain Fu's letter was addressed to you. Here's to my continued existence, and to being in such a wonderful place like the capital. Cheers. Such stories were unknown to Song Yuntang, and naturally, she had no prior knowledge of them. Hearing Lin Xiangdong's heartfelt words was genuinely touching. She clinked glasses with him once more. Lin Xiangdong continued to pour, sister-in-law. These past 5 years, it must have been challenging for you and the children without contact. Let us not dwell on the hardships. From here on in this compound, with Captain Fu to protect you, your lives will surely flourish, joyful and prosperous, with no one daring to bully you again. Here's to the future. Cheers. The glasses clinked once more, emitting a sound of camaraderie. Song Yuntang maintained her composure, downing another glass. Subsequently, Lin Xiangdong engaged in light-hearted banter, toasting Song Yuntang several more times. The liquor was potent, with an alcohol content of 52 degrees. After consuming some, Lin Xiangdong's face flushed, his gaze becoming slightly hazy. However, Song Yuntang remained unaffected. Goodness, something isn't right. Lin Xiangdong noted, as he saw no trace of intoxication on Song Yuntang's face, no hint of the usual tipsiness. Her eyes remained clear and bright. Turning to meet Lin Xiangdong's gaze, Song Yuntang smiled. Lin Xiangdong felt a wave of unease. Could it be that his sister-in-law had an extraordinary tolerance for alcohol? Could she really drink endlessly without becoming intoxicated? How then could he continue his charade? In truth, Song Yuntang was not impervious to drunkenness. She had simply refrained from drinking from the outset. When she lifted her glass, she had cleverly concealed the liquor in her palm, transferring the contents into her spiritual space, making it appear as though she had consumed it. Though unaware of Lin Xiangdong's true intentions, she had discerned from the beginning that he was deliberately trying to ply her with alcohol. With a playful smile, she inquired, Lin Xiangdong, what's the matter? Nothing. Nothing at all. Just drink, drink. Lin Xiangdong stammered, his nervousness palpable as he forced a smile. Song Yuntang resolved to play along, determined to uncover Lin Xiangdong's true motives. As they prepared to continue drinking, Fu Weicheng, who had been observing with a frown, finally could no longer contain himself. He swiftly snatched the wine cup from Song Yuntang's hand and placed the meticulously rolled roast duck wrap into her palm. Fu Weicheng addressed Song Yuntang, saying, You should refrain from drinking and indulge in more food. The roast duck will soon be gone. Upon glancing down, Song Yuntang indeed discovered a substantial platter of roast duck, with only a small portion remaining. Beside her, 2 little ones, their mouths glistening with the delectable fat of the roast duck, beamed at her, exclaiming, Mommy, the roast duck wraps are delicious. Hurry up and eat. After taking the wine cup, Fu Weicheng turned to Lin Xiangdong and said, If you wish to drink, I shall accompany you. Initially, Lin Xiangdong intended to refuse. It was Song Yuntang he aimed to intoxicate, not Fu Weicheng. However, upon further reflection, he realized that Song Yuntang was impervious to alcohol, and thus his plan had faltered. It was imperative to alter his approach. Drinking with Fu Weicheng would suffice. After all, he was determined to achieve something with this couple. Let us drink. Lin Xiangdong and Fu Weicheng began to toast back and forth. As the alcohol coursed through Fu Weicheng's veins, his complexion flushed rapidly, a rosy hue overtaking his face and neck, yet his posture remained impeccably upright. Following a few drinks, Lin Xiangdong's naturally loquacious demeanor was amplified. Sister-in-law, you have no idea how perilous our situation was back then. We were stationed at the forefront of the battlefield, with enemy shells raining down as if they were free, making my ears nearly deaf. I almost lost my life. When we traversed the forest, I accidentally stepped on a landmine, but fortunately, Captain Fu reacted swiftly and pulled me back just in time. Otherwise, I would have been reduced to mere flesh.
Sister-in-law.
It was Captain Fu who saved my life, and it was he who brought me to the capital. I owe him my gratitude. And I must express my thanks to you as well, sister-in-law. Just call me Xiangdong, and if you need anything, do let me know. Sister-in-law, may you both grow old together. You must cherish each other. You have no idea how envious I am of you two, with your warm home filled with a wife and children. It's truly wonderful. I too wish for a wife. Where is my future spouse? Completely intoxicated, Lin Xiangdong began to voice his grievances, suddenly leaning closer to Fu Weicheng, raising his cup and shouting, Cheers. Captain Fu, let us continue drinking. The meal extended significantly due to Lin Xiangdong's presence, and by the end, not a single piece of roast duck remained on the table. The bottle of white liquor he had brought was entirely consumed by him and Fu Weicheng, while the children, Nian Nian and Nen, began to yawn. After overeating and growing drowsy, they were truly fatigued. and then tugged at Song Yuntang's clothing and said, "Mommy, I'm so sleepy. I want to sleep." The little child leaned against Song Yuntang, seeking the familiar scent and embrace of her mother. Casting a glance at Fu Weicheng and Lin Xiangdong, who still held their wine cups, Song Yuntang decided to ignore the two men and took Nian Nian and Anin to wash their hands, faces, and attend to their bedtime. As soon as Song Yuntang departed, Fu Weicheng turned to Lin Xiangdong, snatching the wine cup from his hand. "Enough, stop drinking, you're intoxicated, and there are matters to attend to tomorrow." Lin Xiangdong chuckled mischievously, a mysterious smile spreading across his face, and pointed a finger at Fu Weicheng, saying, "I'm not drunk. You are?" Fu Weicheng replied sternly, "Look at yourself. Do you still have the audacity to claim you aren't drunk?" Both had consumed a considerable amount, but Lin Xiangdong, having previously been drinking with Song Yuntang, had imbibed a bit more. His face flushed with the scent of alcohol and his eyes slightly hazy. Although Fu Weicheng also bore signs of inebriation, he appeared markedly better than Lin Xiangdong, his deep black eyes still exhibiting clarity. Lin Xiangdong glanced toward the direction in which Song Yuntang had left, leaning closer to Fu Weicheng and whispering, "Captain Fu, in many respects, I may not measure up to you, but in this matter, I am wiser. Trust me, you are drunk." Fu Weicheng frowned slightly at the absurdity of it all. How could one be so easily swayed by a few words? Seeing that Fu Weicheng still hadn't grasped his implication, Lin Xiangdong grew anxious. "Captain Fu, if you wish to avoid returning to a cold and desolate dormitory, heed my advice. You are indeed drunk." As they conspired in hushed tones, Song Yuntang had already tended to Nian Nian and Anin as they settled into sleep, and footsteps echoed from within. Lin Xiangdong, feeling a sense of urgency, pressed on Fu Weicheng's shoulder, exclaiming, "Captain Fu, I'm helping you. Quickly lie down. You're drunk." Fu Yeng's eyes flickered as he finally comprehended Lin Xiangdong's intentions. In the next moment, the man, who had only been mildly intoxicated, collapsed onto the table, fully inebriated. Just as Song Yuntang emerged, she chanced upon the scene. "Sister-in-law." Lin Xiangdong stood, addressing Song Yuntang, "I thoroughly enjoyed this meal. Thank you for your hospitality alongside Captain Fu. I'll be heading to the dormitory now. There's no need to see me off. Captain Fu is drunk. Please take care of him." Though Lin Xiangdong insisted that there was no need for her to see him off, Song Yuntang, noticing his unsteady gait, followed him outside with concern. "Commander Lin, are you truly all right?" she inquired. "I'm fine. My alcohol tolerance is quite good. If you don't believe me, I can demonstrate a proper march." "Sister-in-law, I'm off now." Lin Xiangdong was in no condition to march properly, but he simply boasted for effect. Fully aware of his own limitations, he waved goodbye to Song Yuntang and departed. After walking a few dozen meters and realizing Song Yuntang's figure had vanished from sight, Lin Xiangdong suddenly leaned against the nearby wall, retching. What about of dry heaving? This drinking session had nearly taken him out. How could Fu Weicheng and Song Yuntang both possess such impressive alcohol tolerance, remaining sober while he struggled? It was truly a case of the emperor being anxious while the eunuchs were not, and he felt utterly beleaguered. Upon returning indoors, Song Yuntang closed the door, only to find Fu Weicheng sprawled motionless on the table, emanating a continuous aroma of alcohol. She approached and gave him a gentle push. "Hey, Fu Weicheng, are you truly drunk?" The tall man, resting on the table, seemed to struggle vaguely before slowly lifting his head, revealing eyes tinged red from the alcohol, mumbling, "I'm not drunk. I can still drink." If Fu Weicheng had remained utterly still, Song Yuntang might have suspected he was merely feigning intoxication. Yet, his stubborn insistence that he wasn't drunk indeed bore the hallmarks of someone inebriated. Fu Weicheng propped himself up, attempting to focus on Song Yuntang, swaying as he stood. Muttering incoherently, "It's too late. I need to go. I can't stay. I must return." With her arms crossed, Song Yuntang observed as Fu Weicheng, a large figure, stumbled forward, his gait reminiscent of Lin Xiangdong's moments before, only to collide headfirst into the doorframe with a resounding thud.
Bang!
The loud noise startled Nian Nian, who rushed out from her small room, asking Mommy what happened. "Did you fall?" "No, Nian Nian, it's cold outside. Don't come out without your clothes. Be careful not to catch a chill. Go back and lie down," Song Yuntang instructed. Nian Nian looked up at Song Yuntang, then glanced at Fu Weicheng, standing awkwardly by the door, hesitating momentarily before obediently returning to her sleep. Song Yuntang reminded Nian Nian to close the door to her small room. Turning back, she regarded Fu Weicheng, who was now squinting in search of the doorknob, seemingly in pursuit of an escape route, bumping his head and hands multiple times in the process. Here stood a remarkably handsome man, appearing quite foolish in his current state. Song Yuntang gazed for a while, unable to endure any longer, and approached Fu Weicheng. Fu Weicheng, do not leave. You shall sleep here tonight. She extended her hand, grasping the fabric of a shirt, guiding him towards the spacious room. The tall man complied obediently, following her lead without protest. Song Yuntang found this rather amusing. Since she sat in front without turning back, she failed to notice the flicker of clarity that flashed across the man's eyes. Upon reaching the room, Song Yuntang pointed towards the bed and instructed, Fu Weicheng, that is the bed. Go lie down. He obeyed her command, moving as directed, and when told to lie down, he did so upright, with his head thrust against the bed, half of his body precariously positioned outside. Fu Weicheng, that is not how you lie down. Be careful not to fall. Song Yuntang attempted to correct his posture, reaching for his arm, yet she entirely underestimated his physical weight. As they tugged at each other, rather than adjusting Fu Weicheng, she found herself pulled onto the bed, more accurately onto his chest. With one hand braced against the bed and the other against Fu Weicheng's chest, she endeavored to create distance between them. However, in their fall, Fu Weicheng instinctively wrapped his arm around her waist to protect her, rendering Song Yuntang unable to rise. They were in such close proximity that they could see their reflections in each other's eyes. Fu Weicheng's dark and profound gaze was fixed upon Song Yuntang, causing her heart to race uncontrollably, unwittingly ensnared in his allure. Moreover, Song Yuntang's palm was pressed against Fu Weicheng's chest through the thin fabric of his military shirt. His physique, sculpted through rigorous training, was unlike that of the average gym-goer. His muscles were not only well-defined but also possessed a remarkably pleasing texture that elicited an irresistible desire to touch. Her fingers lingered over the most prominent part of his chest, tracing the line down the center of his shirt buttons, leading to the defined abdominal muscles that seemed to tease the thin fabric, hinting at their presence beneath. With a glimmer in her eyes, Song Yuntang remarked, Fu Weicheng, your physique is truly impressive. Since we're both intoxicated, you won't mind my curiosity, will you? I have yet to experience the sensation of touching an eight-pack. Her delicate fingers circled on Fu Weicheng's chest, lightly grazing the white buttons, their gentle caress barely brushing the seams of his shirt. Should she delve further into those seams, she would encounter the warmth of his skin beneath. Her movements were undeniably provocative, and as she spoke, the rise and fall of Fu Weicheng's chest quickened, a clear indication of his disrupted breathing. She had no intention of halting her explorations. Her fingers continued their descent, ultimately resting upon the leather belt at his waist. Perhaps it would be best to remove this, she suggested, her demeanor exuding a brazen boldness as she reached for Fu Weicheng's belt. Just as she was about to tug it free, a hand, defined by strong knuckles, pressed down on her fingers. In a low, gravelly tone, Fu Weicheng uttered, Tang Dang. Please don't. The warmth of his palm sent a shiver through her, yet she maintained her composure, arching an eyebrow at him. With a playful smirk, she replied, Why stop the charade now? Embarrassment washed over Fu Weicheng's face as he reluctantly admitted, You've seen through my ruse? Song Yuntang neither nodded nor shook her head. In truth, she hadn't initially recognized his act. It was only after several exchanges of glances that she discerned the clarity in his eyes, devoid of any drunkenness. Linking Fu Weicheng's pretense with Lin Xiangdong's insistence on drinking, she swiftly comprehended their ulterior motives. She decided to play along, compelling Fu Weicheng to concede. Fu Weicheng rose, assisting Song Yuntang into a sitting position, then awkwardly adjusted his shirt as he said, I didn't intend to deceive you. Never mind, you can stay here tonight. Song Yuntang abruptly interrupted, You and Captain Lin orchestrated this entire affair to spend the night here, didn't you? If you return to the dormitory now, Lin will interrogate you. Besides, this family room rightfully belongs to you, so make yourself comfortable. With such an opportune moment presented before him, it would be foolish for Fu Weicheng to refuse. Half an hour later, the young couple, reunited, found themselves sharing a bed for the first time. The room plunged into darkness, illuminated only by a sliver of moonlight filtering through the window. Song Yuntang and Fu Weicheng lay on the double bed, perfectly still, as if a chasm separated them. In a small adjoining room, Nian Nian and Anan were asleep. Initially, Song Yuntang contemplated squeezing in with the children. But upon pushing the door, she discovered it was locked, likely secured by Nian Nian following her instructions. Fu Weicheng offered to sleep on the floor, yet with only 2 blankets available, one for the children and one for herself. She couldn't allow him to lie down on the cold ground after drinking, fearing he would catch a chill. Thus, they remained in this arrangement. Having lain still for nearly 10 minutes, neither dared to shift. Song Yuntang closed her eyes, her mind filled with visions of Fu Weicheng's physique, so appealing, so inviting. She felt fortunate indeed. Meanwhile, Fu Weicheng was also wide awake, his thoughts consumed by the alluring image of Song Yuntang, her flushed cheeks, her enchanting gaze, and her earlier mention of divorce. "Tang, are you asleep?" came Fu Weicheng's voice, breaking the silence of the darkened room. Song Yuntang, feeling flustered and fearing her own impulses might overwhelm her, found his voice irksome. She grasped the blanket and turned away from him, responding, "I'm asleep." Who speaks while asleep? Both understood the unspoken truth. They were both wide awake. Fu Weicheng's deep voice resonated through the room. "I'm sorry. I deceived you. I haven't submitted the divorce papers." Song Yuntang, upon hearing this, felt a surge of anger, her grip on the blanket tightening into a fist. Yet, Fu Weicheng continued, "Tang, in our recent interactions, I've noticed you've changed. You are different now, and for the better. The 5 years of silence cannot be bridged, nor can the grievances you've endured be erased. But I don't believe we are at the point of needing to part ways. I will do my utmost to treat you well as Nian Nian and Anan, to make amends for the past 5 years and to ensure our future is bright. Tang, will you grant me another chance?" Though Fu Weicheng did not gaze into Song Yuntang's eyes as he spoke, the sincerity in his voice was palpable, allowing her to envision the earnestness that accompanied his words. Her heart felt as though it had been seared, warmth radiating through her. Maintaining her position with her back to him, she replied, "I need time to think." These 4 words, however, ignited a glimmer of hope in Fu Weicheng, for at the very least, it was not a direct rejection. Fu Weicheng gazed at the ceiling, a silent smile curling at the corners of his lips as he whispered, "Good night." This slumber, perhaps due to the shared indulgence in spirits, enveloped both of them in a profound sleep, so deep that they remained oblivious to the dawn's arrival and the sounds of Nian Nian and Anan rising from their beds. Song Yuntang, nestled in serene comfort, dreamt of a pillow, perfectly balanced between softness and firmness, which she clutched tightly in her embrace, its warmth rendering her unwilling to release it. She remained ensconced in her sweet reverie until the entrance of someone into the room jolted her from her slumber. Mommy. Nian Nian and Anan stealthily pushed open the door, tiptoeing in search of Song Yuntang, their eyes landing on the bed. And Anne's eyes widened in astonishment as she exclaimed, "Brother, look, Mommy and Daddy are sleeping together." Nian Nian swiftly placed a hand over Anne's mouth, whispering, "Shh, don't wake Mommy." But it was too late. The 2 adults stirred awake at the sound. Song Yuntang, roused by the children's chatter, blinked through the fog of sleep, her maternal instincts prompting her to reach out instinctively and pat them gently. "Be good, sleep a little longer, we'll get up later." In her dazed state, something felt amiss. Nian Nian and Anan were soft and fragrant little children, their tiny hands akin to plush dolls. Yet now, what she touched was firm yet soft, and undeniably large. Furrowing her brow slightly, a hint of uncertainty washed over her as she continued to explore with her hand, even giving it a gentle squeeze. It felt undeniably pleasant, yet it was certainly not that of a child. She was not in bed with Nian Nian and Anan, so with whom was she sharing the space? Suddenly, a jolt of realization surged through her, awakening her fully. As she opened her eyes, instead of the sight of cherubic children, she was confronted with a broad expanse of muscular chest, the defined curves and the heat radiating from a grown man's body. Lifting her gaze, she found Fu Weicheng's handsome, deep-set face mere inches away. As memories from the previous day surged like a tempest in her mind, she recalled how he had feigned intoxication, how he had promised to leave, and how ultimately it was she who had relented, allowing him to stay the night. Initially, They had maintained a respectful distance, each occupying their own side of the bed. Yet now, how had the situation transformed so drastically? Had Fu Weicheng taken liberties while she slept? Song Yuntang quickly dismissed this thought, for upon looking down, she realized not only had she been touching Fu Weicheng's chest, but also that half her body was sprawled atop him, one leg draped across his, her knee inadvertently pressing against a rather sensitive area. Fu Weicheng's gaze was fixed upon Song Yuntang, observing her bright eyes dart around in confusion, her expressions animated and vivid. He found this side of her quite amusing, the corners of his mouth threatening to lift into a smile, which he ultimately suppressed. In a low voice, he teased, "Have you not had enough touching?" Startled, Song Yuntang sprang away from him, her mouth muttering, "Enough, enough, enough." After a night of exploration, was it not sufficient? Though she claimed it was enough, her eyes occasionally stole glances at Fu Weicheng's chest, having been so preoccupied with his pectorals that she had entirely forgotten to explore his abdominal muscles, quite unaware of the difference in tactile sensation between the two. As Song Yuntang rose to dress, Fu Weicheng also sat up, methodically buttoning his shirt to shield himself from her lingering gaze. Rising, he declared, "I shall prepare breakfast for you, Mommy." Upon seeing Song Yuntang awake, Anan rushed towards her, seeking her embrace. Dressed and ready, Song Yuntang scooped up the little girl, her hands filled with softness, reinforcing the stark contrast in tactile sensations. She glanced at Anan and then at Nian Nian, both children's eyes sparkling with curiosity, particularly regarding Fu Weicheng's presence. As this was the first time they had witnessed their parents sharing a bed, yet they were uncertain of how to inquire about it. Not granting them the opportunity to voice their questions, Song Yuntang gently ruffled their hair, asking, "Have you brushed your teeth? Washed your face?" The dragon and phoenix twins, with their remarkably similar faces, shook their heads in unison, responding that they had not. They had rushed to find Song Yuntang right after waking, completely forgetting about their morning routine. Instead of chastising the children, Song Yuntang smiled warmly, saying, "Neither have I, Nian Nian. Let us wash our faces and brush our teeth together." Children's attentions are easily captivated, and they promptly forgot the earlier scene, happily following her to the wash area. In the courtyard, 3 enameled cups stood in a neat row, accompanied by pink and blue toothbrushes, all adorned with mint-flavored toothpaste that was refreshingly cool, reminiscent of peppermint candy. Nian Nian and Anan diligently brushed their teeth as Song Yuntang instructed, their mouths full of white foam. They then took a mouthful of water, tilting their heads back, the bubbling sounds echoing before they spat it out. The sight of a mother and her 2 little ones brushing their teeth together brought joy to the heart. "Mommy, ah." Nian Nian finished brushing first and approached Song Yuntang, opening his mouth for her inspection. While she tended to her children with care, her ears perked up, catching the sounds of chatter from outside the courtyard, multiple voices mingling together. One of these voices seemed familiar. It was their neighbor, Wu Fanghua. Outside, a group of 4 or 5 women stood, with Wu Fanghua being the most conspicuous, her pregnancy evident as she cradled her 5 to 6-month belly while munching on peanuts. Her chatter uninterrupted. "Let me tell you, I don't think Captain Fu and that new countryside bride have much of a relationship. They may be headed for divorce soon." "Divorce?" The other women gasped in shock at her proclamation. One woman, Sister A, remarked, "Captain Fu's wife has endured 5 years of hardship in the countryside. She has finally come to the city for a better life. How could they possibly divorce? Besides, they have 2 children." Sister B chimed in, "Exactly. You were there for the incident. Captain Fu is quite protective of his wife, even scolded us for it. Their relationship appears to be quite strong. How could they consider divorce?" "Wu Fanghua, don't spread rumors." Sister C added, "Just look at how anxious Captain Fu was that day. He even confronted Comrade Fong on her behalf. I highly doubt they are on the verge of separation." As Wu Fanghua faced this barrage of refutations, she tossed the shell of her peanuts to the ground, unfazed and rather self-satisfied. "Humph." She spat out the remnants of her peanuts, her tone resolute. "I have my reasons for saying this. You simply don't know the whole story." The sisters, sensing Wu Fanghua's unwavering confidence, grew anxious and pressed her for more details. "Wu Fanghua, what do you know? Please, enlighten us. We are dying to know." With all eyes upon her, Wu Fanghua relished in the attention, dusting off her hands before finally divulging the crux of her gossip. "Let me tell you, While you all are too far away to see, I live right next to Captain Fu. I can hear everything that happens in their house. For the past few days, Captain Fu has not spent a single night at home. What? Is that true? The sisters gasped, their mouths agape in disbelief, astonished by this revelation. Holding first-hand information, Wu Fanghua felt a surge of pride. After a brief pause, she built suspense before continuing. I've been observing for several days now. Every morning, after the door of Chief Fu's room opens, only women and children emerge. Chief Fu is nowhere to be seen. Is this not indicative of him not having spent the night there? I even went out of my way to inquire with my husband. Do you know what he said? He mentioned that Chief Fu has recently been residing in the military district dormitory, sharing a room with Captain Lin. Think about it. Chief Fu is not even 30 yet, in the prime of his youthful vigor, and he has not had a woman by his side for 5 years. Now that his wife has finally arrived, they do not even share a bed. Surely, something is amiss. They might even be on the verge of divorce. The sisters-in-law listened, momentarily stunned. Wu Fanghua, known for her loose tongue, never concocted tales. She spoke only the unvarnished truth. Could it be that Chief Fu and his wife were truly heading towards divorce? This conversation was overheard verbatim by Song Yuntang in the courtyard. She had been careless, assuming that life behind closed doors was sufficient, unaware that life in the compound was unlike others, with watchful eyes observing from next door. Wu Fanghua, who had been envious after missing out on the roast duck brought by Lin Xiangdong the previous day, had risen early to spread gossip. Yet, in her unintended accuracy, she had not spoken falsely. This news would undoubtedly spread swiftly, and if it reached Fang Xiyue's ears, all the efforts she and Fu Weicheng had put into their charade would be in vain. Besides this, another voice echoed in Song Yuntang's mind. Tang Tang, can you give me another chance? The deep and earnest voice of Fu Weicheng resonated in her thoughts from the previous night. She had responded at the time, saying, I need to think. Since she had decided to grant Fu Weicheng another opportunity, the matter of divorce could be set aside for now. And the rumors surrounding it should not proliferate. Mom? Mom? And then stretched out her small hand and gently touched Song Yuntang's face. Lost in thought, Song Yuntang had forgotten to check An's little teeth. The young girl dutifully opened her mouth. Wow, and An's teeth are so clean. Come on, let us go inside and change clothes. Recalling herself, Song Yuntang praised An and led both An and Yen into the room to change into the new clothes Fu Weicheng had purchased at Friendship Mall. When they emerged, breakfast was ready, consisting of millet porridge, eggs, and pickles, laid out on the table awaiting their enjoyment. At the breakfast table, Song Yuntang peeled eggs for Yen and an inquiring Fu Weicheng. Today I'm taking the kids to kindergarten for their first day. Will you join us? Yes. I will go with you, Fu Weicheng replied. I have taken an hour off from the military, so I can leave a bit later today. Song Yuntang smiled. Great. We will go together. The peeled egg whites, tender and white, were placed into Yen and An's small bowls. When Song Yuntang turned around, she found another peeled egg had appeared in her own bowl. You eat, Fu Weicheng insisted. Song Yuntang felt no embarrassment, since Fu Weicheng had said he would make amends. It required tangible action. Besides, it was merely an egg. An took a bite of the egg and, with a pout, asked Song Yuntang, Mom, can my brother and I carry our new backpacks today? Of course, but you mustn't bring the rattle. Toys are only for playing at home. I'll put some biscuits in your backpacks, and if you get hungry, you can take them out to eat. At kindergarten, remember to listen to your teachers, make friends with the other children, and be well-behaved, understand? Understood. The children's voices rang out in their sweet, elongated tones. Song Yuntang added, if anyone bullies you, don't be afraid, just punch them back. Upon hearing this, Yen and An's eyes widened in surprise. They had not expected Song Yuntang to say such a thing. Even Fu Weicheng looked at her in astonishment. Song Yuntang turned to Fu Weicheng, raising an eyebrow and asking, Am I wrong? Fu Weicheng nodded in agreement. No, you're absolutely right. Yen, and you need not fear anyone if you cannot win. You still have your father. And Anne's sparkling eyes squinted with a smile directed at Fu Weicheng. Yen, though seemingly indifferent, stole a glance at Fu Weicheng, thinking that if they had such a tall and strong father in the countryside, he and mother and sister would not have been bullied. Breakfast concluded amidst their conversations, and they tidied up quickly before heading out. Nian Nian and were especially excited for their first day at kindergarten, already waiting by the door with their backpacks. Song Yuntang meticulously checked everything, placing a handkerchief in an Anne's pocket for hand wiping, emphasizing the need for hygiene. Finally, Fu Weicheng emerged, clad in military uniform, with broad shoulders and a narrow waist, his legs long and straight, exuding an impressive presence as he strode forward. Fu Weicheng, wait a moment. Song Yuntang suddenly called out to him. He paused and stood before her. Song Yuntang assessed him from head to toe, her gaze landing on his slightly crumpled shirt collar. She reached out to tidy it up, her delicate fingers brushing lightly against his neck, akin to a butterfly flitting away. Fu Weicheng stiffened slightly, his Adam's apple bobbing heavily. Unaware of this subtle detail, Song Yuntang took Anne's hand and placed it in Fu Weicheng's palm, then grasped Nian Nian's hand. All right, let us head out. Fu Weicheng responded with a low, as he opened the door. In the brilliant morning sunlight, the family of four walked out together. As soon as Song Yuntang stepped outside, she immediately heard a faint sound of gasping. Glancing towards the corner, she indeed spotted several figures, with Wu Fanghua standing in the center. Feigning ignorance, she walked past them with Nian Nian and Anan, greeting cheerfully sisters-in-law. Good morning. A group of sisters-in-law, unable to conceal their astonished expressions, nodded awkwardly. Good morning. Is this to send the children to school? Yes. Nian Nian and Anan are going to kindergarten for the first time, and we were worried, so we are accompanying them. Going to kindergarten is great. Be careful on the way. As soon as Song Yuntang and Fu Weicheng's figures faded into the distance, a chorus of agitated inquiries erupted. Wu Fanghua, did you not say that Chief Fu wasn't he spending the night in his room?
Who just walked out then?
Am I blind? How could I have believed your nonsense? Wu Fanghua, Song Yuntang has no grudge against you. Why do you spread rumors behind her back? If this reaches Chief Fu's ears, it may implicate us, suggesting we harbor ill will towards their marriage. I see Chief Fu and his wife are quite affectionate. They are the only couple holding hands to send their kids to kindergarten. Look around our compound. Which man has ever sent their children? Only Chief Fu. In the military district hospital, in the office of the director, Director Hao, here is Comrade Song's application form and personal information. Xiao Jiangchuan presented the documents that Song Yuntang had filled out that day to Director Hao, along with an additional personal dossier he had retrieved. To become the director of the military district hospital is no trivial achievement. Director Hao is not an ordinary individual. He had once served as a battlefield doctor, accompanying soldiers through life and death on the front lines, enduring dangers that rivaled those faced by the soldiers themselves. His body bore numerous scars, each one a testament to his past glory. After decades of military service, Director Hao has not chosen to retire. Instead, he continues to shine with vigor, with the expansion and establishment of the military district hospital being his utmost responsibility. Recently, Dr. Hao has been overwhelmed with the pressing issue of staffing at the hospital. In the vast city of Beijing, every hospital is grappling with a shortage of personnel, and students in medical schools are already being courted before they even graduate. The fact that Director Hao managed to recruit the top graduate from his alma mater, Xiao Jiangchuan, has incited widespread discontent. And now he finds it impossible to lure anyone away, as other hospitals are on high alert to prevent talent from leaving. Left with no other choice, Director Hao reluctantly turned to public recruitment. However, despite the numerous applicants, none possessed genuine skills or qualifications. Just when hope seemed dim, Xiao Jiangchuan recommended a candidate, which piqued Director Hao's interest. As he carefully perused Song Yuntang's personal information, a frown creased his brow. Regrettably, he remarked, this individual's academic credentials are not the primary concern. Rather, she has a 5-year gap in her history, with neither further education nor medical practice records, essentially a blank slate. Upon hearing Director Hao's implication regarding Song Yuntang's unacceptability, Xiao Jiangchuan quickly clarified, Director Hao, I am well aware of Comrade Song's capabilities. I can personally vouch for her. She is undoubtedly a qualified and exceptional physician. Please grant her an opportunity. Director Hao, taken aback, raised his gaze, studying Xiao Jiangchuan with newfound scrutiny. Their familiarity was profound. Since his academic days, Xiao Jiangchuan had been dedicated solely to study and experimentation, lacking in interpersonal skills. Upon entering medical school, he initially aspired to follow a path of academic research, but it was Director Hao who, through persistent persuasion, transformed him into a clinical doctor, leading to his current position as a future director. Xiao Zhangquan was known for his professional demeanor, often perceived as cold and distant, lacking personal warmth.
Yet now,
He exhibited unusual concern for the applicant listed on the form, which was out of character for him. Dr. Qiao, is this person a relative of yours? Director Hao inquired. No, Xiao Zhangquan replied. A classmate then? Director Hao pressed. Neither, was the response. Director Hao's curiosity deepened. If she was neither kin nor acquaintance, could she be someone he harbored feelings for? Yet the application clearly stated she was married. Just as he pondered, a knock echoed at the office door. Director Hao gestured for Xiao Zhangquan to pause and said, "Come in." The door opened to reveal an elderly gentleman leaning on a cane. Upon recognizing the visitor, Director Hao immediately rose, while Xiao Zhangquan respectfully inclined his head. The newcomer was none other than Director He, who was recuperating in the hospital. Dressed in a patient gown with a military jacket draped over it, Director He appeared in good spirits, a smile gracing his face. "Old Hao, what are you busy with?" "I've been waiting for our chess game." Director Hao invited Director He to sit, the two friends engaging in conversation without pretense. "I'm occupied, unlike you, whose subordinates are all exceptionally capable, sparing you any worry." Director He laughed heartily, his expression one of pride. "You speak the truth. Those I've trained are increasingly impressive. In a few years, I'll have to pass the baton to them." After boasting about his protégés, he noticed the furrowed brow of his old friend and glanced at the document in his hand. "What's this? Let me see what dilemma has you so troubled." Upon reading the name Song Yuntang, he exclaimed, "Ah, it's that girl. I know her. She wishes to join you as a doctor." "You know her?" Director Hao queried, intrigued. "How do you know her?" Xiao Zhangquan mirrored his curiosity. Director He set aside the form, excitement evident in his voice. "Old Hao, I recently fell ill on a train, and it was this girl who treated me. The moment she examined me, my discomfort vanished. She even suggested I might be suffering from early heart failure and urged me to come to the hospital for further tests. If it weren't for her astuteness, I might have remained unaware of such a serious condition." Director Hao was taken aback, exclaiming in astonishment, "She was the one who treated you." He retrieved the application form once more, scrutinizing Song Yuntang's details. Xiao Zhangquan, who had been silently observing, could no longer contain himself. "Director He, how did Comrade Song perform while treating you? Need you even ask?" "She was outstanding." Director He praised without reservation. "If not for her, I might have lost my life." After addressing Xiao Zhangquan, he turned to Director Hao and added, "Old Hao, if your hospital secures her, you'll consider yourself fortunate. And let me share another tidbit. She is the wife of Fu Weicheng." Director Hao was momentarily stunned, his head snapping up. "You mean the son from the Fu family? This is his wife." Director He nodded with a smile, choosing not to elaborate. He silently pondered whether this marriage would endure, suspecting it might already be on rocky ground. Upon learning this, Director Hao felt elated, as if he had stumbled upon gold. "Excellent. This is wonderful. Xiao Zhangquan, I will sign off on her exceptional recruitment immediately. Contact her and inform her that she may come to work at the hospital at her earliest convenience." With a decisive wave of his hand, the matter was settled. As Xiao Zhangquan accepted the document, feeling a sense of relief, he continued, "Director Hao, there's another matter I must report. Comrade Song filled out her application a week ago, but it was deliberately hidden, misused for personal gain, preventing her from applying. Such a situation exists?" Director Hao furrowed his brow, his demeanor turning serious. "Please elaborate on the specifics." Director He chose to remain in the office. As this was a matter concerning the military hospital, and as a military leader, he felt compelled to understand the situation, given its implications on hospital protocol and Song Yuntang's prospects. Xiao Zhangquan recounted the details, and upon completion, Director Hao asked for Nurse Su Hongmei to be summoned. Once she entered the office, she reiterated what she knew, which closely mirrored Xiao Zhangquan's account. Nurse Su added, "On the day of the training accident, Comrade Song happened to be at the hospital filling out her application. However, all the doctors were in surgery, and patients kept arriving. The situation was dire. Had it not been for Comrade Song risking her safety to perform surgery, the consequences could have been disastrous. I have worked alongside her in the operating room and witnessed her capabilities firsthand. If someone as exceptional as her is barred from practicing due to the selfishness of others, It would be an undeniable loss for our hospital. Her resolute words reverberated in the office, and both Director Hao and Director He wore serious expressions. Having heard their unanimous sentiments, they began to grasp the situation. Additionally, knowing that Song Yuntang was Fu Weicheng's wife, and recalling the recent discussions about arranged marriages between the Fu and Fong families, they were acutely aware of the implications at play. As the atmosphere grew tense, another knock echoed at the office door. The sound was low and abrupt, akin to the breath of the visitor outside. Director Hao instructed nurse Su Hongmei, "Please step outside and let the person in." "Understood, Director Hao," she replied, turning to open the door, only to be taken aback by the sight of Fu Weicheng in military attire. "Commander Fu." Su Hongmei was somewhat taken aback, yet she did not linger. She greeted Fu Weicheng and then departed. Fu Weicheng stepped into Director Hao's office. Neither Director Hao nor Chief He exhibited any surprise at Fu Weicheng's entrance. Seemingly aware of the purpose behind his visit and what he was about to convey, Fu Weicheng's gaze subtly flicked towards Qiao Jiangchuan, but upon retracting it, he turned to Director Hao and directly inquired, "Director Hao, I wish to understand the employment situation of my beloved." Well, it seemed they had all collided into one another. Qiao Jiangchuan raised the matter, with Su Hongmei as a witness, asserting that Fu Weicheng had come to demand accountability. The previous day, upon witnessing Song Yuntang at the military hospital, Fu Weicheng's suspicions had been aroused. Coupled with prior events, he mulled it over and saw connections to gather information. Recently, soldiers had been recuperating at the military hospital, and upon learning it was under Fu Weicheng's directive, they promptly commenced intelligence collection. By that morning, the gathered information had reached Fu Weicheng's hands. It was then that he discovered Song Yuntang aspired to work as a doctor at the military hospital. However, she had not confided in him nor thought to leverage his connections. Instead, she had been in frequent contact with Qiao Jiangchuan at the hospital, which vexed him greatly. Moreover, Fu Weicheng pondered that if Song Yuntang secured her position, it would mean she would remain in the capital, close to the compound. If he could keep her there, he need not worry about divorce any longer. Consequently, that morning, Fu Weicheng had accompanied Song Yuntang to drop their children off at kindergarten. Watching as Nian Nian and Anan entered their classroom, before parting ways with his spouse, Fu Weicheng did not head directly to the military camp. Rather, he continued to address some personal matters. He intended to seek an explanation from Song Yuntang. Director Hao shot Fu Weicheng an exasperated glare, stating, "Enough. You need not say anything. I comprehend your purpose. First, take a look at this." A document was handed to Fu Weicheng. Upon inspection, he found it to be Song Yuntang's application, complete with Director Hao's signature at the bottom. Her employment had been finalized. The corners of the man's mouth curled slightly, and a glimmer of light sparkled in his eyes. Yet, the matter was only half resolved. In front of Fu Weicheng and Qiao Jiangchuan, Director Hao summoned Fong Xiyue. When Fong Xiyue entered the office, she initially felt elated at the sight of Fu Weicheng, but upon noticing the serious expressions of Qiao Jiangchuan and Director Hao, she grasped the gravity of the situation. "Director Hao, you summon me?" she inquired. Director Hao tapped the surface of his desk with his finger and said, "Comrade Fong Xiyue, why did you not submit this job application according to protocol, instead choosing to conceal it privately? Are you aware of the repercussions such behavior could have on the hospital? It is not like that. She does not meet the recruitment criteria, and it has nothing to do with me." Even at this juncture, Fong Xiyue continued to blatantly lie, shifting the blame onto Song Yuntang. Director Hao and Chief He exchanged disapproving glances at Fong Xiyue's audacity. If they were elders to Fu Weicheng, having known his father for many years, they were equally Fong Xiyue's elders and had known her parents for just as long. The Fong family had pampered their child. How had they raised such a daughter who could not discern right from wrong? In a low voice, Director Hao warned, "Enough. You need not say more. I have already investigated the matter thoroughly. Fong Xiyue, you have committed a serious breach of organizational discipline, one that warrants dismissal." Fong Xiyue's complexion turned pale, her pupils trembling with anxiety. Director Hao, considering Fong Xiyue's parents, showed leniency. "I recognize this is your first offense. I shall impose a suspension without pay for half a month. Reflect on your actions at home and refrain from similar mistakes in the future. It is clearly not my fault. Why must my work be halted?" Fong Xiyue exclaimed, her voice tinged with resentment. Director Hao's expression hardened as he replied, Fong Siue, do you wish for me to call your father and inform him of your transgressions? Without granting Fong Siue further opportunity for defense, Director Hao issued his decree, even resorting to threats. Having lived a life of ease, Fong Siue had never encountered such indignity. Her eyes reddened, and she shot a furious glare at everyone in the office before storming out.
Song Yuntang.
Once again, it is Song Yuntang. Why does everyone favor her? Fu Weicheng is this way, the Fu family is this way, and now even those in the hospital are the same. What is it about Song Yuntang that is so exceptional? After exiting the office, she seethed in silence. Inside the office, Director Hao lifted his gaze towards the two young men before him and remarked, Are you satisfied with this resolution? Thank you, Director Hao. I appreciate your assistance. Fu Weicheng replied in unison with Qiao Jiangchuan. Fu Weicheng turned his head, once again taking note of the poised man standing beside him. Initially, he had been unaware of Qiao Jiangchuan's presence in the office, assuming Director Hao had some work arrangement for him. Only now did he realize Qiao Jiangchuan was there concerning Song Yuntang's affairs and had arrived even earlier than he, allowing Director Hao to act with such swiftness. Fu Weicheng's gaze darkened as he addressed Qiao Jiangchuan. Dr. Qiao, I thank you for your assistance regarding my beloved's employment. Qiao Jiangchuan replied, Comrade Song is an exceptionally talented doctor in my eyes. I am merely ensuring we retain such a rare asset for our hospital. Chief, he interjected. Why is there such palpable tension? What is the sudden atmosphere of conflict? Director Hao responded, What is the matter with these two young men, suddenly appearing so agitated? Do they wish for green tea? Meanwhile, on the other side, early that morning, Song Yuntang and Fu Weicheng accompanied their two children to kindergarten. At the entrance of the military compound-esque kindergarten, a throng of military wives and employees from the adjacent administrative unit observed, their eyes fixed upon the couple as they personally escorted their children inside. Initially, the wives had only heard rumors of Fu Tuanzhang's wife, who had supposedly returned from the countryside after 5 years. Now witnessing her, they were all taken aback. The two children were clean and beautiful, with exquisite features and dressed in fashionable attire, appearing even more stylish than the city children. Even the supposedly rustic and coarse country wife was remarkably youthful and attractive. As Song Yuntang stood there, she bore no resemblance to a woman who had given birth to two children. Instead, she exuded an air of scholarly elegance, akin to a university student from the capital. No wonder Fu Tuanzhang had taken a liking to her, especially when she stood alongside Fu Weicheng. They appeared to be a perfect match, a couple of strikingly handsome individuals. As this charming couple sent their children off to kindergarten, they lingered for a while, their affection evident to any discerning onlooker. Otherwise, how could they have come together to drop their children off to school? This scene undoubtedly evoked envy in many hearts. After departing from the kindergarten, Fu Weicheng swiftly made his way to the military hospital, while Song Yuntang declared her intention to stroll around the city. Not divulging her specific plans to Fu Weicheng, with a graceful wave of her hand, she departed with an air of nonchalance. Her destination was not some extraordinary place. Rather, she sought out a century-old traditional Chinese medicine shop, not for any other reason but to procure medicine. This endeavor traces back several days. On the day of the unexpected explosion during military training, after completing surgery at the hospital, Song Yuntang returned home, reeking of disinfectant and utterly fatigued. After bathing and resting on the bed, she promptly entered the Lingbao space. Originally, she intended to utilize the miraculous abilities of the Lingbao space to recover her stamina. However, upon entering, she immediately heard the system's prompt. Beep, beep. Welcome back, Master, to the Lingbao space. During the Master's offline period, the space yielded a total of 1,000 pounds of rice, 2,000 pounds of wheat, and 3,000 pounds of sorghum. Previously, Song Yuntang had perceived this spatial system as akin to a farming game, where she could freely indulge in the joys of planting and harvesting, albeit limited to basic crops and ordinary fruits, with no new abilities developed as of yet. However, on this particular evening, the Lingbao system activated a new function. The system has detected that the Master's merit coefficient has surpassed 100, prompting an upgrade of the spatial system. Ding ding! The new subrealm of Lingbao medicinal field has been unlocked. The Master is urged to utilize it promptly. The spatial level upgrade is complete, and a random fortune bag has been dropped. A medicinal field. To her astonishment, This space harbored a medicinal field. Filled with excitement, Song Yuntang entered the Lingbao medicinal field area, which, although not vast, approximately the size of a small garden, surely possessed some unique characteristics, perhaps enabling the cultivation of miraculous herbs. Given that the medicinal field was at a primary level, only astragalus and angelica could be cultivated, and Song Yuntang promptly planted both. Following that, she opened the random fortune bag dropped from the system upgrade. A flash of golden light illuminated her surroundings, and before her appeared 2 ginseng roots. These ginseng roots were exceptionally well grown, boasting robust root systems and substantial meat. She snapped off a small segment of a root, chewed it, and immediately felt a surge of vitality coursing through her body. This was indeed a remarkable treasure. Holding the ginseng in her hands, Song Yuntang had already made a decision. One would be sold for currency, while the other would be reserved as a gift for Fu Weicheng's parents, who had generously bestowed upon her a grand gold bracelet, thus warranting a return gesture. As for her intention to sell, Song Yuntang harbored a sense of cautious exploration. Now that she possessed a medicinal field, her space would continuously yield Chinese medicinal herbs, and merely storing them in the spatial warehouse would be wasteful. In the future, she would have to sell them for money. If they were merely ordinary herbs, finding a reliable buyer would be a matter of luck. However, converting them into a century-old ginseng would undoubtedly be far more manageable. After inquiring with passers-by, she learned that the most renowned herbal shop in the capital was called Reconnecting, so she made her way there. Before long, Song Yuntang arrived at the entrance of Reconnecting. True to its reputation as a century-old establishment, the shop was situated on the busiest street, boasting a grand and spacious storefront. Upon entering, she sought out an individual who appeared to be the shopkeeper and inquired, "Hello, I wish to sell some medicinal herbs. Do you accept them?" Shopkeeper Li narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Song Yuntang with a seasoned gaze, and noticing her youth, he dismissively replied, "Our shop sources medicinal herbs exclusively from suppliers. We do not engage with individual sellers. You might want to inquire elsewhere." His words, though polite, carried an unmistakable tone of condescension. Undeterred, Song Yuntang continued, "What I have to sell is not just any ordinary herb. Take a look, your esteemed shop must surely be interested." Shopkeeper Li, now somewhat intrigued, asked, "What is it?" "Let me see." With a confident smile, Song Yuntang produced the century-old ginseng, revealing it to him. "What do you think? Is it not a fine specimen?" From the moment he laid eyes on the ginseng, Shopkeeper Li's expression transformed, his eyes sparkling with astonishment. As a veteran in the herbal trade, he could discern the quality of herbs at a glance. This ginseng was indeed a rare find. Exquisite goods. Shopkeeper Li fixed his gaze and inquired, "How much do you intend to sell it for?" Uncertain of the current market value, Song Yuntang countered, "You are the expert. Name your price. If it seems reasonable to me, I shall sell." After a moment's hesitation, Shopkeeper Li's keen eyes scrutinized the ginseng in the box, as well as the young Song Yuntang. Following his contemplation, his tone suddenly shifted. "Comrade, this ginseng appears decent, but look here, and here, there are imperfections. It is subpar. I can offer you 50 coins at most." He extended a hand, waving it before Song Yuntang. The moment she heard this, she nearly burst into laughter from indignation. No wonder the shopkeeper had scrutinized her multiple times. It was clear he mistook her youth for naivety. In this era, where wages were generally low, and city dwellers earned merely 20 or 30 coins, 50 coins was indeed a substantial sum. However, to purchase such a high-quality ginseng for that price was akin to robbery. While it is customary in business to negotiate prices, such blatant exploitation was simply unacceptable. Weary of engaging further with the shopkeeper, Song Yuntang decisively closed the box containing the ginseng with a resounding thud and turned to leave. Seeing her demeanor, Shopkeeper Li grew anxious, hastily reaching out from behind the counter in an attempt to detain her. Hey, don't go. If you are dissatisfied with the price, I can offer a bit more. How about 100? 100 coins, what do you think?" Song Yuntang turned back, scoffing lightly. "You might as well save your money for beggars." Without waiting for Shopkeeper Li's reaction, she strode towards the exit, muttering to herself, "In such a vast capital, your herbal shop is not the only one. I refuse to believe I cannot find a discerning and conscientious buyer." Just as she spoke, someone stepped into the shop, colliding with Song Yuntang as she was exiting. The individual was taller and stronger than her, causing her to drop the ginseng box onto the ground, the lid conveniently opening. Fortunately, Song Yuntang was not hurt by the collision, but she was anxious about her ginseng. "Ah, my ginseng," she hurriedly reached down to retrieve it, but a pair of hands moved more swiftly than hers, picking up the ginseng first. "I'm sorry. I didn't mean to bump into you. Are you all right?" Looking up, Song Yuntang found herself face to face with a man dressed in a suit, strikingly handsome, exuding an air of casual sophistication, accentuated by his slightly upturned peach blossom eyes. His appearance was reminiscent of Fu Weicheng, tall and distinguished, but while Fu Weicheng emanated a sense of calm and severity, this gentleman radiated a debonair charm. Unlike the shopkeeper, this nobleman was far more courteous. Song Yuntang accepted the ginseng box, relieved to find the ginseng unscathed, and replied briskly, "I'm fine." Just as she was about to leave, the man in the suit grasped her arm. "Comrade, I overheard you mentioning selling that ginseng. It seems to be a fine product. Why not sell it to me?" Song Yuntang raised her gaze, studying the man intently. "Do you also deal in medicinal herbs?" "Indeed. I purchase all varieties of Chinese medicinal herbs," he replied, his tone crisp and decisive. Song Yuntang stated directly, "Then make me an offer." Without a moment's hesitation, the man in the suit stated, 5,000 coins. Instantly, Song Yuntang's eyes lit up. Just moments ago, someone had offered her 50 coins. And now here was a buyer willing to pay 5,000, an astonishing hundredfold. She turned slightly, casting a furtive glance at shopkeeper Li, who now appeared pale and was wiping sweat from his brow with a handkerchief. When she returned her gaze to the man in the suit, she found him looking at her intently, his expression filled with anticipation. This 5,000 coins was undoubtedly a princely sum. Song Yuntang felt her ginseng was worthy of it, and it would serve as a splendid way to slap shopkeeper Lu's face. It was a win-win situation, an exceptionally lucrative transaction. Song Yuntang declared, "It's a deal." 5,000 yuan is no trifling sum. Most individuals would not carry such a substantial amount on their person. Song Yuntang awaited the suited man to retrieve the money, only to be taken aback when he turned to Li, the shopkeeper, and commanded, "Li, bring out 5,000 yuan from the accounts." Li wiped the cold sweat from his brow, trembling as he responded, "Yes, young master." He then turned to fetch the money from the back room. At that moment, Song Yuntang comprehended fully. The man in the suit was indeed the young master of this traditional Chinese medicine shop, the proprietor himself. In the end, she had engaged in a business transaction with this establishment. Without a hint of regret, Song Yuntang handed over the ginseng along with its box, remarking, "Your shopkeeper is rather incompetent. I apologize for the inconvenience." The suited man extended his hand towards Song Yuntang, saying, "Now that we have conducted business, we are acquainted. I am Fu Weicheng." "Song Yuntang," she replied, shaking his hand, then pointed to the ginseng and asked, "Do you not think that pricing it so exorbitantly might lead to a loss in business?" Fu Weicheng's charming eyes narrowed slightly, a shrewd glint flashing beneath the surface as he responded, "My offer is sufficiently high. Next time, when Comrade Song possesses something of value, you will consider selling it to me." It appeared she had been baited with a long line to catch a bigger fish. At that moment, Song Yuntang was convinced that this man was indeed the young master of a century-old establishment in the capital, sharp and astute. Moreover, his piercing gaze suggested that, seeing Song Yuntang capable of producing such exquisite century-old ginseng, he believed she must possess even finer treasures. Without hesitation, Song Yuntang declared, "I also have a batch of superior astragalus, priced slightly higher than market value. If you are willing to purchase, I can bring it next weekend." "It's settled then. I shall await your arrival here next weekend, Comrade Song," Fu Weicheng affirmed. Song Yuntang accepted the 5,000 yuan from Fu Weicheng, counting it not at all, and promptly stowed it away in her pocket, discreetly transferring it into her spiritual space. Having earned such a considerable sum, she felt it was only right to indulge in a delightful meal. After departing the traditional medicine shop, Song Yuntang headed straight for the state-run restaurant, intending to treat her 5 organs to a feast. As she passed through a narrow alley, she heard the sounds of a quarrel emanating from within. "Return my money! Give it back to me!" A young woman's voice rang out, tinged with a regional accent, her Mandarin noticeably lacking fluency, betraying her status as a non-native of the capital. Song Yuntang halted, turning her head to glimpse the woman's silhouette. She wore two thick, braided pigtails, her hair dark and glossy, adorned in a red floral blouse, with coarse blue trousers and black cloth shoes. This attire, appealing in the countryside, seemed somewhat out of place in the capital. Opposite her stood a middle-aged man, engaged in a heated dispute with her. He cursed vehemently. "You filthy woman! What money? You purchased goods from me. I deliver the items, thus our transaction is complete. What do you want from me? I no longer want your items. I'll return them. Just give me back my money." The woman stubbornly clung to the man's arm, demanding the return of her funds. Their dialogue had likely persisted for some time, with the middle-aged man exhibiting immense impatience. "These country bumpkins just don't know when to quit. Who do you think you are? Get lost," he bellowed, his voice gruff and abrasive. "If you refuse to leave, well, I must say, you're not too shabby. Perhaps we should divorce, and you could live a good life with me." As he spoke, the man made a move to physically assault her, reaching out to grope her. The woman, taken aback by the sudden aggression, quickly recoiled, inadvertently colliding her shoulder and arm against the rough wall, emitting a soft cry of pain. Song Yuntang's brow furrowed in displeasure, a surge of anger rising within her. She could hardly bear to witness a woman being bullied by a loathsome man, especially one who so derogatorily referred to her as a country bumpkin. Were we not all members of the proletariat? Just as the middle-aged man was about to flee the alley, Song Yuntang charged forward, delivering a swift kick to his groin, knowing this would most effectively incapacitate him. Yet, to her astonishment, the man did not fall. Rather, he was lifted off the ground. Song Yuntang watched in disbelief as the man, who had moments ago been swaggering with bravado, was now hoisted in the air, his chest grasped firmly, and he was forcefully pinned against the wall, rendered immobile. He struggled to break free from the grip on his collar, but found himself utterly powerless. The assailant was none other than the woman she had previously glimpsed.
Wow.
Song Yuntang thought, internally marveling at the strength of this woman. If Song Yuntang had relied on skillful finesse, this woman was nothing short of a powerhouse. The middle-aged man dangled, his collar constricting his throat, the pain radiating from his knees, leaving him gasping for breath, his face turning red. He was compelled to plead for mercy. "Let go, let go. Please, I can't breathe." The woman held onto his collar tightly, demanding, "Will you return my money or not?" I will. Just let go, please." The man, gripped by fear, acquiesced. Upon hearing his compliance, the woman relented, releasing her hold. She then handed him an object, stating, "Here, take this back, but return my money." With a newfound breath of life, the middle-aged man's expression darkened, and in the next instant, he turned hostile, unwilling to accept defeat at the hands of two women. He cursed under his breath, "You bitches." He snatched a brick from the ground, summoning all his strength to hurl it at the now defenseless woman. "Watch out," Song Yuntang swiftly warned, reaching out to assist. A silver needle had appeared between her delicate fingers, and without hesitation, she plunged it into the wrist of the man wielding the brick, targeting a specific acupoint with precision. The woman, alerted by Song Yuntang's warning, evaded the impending attack. When she turned back, she witnessed the middle-aged man trembling, his hands quaking uncontrollably. The brick clattering to the ground, shattered into two pieces. "My hand! Why can't I exert any strength?" he exclaimed, staring at the silver needle embedded in his wrist, panic flooding his pale face. He could not discern whether it was a mere physical sensation or a genuine experience, but it felt as though all his strength had evaporated. The woman observed this scene, her gaze landing on Song Yuntang, who appeared effortlessly beautiful, devoid of any aggression. "Where is my money?" Song Yuntang demanded with authority. "Return her money." With trembling hands, the middle-aged man, reduced to a quivering mess, fished out 20 yuan from his pocket and handed it over. "Here, take it. All of it." Song Yuntang turned to the woman. "Verify the amount. Is this correct?" The startled woman, coming to her senses, quickly took the money, counted it, and nodded. 20 yuan. It's all here, not a cent missing." "Then it's settled," Song Yuntang declared, reaching out to effortlessly withdraw the needle from the man's wrist. The instant the needle was removed, the middle-aged man felt a rush of relief in his arm, able to regain his strength. However, as he glanced at Song Yuntang, his expression shifted to one of caution, fully aware that she was not someone to be trifled with. "Get lost," Song Yuntang barked, urging him to flee. The middle-aged man hastily retrieved the item that the woman had previously handed him from the ground, then limped away, his knee still throbbing painfully from the kick delivered by Song Yuntang, making it difficult for him to walk. Once he had distanced himself, Song Yuntang and the woman emerged from the narrow alley and stepped onto the main road. "Comrade, my name is Tian Shaoyi. Thank you for your assistance just now," she said with a bright smile directed at Song Yuntang. At last, Song Yuntang beheld Tian Shaoyi's full face. And it was much like her profile, a spirited young woman with an oval face, large, round eyes that shone a deep, lustrous black, exuding vitality. Her complexion was not fair, but rather a healthy wheat color, radiating energy. "My name is Song Yuntang," she replied, and thus, the two women had made each other's acquaintance. "You don't need to thank me," Song Yuntang remarked. "Even if I hadn't intervened, you would have surely retrieved your money. Why didn't you act sooner?" Tian Shaoyi's remarkable strength had left quite an impression on Song Yuntang. Suddenly, Tian Shaoyi revealed a bashful smile, lowering her head shyly as she confessed. "My husband doesn't allow me to fight outside. He says this is the city, and engaging in violence is uncivilized behavior." "Your husband?" Song Yuntang exclaimed, surprised. "You're already married?" Tian Shaoyi nodded. "Yes, I've been married for a year." It was hard to believe that someone who appeared to be no older than 19 or 20 had been married for a year. However, upon reflection, the original owner of this body had been even younger at the time of her marriage, and it was not unusual for people in this era to wed early. Song Yuntang inquired, "Are you looking to purchase a fountain pen?" "Yes. I want to buy a good one, preferably from abroad. I've heard people mention some sort of KK fountain pen that is the best to use. I want that one." "Park?" Yes. That's the name. I've heard it several times, but can't seem to remember. My brain is just too dull." Song Yuntang reminded her. "The fountain pen you mentioned can only be purchased at the friendship store, and you need foreign exchange coupons to do so." Tian Shaoyi scratched her head in frustration. "I don't have foreign exchange coupons, and I'm too timid to go to the friendship store." Observing the troubled expression on Tian Shaoyi's face, Song Yuntang began to piece together what had transpired earlier. Tian Shaoyi wished to buy a Parker fountain pen but was unable to find one in the store, leading her to seek a transaction in the black market, where she encountered a swindler. The man had promised her a brand new Parker pen but delivered an old one instead. While she may not have recognized the intricacies of the brand, she could certainly discern the difference between a new and an old pen. Upon realizing she had been cheated, she confronted the middle-aged man to demand a refund, but he refused, taking advantage of her rural origins, which led to the earlier confrontation. Song Yuntang considered Tian Shaoyi thoughtfully. The passbook and receipts entrusted to her by Fu Weicheng contained foreign exchange coupons, which her family had no use for. So, she might as well assist the person before her. "Tian Shaoyi, I have foreign exchange coupons. I can take you to the friendship store to buy the fountain pen." "Really?" Tian Shaoyi's eyes sparkled with excitement as she fixed her gaze on Song Yuntang. "I want to take your foreign exchange coupons for free. I'll pay you." Song Yuntang readily agreed. "All right, let us do it your way." They set off towards the friendship store, but after only a few steps, a rumbling sound emanated from their stomachs. Grr wasn't just one sound, but a chorus of two. Song Yuntang and Tian Shaoyi looked down at their bellies, then back at each other, and simultaneously said, "Let us go eat first." Thus, a silent agreement was reached. Song Yuntang had intended to dine at a state-run restaurant, but Tian Shaoyi insisted that she was familiar with the area and led her through a series of twists and turns into a small shop nestled in an alley that specialized in zhajiangmian, noodles with soybean paste. Tian Shaoyi confidently patted her chest, declaring, "This noodle shop serves the best zhajiangmian. I guarantee it's the best in the whole of Beijing, and it's cheap. A true value for money. Thank you for helping me earlier. I'll treat you to this lunch." Song Yuntang accepted, without hesitation. As soon as the zhajiangmian was served at their table, the enticing aroma wafted towards them, igniting their appetites and stirring their stomachs. Delicious. It truly is fragrant. After tasting it, they found it even more delightful than it smelled. Tian Shaoyi beamed with pride, asking, "How is it? Tasty, right?" "Absolutely delicious," Song Yuntang exclaimed, devouring her meal with gusto, a stark contrast to the delicate student persona she projected. Seeing Song Yuntang relish her food brought joy to Tian Shaoyi's heart. During their meal, Song Yuntang inquired about Tian Shaoyi's remarkable strength, which allowed her to lift an adult male. Tian Shaoi replied, "It's natural. I've been strong since I was a child. My father said I was a great help in the fields. I often worked on the farm, which only made me stronger. I came to the city after I got married. Everything is great in the city, except there's no work to be found, which drives me mad." Song Yuntang couldn't help but chuckle, while others flocked to the city to escape labor and enjoy a life of leisure. Tian Shaoi lamented the lack of employment. The meal was a joyful affair for both, and they each ordered a second helping, filling their stomachs to satisfaction. Tian Shaoi remarked in astonishment, "I've seen city girls eat very little. You're the first I've met who eats so much." She then gave Song Yuntang a thumbs up. If such a statement were made by someone else, it might have been perceived as a mockery of a woman's hearty appetite, but coming from Tian Shaoi, it was a genuine acknowledgement. To eat well and possess strength was the hallmark of a good woman. After finishing her meal, Song Yuntang wiped her mouth and took Tian Shaoi to the friendship store. Upon their arrival at the counter, the sales clerk, dressed in a uniform, frowned upon seeing Tian Shaoi and immediately complained, "What are you doing here again? I've told you countless times that without foreign exchange coupons, you cannot make a purchase. Can a country bumpkin understand simple words?" Hearing this, Song Yuntang frowned in disapproval. It was said that customer service was paramount in business, yet this clerk lacked even the most basic courtesy. She produced the foreign exchange coupons and placed them on the counter. "We have the foreign exchange coupons. Now bring out the fountain pens for her to choose from." The sales clerk glanced at Tian Shaoi, then at Song Yuntang, and upon realizing that Song Yuntang seemed somewhat familiar, she refrained from further derision and reluctantly retrieved the fountain pens from behind the counter. Song Yuntang quickly sensed the clerk's ulterior motives and pointed out, "My friend only wants Parker fountain pens. Why are you offering her other brands? Hurry and exchange them." The sales clerk, clearly unwilling, had no choice but to comply, swapping out the pens displayed in the velvet boxes.
"See?"
She tilted her head, softly mocking, "You can only afford the cheapest model. What difference does it make whether you look at the others?"
"How can you speak like that?"
Song Yuntang, now incensed, felt compelled to confront the clerk. Customers were entering the store, and how could one look down upon Tian Shaoi simply because she hailed from the countryside? Before she could escalate the situation, Tian Shaoi grasped Song Yuntang's arm. Frowning, though displeased, she shook her head and said, "It's fine. I'm used to it. Buying the fountain pen is what matters." Her earnest desire to acquire the fountain pen made her reluctant to provoke any further conflict. Lowering her gaze slightly, her expression earnest, she scrutinized the array of fountain pens, each one glistening and beautiful, with subtle differences. She wished to pick one up but was apprehensive about leaving fingerprints on the pens. After a while, Tian Shaoi pointed to one of the fountain pens and asked Song Yuntang, "Comrade Song, my taste is rather poor, and I fear I may choose one that is unappealing. Could you help me assess this one?" Sensing the earnestness in Tian Shaoi's demeanor regarding the matter, Song Yuntang replied, "All the fountain pens are quite beautiful. The one you select will express your sentiments best, and I think it is splendid." The furrowed brow of Tian Shaoi slowly relaxed at Song Yuntang's words, revealing a smile. She looked up at the sales clerk and declared, "I shall take this fountain pen." The clerk maintained her indifferent demeanor, casting a glance at them and coolly stated, "This one is 80. Do you have the money?" Song Yuntang, concerned that Tian Shaoi might lack sufficient funds, noted her somewhat impoverished appearance, especially since she only had 20 yuan initially. To her surprise, Tian Shaoi immediately responded, "Yes." She rummaged through her pocket and extracted a thick stack of bills, counting out 80 yuan without hesitation to make the purchase. The clerk stared in astonishment, glancing between Song Yuntang and Tian Shaoi, clearly incredulous. A seemingly rustic girl from the countryside could produce 80 yuan without batting an eye to buy an imported fountain pen. That was several months' worth of her wages. Song Yuntang was equally taken aback, not by Tian Shaoi's wealth, but by her willingness to part with 80 yuan for a fountain pen intended as a gift. Despite not having spared a penny for a beautiful outfit since arriving in the city, this must be for someone of great significance to her. After completing the transaction, Tian Shaoi reminded the clerk, "I know each fountain pen comes with its own box. You must provide me with a box as well."
"Do not think to deceive me."
The clerk, clearly unprepared for Tian Shaoi's awareness of such details, fell silent, her expression deflated. Witnessing this exchange, Song Yuntang felt a sense of satisfaction. As they departed from the Friendship shopping mall, Tian Shaoi carefully wrapped the box containing the fountain pen in her handkerchief, reluctant to let even a speck of dust tarnish it. She expressed her gratitude to Song Yuntang, saying, "Comrade Song, thank you for your help today. You have assisted me twice. From now on, we are friends. Should you need anything, do not hesitate to seek my assistance. I reside in the nearby military housing compound. Just mention my name, and you will find me." "You, too, are from the military housing compound?" Song Yuntang asked in surprise. "Yes," Tian Shaoi nodded, slowly processing Song Yuntang's words. "You too?" What a coincidence it was. Since their meeting, they had felt an extraordinary rapport, and now they discovered they were neighbors. The military housing compound was quite large, and as Song Yuntang had only recently arrived, it was understandable that she had not met every sister there. As they strolled along the street, purchasing additional items, they returned together to the compound. Song Yuntang walked ahead and inquired, "Where is your home in the compound?" Tian Shaoi pointed in a direction, saying, "My home is right there. It's easy to find." Following her gesture, Song Yuntang observed that the compound appeared rather unremarkable. Yet the location seemed familiar. It echoed a mention from the last time Hu Chunling had introduced her to the surrounding neighbors. Hu Chunling had mentioned that the occupants of that house were political commissars associated with Fu Weicheng, named He Mingyuan. She had also referred to Comrade Zhu's wife in some context. The specifics eluded Song Yuntang, but she recalled Hu Chunling's anxious tone and her careful warnings. At that time, Song Yuntang hadn't anticipated staying in the compound for long. She wasn't even seeking employment at the military hospital yet and had little interest in the gossip of the compound. Thus she had interrupted Hu Chunling's discourse and hadn't listened closely. Now, reflecting on it, Song Yuntang recalled that Hu Chunling had implied that Zhu's wife was not someone to be trifled with, advising her to be cautious and avoid drawing unwanted attention. At that moment, Song Yuntang had presumed she was referring to some highborn young lady, akin to Fong Siua, with an impressive background and a difficult temperament, thus someone to be avoided. Yet this person was Tian Shaoi. Song Yuntang turned to gaze at Tian Shaoi, her bright eyes scanning her from head to toe. From her deep black braided hair to her plain black cloth shoes, she appeared to be an unpretentious country girl, entirely unremarkable in demeanor. Why then did Hu Chunling seem so anxious around her? Unbeknownst to Tian Shaoi, Song Yuntang was lost in thought, perceiving her gaze upon her. With a puzzled expression, Tian Shaoi furrowed her brow and suddenly asked, "What is wrong? Are you afraid of me like the others?" Observing the sadness that flickered in Tian Shaoi's eyes as she spoke, Song Yuntang contemplated in silence. Hu Chunling was a well-liked figure in the compound, and if even she refrained from associating with Tian Shaoi, it was likely that Tian Shaoi was isolated within the community. Noticing Song Yuntang's silence, Tian Shaoi assumed her words were tacitly acknowledged. She said, "I understand what you mean. Thank you for your assistance today. Let us consider ourselves as strangers from now on." The thought of not being able to forge a friendship with Song Yuntang genuinely pained her. However, having grown accustomed to her solitary existence, she understood that many of the sisters in the compound looked down upon her for coming from the countryside. She could comprehend if Song Yuntang chose to follow the crowd and distance herself from her. After speaking, Tian Shaoi touched the box containing the pen she had just purchased at the Friendship Shopping Mall. Without uttering another word, she turned to leave, convinced that a beautiful and fashionable city girl like Song Yuntang was not someone with whom she could associate. Before Song Yuntang could respond, she heard Tian Shaoi's rapid-fire words as she prepared to depart. "Tian Shaoi, please don't go." Song Yuntang grasped her arm, unwilling to let her leave under any misunderstanding. Just as she was about to explain, a hurried voice called out to them, "Song Meizi,
Song Meizi, Song Meizi."
Something terrible has happened." Looking up, Song Yuntang was startled to see Hu Chunling rushing toward them, panting heavily, her face slightly pale and her chest heaving rapidly, due to her labored breathing. Her voice trembled as she exclaimed, "Song Meizi, something's wrong. Your child has been harmed." Upon hearing this, Song Yuntang's heart sank. The individuals she cared for most were Nian Nian and Nen, and she could not bear to see them suffer even the slightest injustice. She had cheerfully sent them off to kindergarten just that morning, and now they had been hurt. Forgetting all about Tian Shaoi, she grabbed Hu Chunling with urgency. "Where are my children? Where are they?" "They're outside, not far from here. I will take you," Hu Chunling said. In truth, as Hu Chunling guided Song Yuntang, She found herself being pulled along as Song Yuntang surged ahead, her hand firmly gripping Hu Chunling's, dragging the breathless girl along with her in a desperate bid to reach them more swiftly. Hu Chunling wondered how Song Meizi possessed such strength, barely needing to exert any effort herself. Tian Shaoyi hesitated for a few moments behind them but ultimately decided to follow. Song Yuntang led the way, and the location of the incident was not far from their compound. It was along the path from the kindergarten back to the compound. The kindergarten was nearby, and given the presence of a military camp and patrolling sentries, the area was considered safe. In the early morning, as Song Yuntang sent Nian Nian and Anan off to school, she made a promise to them that if she had the time, she would pick them up after school. If she failed to appear, they were to return home with Hu Xiaojun. To ensure this, she had tied the house key to a piece of yarn, which she hung around Nian Nian's neck. She believed that such a short distance, surrounded by familiar neighbors, would pose no danger. However, after encountering Tian Shaoyi, she lost track of time and missed the kindergarten dismissal. Little did she know, it was precisely on this day that misfortune would strike. When Song Yuntang finally arrived, she was greeted by the sight of 3 children grappling on the ground. Among them were 2 unfamiliar faces, but the child being pinned down was unmistakably Nian Nian.
Mom.
Nian Nian cried out, and then, timid and hesitant, stood off to the side, too frightened to join the fray, yet worried for Nian Nian. Initially suppressing her tears, the sight of Song Yuntang's arrival overwhelmed her, and she rushed over, bursting into tears. Observing Nian Nian being subdued, and Anan's tears flowing freely, Song Yuntang enveloped the sobbing child in her arms, a fierce fire igniting within her heart. Anan, do not fear. Mama is here. We shall not be afraid, she consoled. Surrounding them were adults, yet their presence did little to quell the chaos. Children often squabbled, and such tussles were hardly alarming. As long as the adults intervened with a word of caution, the matter could dissipate. There were indeed adults attempting to separate the children, but they were halted by none other than Wu Fanghua, someone Song Yuntang had encountered a few times before. With her pregnancy evident, Wu Fanghua, holding back the onlookers, managed to smile as she declared, "Oh, it's just children fighting. What noise can they possibly create? They are merely flexing their limbs, and it's not a grave matter. Children should resolve their own disputes. Our interference might make them feel it's unfair." She continued, "Oh, let them have their scuffle. We can discipline them afterward." Listening to Wu Fanghua's reasoning, Song Yuntang cursed inwardly. What nonsense. It was true that children ought to resolve their own issues, but fighting was hardly a trivial matter. Hu Chunling leaned in to whisper to Song Yuntang, "The 2 boys fighting with Nian Nian are Wu Fanghua's children." In an instant, clarity washed over Song Yuntang. Wu Fanghua's calm demeanor in watching the altercation stemmed from the fact that her 2 sons were involved, while Nian Nian stood alone against them. In a fight of 2 against 1, with both boys being from her household, she had little concern for the outcome. In this era, it was common for families to have 3 or 4 children, yet not everyone was fortunate to have their first 2 born as sons. Wu Fanghua had given birth to 2 sons and was now expecting a third, which, upon examination, was also predicted to be male. Thus, she would soon boast 3 sons. She was the woman in the compound with the most sons, walking with her head held high, exuding an air of superiority. If one were to compare, the only advantage Song Yuntang had was that she had given birth to a pair of twins, a boy and a girl. While Wu Fanghua continued to observe the scene with detached interest, her brows suddenly furrowed, as if unease compelled her to act. Sensing this, Song Yuntang scrutinized the struggling children. Nian Nian, nearing 5 years of age, faced 2 boys, one approximately 6 and the other looking about 4, who were ganging up on him. Although they were upon him, Nian Nian was no weakling. Earlier that morning, both she and Fu Weicheng had encouraged him not to fear being bullied, advising him to fight back if ever confronted. Nian Nian had taken their words to heart, and with the skills honed from his childhood in the village, he was quite formidable. What had initially placed him at a disadvantage turned into a sudden display of strength as he gritted his teeth, his face reddening. Like a small lion, he erupted, flipping over both boys who had been pressing him down. Once he regained his footing, the adversaries lay sprawled on the ground, groaning in pain. "Ah, it hurts." Seizing the moment while they were still dazed, he swiftly positioned himself atop the 6-year-old, pinning him down with his weight, and began to retaliate. This tactic, akin to capturing the leader first, rendered the smaller boy too frightened to act, and he began to cry. "Mommy, it hurts! Mommy!" Upon witnessing this scene, Wu Fenghua's earlier amusement evaporated. She shouted, "Big tiger! Little tiger! Don't be scared! Mama is coming!" With that, she lunged forward. Song Yuntang swiftly handed an end to Hu Chunling, then took a decisive step to seize Wu Fenghua's wrist, preventing her from advancing. A cold smirk graced her lips as she retorted, "Didn't you say that children's affairs should be resolved by themselves? Why intervene now while they're still fighting?" Song Yuntang. Wu Fenghua was taken aback by her sudden appearance, her pupils dilating, her face shifting between shades of pale and flushed, as the cries of Big Tiger and Little Tiger echoed in her ears. Ultimately a mother, she could not bear to witness her children being bullied. Struggling fiercely, she implored, "Song Yuntang, let me go. My Big Tiger is being beaten. Release me." Song Yuntang's grip tightened, leaving no chance for Wu Fenghua to escape. Her expression was one of mockery, her eyes glinting with a chilling light as she advanced toward Wu Fenghua. Feeling a surge of fear, Wu Fenghua retreated step by step, stammering, "What are you going to do? Are you going to hit me? I'm pregnant, you know. If you dare to lay a hand on me, I won't let this go. I am indeed going to confront you. How does that sound?" A blaze of fury ignited in Song Yuntang's eyes. Before anyone could react, she and Wu Fenghua were engaged in a scuffle. The onlooking women were left dumbfounded. The children hadn't yet finished their quarrel, and now the adults had entered the fray. Song Yuntang, who appeared so refined and delicate, exuding an air of scholarly grace, seemed an unlikely contender in a brawl. Yet, it was she who charged forward. "Oh, dear. How did you two end up fighting?" cried the onlookers.
Stop! Stop!
"We are all from the same compound. We see each other every day. How can we resort to violence?" "Song, sister. Wu Fenghua, please calm down," they urged, rushing to intervene and separate the two women. But their attempts were in vain, as they too were drawn into the chaotic melee. The commotion escalated, with 5 or 6 individuals entangled in a fracas. Unlike men's brawls, where fists were thrown with force, women's fights consisted more of hair-pulling and tugging at each other's clothing. With so many participants, it became difficult to discern who was who, and in a moment of carelessness, one of the onlookers found herself caught in the fray. Incensed by the unexpected blow, she retaliated, and instead of calming the situation, the chaos only intensified. Hu Chunling, preoccupied with caring for Anan, had not approached until she suddenly beheld the whirlwind of bodies grappling together, leaving her utterly astonished. "Oh heavens! How did it come to this?" she exclaimed.
Nana!
Anan stood to the side, observing the fiery demeanor of Song Yuntang, her small face adorned with round, glistening eyes, the tears having ceased their flow unbeknownst to her. She was no longer crying, merely staring in a daze. Wow! It was her first time witnessing her mother engage in such a fierce altercation. How impressive! Despite the situation escalating, there lingered an unsettling feeling that something was amiss. At the periphery, Tian Shaoi gazed in astonishment. She had never anticipated that Song Yuntang would resort to fighting, and in such a manner. Should she perhaps step in to assist? In the military camp, Commander Fu, "At last I've found you. There's trouble. The young sister-in-law is being bullied." Lin Xiangdong rushed to inform Fu Weicheng once more. After the previous blunder involving Fu's parents, Fu Weicheng did not immediately believe him, merely casting a dispassionate glance at Lin Xiangdong. What now was the matter? Lin Xiangdong, feeling anxious, quickly spoke. "Commander Fu, this time it's genuine. I saw the young sister-in-law engaging in a brawl. It's a chaotic mess. You must hurry and check on her. She's alone with 2 children. I fear she might be at a disadvantage. They've already started fighting." Fu Weicheng's brow furrowed. As Lin Xiangdong continued to urge him, he had already taken long strides towards the scene, eager to assist his wife. Lin Xiangdong exclaimed, "This is dire. The situation in Northwest Jin has turned chaotic." When Fu Weicheng arrived, he beheld the sight of women grappling and pulling at one another, while nearby, the children were in disarray. Little Huzi had already been subdued by Anan, curled up in a corner, tears streaming down his face, sniffling, his body trembling with fright. Nian returned to Anan's side, shielding his sister. "Anan, don't be afraid. Mother is formidable." The 2 siblings stood in solidarity as they watched Song Yuntang fight. The scene, amidst the turmoil, held a tinge of absurdity. Fu Weicheng, tall and with long arms, surveyed the chaotic tableau and swiftly pulled Song Yuntang from the fray. Mid-fight, Song Yuntang felt herself being tugged away from the battlefield. Turning around, she found herself face to face with Fu Weicheng. She frowned and complained, "Why are you pulling me away?" This caught Fu Weicheng off guard. He had rushed over to protect Song Yuntang, and was it wrong to pull her away? He replied, "I was concerned for your safety." Song Yuntang, evidently unconcerned, raised her bright eyes with confidence. "Fear not. They cannot harm me." Her assertion rang true. Given the other women's abilities to tug hair and pull clothes, how could they possibly inflict any injury upon her? Nian Nian and Anan approached, saying, "Mother is incredible. She can defeat many bad people and knock everyone down." The everyone referred to the Song Mingde family, who had made a lasting impression with their memories of Song Yuntang wielding a bamboo stick against them. Fu Weicheng thought, "Has my concern for my family been in vain? Why do my wife and children not require my protection?" Truly, a hero finds no opportunity to prove his valor. Since Song Yuntang had extricated herself from the melee, she had no intention of rejoining it. She shook her sore wrist, brushed aside the hair that had fallen by her ear, and straightened her disheveled clothing, restoring her usual spirited appearance. With a casual demeanor, she began to observe the unfolding drama, showing no signs of remorse for being the catalyst of the turmoil. In her moment of leisure, Song Yuntang gently caressed Anne's small face, wiping away her tears, soothing her. "Do not cry. Everything is well." Anne, with her eyes still glistening, nodded slightly and rested her head on Song Yuntang's lap, whispering, "Mother, why are they still fighting?" Indeed, why were they still fighting? A group of women were tugging at each other, and amidst the chaos, they suddenly realized Song Yuntang was missing. "Stop fighting."
Stop.
Wu Fanghua, look clearly. It's me, not Sister Song. Sister Song is gone. Someone in the crowd shouted in alarm. Wu Fanghua widened her eyes and scrutinized the person she held, realizing it was indeed not Song Yuntang.
Ah.
"Where is she? Where is she?" Wu Fanghua shouted in frustration. The other women began to disperse, and as they turned, they saw Song Yuntang and Fu Weicheng's family of four standing not far behind, all watching the spectacle. The crowd stood in stunned silence. It was Hu Chunling who stepped forward. "Commander Fu has arrived. Everyone, let us calm down. This is just a minor issue. No need for such escalation." The sisters-in-law, hoping to downplay the matter, felt a bit intimidated by Fu Weicheng's presence, and following Hu Chunling's lead, they added, "Indeed, it's merely a children's scuffle. Look, no one has been hurt, so let us not dwell on it. We all live in the same courtyard. Why should we ruin our relationships over this?" With the Commander Fu present, Wu Fanghua felt a pang of trepidation. After all, Fu Weicheng held a high military rank, and his status as a commander loomed over her husband's. Yet, upon hearing the surrounding remarks, her anger flared. "You all better open your eyes. It was I who was struck, and it was my child who was attacked by her children. Do you have no conscience to let me simply brush it off?" The crowd exchanged glances, hesitant to respond. A clear voice then cut through the tension. "No, this matter cannot simply be overlooked." The sisters-in-law turned to find it was Song Yuntang who spoke. Having set aside her amusement, she approached Wu Fanghua with a serious demeanor, stepping closer as if to engage again. Wu Fanghua was frightened and stumbled back several steps. "What do you want? Are you going to hit me again?" "Rest assured, I will not strike you. We are merely here to settle accounts," Song Yuntang replied with a smirk, her expression cold. "Since the incident has occurred, it cannot simply be swept under the rug. We shall calculate everything from the very beginning. Were your two sons not the ones who conspired to bully my Nian Nian? Did you not clearly see your child hitting others while remaining indifferent?" But you hit me first." Wu Fanghua stammered, unable to counter Song Yuntang's accusations. Unfazed, Song Yuntang maintained her composure. "I admit that I struck you first. But do you dare to acknowledge your child's wrongdoing?" Wu Fanghua's eyes trembled. But, if you look closely, our children are the ones who are injured." Nian Nian merely had her clothes dirted, with no visible injuries, while Wu Fanghua's sons bore bruises from being toppled by Nian Nian. Song Yuntang scoffed. "The reason your children were injured is that they are incompetent. Together they cannot even match my Nian Nian. You shameless!" Wu Fanghua, incensed, began to hurl insults. You hit someone and still think you are in the right?
Oh.
You wish to discuss reason? Very well, let us engage in a rational discourse, Song Yuntang replied. As the two parties involved, neither of us can decide. Let us call upon Director Yang. She is the wife of Commander Yang and the head of the Women's Committee in the courtyard, guaranteed to be impartial. Let her adjudicate whether the fault lies with your children or mine. Let her arbitrate. Is it justifiable for a mother to resort to violence in order to shield her child from harm? Upon careful examination of the circumstances, it is indeed evident that Wu Fenghua's family bears the brunt of the blame. They instigated the bullying, with two of them ganging up on a single child, compounded by Wu Fenghua's flawed educational values. Should this matter escalate to Director Yang's attention, all arguments would undoubtedly favor Song Yuntang. Instead, it would be Wu Fenghua who requires ideological correction. I, as an adult, choose not to dwell on the trivialities. I shall not hold this against you. Wu Fenghua was taken aback by Song Yuntang's formidable resolve and sharp tongue. Unable to counter her retorts, she found herself retreating. She attempted to leave, but Song Yuntang was not inclined to let her depart so easily. Our accounts are far from settled, Song Yuntang stated coldly. Wu Fenghua, trembling, inquired, "What do you intend to do?" Song Yuntang replied, "Your children have assaulted others without facing any consequences. Do you truly believe they will amend their ways?
Today.
They have targeted my child, Nian Nian. Who can guarantee they won't victimize other children tomorrow?" The neighbors, who initially perceived the children's scuffle as trivial, felt a sudden weight in their hearts upon hearing Song Yuntang's words. Every household has children. If the ones pinned down by De Huzi and Xiao Huzi were their own, who could assure that they would remain as composed as Song Yuntang? Furthermore, considering Wu Fenghua's often condescending attitude, believing her family to be superior due to the number of children they had, the women who had intended to mediate now furrowed their brows, their thoughts shifting. At that moment, hurried footsteps approached them. The newcomer, clad in military uniform, possessed an ordinary face with a square jaw. Of medium build and appearing to be in his early 30s, he was none other than Wu Fenghua's husband, Zhou Guoqiang. Having caught wind of the commotion involving his wife and the children of Commander Fu, he hurried over, apprehensive about the potential fallout from Wu Fenghua's uncompromising nature. "What has happened here?" Zhou Guoqiang queried, anxious and flustered. "Who can explain the situation to me?" "Commander Zhou, allow me to elucidate." Hu Chumling stepped forward to recount the events. Upon hearing the tale, Zhou Guoqiang's heart sank, and he quickly turned to Fu Weicheng, saying, "Commander Fu, today my wife and children were in the wrong. I sincerely apologize on their behalf for any distress caused to your family." However, despite the apology, it was clear to all present what he was really apologizing for. Fu Weicheng responded, "Commander Zhou, your apology does little. This is a family matter, and I heed my wife's words." At this, Zhou Guoqiang broke into a cold sweat, and the onlookers gasped in disbelief. Could this truly be the typically aloof Fu Weicheng? Zhou Guoqiang nodded fervently, "Yes, yes, indeed. Comrade Song, today we were truly in error. Please, state any demands you may have." Song Yuntang, unyielding, asserted. "Then let Commander Zhou, in front of all of us, properly educate your children to prevent such incidents from occurring and to spare other children from being bullied." While Song Yuntang's request may seem excessive, it was not unreasonable. Children who err indeed require adult correction. Yet, to do so publicly would be utterly humiliating. Zhou Guoqiang gritted his teeth and agreed. Very well. Wu Fenghua clearly opposed Zhou Guoqiang's decision, reaching out to deter him, hoping to change his mind. However, Zhou Guoqiang, observing Fu Weicheng's expression, had already solidified his resolve. Thus, shortly thereafter, a long bench appeared on the street, upon which lay two boys. One large and one small, De Huzi and Xiao Huzi. Their trousers had been removed, exposing their pale backsides, as they clutched the bench in terror, weeping pitifully.
"No.
Don't hit us. Please don't. Mommy, I don't want to be spanked." Wu Fenghua, filled with anxiety, interjected, "Zhou Guoqiang, is this truly necessary? Can't we take the children home and educate them ourselves? Their behavior is a result of your indulgence. I intend to use this incident to teach them a lesson, to make them aware of their wrongdoings, so they do not cause greater troubles in the future. Step aside." Zhou Guoqiang's words were resolute, and he even pushed Wu Fenghua aside, causing her to stumble back. She was, after all, pregnant, and her condition made the situation precarious. The surrounding women rushed to her side, grasping her hands, saying, Wu Fonghua, Commander Zhou is not wrong in this. If we do not teach children to discern right from wrong while they are young, they will surely cause trouble when they grow up. Please remain calm. Zhou Guiqiang rolled up his sleeves, wielding a feather duster. He raised his arm high and brought it down towards the boy's exposed backsides.
Swish.
The sound of the duster, slicing through the air, echoed. Song Yuntang turned her head, covering an Anne's eyes, whispering, Anan, let us not watch. As the duster struck, the anguished cries erupted. Daddy, I know I was wrong. No, I will never hit anyone again. Song Yuntang did not linger to witness the extent of Zhou Guiqiang's discipline. What mattered was that they, as a couple, learned a lesson. She turned to Fu Weicheng, saying, Shall we return home? Indeed, he replied. You need not return to the barracks immediately. It can wait. Let me take you home first. On the way back, Song Yuntang belatedly realized that Tian Xiaoa had been with her earlier, but she had lost track of her amidst the chaos. Where is Tian Xiaoa? She glanced around, not spotting her anywhere. Perhaps she had lost interest in the spectacle and returned home. Upon reaching home, Song Yuntang took Nian Nian and An into their room, carefully checking their clothes for any signs of injury, feeling reassured once she confirmed they were unharmed. She knelt down, opened her arms wide, and embraced them tightly. Nian Nian, An, I am so relieved you are safe. You truly frightened your mother earlier. Standing outside the door, Fu Weicheng caught a glimpse of this tender moment through the crack of the open door. His heart stirred. It dawned on him that Song Yuntang was not as unflinching as she seemed, that she too harbored worries and vulnerabilities. Mommy, did I do something wrong by fighting? Nian Nian asked softly. Not at all, Song Yuntang replied, gently stroking his cheek and gazing into his eyes. Fighting comes in many forms. If one uses strength and numbers to bully others, that is wrong. Conversely, if it is to protect the weak, then it is a noble act, akin to a little hero standing up for justice. You have done nothing wrong. Anna nodded in agreement with Song Yuntang's words, adding, Mommy is right, brother. We did nothing wrong. After being comforted by Song Yuntang, the two children gradually regained their cheerful spirits. Nian Nian patted his little pocket and took out a small flower crafted from red paper, presenting it to Song Yuntang. With a slight blush on his face, he said, Mom, this is for you. Although Nian Nian felt a bit shy, the earnestness in his gaze as he looked up at Song Yuntang was unmistakable, his bright eyes brimming with anticipation. This was the first time he had something to give, a small red flower that he had earned through his own efforts. This little flower, in fact, held a story of its own. Though it was Nian Nian and Anan's first day at kindergarten, the two children, clever and well-behaved, quickly captured the teacher's admiration. In recognition of their exemplary behavior, the kindergarten teachers awarded them with small red flowers. Upon receiving the flowers, Nian Nian and Anan were overjoyed. This scene was witnessed by De Huzi and Xiao Huzi, who had been mischievous in kindergarten and had never received a red flower during their time there. They were filled with envy at Nian Nian and Anan for receiving flowers on their very first day. Consequently, they fought with Nian Nian, seeking to snatch the small red flower from his hand. Nian Nian had safeguarded the flower well, ensuring it remained unwrinkled. And now he finally had the opportunity to gift it to Song Yuntang. As Song Yuntang reached out to accept it, she leaned down and planted a big kiss on Nian Nian's forehead.
Wow.
Nian Nian, you are amazing. Thank you. Song Yuntang not only expressed her heartfelt appreciation but also demonstrated it through her actions. She pinned the small red flower to her collar, beaming with a radiant smile as she proudly asked, Does this look good, Mom? It looks wonderful. You are the most beautiful, Mom. Nian Nian and Anan gazed at Song Yuntang with sparkling eyes, nodding vigorously in agreement. Watching this tender moment between the mother and her children, Fu Weicheng's gaze softened silently, a smile gracing his lips as he particularly admired Song Yuntang's radiant visage, which seemed to shimmer with light. He echoed, It looks good. During dinner that evening, a large chicken leg graced the table. Song Yuntang placed one of the chicken legs into Nian Nian's small bowl. Nian Nian, Mommy is rewarding you with a big chicken leg because you protected yourself so well today, and you also took care of Anan. You did great. Eat up. Take a bite and see how delicious it is. Nian Nian held the chicken leg and took a big bite. Mommy, this chicken leg is delicious. If it's tasty, eat it all up. Only by eating well and gaining strength can you become even more formidable, Song Yuntang affirmed Nian Nian heartily, then added earnestly. Nian Nian, today, De Huzi and Xiao Huzi bullied you together. Were you afraid? No. Nian Nian shook his head firmly. Song Yuntang inquired further. What if next time it's not just De Huzi and Xiao Huzi, but many more people? What would you do? Nian Nian, chewing on the chicken leg, noticed that Song Yuntang had something important to convey, so he looked at her attentively. With patience, Song Yuntang explained. The reason you were able to stand up to De Huzi and Xiao Huzi today involved an element of luck. If you hadn't T1 and had gotten hurt, Mommy would be very sad. Therefore, before doing anything, your first thought should always be to protect yourself. If you encounter many people next time, there are other ways to resolve things besides fighting. We could tell the teacher? Nian Nian pondered for a moment before responding. Song Yuntang smiled broadly. Exactly. That's brilliant. We can inform the teacher to reprimand them, or we could run away. If you run away, you won't be bullied. Run away? Nian Nian questioned, perplexed. Wasn't fleeing a rather shameful thing to do? Song Yuntang replied with conviction. Fight when you have the ability. Protect yourself when you do not. Running away is very effective. As long as you are not hurt, there is no shame in it. With this insight, Nian Nian finally comprehended the lesson. He took another bite of the chicken leg and declared, Mommy, I understand now. Next time, if I can't win, I'll run away with an. We'll return home and let Mommy help us. As he uttered the final words, Nian Nian cast a furtive glance at Fu Weicheng. For not only had Song Yuntang protected them today, but Fu Weicheng had also given De Huzi and Xiao Huzi a stern lesson. Pleased with Nian Nian's response, Song Yuntang picked up another large chicken leg and placed it in Fu Weicheng's bowl. Fu Weicheng was taken aback, looking up in surprise. For me? Song Yuntang nodded. Yes. It's for you. If you hadn't been here today, De Huzi and Xiao Huzi would not have been dealt with so thoroughly. So this chicken leg is for you. Anan chimed in excitedly. Daddy, it's a reward. Fu Weicheng understood Song Yuntang's intention, glancing at the three of them before taking a big bite of the chicken leg. Delicious. That night, Nian Nian and Anan were in their room perusing the storybooks that Song Yuntang had brought home. Although they couldn't comprehend the words, their delight in the colorful pages was palpable. Meanwhile, Fu Weicheng was in the kitchen washing dishes. He rolled up the cuffs of his shirt, revealing his well-defined forearms, and washed the dishes with meticulous care. Song Yuntang raised an eyebrow, thinking that a man engaged in household chores appeared even more handsome. However, she did not enter the kitchen merely to watch Fu Weicheng wash dishes. She had other inquiries. Fu Weicheng, your colleague, the political commissar, is named He Mingyuan, correct? What kind of person is He Mingyuan? She asked, standing beside him. Fu Weicheng paused momentarily in his dishwashing, casting a glance her way. Why do you suddenly ask this? Song Yuntang replied candidly, I ran into Commissioner He's spouse, Tian Xiaoyi, while out today, and I became curious, so I thought I'd ask. This doesn't involve military secrets, does it? Is it something you cannot discuss? Fu Weicheng averted his gaze, returning to the dishes, and said, It's not that I can't talk about it. He had not anticipated that Song Yuntang had made new acquaintances. Information about He Mingyuan was not a particular secret within the compound. Even if he hadn't been asked, Song Yuntang could have learned about him from other women. Thus, Fu Weicheng succinctly conveyed, He Mingyuan's background is not inferior to mine. His family has been involved in revolutionary activities since his grandparents' generation, making him a third-generation military figure. However, unlike me, who enlisted in the military directly at the appropriate age, He Mingyuan followed a traditional military academy route. He graduated with outstanding grades from the military academy and was originally slated to be sent to the Air Force as a company instructor. But he chose to forego that opportunity and went to the most arduous front lines in the Southwest. It was during that time that I met He Mingyuan. Initially, I thought he wouldn't last long on the front lines due to the harsh conditions, given his scholarly demeanor and recent graduation from the military academy. I assumed he was merely augmenting his resume. However, once he arrived at the front lines, he lived and ate with the most ordinary soldiers, enduring the sweltering summer heat and sharing the space with mosquitoes and ants, never once uttering a complaint. During that period, their unit was consistently engaged in combat with enemy forces at the front. Fu Weicheng, serving as the company commander, had to coordinate military matters daily with He Mingyuan. He unexpectedly discovered that He Mingyuan was not merely a theoretical scholar, but rather a diligent student who had earnestly studied various theoretical principles at the military academy. He was adept at making spontaneous adjustments based on the actual circumstances on the battlefield. Following an initial period of acclimatization, a tacit understanding was reached between Fu Weicheng and He Mingyuan. One took charge of military deployment while the other spearheaded the charge into battle. He Mingyuan also organized the comforting of injured soldiers and addressed issues related to ammunition, food, and weapon supplies, thoroughly alleviating Fu Weicheng's concerns. Their harmonious collaboration, one being a man of letters and the other a man of arms, proved to be remarkably effective on the front lines, resulting in countless military achievements. Among the military honors that Fu Weicheng received, a portion was attributed to He Mingyuan's commendable contributions. A year prior, their superiors recalled both of them from the front lines and reassigned them to the military district in the capital. After consulting them, they continued to work together as a team. Thus, one became a regiment commander while the other assumed the role of political commissar, both being exceptional young talents. It was no exaggeration to refer to them as the twin stars of the military district. Song Yuntang detected a tone of admiration in Fu Weicheng's voice when he spoke of He Mingyuan, a man of Fu Weicheng's caliber, inherently proud due to his remarkable abilities, rarely offered genuine praise. Thus, it was no small feat for He Mingyuan to have earned such commendation. However, one could not help but wonder how a distinguished military scion of such lineage, possessing both literary and martial prowess, ended up marrying a country girl, Tian Shaoyi. Surely it could not be that He Mingyuan had been relegated to a lower status, thus making him a suitable match for Tian Shaoyi? Yet, upon reflection, that did not seem plausible. If such a circumstance had indeed occurred, Fu Weicheng would have mentioned it. What is it? Is there something else you wish to know? Fu Weicheng inquired after finishing the dishes and tidying up the kitchen. He noticed that Song Yuntang appeared to be deep in thought. Song Yuntang shook her head, indicating that she had no further inquiries. Even if she did, she thought to herself resolutely, it would be futile to ask. It was apparent that Fu Weicheng did not seem to possess an interest in the marital gossip of others, rendering her questions pointless. Fu Weicheng perceived her inner conflict and was about to delve deeper when a small voice interrupted their rare private conversation. "Mama, I want to take a bath," came the soft call of Nian Nian, who appeared at the kitchen door, still clad in the soiled clothes from his earlier scuffle. He fidgeted uncomfortably.
All right.
"Go fetch your clean clothes, and Mama will help you with your bath," Song Yuntang promptly responded. Upon hearing their exchange, Fu Weicheng realized that it was getting late, signaling that it was time for him to depart. A sense of reluctance welled within him, yet he acknowledged that without a second round of drunkenness, he had no opportunity to linger. As he prepared to leave, Song Yuntang reminded him, "Be cautious when you go out. Don't let anyone else see you. It shouldn't be too difficult for you, Commander Fu, right?" Fu Weicheng could only smile wryly in resignation. "I will be more careful." Nian Nian soon returned with his clothes, and Song Yuntang led him into the bathroom. Just before entering, Nian Nian cast another furtive glance at Fu Weicheng. "There's no need to be shy. If you wish to look, you can do so openly. He is your father, and it is perfectly natural," Song Yuntang encouraged, giving his little head a gentle pat. Nian Nian's cheeks flushed crimson as he lowered his gaze, remaining silent. Understanding his discomfort, Song Yuntang refrained from pressuring him. She believed that as long as Fu Weicheng treated their child with genuine care, Nian Nian would eventually come to accept him in his heart. The sound of running water soon filled the bathroom. Meanwhile, Fu Weicheng, trained to be vigilant by the military, observed the surroundings outside the door, ensuring that no prying eyes were watching before he prepared to step out. Suddenly, a soft, delicate voice called, "Daddy."
It was Anand.
Tugging at the hem of Fu Weicheng's clothing, her round and adorable face, with sparkling eyes, fixed upon him. Throughout the evening, she had been hesitant to speak with him. But now, with Song Yuntang and Nian Nian absent, she seized the opportunity to converse freely, and incautiously rummaged through her small pocket and produced a vibrant little red flower. Extending it toward Fu Weicheng, "Daddy, this is for you," she shyly declared. "This is Anand's reward for you. Today, you dealt with the bad guys. And you are a very brave daddy." At that moment, Fu Weicheng realized that Anand had also received a red flower. She had hidden it all evening, only to present it to him at the last moment. His heart felt as though it would silently melt, sweeter than the finest honey. was the joy he felt at that instant. "And may I give you a kiss?" Fu Weicheng asked, his voice tinged with nervousness. Anin raised her little face, cheeks flushed, and shyly replied, "Just one kiss, but be gentle, okay?" Fu Weicheng bent down, crouching before the little girl, and opened his arms to embrace her. Following her request, he planted a gentle kiss on her forehead. "And this is my favorite reward," he said, accepting the little red flower with care. Anin's eyes sparkled as her smile widened in delight. Filled with reluctance, Fu Weicheng eventually had to release her, urging her to return to her room quickly, for it was dark outside, and she should not wander out again. After Anin left, he carefully placed the little red flower in the pocket of his military jacket, on the left side, close to his heart. As he departed, his spirits soared, unable to suppress the elation that surged within him. In the military district dormitory, Lin Xiangdong, accustomed to Fu Weicheng's return, lazily glanced up and greeted, "Commander Fu, you're back." Once he averted his gaze, he suddenly sensed something was amiss. Just that fleeting glance had revealed Fu Weicheng was smiling. Truly smiling. Lin Xiangdong sprang up from his bed and approached Fu Weicheng. "Commander, have you been chased out by your little sister-in-law again? How can you still be smiling so happily? Have you encountered something good?" Fu Weicheng settled himself at the writing desk in the dormitory, opened a book, and then retrieved the little red flower from his pocket, placing it delicately within the pages. "Do you know what this is?" he inquired. Lin Xiangdong, perplexed, replied, "A piece of red paper? It's not even a complete sheet, just a small corner." Fu Weicheng shot Lin Xiangdong a disdainful glance, seriously introducing, "This is a gift from my daughter. You wouldn't have one, would you?" Lin Xiangdong stood dumbfounded, watching as Fu Weicheng carefully selected the perfect spot to place the little red flower alongside his gleaming military medals, locking it away securely. Heavens, who would steal something like that? At that moment, Song Yuntang emerged from the bathroom with a freshly bathed Nian Nian, tucking the little one snugly under the covers, leaving only her rosy cheeks visible. She reached out to embrace Anin, noticing her daughter as sparkling eyes darting around, clearly concealing something. "Did you keep something for me?" Song Yuntang inquired, gently caressing Anin's little face. Instantly, Anin's face flushed bright red, and though she appeared somewhat guilty, she nodded obediently. Leaning closer to Song Yuntang's cheek, she whispered, "Mama, can I not say it out loud?" The softness of her voice struck a chord in Song Yuntang's heart. The little girl was indeed the most adorable in the entire world. Of course she could. Her mother permitted Anin to have her own little secrets. If it was something Anin wished to share with her mother, she should express it in the future. Song Yuntang was amused by Anin's cuteness, and her tone of voice unconsciously softened. Upon hearing this, Anin immediately nodded with delight and even took the initiative to plant a kiss on Song Yuntang's cheek. With a sweet smile, she declared, "Mommy is the best. Anin loves Mommy the most." Song Yuntang embraced her and carried her into the bathroom, placing her into the red plastic bathtub while undressing. "Anin, is there a distinction between boys' and girls' restrooms in kindergarten? As a girl, you need to pay special attention to certain matters." Taking advantage of bath time, Song Yuntang imparted some knowledge regarding the physiological differences between genders. As for the little secret that Anin had withheld from her, Song Yuntang could roughly guess it was related to Fu Weicheng. During that recent period, aside from her and Nian Nian in the bathroom, it had been Fu Weicheng and Anin. Anin had always been shy and timid, yet for some reason, she was unafraid of Fu Weicheng. From the moment she first met him, she was filled with curiosity about him. Perhaps this was the power of blood ties. Since Anin enjoyed his company, and Fu Weicheng had fulfilled the responsibilities of a father, it wouldn't be inappropriate for them to grow closer. Song Yuntang lathered Anin with soap, ensuring she was fragrant, then dried her off and tucked her into bed. The next day, before sending the two children off to kindergarten, Song Yuntang deliberately inquired about their feelings, for she feared that the unpleasant events of their first day would leave a negative impression on them. Both Nian Nian and Anin adapted quite well, responding loudly that they wanted to go to kindergarten because playing with friends was far more enjoyable than being cooped up at home. Furthermore, Anin remarked, "Daddy has already taught that big bad guy a lesson. We're not afraid." To hear such words come from Anin's mouth was quite surprising for Song Yuntang. Since both children were unafraid, she took them to kindergarten, and the three of them walked through the courtyard as usual, surrounded by curious gazes. They allowed themselves to be scrutinized, unbothered by it. It was indeed a case of fate's irony, for on their way to kindergarten, they unexpectedly encountered Wu Fanghua and her two sons. De Huzai and Xiao Huzai, who had been punished just yesterday, were still limping as if they were little ducklings. After returning home, they had likely faced further reprimand from Zhou Guiqiang. Upon seeing Song Yuntang, they shrank back and hastily circumvented her. In contrast to her usual loquacity, Wu Fanghua remained silent, urging her sons to hurry along. Song Yuntang found this scene particularly amusing. She observed Nian Nian and Anan entering kindergarten, while Hu Chunling came over to drop off Hu Xiaojun. After a period of recuperation at home, Hu Xiaojun was no longer the sickly child from a few days prior. He had regained his vitality and chased after Nian Nian and Anan into the kindergarten. Hu Chunling turned to Song Yuntang and said, "Sister Song, you truly are impressive. With Captain Fu backing you, I've never seen Wu Fanghua look so defeated." After glancing around to ensure no one was eavesdropping, she lowered her voice and whispered, "Wu Fanghua has always loved to gossip about others. To be honest, I've been unable to tolerate her for quite some time. After this lesson, she'll certainly be more subdued for a while." "I see," Song Yuntang replied with a casual wave of her hand. "It's merely a trivial matter, nothing of consequence." As Hu Chunling was on her way to the market for groceries, and Song Yuntang's household lacked nothing, they parted ways at the entrance of the kindergarten. Upon returning to the courtyard, Song Yuntang did not head back to her own home, but instead walked in another direction. She arrived at Tian Xiao's residence. After her encounter with Tian Xiao yesterday and hearing about He Mingyuan, Song Yuntang was filled with curiosity about how Tian Xiao had become the dominant figure in the courtyard, instilling fear in others. The door to Tian Xiao's home was tightly shut, yet sounds emanated from within, clearly indicating someone was home. Song Yuntang knocked on the door. "Tian Xiao, are you home?" "This is Song Yuntang." Inside the courtyard, Tian Xiao was taken aback, her face filled with astonishment. She had not expected that after returning to the compound, Song Yuntang would come looking for her. Hadn't any of the other sisters warned her? However, Tian Xiao suddenly recalled how Song Yuntang had acted during the fight yesterday. At that time, she had followed along, completely unaware that events would escalate so dramatically. As Song Yuntang charged in without regard, during the chaos, Tian Xiao had feared for Song Yuntang's safety and, while no one was paying attention, had discreetly pushed Wu Fanghua several times, leveraging her strength to make Wu Fanghua stumble back repeatedly. This, of course, was a secret of Tian Xiao's.
Now,
As she thought of Song Yuntang, she felt that she was not like the typical sisters. Tian Xiao hesitated, uncertain whether to open the door. Song Yuntang's voice rang out once more, "Tian Xiao, I can hear you inside. Don't pretend you're not home. Open the door quickly." With this, Tian Xiao found it impossible to feign absence and could only walk over to open the door for Song Yuntang. Upon seeing Tian Xiao appear before her, still adorned with the same braided hairstyle and floral shirt as yesterday, Song Yuntang sensed that she did not genuinely welcome visitors, as the door was only opened a crack, appearing ready to shut at any moment. Song Yuntang saw through Tian Xiao's intentions. As soon as Tian Xiao opened the door, Song Yuntang had already slipped inside. Seizing the moment when Tian Xiao was distracted, she boldly stepped further in. Tian Xiao felt a surge of anxiety, wanting to grab Song Yuntang. But her hands were filthy, while Song Yuntang was impeccably clean. She truly feared soiling Song Yuntang. In a fluster, she could only hastily voice her objections. "You shouldn't go in, it's unpleasant inside." As Song Yuntang advanced, her steps suddenly halted. Her face scrunched up, and her nose twitched as she instinctively held her breath, for she had caught a whiff of a foul odor. It was not the stench of decaying refuse, but rather the pungent scent of natural fertilizer. Observing Song Yuntang's reaction, Tian Xiao's heart had already formulated an understanding, and she darkened her expression as she addressed Song Yuntang. "Comrade Song, I appreciate your help with the fountain pen yesterday, but I'm not like you city folk. We're not suited for interaction. You should leave." She had anticipated being disliked and regretted opening the door. Song Yuntang took a moment to steady her breathing. After overcoming her initial surprise, the odor was tolerable, not overwhelmingly strong. Rather than exiting the yard, she raised an eyebrow and inquired of Tian Xiao, who said, "I'm a city dweller." "I, too, hail from the countryside. Didn't you know?" Tian Xiao's eyes widened in disbelief as she scrutinized Song Yuntang from head to toe. "You are also from the countryside?" Song Yuntang nodded. My background is no secret. You could ask anyone and find out. During the fight yesterday, didn't Tiwu Fonghua call me a country bumpkin? Tian Xiao pondered for a moment and realized that indeed, there had been such an incident. Although Song Yuntang did not appear to be a rustic individual, her candid acknowledgement of this fact endeared her somewhat to Tian Xiaoyi, causing the latter's initial tension to ease. Seizing the opportunity, while Tian Xiaoyi was momentarily lost in thought, Song Yuntang meticulously surveyed the quaint courtyard. To her astonishment, she discovered that Tian Xiaoyi was cultivating vegetables within the yard. While it was not entirely uncommon to grow vegetables in a courtyard, this was a military district in the capital, markedly different from the typical encampments in remote areas. In regions such as the southwest or northeast, it was customary for families to plant their own gardens, and the military even allocated land for personal cultivation, encouraging military spouses to be self-sufficient and improve their domestic environments. Yet, this was the capital. The residences in the family compound were both new and aesthetically pleasing, with brick-paved yards, where most households would only tend to potted flowers or perhaps a few scallions or garlic, an effort that was already quite significant. In contrast, for someone like Song Yuntang, the courtyard served merely as a space to dry laundry and entertain children. However, Tian Xiaoyi had gone so far as to pry up the bricks laid on the ground, turning the earth over to transform the courtyard into a neatly arranged vegetable patch. The sound Song Yuntang had heard earlier outside the door was Tian Xiaoyi diligently hoeing the soil. The 4 small plots of vegetables in the yard were meticulously tended, particularly the one against the wall where she had planted cucumbers. Now, in the early summer, the first batch had grown long and lush, appearing remarkably tender. It was only through the extraordinary capabilities of her Lingbao space that Song Yuntang could cultivate such succulent cucumbers.
Yet,
Tian Xiaoyi managed to grow them in this barren little yard, not to mention the variety of fresh vegetables sprouting in a haphazard manner, all flourishing under her care. The bountiful growth surely owed its success to some form of nourishment, such as the unpleasant odor that Song Yuntang had noticed earlier, likely a result of Tian Xiaoyi recently applying fertilizer. To think she was using all-natural fertilizer within the confines of a capital residence. Tian Xiaoyi was indeed an extraordinary individual. At last, Song Yuntang began to comprehend why the other sisters-in-law were reluctant to associate with her, even going so far as to avoid her presence. This truly posed a challenge. While Song Yuntang continued to observe the courtyard, Tian Xiaoyi remained anxiously standing nearby. She yearned to befriend Song Yuntang but was acutely aware of her own circumstances. The feelings of disdain and dislike were entirely understandable, and she forced herself to suppress any expectations. At that moment, after a prolonged silence, Song Yuntang spoke once more. Pointing to the verdant cucumbers climbing on the trellis, she said, "Tian Xiaoyi, I would like to eat one of those cucumbers." You. Tian Xiaoyi gasped, her mouth agape in shock, nearly rendered speechless. Taking a deep breath, she managed to ask you, "Don't you find them unappealing?" "Unappealing? What do you mean?" Song Yuntang replied with a smile. "Are you referring to the all-natural fertilizer in your yard? Which vegetables sold at the market haven't been grown under similar conditions? If I were to find them unappealing, I might as well forego eating altogether and starve. Your cucumbers look so fresh and tender. They haven't been picked yet, have they? Would you be so kind as to let me have the very first one?" Tian Xiaoyi, taken aback by Song Yuntang's smile, felt her own intelligence dimming, as if she were enchanted by her. In a daze, she extended her hand and picked a cucumber to offer to Song Yuntang. Receiving it, Song Yuntang rinsed it under the nearby tap, then sliced the fresh cucumber in half. "Here you go," she said, handing half of it to Tian Xiaoyi while taking a generous bite of her own half. The satisfying crunch echoed, confirming its crispness. "This cucumber is truly delightful," Song Yuntang exclaimed, her eyes sparkling. "Could you provide me with 2 more? I wish to take them back for my children, Nian Nian and Anan." Seeing Song Yuntang's genuine delight, Tian Xiaoyi felt no resentment regarding her eagerness to take and eat. Rather, she was exhilarated by the affirmation. "I will fetch them for you right away," she said joyfully. "There's no need to pluck them just yet. They won't be fresh if picked now." "Wait until I am about to leave," Song Yuntang advised, and Tian Xiaoyi slowly grasped that she did not intend to depart immediately. Encouraging her further, Song Yuntang added, "You needn't mind me. Go about your business as you wish, without letting me interrupt you." With that, Tian Xiaoyi sprang into action. She took up the hose and began watering the small vegetable patch. As the water flowed, the unpleasant odor dissipated, becoming less pronounced, a likely consideration for Song Yuntang's comfort. Meanwhile, Song Yuntang munched on the cucumber, observing Tian Shaoi at work and noting her nimbleness and meticulousness. Additionally, she noticed a water tank situated near the wall, within which swam 4 or 5 sizable fish. Once again, Song Yuntang was taken aback. Tian Shaoi, you also keep fish? Now more composed, Tian Shaoi replied, yes. I caught them in the river before. We couldn't eat them all, so I kept them. But the water in the tank is stagnant. Won't the fish die? Song Yuntang inquired curiously, aware that this era lacked oxygenation equipment. I change the water in the tank every day, and have also added some aquatic plants. The fish won't suffocate, Tian Shaoi explained. Tian Shaoi, you are truly impressive. You can do all of this, Song Yuntang remarked, gazing at the fish swimming within the tank, which looked quite plump. Encouraged by Song Yuntang's compliment, Tian Shaoi's vigor in her work seemed to increase. These fish are quite large and fat. They must taste wonderful. Song Yuntang mused, regretting that her Lingbao space had yet to unlock the fish-raising skill, leaving her deprived of fish for quite some time. Would you like some fish? I can cook it for you, Tian Shaoi ventured tentatively. Song Yuntang looked up, her eyes sparkling with anticipation, and bit her lip as she asked, is that permissible? I would really like some. Of course, Tian Shaoi replied, her tone brimming with eagerness. She appeared even more delighted than Song Yuntang, without a moment's hesitation. She approached the water tank, rolled up her sleeves, and plunged her hand into the water. The fish, slippery and covered in scales, darted about, making it a considerable challenge for an ordinary person to catch one. Yet, in the blink of an eye, Song Yuntang watched as Tian Shaoi effortlessly scooped a fish from the tank, securing it firmly in her palm. Is one fish enough for you? She inquired. Song Yuntang nodded vigorously. Yes, that's plenty. Then, to her astonishment, she witnessed Tian Shaoi swing her arm and slam the fish onto the ground. The once lively fish now lay motionless, having fainted from the impact. Even for someone as seasoned as Song Yuntang, this spectacle was shocking. Tian Shaoi did not immediately attend to the fish on the ground. Instead, she entered the house and returned wielding a shiny kitchen knife. Without a moment's hesitation, she picked up the fish and swiftly gutted it, its body twitching slightly as the red blood and entrails spilled forth, definitively ending its life. Should you feel squeamish, you need not watch, she stated without lifting her gaze. It's merely a small matter. I am not afraid, Song Yuntang replied. She spoke the truth. In her experience as a physician, particularly when dealing with emergency cases of severe abdominal trauma, she had encountered far more visceral sights than a fish. What intrigued her more was the deftness with which Tian Shaoi executed the task of killing the fish. From the moment she sliced open the belly of the fish to the meticulous cleaning of its gills, Tian Shao's actions were executed with seamless precision. In her hands, the fish transformed into a pristine specimen, while the discarded entrails were buried in a small pit she dug in her vegetable garden, excellent materials for compost. Song Yuntang, curious, inquired, Tian Shaoi, how did you become so adept at killing fish? Tian Shaoi replied, I hail from a small village by the river, a fishing community where, aside from working the fields, we often venture into the water to catch fish. Fish are worth more than vegetables. They can fetch a decent sum and allow my family to savor a meal of white rice. Rest assured, I have been catching and raising fish for over a decade. Although these are river fish, I have kept them in clean water for a long time, so they lack any muddy taste and will surely be delicious. Song Yuntang sensed a calmness in Tian Shao's tone, reminiscent of someone who has spent years at a large supermarket filleting fish. This led her to ponder how someone who grew up in a small fishing village could possibly marry He Mingyuan, a descendant of a military lineage. Yet, as she was still unfamiliar with Tian Shaoi, it seemed inappropriate to delve into such personal matters. As she observed Tian Shaoi skillfully preparing the fish, she noticed her gather several bricks to construct a small stove, igniting a fire in the yard using twigs, and skewering the fish with wooden sticks. Tian Shaoi turned to Song Yuntang and asked, is it all right to grill the fish? To which Song Yuntang raised an eyebrow and replied, of course. I trust your culinary skills. At that moment, a faint smile flickered across Tian Shao's face. Subsequently, she ignited the fire, brushed oil on the fish, and unlike the brisk pace she displayed while slaughtering the fish, She approached the grilling process with great care, even plucking some scallions from her vegetable patch to enhance the aroma of the grilled fish. In the blink of an eye, the yard was filled with an enticing fragrance. Song Yuntang inhaled deeply, exclaiming, "Delicious. It truly smells heavenly." The flames of the brick stove blazed brightly, yet the fish in Tian Xiao's hands remained perfectly cooked, as she diligently flipped it over, sprinkling salt. The once translucent fish flesh transformed into a milky white, adorned with a crispy golden layer, and the skin glistened with rendered fat, while droplets of succulent fish juice dripped down. Just watching made Song Yuntang's mouth water profusely. Her eyes sparkling with anticipation, she asked, "Tian Xiao, do you have any chili peppers or Sichuan peppercorns? I relish spicy food." Surprised, Tian Xiao cast a glance at Song Yuntang, taken aback that someone so fair and delicate would enjoy the fiery kick of chili. "Yes, just wait a moment," she replied, darting back into the house before swiftly re-emerging with a small stool for Song Yuntang. 10 minutes later, after sprinkling a layer of chili, the fragrant and tender grilled fish was placed in Song Yuntang's hands. "Is this all for me? Aren't you going to eat?" she asked. Tian Xiao shook her head. "I've had my fill as a child. I'm not tempted by it now. Thank you for your help yesterday. This is all for you." "It's merely a small favor. Why do you dwell on it?" Song Yuntang exclaimed. "Wow, this grilled fish smells amazing." Unable to contain herself, she took a bite, and the heat of the meat caused her to gasp, her lips scorched, yet her desire to continue eating unquenchable, forcing her to alternate between blowing on it and taking small bites. Despite being grilled, the fish was anything but dry. Moreover, just as Tian Xiao had promised, the fish carried no trace of muddy flavor, its exterior crisp while the interior remained tender and exceptionally delectable. Thus, the two of them sat beside the vegetable garden, one indulging in the grilled fish while the other observed with a smile. Between bites, Song Yuntang inquired, "Tian Xiao, have you given away the fountain pen you bought yesterday?" A slight stiffness crossed Tian Xiao's smile as she shook her head. "He didn't return yesterday." Song Yuntang furrowed her brow. Since Fu Weicheng had dined with her and the children the previous night without mentioning any military affairs, it seemed implausible that he Mingyuan, working alongside Fu Weicheng, would be too busy to return home. She noticed a fleeting shadow of melancholy on Tian Xiao's face. It was evident that she had put much thought into the gift, only to be unable to present it to its intended recipient, and Tian Xiao's anticipation must have been dashed. Not wishing to pry further, Song Yuntang shifted the conversation. "Tian Xiao, let's discuss something else. Have there been any incidents in the courtyard that involve you?" Tian Xiao's eyes widened in surprise as she responded, You haven't heard?" She assumed that Song Yuntang, being so close to Hu Chunling and the other sisters-in-law, would surely have been informed of the events. To her astonishment, Song Yuntang was still in the dark. While savoring the grilled fish, Song Yuntang licked the grease from her lips, saying, "Since this pertains to you, what others say matters little. I wish to hear it from you. Will you share?" Upon hearing these words, Tian Xiao's brow furrowed slightly, hesitating for a moment before relaxing. It seemed she had made a significant decision, and after a struggle with her thoughts, she resolved to divulge everything to Song Yuntang. "About a month after I moved in here, I had a fight with a neighbor sister-in-law and even drew blood. This tale traces back to a year prior, when Tian Xiao had recently relocated from her small fishing village to the bustling capital, marrying and settling in the military compound. The transition from a secluded, underdeveloped village to a vibrant urban center was a profound shock for her. She had no one to assist her and was utterly at a loss for adapting to city life. She didn't even know where to buy vegetables, much less operate the gas stove, and was terrified to step outside due to the incessant traffic. The cacophony of honking cars and the peculiar gazes of city dwellers at her attire only heightened her anxiety. Longing to return to her fishing village, she found herself trapped by her marriage. Consequently, she confined herself within the home. However, being accustomed to constant activity, she transformed her small yard into her sanctuary, beginning to dig, till the earth, and cultivate vegetables. But that was not all. During that time, Tian Xiao also raised fish, chickens, and ducks in the yard, tasks she had performed day in and day out in her fishing village. What was ordinary to her became an anomaly within the military compound. Even when she remained indoors, the noises from her yard attracted the attention of the other sisters-in-law, who pointed and whispered. Initially, some kindly advised her against such activities, deeming them inappropriate for the compound. Yet Tian Xiao could not comprehend why her self-sufficient endeavors should be frowned upon. As the sisters-in-law noticed her disregard for their warnings and her reluctance to socialize with them, they gradually ceased to engage with her altogether. The unexpected conflict arose after her chicks grew into maturity. Tian Xiao had 4 or 5 hens and roosters. The hens laid eggs daily, while the roosters crowed incessantly. Eventually, the neighbor's sister-in-law, named Xia Nanxi, could no longer tolerate the disturbance and decided to confront Tian Xiao one day. Xia Nanxi had bottled up her frustration for far too long. Since the moment Tian Xiao began tilling the earth, the incessant thudding echoed in her ears. Later, as Tian Xiao fertilized her garden, the air became permeated with an unpleasant odor. Coupled with the roosters crowing at the crack of dawn, Xia Nanxi found her sleep severely disrupted. Xia Nanxi is a quintessential city girl. After graduating from high school, she embarked on a career in the cultural sector and currently serves as an officer in the publicity department. Her ability to tolerate Tian Xiao for such an extended period is a testament to her remarkable patience. However, she is weary of arriving at work each day with dark circles under her eyes, prompting her to reason with Tian Xiao, urging her to refrain from planting crops or raising roosters in their shared yard. Yet, for Tian Xiao, farming and poultry rearing constitute the entirety of her existence. She perceives no wrongdoing in her actions, asserting that such practices are the norm in rural households. Isn't everything just fine? Xia Nanxi counters, asserting that while that may be the case in the countryside, they now reside in the city, which has its own set of rules that prohibit cultivating gardens or keeping chickens in residential areas. You, being a country girl, may not comprehend this, and I do not blame you. However, I have already informed you, so why do you persist in ignoring my words? Tian Xiao, stubbornly holding her ground, retorts. I earn my living through my own hands. I believe I am in the right. I am a country girl, not one of you city dwellers. So, do not bind me with your expectations. Provoked by Tian Xiao's defiance, Xia Nanxi's temper flares, and her words grow increasingly harsh as she storms toward the yard, exclaiming, I told you to stop raising chickens, do you hear me? I demand that you cease. In her fervor, Xia Nanxi attempts to drive the chickens away, while Tian Xiao fiercely protects her fowl, leading to a chaotic tug-of-war between the two. Amidst the commotion, startled roosters and hens flutter about, creating utter pandemonium. At that moment, Xia Nanxi inadvertently steps in chicken droppings while wearing high heels, causing her to stumble and fall to the ground. In the instant of the accident, Tian Xiao reaches out in an attempt to catch her, but only manages to grasp the sleeve of Xia Nanxi's garment, resulting in a loud rip. As Xia Nanxi raises her head, she finds herself covered in dirt and blood, dark crimson fluid streaming from her mouth, a consequence of her teeth colliding with the ground. Tian Xiao, witnessing Xia Nanxi's bloodied visage, is rendered speechless with shock. The ruckus they had created in the yard had already attracted the attention of other women in the vicinity. Following Xia Nanxi's piercing scream, several women hurried over to assess the situation, only to find Tian Xiao clutching a torn piece of fabric from Xia Nanxi's attire while the latter lay on the ground in dishevelment, blood pooling around her. One woman rushes in and forcefully shoves Tian Xiao, indignantly exclaiming, Tian Xiao, it is one thing to come from the countryside, but how dare you lay hands on another? Tian Xiao stumbles back, her back colliding with a nail in the wall, causing her pain that renders her silent. As she helplessly watches the other women hurriedly assist Xia Nanxi to the health clinic. From that day forth, everyone in the courtyard knew of Tian Xiao's propensity for violence, and she quickly garnered a reputation for her fierce demeanor, leaving others fearful of interactions with her. Consequently, Tian Xiao became the most notorious figure in the enclave, destined for solitude. A year has passed, and she has nearly acclimated to this solitary existence until the arrival of Song Yuntang, who appeared like a stone cast into a tranquil lake, causing ripples to spread outward. As Tian Xiao recounted her past, Song Yuntang polished off a grilled fish in her hand. Nervously, Tian Xiao gazed at Song Yuntang and cautiously inquired, Did I do something wrong? In the past, Tian Xiao had never considered her actions in this matter to be erroneous, maintaining a firm stance even when He Mingyuan reprimanded her sternly. Yet now, facing Song Yuntang, who had extended goodwill from their very first meeting and who, like her, had engaged in conflicts with others in the courtyard, she found herself willing to express her true thoughts. After savoring the grilled fish, Song Yuntang smacked her lips and refrained from directly answering Tian Shaoyu's question. Instead, she earnestly posed, Tian Shaoyu, do you wish to cultivate good relations with the other women in the courtyard? Do you desire to forge friendships and engage with them regularly? Upon gazing into Song Yuntang's radiant eyes, Tian Shaoyu pondered silently and eventually nodded, I do. If she did not desire this, she would not be concerned with the opinions of others. Tian Shaoyu did not wish to remain isolated. She longed for companionship and someone with whom she could converse. The situation you find yourself in is a consequence of your actions, a responsibility you cannot evade. Therefore, Tian Shaoyu, let us extend an apology to your neighbor, Xia Nanxi. Song Yuntang articulated this with her usual calm demeanor, her expression devoid of reproach, but instead filled with a rational conclusion. Tian Shaoyu frowned, her brow furrowing in confusion, and asked Song Yuntang, do you also believe that I was in the wrong? Song Yuntang shook her head, responding, Tian Shaoyu, neither you nor Xia Nanxi is inherently right or wrong in this situation. You merely lead different lifestyles. However, Xia Nanxi was injured in your yard, and part of the blame lies with you, a responsibility you must acknowledge. Moreover, you mentioned that Xia Nanxi did not initially oppose your gardening. It was only after a prolonged period that she could no longer tolerate it and confronted you. I believe she intended to reason with you rather than engage in a quarrel. Yet, while these details may be trivial, what truly matters is your perspective. If you wish to foster good relations with the other women, you must take the first step. Tian Shaoyu listened intently to Song Yuntang's words, striving to grasp their meaning. She felt as though she had been persuaded by Song Yuntang. If she wished to build a rapport with the other women, it was essential to take that initial step. Indeed, she had heard similar sentiments from others before. During the incident, He Mingyuan had insisted that she apologize to Xia Nanxi, but at that moment, Tian Shaoyu had been too incensed to concede, believing herself blameless. The bloodshed was merely an accident. He Mingyuan had prohibited the keeping of chickens or ducks in the yard, and her apology would imply disbelief in her explanation, leading him to regard her as at fault. Thus, Tian Shaoyu had held her ground. Later, it was He Mingyuan who approached Xia Nanxi to apologize, mending the relationship with the neighbor. He also insisted that Tian Shaoyu refrain from keeping poultry in the yard, while she painstakingly negotiated to retain the right to grow vegetables and raise fish. Subsequently, she took care to perform her farming activities only when Xia Nanxi was not home, ensuring that she would not disturb her. Now, a year later, Tian Shaoyu could calmly absorb Song Yuntang's analysis and acknowledge the validity of her words. Very well, I can apologize. Song Yuntang then smiled brightly, her expression radiant, and her gaze swept over Tian Shaoyu's garden. Since you are to apologize, you cannot go empty-handed. You need not purchase any other gifts. Simply bring some of the fruits and vegetables from your garden, and do not forget your grilled fish. I am certain Xia Nanxi will appreciate such a delightful offering. My vegetables? No, they are hardly worth anything, Tian Shaoyu quickly protested. Song Yuntang remained resolute, insisting, trust me, it will be perfect. Thus, on that afternoon, after picking up Anan and Lele from kindergarten, Song Yuntang made her way to Tian Shaoyu's home. She explained, these are Anan and Lele, my children. This is Tian Shaoyu. You should address her as Aunt Tian. Hello, Aunt Tian. We hope we are not intruding. And Lula spoke in unison, extending their greetings to Tian Shaoyu. Looking up, Tian Shaoyu smiled at the children and replied busily, hello, just wait a moment. The food will be ready soon. Upon finishing her words, she lowered her head once more to attend to her tasks as she was grilling fish. Knowing the children would come, she had prepared the bloody steps of killing the fish in advance. Now, 3 fish were sizzling over the fire, emitting a tantalizing aroma as the oil crackled. It's grilled fish. Brother, look. It's grilled fish. It smells so good. Anan, resembling a little greedy cat, fixed her sparkling eyes on the grilled fish, unable to look away. Nian, slightly more composed, nonetheless could not resist swallowing at the delightful scent of the fish. Song Yuntang comforted them. Don't be hasty. The fish needs a little more time to cook. Once it's ready, you shall have your share.
Wow.
Mama, we're going to have grilled fish. Thank you, Annie Tian, for treating us to grilled fish. Hearing the innocent voices of the children filled Tian Shaoyu with an unprecedented joy. Not wanting them to wait too long with eager anticipation, she tore a small piece of the cooked fish from one of the grills and held it in her palm, offering it to Nian Nian and Enen. They took it in their little hands and savored it directly. Try it and see if you like it. Nian Nian and Enen blew gently on the fish before tasting it, their mouths filled with the tender flavor of the fish, which was exquisite. I love it. It's so delicious. Auntie Tian, you are amazing. How is your grilled fish so tasty? Auntie Tian, you are even better at cooking than my mother. The truth was laid bare by the two children. Song Yuntang's culinary skills were indeed quite ordinary. Nian Nian and Enen surrounded Tian Shaoi, incessantly asking questions, while Song Yuntang remained watchful of the sounds outside. After a while, she spotted an intelligent woman in a professional outfit, likely in her early 30s, approaching them. Along the way, she caught the enticing aroma of the food, glancing at them curiously a few times before finally retracting her gaze to enter the gate of the yard next door. It appeared that this woman was Xia Nanshi. Song Yuntang quickly turned to Tian Shaoi and said, Shaoi, Xia Nanshi is back. You should prepare yourself. The grilled fish in Tian Shaoi's hands was already finished. She handed 2 smaller grilled fish to Nian Nian and Enen, reminding them to be cautious of burns and fish bones, urging them to eat slowly. She then turned to change into a fresh outfit. The dirty long sleeves she had worn while working yesterday were replaced with a clean new outfit. Still a red floral shirt, looking quite similar to the previous one. However, this reflected Tian Shaoi's attitude. Grasping a basket of prepared dishes in one hand and the freshly grilled fish in the other, she stood before Xia Nanshi's door, unable to suppress her anxiousness. Casting a pleading glance at Song Yuntang as she whispered, Tang Tang, I'm nervous. After spending the day together, their relationship had grown much closer. Allowing for direct address by name, Song Yuntang reassured her, Do not worry, I am here with you. Standing at the entrance of Xia Nanshi's home, Song Yuntang raised her hand and knocked on the door. After a series of knocks, footsteps could be heard from within. Xia Nanshi opened the door, gazing at the unfamiliar Song Yuntang with confusion. Who are you looking for? With a smile, Song Yuntang introduced herself. Comrade Xia, hello. My name is Song Yuntang. I am Fu Weicheng's partner, just visiting from the countryside. Oh, it's you. Xia Nanshi, busy with work and having never met Song Yuntang, was aware of happenings in the compound and had heard numerous commendable stories about her. She revealed a friendly, gentle smile, which eased Song Yuntang's concerns. After a few simple pleasantries, she stated her purpose. I apologize for the interruption. I came to speak with you about someone. Xia Nanshi frowned in confusion. Who? Song Yuntang stepped aside, allowing the shy Tian Shaoi, who had been hiding, to come forward. Standing awkwardly before Xia Nanshi, Tian Shaoi stammered, It's me. Upon seeing her, Xia Nanshi's expression shifted instantly, clearly indicating that the rift between them had yet to be resolved, maintaining a facade of mutual indifference. After all, Xia Nanshi had been injured and bled at Tian Shaoi's home, an incident that marked her first significant injury, a traumatic experience for someone who had never faced such adversity. In her heart, she certainly blamed Tian Shaoi, so encountering her now brought back memories of the painful, bloody episode, resulting in her displeasure. Xia Nanshi asked coldly, What do you want? Did you come to raise chickens and ducks in the yard again, expecting me to tolerate you? Realizing she had been misunderstood, Tian Shaoi hurriedly waved her hands. No. I already know that raising chickens and ducks in the compound is not allowed. I want to do it again. Since it's not about that, then we have nothing to discuss. Please listen to me. I have something very important to tell you. I'm sorry. As Xia Nanshi frowned, rejecting Tian Shaoi's approach, the latter, who was already on edge, suddenly shouted loudly. Her apology was heartfelt as she bowed deeply. Respectfully addressing Xia Nanshi, Comrade Xia, I was wrong about the past, I apologize. Xia Nanshi stared at Tian Shaoi, taken aback, unable to fathom that the person she had deemed a rude, unreasonable country bumpkin would one day offer her an apology. Not hearing a response from Xia Nanshi, Tian Shaoi hesitated to speak further, fearing her apology would not be accepted. The atmosphere abruptly fell into an eerie silence. Meanwhile, Nian Nian and Enen, hearing the commotion from the neighboring yard, curiously peeked out to see what was happening. Song Yuntang gestured subtly to the two children, urging them to return and continue enjoying their grilled fish, instructing them not to interfere in adult matters. At the same time, she explained on behalf of the tongue-tied Tian Shaoi, Comrade Xia, Tian Shaoi spoke to me today about the conflict between you two. In truth, all this time, She has wanted to sincerely apologize to you. Displaying the grilled fish and vegetables in her hands, she continued, "This is a grilled fish. And these vegetables are a token of her apology, hoping you won't mind and will accept them." Listening to Song Yuntang's words, Tian Shaoi slowly relaxed, looking earnestly at Xia Nanshi. "Comrade Xia, I know the chickens disturbed your sleep and caused you to fall and hurt yourself in my yard. I truly realize it was my fault, I'm sorry. Comrade Song also taught me that there are many ways to cultivate vegetables. In the future, I will use fertilizer from the agricultural station, which will not affect your household's livelihood." As she spoke, Tian Shaoi prepared to bow deeply once more to Xia Nanshi. However, Xia Nanshi quickly reached out to stop her. This action indicated that Xia Nanshi had, in her heart, already accepted Tian Shaoi's apology. Hey, you don't need to bow every time you say a word." Xia Nanshi's expression was somewhat awkward. After all, she had harbored disdain for so long. Now, suddenly apologizing for past grievances was challenging for her. After catching Tian Shaoi's bow, she pondered for a moment. "Actually, I know that my falling was not your fault. I simply slipped and fell on my own. It was just bad luck that I hit a brick. I was just upset about the tone you used when speaking. Later, my partner told me that planting vegetables in the yard is your right, and I should not deprive you of your right to labor. You have made many changes since then. Actually, it's really not a big deal. Let the past remain in the past," said Xia Nanshi, feeling a twinge of awkwardness as the words left his lips. However, once he had spoken, a sense of relief washed over him, as though a heavy stone that had been pressing against his heart had finally been removed. The one left in astonishment was now Tian Shaoi, her eyes widening in surprise. She had initially believed that seeking Xia Nanshi's forgiveness would be a daunting task, only to discover that he accepted her apology after she bowed twice. How simple it was. What had she been holding on to all this time? Song Yuntang had truly illuminated a path for her. Once she regained her composure, Tian Shaoi promptly offered the basket of vegetables and the grilled fish to him. "Comrade Xia, while these may not be of great value, they represent a small token of my sincerity. You must accept them." Xia Nanshi attempted to decline several times, but Tian Shaoi's resolve was firmer than his, and she firmly pressed the basket and fish into his hands. Song Yuntang, observing the scene with a bright smile, chimed in, "Comrade Xia, you ought to accept them. If you refuse, Tian Shaoi will not find peace. The cucumbers in that basket are delightfully crunchy and tender. They are truly delicious. And the grilled fish, just freshly prepared, is still crisp and flavorful. You should give it a taste." Xia Nanshi felt out of place in such a scenario, hesitating. At that moment, Nian and Anan emerged from the neighboring yard, each clutching a grilled fish, their little faces smudged but shining with joy. "The grilled fish is delicious. It's the best grilled fish I've ever had. Aunt Xia, you must have a bite." The two children eagerly urged Xia Nanshi with their innocent voices. Already hesitant, he found it even more difficult to refuse the adorable children. Clumsily, he picked up the grilled fish, and as he brought it closer, the enticing aroma intensified, causing him to unconsciously swallow. With a skeptical demeanor, he opened his mouth and took a bite. In an instant, the flavors burst forth, leaving him astonished. Delicious. How can this grilled fish be so incredibly tasty? Xia Nanshi's eyes widened in disbelief. "Tian Shaoi, did you make this?" Embarrassed, Tian Shaoi nodded, her cheeks flushed. Meanwhile, Song Yuntang raised an eyebrow triumphantly. "I told you it was delicious." As Tian Shaoi had grilled the fish for Nian and Anan, the tantalizing aroma had wafted through the entire courtyard. The enticing scent drew in the attention of a group of sisters, who, without realizing it, found themselves in front of Xia Nanshi and Tian Shaoi's home, including Hu Chunling and Hu Xiaojun. Hu Chunling sniffed the air and inquired, "Wow, what is that delightful smell? It's so tempting, I can hardly move." "Nanshi, are you cooking something special at home? Where did you find such a treasure?" Xia Nanshi replied, "It's not my cooking. The wonderful aroma belongs to Tian Shaoi's grilled fish." The sisters were astonished, not only by Tian Shaoi's grilled fish, but also by hearing her name from Xia Nanshi. Hadn't they thought their relationship was one of complete estrangement? It was only after Xia Nanshi mentioned Tian Shaoi that they realized three people stood there, Song Yuntang, Xia Nanshi, and Tian Shaoi. Hu Chunling looked in shock at Xia Nanshi, and then at Tian Shaoi. "You two have reconciled?" Faced with so many sisters who had previously held disdain for her, Tian Shaoi suddenly felt nervous and uneasy. Yet, Xian Nanshi remained poised and graceful. She addressed the other sisters. There was never any significant conflict between Tian Shaoi and me. Moreover, time has passed, and she has sincerely apologized. So there is nothing to dwell upon. Besides, haven't you all been saying that we are neighbors in the same courtyard, and we should coexist harmoniously? Upon hearing this, Tian Shaoi blinked in astonishment. She had assumed that after hurting Xia Nanshi, the other sisters would disdain her as uncouth and unrefined, unwilling to associate with her. To her surprise, someone had spoken well of her before Xia Nanshi. If she reflected on it, wasn't it she who had divided herself from the other sisters, viewing them as aloof city dwellers, thus hesitating to engage with them? This impasse had been difficult to break. After listening to Xia Nanshi's words, the sisters gradually began to comprehend the situation, and one by one, they revealed relieved smiles. Indeed, we are all neighbors in the same courtyard. There is no need for petty grievances. Nanshi is magnanimous, let bygones be bygones, and we should refrain from mentioning past grievances. The delightful aroma wafted through the air. What is that delightful scent? What was it again? Grilled. What? Song Yuntang interjected. It's grilled fish. The fish raised by Tian Shaoi, and she grilled it herself. Isn't enticing? Not only is it fragrant, but it's also incredibly delicious. Nian Nian and Anen, trailing behind Song Yuntang, wholeheartedly supported her words. They approached Hu Xiaojun, clutching the fragrant grilled fish. Hu Xiaojun, would you like to have a bite? It's so delicious. Hu Xiaojun's eyes sparkled, licking his lips, utterly tempted. He exclaimed, I want to eat. Nian Nian happily handed over his grilled fish. Hu Xiaojun, go on, take a bite. Grilled fish is best enjoyed while hot, but remember to spit out the bones. Hu Xiaojun eagerly took a bite, smacking his lips, and before he had even swallowed, he was already exclaiming, delicious.
Mom.
This grilled fish is amazing. Hu Chunling and the other sisters were captivated by the delectable aroma of the grilled fish, and some, feeling a bit shy, ventured to ask, can we have a taste too? I can't resist this delightful scent. Anan chimed in innocently, Aunties, and will share with you. It's really delicious. The sisters took the grilled fish from Anne's hands, and nobody held back. They tore off pieces with their hands, savoring the flavors. And in the blink of an eye, the grilled fish was devoured. Huang Qiuyue licked her fingers after finishing the fish, lamenting, oh my. It's the first time in my life that I've tasted such exquisite grilled fish. How could it be gone after just a few bites? Upon hearing this, Song Yuntang's eyes lit up, and she discreetly nudged Tian Shaoi. It was imperative that Tian Shaoi take the initiative to engage with the sisters. Gathering her courage, Tian Shaoi inhaled deeply, smiled, and nervously said, if you all enjoyed the grilled fish, you are welcome to my home. I have more fish, and I can grill it for you. The sisters turned to look at Tian Shaoi in unison. Their previous biases were so deeply ingrained that they hesitated to accept her invitation. It was Hu Chunling, the gentlest of the group, who stepped forward. Is that really possible? Shaoi, will it be too much trouble for you? Tian Shaoi immediately shook her head, her smile brightening. Not at all. The fish are ones I caught from the river, and the firewood was gathered outside, so it wouldn't cost anything. If you enjoy eating, that makes me very happy. What were they waiting for? The sisters took their first steps into Tian Shaoi's courtyard, and soon, exclamations of wonder filled the air. This courtyard, can it really grow so many vegetables? This is a green onion from my hometown in Shandong. I can recognize it at a glance. I must tell you, this scallion possesses a delightful sweetness, delectable even when consumed raw. Tian Shaoi, your skill in dispatching fish is truly commendable. You are indeed a master in the culinary arts. Engrossed in her tasks, Tian Shaoi was so busy that she struggled to keep up with the conversations of the sisters around her, yet the smile upon her face remained unwavering. Following the resolution of their misunderstandings, the bonds between the two parties swiftly grew closer. This marked the happiest day for Tian Shaoi since her arrival in the capital's courtyard. She looked up, casting a grateful glance at Song Yuntang. Had it not been for Song Yuntang's reminder, she would never have managed to conduct herself in such a manner. Song Yuntang returned her smile, saying, Shaoi, you mustn't forget my share of the grilled fish. Half an hour later, the grilled fish in Tian Shaoi's water tank had been entirely devoured, with each sister clutching half a fish, adorned with twigs, reluctant to return home. The enticing aroma drew the children, who, captivated by the adult's presence, flocked over. The older children engaged in a game of elastic bands, while the younger ones played hopscotch. The air filled with laughter and joy. Suddenly, a strange male voice broke through. "Is Comrade Song Yuntang here?" Curious gazes converged upon the newcomer, exclaiming, "Qiao, Dr. Qiao."
Doctor.
"Qiao, what brings you here?" Xiao Jiangchuan had previously served in the military medical unit. With his handsome features and exceptional abilities, the sisters often sought him out for ailments. Thus they were all familiar with him. Having shed his daytime white coat, Xiao Jiangchuan appeared in a crisp, white shirt paired with black trousers. His refined and handsome visage lending him an air of scholarly elegance, distinct from the rough men of the courtyard. He repeated, "I am looking for Song Yuntang. Comrade Song. Might she be present here?" One of the sisters engaged in conversation with Xiao Jiangchuan called out to the courtyard, "Song, someone is looking for you." Upon hearing the call, Song Yuntang, with the grilled fish still in her grip, stepped outside.
Who is seeking me?
She inquired. It was then that Xiao Jiangchuan laid eyes on Song Yuntang. Her face was smeared with dark soot from the grilling process, and she held a charred wooden stick, the remnants of the fish long gone, rendering the once lovely girl quite a comical sight. Spotting Xiao Jiangchuan, she asked, "Dr. Qiao, are you looking for me?" With her cheerful voice. Xiao Jiangchuan snapped back from his astonishment. He had never seen Song Yuntang in such a state. "Comrade Song," he began, "the hospital's approval has come through. Our director Hao has specifically approved you to become a physician at our hospital. Here is your letter of appointment. I wanted to deliver it to you personally to avoid any potential complications." Realizing the implications of Xiao Jiangchuan's words, Song Yuntang understood their shared concern regarding Fong Siyue's possible interference. "So soon? That's wonderful," she exclaimed, elated to finally achieve her dream of becoming a doctor. She handed the charred stick to a nearby sister, wiped her hands, and accepted the appointment letter from Xiao Jiangchuan, scrutinizing it carefully. Once assured of its authenticity, she expressed her gratitude. "Dr. Qiao, I appreciate your effort in coming here. It's nothing, it is my duty. From now on, we will be colleagues," he replied, "and I hope you will look after me as well." As Song Yuntang conversed with Xiao Jiangchuan, the curious children Nian Nian and Anan approached, drawn to the unfamiliar figure. Anan looked up and asked, "Mommy, who is this uncle?"
Mom.
Xiao Jiangchuan glanced at Song Yuntang and then at the little girl, his calm demeanor giving way to surprise. He nervously inquired, You have children? Is it so strange that I have children?" Song Yuntang retorted playfully, her pride evident as she declared, "Not only do I have one child, but I have two at once." With the prospect of becoming colleagues with Xiao Jiangchuan, she introduced Nian Nian and Anan to him. "Hello, Uncle Qiao." The children quickly greeted him, their curiosity piqued by Xiao Jiangchuan's gentle disposition, allowing them to feel at ease as they noticed his height, reminiscent of their father's. Xiao Jiangchuan's eyes widened once more. Two children, indeed. His gaze shifted between the children and Song Yuntang, discerning her features reflected in their little faces.
Yet.
They appear to be around 5 or 6 years old. Was she merely 20 when she had them? Frowning tightly, he quickly softened his expression due to the presence of the children and bent down to greet Nian Nian and Anan. "Hello, Nian Nian Anan." While adults often spoke with an unintentional air of superiority, rarely treating children as equals, Xiao Jiangchuan made a point to lower himself, meeting their gaze at eye level, demonstrating his attentiveness. Subsequently, Song Yuntang discussed her working hours with Xiao Jiangchuan, confirming she could start as soon as the following day if she wished. Ultimately, she escorted him out of the courtyard. Once they evaded the gazes of the other sisters, Xiao Jiangchuan broached another matter. "Comrade Song, due to her misdeeds, Comrade Fong Siyue has been suspended with pay for a month. Therefore, you need not worry. You will not encounter her when you join the military hospital." Song Yuntang had never been particularly concerned about Fong Siyue. She dismissed her petty schemes as beneath her. However, the news of Fong Siyue's punishment brought her a sense of satisfaction. After all, it is only just that wrongdoers face consequences, a reflection of the world's moral balance. Turning to Xiao Jiangchuan, Song Yuntang asked, "Is Fong Siyue's suspension a result of your intervention, Dr. Qiao?" The swift arrival of the appointment letter hinted at Xiao Jiangchuan's significant influence in the matter. Xiao Jiangchuan was taken aback by her perceptiveness. though he was well aware of her intelligence. Indeed, I did discuss the prior incident with Director Hao. It was due to Fong Siyue's professional negligence. Additionally, Comrade Song, your family, Commander Fu, is quite invested in this matter. Fu Weicheng? Song Yuntang was taken aback. Qiao Zhongchuan nodded, yes. It is evident that Commander Fu is very protective of you. He sought out military doctor how to advocate on your behalf. Song Yuntang paused, her thoughts drifting away from her conversation with Qiao Zhongchuan upon hearing this news. They reached the entrance of the courtyard. Not wishing to intrude further, Qiao Zhongchuan bid farewell. Comrade Song, see you at the hospital.
Goodbye.
Upon Song Yuntang's return to the courtyard, she was met with a chorus of astonished voices. Song, you're going to be a doctor? My heavens, we have a female doctor in our courtyard. Haven't you seen how Song saved lives? She brought Hu Xiaojun back to life. She is capable enough to be a doctor. Moreover, I heard from my man that Song even performed surgery on injured soldiers at the hospital, a rather difficult procedure. Song, you are quite the hidden gem. The sisters, having encountered female nurses and teachers before, were utterly astonished to meet a female doctor, surrounding Song Yuntang and showering her with congratulations. Tian Shaoi, both surprised and delighted, had not anticipated that the person with whom she shared grilled fish was an accomplished female doctor. It made perfect sense now. Song Yuntang was knowledgeable and exceptionally clever. That evening, when Fu Weicheng arrived with takeout from the army canteen to dine with them, Song Yuntang, Nian Nian, and an all cast shy glances at him, bashfully exclaiming, "We've had our fill. We can't possibly eat another bite." It was not merely a matter of being full. At first, Tian Shaoi had only prepared grilled fish, but later on, she added grilled corn, roasted sweet potatoes, and baked potatoes. Not only the two children, but even Song Yuntang could not resist and indulged herself completely. Thus, that evening's sumptuous feast was solely enjoyed by Fu Weicheng. It was his little daughter who was the most considerate, softly saying to Fu Weicheng, "Daddy, I will keep you company and watch you eat." Fu Weicheng chuckled lightly and replied, "There's no need for you to accompany me while I dine alone. You should go out and play with Nian Nian." Outside in the courtyard, Hu Xiaojun, who had also feasted heartily that afternoon, came to invite them to play games. Anan shyly smiled, and, with a glance from Fu Weicheng that was tender and encouraging, ventured out to join in the fun. Inside the house, only Song Yuntang remained, accompanying Fu Weicheng. Fu Weicheng opened the takeout box and began his meal. Since he was dining alone, he ate swiftly and quietly, adhering to the discipline instilled in him from his military days, where conversation during meals was scarce. Song Yuntang propped her chin on her hand, watching Fu Weicheng intently. She took the initiative to speak. "Fu Weicheng, the military hospital has hired me. I can start work tomorrow." Fu Weicheng lifted his gaze from his bowl, but quickly returned his focus. Although the military hospital was not far, it still required some travel. "Should I buy you a bicycle? I think it's close enough, and I can walk there. I want to buy a bicycle for now. I'll consider it later." After saying this, Song Yuntang continued to gaze at Fu Weicheng, eager to see if he had anything more to convey. However, the man merely continued to eat heartily. Song Yuntang thought to herself, is he starving or what? Why is he so silent? It's infuriating. Under her unwavering gaze, the slow-witted man finally became aware of something. Fu Weicheng looked up and inquired, "Do you have something to say to me?" Song Yuntang nodded. Realizing that Fu Weicheng had remained silent throughout, she decided to be direct and asked, "Is my quick employment related to you?" Upon hearing this, Fu Weicheng finished the last bite of rice in his bowl, set down his chopsticks, and looked at Song Yuntang with utmost seriousness. "Tang, I did indeed speak to Director Hao, but my intention was solely to ensure that you would not be subjected to unfair treatment. The normal approval process should remain as it is. As for your swift acquisition of a job, that was Director Hao's decision and has nothing to do with me. Your performance on the train with General He, your emergency aid to Hu Xiaojun in the courtyard, and the surgeries you performed at the military hospital are all undeniable facts that cannot be erased. Director Hao is a wise man, and given the current urgent need for personnel, he would not overlook a talent like you." Fu Weicheng's explanation was thorough and earnest, aimed at dispelling any doubts Song Yuntang might have. In reality, she had never doubted herself. She merely wished to see if Fu Weicheng would take credit for this matter, thereby diminishing her plans for divorce. Who would have thought that Fu Weicheng harbored no such intentions and completely distanced himself from the actions he had taken? This man was indeed as forthright as his tone suggested, with an unwavering integrity. As she pondered this, a smile crept upon Song Yuntang's lips. She addressed Fu Weicheng, "All right. I believe your words. Thank you for doing all of this for me." From her words, Fu Weicheng felt a flicker of intimacy, a slight flutter in his heart as he tasted a hint of sweetness. The following day, Song Yuntang donned a sharp, professional outfit and set out with the two children. As it was early morning, the courtyard was bustling with several wives who caught sight of her. They greeted her warmly, "Sister Song. You're taking the children to kindergarten so early again? Why still call her Sister Song? She should be addressed as Dr. Song now. We'll be seeing her at the military hospital when we go for checkups." "Oh, dear. How could I forget such an important matter? Our first doctor in the courtyard is a woman. She certainly brings us pride." The admiration and envy in the gazes of the other wives were palpable, and they were genuinely pleased. Song Yuntang graciously acknowledged their compliments, saying, "Ladies, it's better if we don't meet at the hospital. Not seeing you there means you are all healthy and free from ailments. Sister Song makes a valid point. I misspoke. We shall only meet here in the courtyard from now on." During their conversation, Huang Qiuyue asked, "Sister Song, why didn't we see team leader Fu today?" Instantly, Song Yuntang recalled Fu Weicheng's discreet departure the previous night and, with a composed demeanor, replied, "He said he had matters to attend to in the army and left early." "Ah, I see." The other wives nodded in understanding. However, behind them, a pair of eyes scrutinized their retreating figures, glaring fiercely, and then spat disdainfully. "Bah! Song Yuntang is blatantly lying. Fu Weicheng, hasn't he shown up at all this morning?" Wu Fanghua muttered angrily under her breath. She knew that after the previous commotions, the other wives in the courtyard would not believe her words. The truth of the matter was known to her alone. Song Yuntang and Fu Weicheng did not reside together. Yet they pretended to be a loving couple in front of others. The two conspired together to bully her precious sons, which infuriated her. It seemed that everyone else was blind and foolish, completely deceived by Song Yuntang. Now that she had become a doctor at the military hospital, she would undoubtedly flaunt her status even more in the courtyard. Listening to the praise heaped upon Song Yuntang, Wu Fanghua felt her teeth ache with bitterness. "Ugh." The two boys, Big Tiger and Little Tiger, spoke up, wanting to express that they still felt discomfort and did not wish to attend kindergarten. Wu Fanghua glared down at them, scolding, "What are you shouting about? Your mother is still alive. It's your fault for trying to be brave when you couldn't win. Look at the trouble you've caused me, making me unable to hold my head high in the courtyard. Why are you still dawdling? Hurry up and go to kindergarten. After you're done, I need to go shopping in the market. I have things to do." Under Wu Fanghua's urging, the boys, who were still feeling the sting of their discomfort, had no choice but to quicken their pace despite the pain. Once Wu Fanghua dropped them off, she hurried to the market. Today, she not only needed to buy groceries, but also had to go to the post office to send money. Having come to the capital with the military, her family back home believed she was living a good life in the city. Her relatives thought she had risen to prominence. Wu Fanghua, for the sake of her pride, often boasted about her situation, but it also led to some complications. Her parents, thinking she was wealthy, frequently wrote to ask for money. To maintain appearances, Wu Fanghua felt compelled to send them funds, even though the money she sent home primarily supported her younger siblings, who, instead of being grateful, took it for granted. "Sister, you're living the good life in the capital while we're toiling in the fields. Why can't you help us out a bit?" The memory of her brother's tone made Wu Fanghua seethe with anger, but she forced herself to suppress her fury and filled out a remittance slip for 20 yuan. The pain in her heart was palpable. Upon exiting the post office, Wu Fanghua found herself with a mere 5 yuan remaining. Last month, she had set her sights on a short-sleeved shirt at the Friendship store, priced at 10 yuan, but despite having saved for 2 months, she still could not afford it. Even with her funds insufficient, Wu Fanghua resolutely made her way towards the Friendship store, her heart lingering on the shirt she yearned for, contemplating even a mere touch. As she stepped into the bustling market, she was pleasantly surprised to encounter a familiar figure. "Comrade Fang!" Wu Fanghua exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she addressed Fang Xiue with utmost cordiality. "What a coincidence! How delightful to see you here. Are you shopping?" Fang Xiue rolled her eyes. Being in a store naturally implied one was there to shop, and she was certainly not someone who couldn't afford it. Hailing from an intellectual family and possessing a proud demeanor, Fang Xiyue had always held her head high, regarding others with a sense of superiority. With the exception of Fu Weicheng, who alone captured her attention. Anyone else, even those born and raised in the capital, mattered little to her, let alone Wu Fanghua,
who spoke with a slight dialect.
In the past, Fang Xiyue would have disregarded Wu Fanghua entirely, with the latter desperately trying to curry favor. However, today as circumstances were markedly different. Fu Weicheng had been avoiding her like the plague, preferring the company of the rural-born Song Yuntang, which left her feeling overlooked. Following the incident in the courtyard, she had been suspended from her position at the military hospital, leaving her with no opportunity to approach Fu Weicheng. Yet, Wu Fanghua was a different story. If Fang Xiyue recalled correctly, Wu Fanghua resided next door to Fu Weicheng's family quarters. With this thought, Fang Xiyue's gaze toward Wu Fanghua transformed entirely. Ah, it's Sister Wu. Yes, it's me. Wu Fanghua beamed, her face creasing into a multitude of wrinkles. Comrade Fang, you educated folks are truly clever. You remember me. I live next door to Captain Fu and have 2 sons, you know. Wu Fanghua endeavored to draw closer to Fang Xiyue, but the latter was indifferent to the number of children Wu Fanghua had, feigning nonchalance while concealing her true intentions. Fang Xiyue inquired, Sister Wu, you live right next to Weicheng? That means you must be privy to all the happenings in their household? Oh, indeed. I know everything. Wu Fanghua's mind raced, instantly grasping the underlying meaning of Fang Xiyue's words. Mid-sentence, she abruptly shifted the topic, picking up a shirt from the rack and examining it with keen interest, engaging Fang Xiyue in discussion. Comrade Fang, what do you think of this shirt? Being a city girl, your taste surely surpasses mine. Do you think this would suit me? Is it attractive? Fang Xiyue perceived the subtext in Wu Fanghua's words. With a forced smile, she replied, Sister Wu, this shirt is clearly perfect for you. You will look splendid in it. Oh, if even you say it looks good, then I shall rest easy. Wu Fanghua feigned a look of shock as she glanced at the price tag, exclaiming in dismay, this shirt costs 10 yuan. Too expensive. Far too expensive. I, from a humble household, simply cannot afford it. What a pity. She pretended to return the shirt. At that moment, Fang Xiyue reached out and took the shirt from Wu Fanghua's hands, politely stating, Sister Wu, it's just a shirt. I'll buy it for you. You're buying it for me? Comrade Fang, that's too generous. Wu Fanghua protested, though her eyes sparkled with excitement. Fang Xiyue then proceeded to the counter to pay for the shirt. Sister Wu, I've already settled the cost. Take the shirt. If you refuse, I shall have no use for it myself. Comrade Fang, you are truly a kind-hearted person. Thank you so much. Wu Fanghua, having spent not a dime, achieved her heart's desire of acquiring the cherished shirt and immediately began to chatter. Comrade Fang, you should have seen it. This morning, Captain Fu's wife went to the military hospital to work as a doctor. She was quite the sight.
What?
Song Yuntang is now a doctor at the military hospital? How is that possible? Fang Xiyue was taken aback, unable to comprehend. Wu Fanghua declared loudly, Dr. Qiao announced it to our courtyard yesterday. It was specially approved by Director Hao, so it cannot be false. She is now the most prominent figure in our courtyard. Can you believe that a country bumpkin like her has risen to such heights and become a doctor? Wu Fanghua, harboring a rivalry with Song Yuntang, spoke with a tone laced with disdain, mockery, and profound jealousy. Fang Xiyue's expression mirrored her own. She had been suspended from her position at the hospital for a month. While Song Yuntang was basking in glory as a military doctor, how could one swallow such indignation? Fang Xiyue, filled with ire, demanded, Is there anything else beyond this? Wu Fanghua, having received the shirt, was more than willing to provide further intel. She eagerly nodded. Indeed. Comrade Fang, let us speak over there. She took Fang Xiyue by the arm and led her to a more secluded corner. Lowering her voice, she whispered, Comrade Fang, let me tell you, Captain Fu and Song Yuntang do not actually live together. Captain Fu sleeps at the military dormitory every night. Can you believe that a couple who have been apart for 5 years would not share the same bed? Where in the world does such a thing happen? Any man would find it unbearable. Oh dear. I forgot that you are not yet married, so perhaps discussing this is inappropriate. But trust me, you won't be mistaken. Their lack of cohabitation indicates a problem. I used to mention this, but no one believed me. However, you, Comrade Fang, are different. I swear that if I, Wu Fanghua, tell a single lie, May this child of mine be born without an anus. Wu Fanghua passionately divulged all her recent observations to Fang Xiyue. Initially shocked, Fang Xiyue's expression soon morphed into one of satisfaction. The revelation that Song Yuntang and Fu Weicheng did not share a bed implied that they were not a genuine couple. The absence of issues between them would indeed be a rarity. The 10 yuan she spent had not been in vain. She had acquired invaluable information. Moments later, Fang Xiyue and Wu Fanghua emerged from the friendship store, both wearing radiant smiles. Wu Fanghua cradled her beloved shirt, joyfully returning to the courtyard, while Fang Xiyue promptly boarded a vehicle, heading to Beijing University. 20-year-old Fu Qingyan was enrolled at this prestigious institution. Despite her delicate appearance, she was studying mathematics, a field in which the university excelled nationally, brimming with talent. Fu Qingyan had gained admission through her own merits, setting her apart from the ordinary. Qingyan. Upon spotting Fu Qingyan, Fang Xiyue waved enthusiastically. Fu Qingyan approached, her face lighting up with a smile. Xiyue, what a pleasant surprise. Having grown up together in the same courtyard, particularly during the tumultuous years following the Fu family's troubles, Fu Qingyan had always regarded Fang Xiyue as an older sister due to the kindness the Fang family had shown her. I happened to pass by your university and thought of you. Living in the dormitory and eating cafeteria food every day can't be too enjoyable. Look here. I brought you Peking duck from Quanjude, just freshly made. The enticing aroma caught Fu Qingyan's attention, her eyes sparkling. Xiyue, you visiting me makes me so happy. How could you bring me something as well? Thank you. You've called me sister. There's no need for formality, Fang Xiyue replied warmly.
Come.
Let us proceed to your dormitory, where we shall indulge in a splendid meal, said Fang Xiyue with a smile, affectionately pulling Fu Qingyan along. As they made their way to Fu Qingyan's dormitory, Fang Xiyue seemed to casually broach a topic. Qingyan, on my way to your school, I encountered a sister-in-law from a large courtyard, who happens to be your brother's neighbor. She recounted quite a few tales regarding Weicheng. I am aware that Weicheng is now a married man with children, and I ought not to harbor any other thoughts. However, our families share such a close bond. How could I bear to keep you and Uncle Fu and Aunt Fu in the dark? I pondered this throughout my journey and ultimately concluded that it was imperative to inform you. Fu Qingyan's delicate features furrowed in concern as she turned to Fang Xiyue, awaiting her subsequent words. Fang Xiyue, feigning difficulty, elaborated that sister-in-law mentioned that Weicheng and his wife do not actually reside together. The notion of them being a couple is merely a facade. In truth, they haven't even shared a bed. What could this possibly signify? Do you not find it rather peculiar? Fu Qingyan's furrowed brow deepened. She recalled the last time she had seen Song Yuntang. It was when Fu Weicheng had purchased numerous items at Friendship Mall, all for her, and had even kindly treated her to candied hawthorn. Her brother treated Song Yuntang so well, yet they did not live together. Could it be that this woman was merely toying with her brother's affections? Was Fu Weicheng so naively ensnared? Noticing the grave expression on Fu Qingyan's face, Fang Xiyue recognized that her bait had taken hold. Once the truth of Fu Qingyan's situation was revealed to Fu Weicheng's parents, even if Song Yuntang did not wish to pursue a divorce, Fu's parents would undoubtedly compel them to part ways. As long as Fu Weicheng regained his single status, she would have her chance. 3 days later. This marked the third day of Song Yuntang's tenure at the military hospital. On her first day, she had met Director Hao, who expressed astonishment at her youth and complimented her, remarking that talent emerges across generations, encouraging her to work diligently. By the second day, Song Yuntang had begun to grasp the general workings of the hospital. Due to a shortage of personnel, the doctors, apart from specializing in internal and external medicine, were not meticulously divided into other departments. Each physician was required to tackle a myriad of complex ailments, effectively functioning as 3 specialists in one. During this time, Su Hongmei, the head nurse well-versed in the procedures and familiar with the other doctors, introduced many aspects to Song Yuntang, helping her acclimatize to the environment swiftly. Grateful, Song Yuntang expressed her thanks to Su Hongmei. Su Hongmei smiled, responding, in truth, my efforts are not all-encompassing. It was Dr. Chiao who prompted me. If you wish to express your gratitude, it ought to be directed towards Dr. Chiao. Once again it was Chiao Zhongchuan. Song Yuntang pondered the reasons behind his repeated assistance. Was it possible that he had developed an interest in her, a married woman from the countryside? She swiftly dismissed this notion in her mind, as Qiao Jiangchuan's character would never allow for such impropriety. Thus, his kindness towards her remained an enigma. It could not simply be an admiration for her medical prowess, nor a desire to learn from her. Amused by her own thoughts, she found the idea utterly ridiculous. Qiao Jiangchuan's accumulated experience in surgery far surpassed her own. Since that possibility was ruled out, she was left to wonder what the true reason could be. Unable to arrive at an answer, she resolved to seek out Qiao Jiangchuan for a private conversation when the opportunity arose, believing she might uncover some truths. With that thought, the third day arrived. Song Yuntang found herself seated in the gynecology consultation room, where she encountered exclusively female patients, particularly older women and those who had borne numerous children, each presenting a variety of intricate medical conditions. Due to their conservative nature, these women seldom sought medical advice, fearing embarrassment in front of male doctors and struggling to articulate their ailments. Recognizing this unique circumstance, Song Yuntang volunteered to join the gynecology department. Her partner for the day was a young nurse named Su Xiaolan, fresh from nursing school, whose exuberance was evident even behind her mask. Throughout the morning, they attended to one patient after another. Each patient entered with trepidation, surprised by the youthfulness of both the doctor and the nurse, apprehensive that such young practitioners might lack competence. Yet it was often the female doctors who possessed the deepest understanding of gynecological issues. Many patients, blushing and unable to articulate their symptoms, found that Song Yuntang could address their concerns with the simplest and most precise language, delivered in a calm, non-judgmental tone that gradually put them at ease and fostered their trust in her, simplifying the subsequent consultations. In the course of the morning, Su Xiaolan began to recognize Song Yuntang's capabilities, realizing she had learned more in that short time than she had during her years in nursing school. As noon approached, Su Xiaolan joyfully announced, "Dr. Song, the next patient is the last one for this morning. After attending to her, we can finally have our meal." "Very well, Xiaolan. Please have the patient come in," Song Yuntang replied with a smile, removing her disposable gloves and returning to her seat to organize the previous patient's records neatly. As the consultation room door opened, two women entered. Their attire was similarly drab, both appearing rather plain. One appeared older, perhaps in her 50s or 60s, while the younger one was likely in her mid-20s. The younger woman entered with her head bowed, timidly avoiding direct eye contact, only daring to steal a glance at Song Yuntang. In stark contrast, the older woman displayed a completely different demeanor, immediately voicing her discontent upon entering.
"Ah,
How can it be a doctor so young? She looks like a mere girl. Can she even treat ailments? I hope she isn't just fooling around," exclaimed Li Jinggu. Song Yuntang furrowed her brow. Before she could respond, Su Xiaolan, unable to tolerate such insolence, stepped in to defend her. "Dr. Song is a qualified physician at our hospital. If you wish to be treated, do so. If not, you may seek care elsewhere." Li Jinggu continued to scrutinize Song Yuntang with skepticism but eventually shuffled to a seat. "Well, of course I want to be treated. It is no easy feat for us country folk to come to the city, having finally secured an appointment with a doctor. How unfortunate it is that it is you." Although Li Jinggu lowered her voice as much as possible, every word was crystal clear within the consultation room. The younger woman, He Chuanxia, blushed with embarrassment and quickly averted her gaze from Song Yuntang. Su Xiaolan rolled her eyes dramatically. With patience, Song Yuntang, adhering to her duty as a healer, calmly inquired, "Which of you is seeking treatment? What seems to be the issue?" "It's her," Li Jinggu replied, forcefully pulling He Chuanxia forward. "Doctor, she is my daughter-in-law, He Chuanxia. They have been married for 5 or 6 years, yet she has shown no signs of pregnancy. I can manage to get an egg from a hen every day, yet this healthy woman cannot produce a child." Li Jinggu's demeanor was domineering, and when speaking of her daughter-in-law, she spoke as if discussing livestock. He Chuanxia, clearly a timid daughter-in-law oppressed by her mother-in-law, could only lower her head, not daring to utter a word. "Do you have a medical history?" Song Yuntang inquired. "Have you consulted other hospitals, and what did the other doctors say?" Yes. We have consulted many doctors for this matter," Li Jinggu retorted. "In our village, there exists a village doctor, a health clinic in the township, and even a fortune-teller from the neighboring village. Numerous options abound, and we have consulted them all. Whatever the doctor advised, we adhered to, exhausting every possible method. Have you heard of the talisman water? After burning it, one mixes it with water to drink, with the promise of ensuring a male child. I spent 50 yuan on it. Damn it. After consuming it, it proved utterly useless. Yet, 50 yuan. Such a disappointing womb. It's as if my money was squandered in vain. As Li Jingwa spoke, her frustration mounted, her voice growing louder. He Chuanxia attempted to intervene, tugging at Li Jingwa's sleeve, saying, "Mom, please refrain from discussing this. The doctor might not appreciate it." Why must I remain silent? It was the doctor who asked first. You should mention that I spent 50 yuan for you. In total, it's nearly several hundred yuan. How could your body be so uncooperative? If I had spent that money on a bride price for my son, perhaps I would be cradling a grandchild by now. The more Li Jingwa spoke, the more outrageous her remarks became, and He Chuanxia's complexion visibly paled. Song Yuntang felt compelled to interject. All right, let us not delve into other matters. First, please hand me your medical history. Subsequently, Song Yuntang began to peruse He Chuanxia's medical records, which indeed indicated several visits to the doctor, prescriptions for various medications, all of which were standard treatments to enhance female physiological functions. Looking up, Song Yuntang inquired once more, "Have you undergone any blood tests or physical examinations?" "Yes, I have," Li Jingwa interjected yet again, denying He Chuanxia the opportunity to speak. "I am treating her, not you. Please allow the patient to respond," Song Yuntang stated bluntly, interrupting. Both Li Jingwa and He Chuanxia were taken aback, unable to believe that such a young woman dared to speak so assertively. Holding a pen, Song Yuntang tapped it against the table, inadvertently enhancing the authority of her white coat. At this moment, Su Xiaolan added, "Since you have paid to see a doctor, do you not intend to heed the doctor's advice?" Li Jingwa felt humiliated, unwilling to let her expenditure be in vain, and shoved He Chuanxia, exclaiming, "Hurry up and answer. The doctor is asking you questions. How can you be so oblivious? You can't even speak for yourself. It's truly embarrassing." He Chuanxia, still belittled, finally raised her head to look at Song Yuntang. It was evident that she was earnestly seeking a resolution to her infertility issue. "Doctor, I assure you, my health is robust. I can work in the fields every day and manage chores at home. During my menstrual periods, some women writhe in pain, but I have never experienced any discomfort. I am truly healthy. I work with more vigor than others. I simply do not understand why my womb remains silent." Having finally been granted the chance to speak, He Chuanxia endeavored to prove her point. Song Yuntang continued to inquire, "Is your menstrual cycle regular each month?"
Yes.
"It arrives every 30 days without fail, and I always see blood. I have never been late, even during the harshest winter when I had to wade through water." He Chuanxia affirmed. This indicated that her physical condition was indeed sound. "Since you are able to visit the military hospital, your spouse must be a soldier."
Yes.
"He has served for several years and is now a company commander." A faint smile appeared on He Chuanxia's face at the mention of her husband. "We were able to come here because he arranged it through someone. Otherwise, we would never have dared to enter such a fine hospital." Song Yuntang raised her gaze. "What is the frequency of intimacy between you and your husband?" He Chuanxia, having seen numerous doctors, was taken aback by the directness of the inquiry. Being a simple rural woman, she felt her face flush with embarrassment at such a question. Just answer the question, honestly," Li Jingwa interjected, unable to contain herself. "My son has a 3-month leave from the army. She goes to see him every time. When she returns, I ask if they were intimate and she merely nods, saying nothing else. It's once every 3 months, spending 2 to 3 days together. While this frequency may not be particularly high, given their lengthy marriage,
They ought to have conceived by now."
After gleaning a general understanding of the situation, Song Yuntang stood and said, "He Chuanxia, come with me. We will conduct a physical examination." "Doctor, is the physical examination expensive? Will there be additional charges? We traveled quite a distance. Please, I beg you, charge us less." Li Jingwa prattled on, following closely behind Song Yuntang. As Song Yuntang approached the examination table, Li Jingwa attempted to follow her. Song Yuntang turned sharply, stating firmly, "Only the patient is permitted to enter here. Please step back." Upon uttering these words, she drew the curtain, blocking all of Li Jingwa's view. Li Jingwa, rebuffed, huffed in frustration, unable to voice her grievances aloud. Behind the curtain, a confined space was created, with only Song Yuntang and He Chuanxia present. Please remove your pants and lie down, Song Yuntang gently instructed. Remove my pants? He Chuanxia had seen many doctors before, yet she had never undergone a physical examination. The male doctors she had previously encountered had been a deterrent, as Li Jingwa would never allow her to undress in their presence, fearing it might tarnish her daughter-in-law's dignity. Do not be anxious. It is just you and me here. We are both women. To uncover the reasons behind your infertility, a necessary examination is essential. With Song Yuntang's soothing words, He Chuanxia visibly relaxed, shedding her initial apprehension. She lay on the examination table and removed her pants. Throughout the examination, despite Su Hongmei's repeated warnings to Li Jingwa not to make noise and disrupt the doctor, Li Jingwa's incessant complaints continued unabated. The thin curtain was insufficient to muffle her voice. During this time, Song Yuntang continuously reminded He Chuanxia to disregard the outside chatter, urging her to relax her body for a more accurate examination. Perhaps it was the absence of Li Jingwa's presence, or that He Chuanxia genuinely absorbed Song Yuntang's advice, but gradually, her body became less tense and more at ease. With meticulous care, Song Yuntang completed the examination. A quarter of an hour later, the curtain to the examination room was suddenly drawn back. Song Yuntang and He Chuanxia, now dressed, emerged. Upon seeing them, Li Jingwa rushed forward, urgently asking, "Doctor, what is the verdict? You mentioned an examination. Has it been completed? Can we ascertain the reason for her inability to conceive? Will she need medication? Is surgery necessary? Will it cost a fortune?" The mention of money contorted Li Jingwa's already wrinkled face in distress. Ultimately, her retention of He Chuanxia was twofold. 1. For her ability to work in the fields as a labor force, and 2. Because replacing her with another daughter-in-law would entail bride prices and wedding expenses, which were exorbitantly high. She was loath to spend the money. Otherwise, a woman unable to bear children would have long since been cast out. Song Yuntang feigned ignorance to Li Jingwa's persistent inquiries. She removed her rubber gloves and, after cleansing her hands, took a seat in the doctor's area. He Chuanxia, please take a seat and extend your hand. I shall take your pulse. He Chuanxia, momentarily taken aback, instinctively complied with Song Yuntang's request, placing her hand upon the table. Upon closer inspection at that moment, one could discern the slight furrow of Song Yuntang's brow, indicating that the examination results were somewhat concerning. Moreover, in taking He Chuanxia's pulse, Song Yuntang relied not solely on her medical expertise, but also invoked a modicum of power from her spiritual realm. She circulated her spiritual energy within He Chuanxia's body, ultimately confirming the accuracy of her findings. Withdrawing her hand, Song Yuntang met He Chuanxia's gaze and stated, "He Chuanxia, your health is quite robust. You are entirely capable of conceiving a child. But why have I been unable to conceive?" He Chuanxia's voice trembled with urgency as she pressed for answers. Song Yuntang elaborated gently, "Childbearing is not solely a woman's endeavor. When your partner has a holiday, encourage him to come to the hospital for an examination. Perhaps the true cause can be uncovered." After absorbing Song Yuntang's words, He Chuanxia sat in a daze, as though paralyzed by an unseen force. Lost in contemplation of every phrase. Her body was sound, and her partner should also be examined. Meanwhile, Li Jingwa, quick to react, leapt up in agitation. She shouted at Song Yuntang, "What do you mean? What exactly are you implying? We came here to investigate why she cannot bear children. Why are you dragging my son into this? My son is a soldier, contributing to our nation. His health is impeccable. He endures rigorous training daily and has thrived. How could there possibly be an issue?" Song Yuntang raised her gaze and shot a cold glance at Li Jingwa. "If you are so convinced of your son's health, why not have him come for an examination to ascertain the reasons behind this predicament? Your loud outbursts, are they a manifestation of fear?" This statement struck a nerve within Li Jingwa. As someone who had long yearned for a grandchild, she had harbored doubts, not just about He Chuanxia, but also about the possibility of her son being infertile. However, as a mother, she would never admit to such a notion. Her son was her pride, the only one in the family to have ascended to the rank of officer. Her pride could not tolerate any blemish. "Nonsense. You are just a young girl, hardly resembling a doctor, stirring discord. How dare you insinuate that my son cannot father a child? I see you are pretending to understand, deliberately uttering cynical remarks. You are nothing but a charlatan. In her fit of rage, Li Jinggua's brutish side emerged, revealing the fierce and crude demeanor typical of rural women. She not only hurled insults at Song Yuntang but also began to lash out physically. Items cluttering the table before Song Yuntang were sent crashing to the floor by Li Jinggua's wrath. He Chuanxia hastily intervened. Mother, please. Let us not create a scene in the hospital. Su Hongmei, an experienced nurse, had witnessed her fair share of such disturbances. She interjected, if you break anything here, you will be liable for damages. Think before you act. Yet, Li Jinghua, consumed by fury, was deaf to such reasoning. I will not allow you to slander my son. He is perfectly capable of fathering a robust grandchild. I will sue you for defaming a soldier. Spotting the alcohol, disinfectant, and tweezers on the table, Li Jinghua seized the entire tray and, disregarding all caution, hurled it towards Su Hongmei and Song Yuntang. Watch out.
Doctor.
Move quickly. In a moment of desperation, Song Yuntang instinctively pulled Su Hongmei behind her, shielding her from the impending chaos. However, before she could react, the scattered items were already hurtling towards her. Alas! It seemed that encountering such tumult so early in her shift was unavoidable. As Song Yuntang lamented silently, a commanding voice resounded through the air. Stop. The imposing figure of Fu Weicheng appeared, having rushed over with remarkable speed, positioning himself protectively in front of Song Yuntang. With one swift motion, he restrained Li Jinggua's actions, his dark eyes blazing with fury. Li Jinghua, being a woman who thrived on intimidation, had only dared to act so brazenly towards Song Yuntang and Su Hongmei because she perceived them as frail and gentle. In a confrontation with a man, her demeanor would have been markedly different. Moreover, clad in military attire adorned with shining stars, Fu Weicheng's tall and commanding presence was enough to instill fear. Li Jinghua trembled, her grip faltering, causing her belongings to clatter to the ground. What are you? She stammered. Regardless of who I am, this is a military hospital. They are doctors and nurses. This is not a place for your reckless behavior or for you to bully them, Fu Weicheng replied coldly. He then commanded, take them away. It turned out Fu Weicheng was not alone. A contingent of soldiers accompanied him. Upon their arrival, Li Jinghua was instantly cowed into silence, her face as pale as a ghost. However, the ruckus they had stirred had already attracted the attention of others, and hurried footsteps approached. Soon, Qiao Jiangchuan appeared, donned in a white coat with a stethoscope draped around his neck, having evidently rushed over from a patient consultation out of concern for Song Yuntang. Upon witnessing the chaos, he paused momentarily, yet his primary concern remained for Song Yuntang. Comrade Song, are you alright? What transpired here? I'm fine, Song Yuntang quickly reassured him. These two patients were dissatisfied with my diagnosis, and a conflict ensued. Her placation was but a semblance of calm. Li Jinggua's conduct was decidedly disruptive, warranting a visit to the police station. Song Yuntang's worry shifted to Su Hongmei. Nurse Su, are you injured? Just moments prior, Song Yuntang had exerted all her efforts to protect Su Hongmei, yet the chaos had spiraled beyond control. In her furious state, Li Jinghua had overturned the diagnostic equipment on the table, and among the debris, a stainless steel tweezer had flown through the air, seemingly landing on Su Hongmei's arm. Furrowing her brow, Su Hongmei stepped out from behind Song Yuntang, revealing her wrist and softly stating, I'm fine, just a minor injury. However, the sight that greeted them was far more gruesome. The sharp tip of the tweezer had pierced her delicate skin, blood gushing forth relentlessly. She pressed her palm against the wound, but the gash was deep, causing crimson liquid to seep through her fingers. This is hardly a minor injury. I am taking you to have that treated, Song Yuntang insisted, grasping Su Hongmei's hand and leading her towards the exit. After taking a few steps, her concern compelled her to glance back. Fu Weicheng's voice was steady. You need not worry. I will handle things here. Qiao Jiangchuan frowned. I will take care of this matter. You focus on attending to Nurse Su. At nearly the same moment, the two men spoke in near unison, expressing similar sentiments, their gazes laden with concern as they regarded Song Yuntang. This led to a few seconds of delicate silence in the air, thick with an awkward atmosphere. Even Su Hongmei, enduring unbearable pain, lifted her eyes in surprise to glance at Song Yuntang. As the central figure of the incident, Song Yuntang inwardly cursed these two men for causing unnecessary trouble, especially Fu Weicheng. This was not a hospital, so why was he meddling? Nonetheless, she maintained a facade of nonchalance. The scene had already descended into chaos, and she could not afford to give others the opportunity to gossip. She nodded calmly in the direction of Fu Weicheng and Xiao Zhangchuan, affirming, "Well, I entrust this to you." Turning back, she grasped Su Hongmei's hand and left without looking back. Who would resolve this matter next was of no concern to Song Yuntang. Her only desire was to tend to Su Hongmei's wounds. After Song Yuntang departed, in the treatment room, Xiao Zhangchuan had come alone. Unlike Fu Weicheng, who brought a cadre of soldiers, Xiao possessed the demeanor of a refined scholar, yet his calm aura was no less formidable than that of Fu Weicheng. He spoke. "Captain Fu, thank you for your assistance, but our hospital has its own security office. Matters within the hospital ought to be resolved here." Fu Weicheng frowned, feeling irked by Xiao Zhangchuan's words, yet could find no rebuttal. No matter how far-reaching the military's influence, it could not extend into the military district hospital. He replied, "This situation concerns my beloved. It is only right that I lend my aid, and I do not require anyone's gratitude." Fu Weicheng signaled to the soldiers to hand over the troublemaker Li Jinggui to the security personnel summoned by Xiao Zhangchuan. At that moment, the greatly frightened Li Jinggui once again began to shout recklessly, "What are you doing? You can't arrest me. My son is a soldier, a squad leader. I am a military family, and my home is an honorable one. What right do you have to detain me? I only said a few words to that girl. I want to see my son. Mom, please stop talking. There's a commander here." He Chuanxia nervously urged Li Jinggui to cease her commotion. However, Li Jinggui paid no heed to the goodwill of others, persistently shouting and repeatedly mentioning her son. This inadvertently provided Fu Weicheng with an opportunity. He turned to Li Jinggui and asked, "You claim your son is a soldier. Which unit does he belong to? What is his designation?" Li Jinggui, who was fearless, suddenly quivered under Fu Weicheng's icy gaze, becoming tongue-tied and unable to articulate a response. Fu Weicheng dismissed her answer, turning back to Xiao Zhangchuan. "Dr. Qiao, I will leave her in your care. After your security department has conducted their interrogation, she cannot be released. As a military family creating chaos in a military district hospital and physically assaulting the doctors, I am keen to discover which soldier's mother behaves so lawlessly." With a thud, Li Jinggui's legs buckled, and she collapsed to the floor, bursting into tears. "Esteemed commander, I alone am responsible for my actions. This has nothing to do with my son. It was my fault. Truly, it was all my fault. Please take me away. Just don't let this impact my son. He is a good soldier. He truly is a good soldier." The wailing Li Jinggui was ultimately taken away by the security personnel. Fu Weicheng instructed the soldiers to retrieve medical supplies, while he sought out Song Yuntang. Meanwhile, Song Yuntang was tending to Su Hongmei's wounds, the stark red mark on her snow-white wrist strikingly alarming. She remarked, "Nurse Su, your skin is so fair, it would be a pity if you were to be left with a scar. I will prepare a scar removal ointment for you. If you apply it once in the morning and once at night, I guarantee you will not be left with any mark." Such a miraculous scar removal ointment. What brand is it? Su Hongmei inquired. Taken aback, Song Yuntang responded, "It's something I concocted myself. If you trust it, feel free to use it." In truth, it was a mixture of spring water extracted from her space and ordinary whitening cream, yielding remarkable effects in both brightening skin and fading scars. Having spent time together, Su Hongmei had shown her considerable care, and Song Yuntang felt a surge of gratitude, which she inadvertently expressed. Fortunately, Su Hongmei took it in stride. With a smile, she nodded. "Then I want to be polite. I'll be waiting for your scar ointment tomorrow." After bandaging the wound on Su Hongmei's wrist, she wrapped it several times in gauze and tested its mobility, confirming only superficial damage had occurred, allowing her to relax completely. She then became more intrigued by Song Yuntang, her eyes sparkling as she teasingly remarked, "Comrade Song, the deputy commander seemed quite concerned for you. Your relationship as a couple is truly commendable." Song Yuntang reflected on her recent interactions with Fu Weicheng and recalled how he had rushed over to protect her earlier, a warm current flowing through her heart. Meeting Su Hongmei's curious gaze, she did not shy away, but answered directly, "We get along quite well." Song Yuntang's response was artfully crafted. She refrained from mentioning feelings. merely summarizing their recent interactions, which was not a lie in essence. For Su Hongmei, there was no discernible nuance in her words. Surprised by Song Yuntang's candidness, she noted that such openness was rare, especially in an era when expressions of affection were often suppressed. Song Yuntang's forthrightness only deepened Su Hongmei's admiration. As Su Hongmei observed Song Yuntang, she suddenly exclaimed, "Captain Fu." Song Yuntang was taken aback. What did Su Hongmei mean by Captain Fu? Did she have further inquiries? Upon closer inspection, she realized something was amiss. Su Hongmei's gaze was not fixed on her, but rather behind her. A strange sensation flickered through Song Yuntang's mind. Turning around, she was unsurprised to see a tall, imposing figure standing firmly at the door. Fu Weicheng's excessively handsome face bore a knowing smile, and his dark eyes shone with an unusual warmth. Song Yuntang could easily surmise that Fu Weicheng had indeed overheard her earlier words. The man who had no intention of filing for divorce was undoubtedly reveling in delight at this moment. Su Hongmei observed the electric exchange between the couple. Feeling out of place, not wishing to be a third wheel, she waved her already bandaged wrist and said, "Dr. Song, thank you. You and Captain Fu enjoy your conversation. I shall take my leave for a meal and see you at work later." Song Yuntang began to tidy up the used medical supplies, lowering her gaze to avoid Fu Weicheng's penetrating stare. "Have you eaten? What brings you to the hospital?" They both spoke simultaneously, their words overlapping with concern for one another. Song Yuntang sighed and replied, "I haven't eaten yet. Let us head to the hospital cafeteria and chat while I eat." In the hospital cafeteria, Song Yuntang filled her tray with one meat and one vegetable dish, along with 2 portions of rice. She chose a secluded spot to sit opposite Fu Weicheng. Due to the earlier commotion, she had missed the regular mealtime, leaving the cafeteria relatively empty and devoid of onlookers. As Song Yuntang ate, Fu Weicheng's dark gaze remained fixed upon her unwavering. Song Yuntang felt her heart race under his intense scrutiny. She picked up a tender green bean from the lunchbox and offered it to Fu Weicheng, intentionally saying, "Take a bite. It tastes quite delightful." Fu Weicheng's heart skipped a beat. He was being fed by Song Yuntang herself. Without hesitation, he opened his mouth, allowing the green bean to enter. After a few quick bites, he realized something was amiss and, frowning, swallowed the bean with concern. "This green bean isn't fully cooked. Don't eat it, Tang Tang. Go and swap it for another dish." Song Yuntang shook her head nonchalantly. "It's fine. The green beans can be eaten cold. Whether they're cooked or not doesn't matter."
Indeed.
Whether cooked or raw was inconsequential, as raw green beans contain no toxins. However, the flavor was somewhat underwhelming, an opinion not shared by Song Yuntang. She deliberately fed Fu Weicheng merely to divert his attention. "You haven't mentioned how you suddenly ended up in the hospital. Is it possible that Anan and Yen Yen are in trouble?" "No, don't be anxious. The army needs a batch of medical supplies, and I've come to lead the pickup." Fu Weicheng stated the official matter first, though this issue was trivial enough not to warrant the presence of a regiment commander like him at the military hospital. Hence, there was more to his statement. With a serious expression, he continued, "Tang Tang, my parents are coming over again."
Huh?
"Uncle and aunt?" Song Yuntang raised her eyes, her mind immediately drifting to heavy gold, teasingly asking, "Are your parents here to bring me gold again? Or perhaps to improve our living conditions?" Fu Weicheng explained, "Yes and no. They are currently at the compound." "The compound?" "With both of us away and Anan and Yen Yen at kindergarten, who will host your parents." "They don't need hosting, as they plan to stay over temporarily."
Oh.
Staying over. Initially, Song Yuntang did not grasp the gravity of the situation and continued speaking calmly, but her contemplative words soon fell silent. Suddenly, she set down her chopsticks, her gaze wide with shock as she looked at the man before her. "Staying over? Fu Weicheng, are you saying your parents will spend the night in the family quarters?"
Why?
"Don't they already have a designated place in the capital?" "My parents said their house is leaking, and the floors and furniture are ruined. Renovation will likely take 1 to 2 months, Fu Weicheng spoke, his eyes flickering slightly, betraying a hint of guilt, for he knew all too well that this was a lie. Just 2 hours prior, a call from Fu Zhinshan and Zhang Yuan had reached Fu Weicheng's office. Fu Zhinshan had fumed. "You don't resemble me at all. Tangning has been in the capital for so long, and you're still sleeping in the army dormitory? What a disgrace. Do you even want to keep your wife? If Tangting divorces you, you might as well leave the family. I'll pretend I have no son." You're so useless, you can't even keep your wife. Jiang Yuan spoke gently. Weicheng, I heard from your sister that you and Tang Dang are living apart, one in the army dormitory and the other in the family quarters.
How can that be?
The bond between husband and wife needs nurturing. With the situation as it is, it's no wonder she wants a divorce. Fu Shinshan continued his tirade. How did I end up with such a foolish son? Enan and Nian Nian are far smarter. Jiang Yuan added, Weicheng, this prolonged separation isn't a solution. Your father and I plan to stay with you for a few days. With us around, Tang Dang, being so considerate, will surely feel reluctant to see us sad. Be wise and stop acting like a mute, cold as ice. Which girl would find you appealing? Thus, with bags in tow, Fu Shinshan and Jiang Yuan formally moved into the military family quarters. Fu Weicheng, fully aware of his parents' deception, willingly continued the charade. For only in this manner could he and Song Yuntang have a legitimate opportunity to interact. Moreover, there was the possibility of sharing a bed. In the hospital cafeteria, Song Yuntang was still in shock from the unexpected news, looking intently at Fu Weicheng. 1 to 2 months? That's quite a long time. Suddenly, it dawned on her. You mean your parents are already in the compound, so they must have seen. Her bedroom, with traces of only one person's presence, lacked even a single military uniform of Fu Weicheng's. If his parents saw it, they would undoubtedly think something was amiss between them. Song Yuntang recalled her promise to Fu Weicheng to act in front of his parents. Tang, don't be anxious. My parents called me before coming over. I've temporarily moved my personal belongings from the dormitory to the house, including clothes, bedding, pillows, toothbrushes, and towels, so don't worry. They won't suspect anything. Fu Weicheng, partly earnest and partly playful, appeared rather cunning while assuring Song Yuntang. Upon hearing that the secret was safe, Song Yuntang breathed a sigh of relief. As long as they weren't discovered, it was all good. Fu Weicheng observed her reaction, his previously tense demeanor gradually relaxing. For he could see that Song Yuntang was not as resistant to the situation as she initially seemed. After her shock, she was slowly coming to terms with it. This was precisely what Fu's parents intended, and what Fu Weicheng desired. He lowered his gaze slightly, concealing a glimmer of cunning in his eyes, and spoke solemnly. Tang, I specifically came to the military hospital to inform you of this matter, lest you be startled upon returning home. Moreover, Fu Weicheng raised his eyes to meet Song Yuntang's, revealing the latter part of his statement. During the time my parents are staying at the compound, we must also reside together. Yes, I understand. We must fully commit to the act. Song Yuntang replied, her tone calm. Since I promised you, I will not go back on my word. We cannot let your parents perceive that we are living apart. She nodded, displaying remarkable composure. Fu Weicheng, however, was momentarily taken aback. Is that it? Is Song Yuntang truly not opposed at all? They were to share a room, sleep in the same bed, and be together day and night, just like any ordinary couple. You. As Fu Weicheng hesitated, Song Yuntang pointed her chopsticks at him playfully. A smile graced her lips, her eyes sparkling with life, her delicate smile blooming like spring flowers, rendering everything around them dull in comparison. Fu Weicheng, starting today, you will sleep on the floor while I take the bed. Song Yuntang had already contemplated all of this. Performing in front of Fu's parents was not particularly difficult. They had done so before. As for the room, once the door was shut, no one would know what relationship they truly shared or how they interacted. Moreover, in recent days, a subtle yet undeniable flirtation had developed between Song Yuntang and Fu Weicheng. Upon careful consideration, she discovered a burgeoning interest in this man. Transforming from a fake husband to a real one seemed plausible. Just like today, Fu Weicheng had wholeheartedly protected her, treating her well as the children. It was merely a reason to allow the man to draw closer and pursue her. Song Yuntang had already devised her plans. A fleeting shadow of disappointment crossed Fu Weicheng's face. The idea of sharing a bed, transformed under Song Yuntang's plans, now seemed indefinitely distant. Fu Weicheng, what is this reaction? Do you wish to seize this opportunity to sleep together? Song Yuntang's bright eyes fixed intently on the man before her. Fu Weicheng did not shy away from her gaze. He spoke in a husky whisper. Tang, in my eyes, we are still husband and wife. It is a matter of course. As spouses, even if we quarrel at the head of the bed, we must inevitably share the same pillow at its foot. The man, who had always been reserved and aloof, surprisingly bared his heart. Song Yuntang, who had always held the reins, suddenly felt a flush creep up her face, a wave of warmth surging to her head, leaving her at a loss for how to respond to Fu Weicheng's candidness.
Ah,
What has come over this man to suddenly speak so eloquently? Song Yuntang let out a soft huff and lowered her head to eat, choosing to ignore Fu Weicheng. Thus, during the latter half of their lunch, the two sat across from one another in silence, not uttering a word. When Song Yuntang finished her meal and went to wash her lunchbox, Fu Weicheng reached out to take it from her. His tall and upright figure stood at the sink, scrubbing her lunchbox until it gleamed, and he said, "Tang Tang, I will pick you up from work tonight. We shall return to the compound together." Song Yuntang, her face still slightly flushed, replied with a soft "oh." At this hour, the cafeteria of the military hospital was not particularly crowded, but Fu Weicheng, clad in crisp military attire, was indeed too conspicuous. In just a few short hours, word of Fu Weicheng washing his wife's dishes had spread throughout the entire hospital, especially at the nurses' station, where the majority were women. The news drove them nearly wild. Commander Fu used to be cold as ice towards anyone, but since Comrade Song appeared, I have come to realize he possesses such a gentle side. He even washes the dishes for his wife. My own husband wouldn't even help if the oil bottle fell over. Comparisons can be infuriating. That's Commander Fu. I happened to see it today while on duty. When Dr. Song was eating, Commander Fu stood by her side without a single complaint. I even heard him say he would pick her up from work tonight. Is that true? Is Commander Fu really such a man? No wonder Fong Siming is so persistent with the deputy commander. Su Hongmei, as the head nurse, was filling out today's medical records when she turned a blind eye to the chattering of the newly graduated nurses. However, when the conversation shifted to the taboo subject of Fong Siming, she felt compelled to intervene. The young nurses immediately lowered their heads, resuming their tasks of distributing medications and making rounds. Later, when Su Hongmei approached Song Yuntang for her signature on the medical records, her smile was particularly ambiguous as she casually remarked, "Comrade Song, was lunch delicious?" Song Yuntang was momentarily taken aback, and upon realizing, she playfully nudged Su Hongmei.
even you are teasing me.
"Next time, I shan't assist you with your bandaging." Su Hongmei couldn't help but chuckle heartily. Meanwhile, Qiao Jiangchuan, while making rounds, unexpectedly overheard the nurse's excited chatter. Commander Fu even washes dishes for Dr. Song. What a devoted husband. To his surprise, he did not frown but instead smiled silently. On another front, Lin Xiangdong was training alongside Fu Weicheng. They had just engaged in a high-stakes competition, both utterly exhausted, seated in their training gear on the sandy ground.
Panting heavily,
Lin Xiangdong wiped the sweat from his brow and turned to Fu Weicheng. "Commander Fu, what gives? During the sparring, you didn't even use your full strength. Were you letting me win? Saving face in front of the soldiers?" Lin Xiangdong had long accepted his defeat to Fu Weicheng with grace. Losing didn't dishearten him, nor did it make him envious. Fu Weicheng was simply born to be a soldier, his abilities were innate, and he had long reconciled with that reality.
besides,
With great power comes great responsibility, and the burdens Fu Weicheng bore were beyond what ordinary people could fathom. It wasn't leniency. I merely lost focus for a moment. Lost focus? You, Fu Weicheng, old Fu, you too have days like this. Lin Xiangdong was so excited he nearly leaped from the ground, his eyes wide as he scrutinized Fu Weicheng. He had indeed noticed some peculiarities. Ever since Fu Weicheng returned from the military hospital, he had seemed in good spirits. His usual icy demeanor softened, a hint of a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Lin Xiangdong, most familiar with Fu Weicheng, sensed his mood. "Commander Fu, what good fortune do you have to share? Speak up and let your brother in on it. Did someone at the military hospital cast a spell on you, stealing away the spirit of our illustrious Commander Fu?" Lin Xiangdong, fully aware of the situation, knew it must be related to Song Yuntang. Yet he enjoyed speaking in such ambiguous terms, eager to glimpse a different side of Fu Weicheng. In the next moment, Fu Weicheng suddenly stood up. He looked down, towering over Lin Xiangdong, and said in a low voice, "Get up, let us have a second round." Fu Weicheng led Lin Xiangdong back into the training arena.
Ah,
We've barely rested for 3 minutes. My strength hasn't returned. Lin Xiangdong, having finally witnessed another facet of Fu Weicheng, found it to be the most fierce and relentless side of him. After work, Song Yuntang encountered Fu Weicheng at the entrance of the military hospital, and, to her surprise, he was holding a skewer of candied hawthorn. Fu Weicheng remarked, "I saw someone selling candied hawthorn on the way here, so I bought a skewer." Song Yuntang glanced at the skewer in his hand, puzzled. Just one skewer? She had assumed Fu Weicheng had bought it for Nian Nian and Anan. Yet there was only one. In a household with two children, the appearance of a lone item is often dreaded. Although both Nian Nian and Anan were well-behaved and considerate, caring for one another if one has something and the other does not, the one without would surely feel disheartened. Had Fu Weicheng not considered this? Fu Weicheng explained, "I bought the last skewer. The vendor had no more left. So, you should have it." He had indeed taken Song Yuntang's concerns into account. In fact, it was precisely because he had considered it that he had devised a plan. Nian Nian and Anna have already been picked up by my parents. We need to detour to the kindergarten and can head straight home. You can enjoy the candied hawthorn on the way, and the children want to know. Upon hearing this, Song Yuntang finally understood why Fu Weicheng had handed her the candied hawthorn. So the man had this in mind. With a twinkle in her eyes, Song Yuntang asked, "So this skewer of candied hawthorn is for me?" Fu Weicheng nodded, "Yes." A hint of sweetness graced Song Yuntang's smile as she accepted it from Fu Weicheng and then offered it towards him. She did not immediately eat it, but instead brought the candied hawthorn to Fu Weicheng's lips. "Commander Fu, this candied hawthorn is too much for me to finish alone. You should have some too." Fu Weicheng's gaze flickered slightly, his eyes warm and tender as he softly replied, He took the first bite of the bright red hawthorn, coated in glistening syrup, which looked utterly delectable. After Song Yuntang withdrew her hand, she bit into the second piece. At that moment, Su Hongmei happened to exit the hospital, and, to her surprise, she stumbled upon the scene. Unable to contain her laughter, she exclaimed, "Dr. Song, Commander Fu, are you planning to make the military hospital your home? It's after hours and you're still here. Be careful. Tomorrow, the rumors about you two may multiply." Upon hearing Su Hongmei's voice, Song Yuntang, who had already been the subject of teasing multiple times that day, dared not turn to face her. With one hand clutching a candied hawthorn skewer, she hastily grasped Fu Weicheng's hand with the other. "Let us go. Quickly." Fu Weicheng was oblivious to the unfolding situation, yet he complied with Song Yuntang's urgency, stepping forward in accordance with her pull. As they walked in the warm hues of the setting sun, they made their way home. "Tang Tang, you're back. How is work? I've heard that working in a hospital is exhausting, always surrounded by endless patients." The moment Song Yuntang entered the house, Jiang Yuan immediately took hold of her hand, her face radiating maternal affection as she inquired with concern. Song Yuntang shook her head, responding, "Mom, it's not tiring. I receive a salary every month, so it's only right that I do my part." Nearby sat the imposing figure of Fu Zhinshan. Upon noticing him, Song Yuntang respectfully greeted, "Dad." Fu Zhinshan nodded in acknowledgement, replying, "Ah, you're back. Wash your hands and prepare to eat." Jiang Yuan smiled at Song Yuntang, saying, "The old man is just like that. Don't take it to heart. Tang Tang, has Weicheng informed you of our situation? I truly apologize for intruding on you during this time. Mom, this is also your home. There's no need to worry about inconveniencing us. It's south just that the place is quite small, and I'm unsure if you'll find it comfortable. What's there to be uncomfortable about? I've lived through my share of hardships in those drafty, leaky thatched houses. No matter how tough the times were, I've persevered. Why should I fear now?" Jiang Yuan's face beamed with smiles as she reminisced about the days spent enduring hardship alongside Fu Zhinshan. She continued earnestly, "The old man and I will manage fine in the small room beside yours with Nian Nian and Anan. You and Weicheng should continue as before, sleeping in the master bedroom. Don't worry about us." "Mom." Song Yuntang hesitated, wanting to offer further reassurances. Jiang Yuan patted her hand, insisting, "I've prepared all the meals. Hurry and wash your hands, then come eat." With no further argument possible, Song Yuntang turned to head outside to wash her hands at the faucet in the yard. Nian Nian and Anan promptly became her little shadows, trailing closely behind her. Anan, with a sweet tone, cooed, "Mommy, I missed you so much." Nian Nian scrunched her little nose and suddenly exclaimed, "Mommy, you smell so sweet, like candy." That fragrance was the sugary syrup of the candied hawthorn, mingled with the tart sweetness of the fruit. Instinctively, Song Yuntang licked her lips, still tasting a hint of sweetness on her tongue. She retorted, "Really? I can't smell anything. I've been at the hospital all day, only catching the scent of disinfectant, not anything sweet." Nian Nian furrowed her brow, pondering if perhaps she had indeed misperceived, and then suddenly leaped into Song Yuntang's embrace, sniffing her closely with a delighted tone. "Mommy, brother, wasn't he mistaken? You really do smell sweet, just like candy." Caught in a moment of guilt for her secret indulgence, Song Yuntang felt her heart race, unsure of how to respond. She couldn't possibly confess that she had secretly enjoyed candied hawthorn. Just as she grappled with this dilemma, Fu Weicheng unexpectedly appeared behind them, calling out to Nian Nian and Nian Nian, and "Come help set the table." Both children, eager to assist, dashed into the kitchen to find Jiang Yuan. This diversion offered Song Yuntang a momentary reprieve. She not only washed her hands but also rinsed her mouth and wiped her lips, attempting to eliminate any evidence of her transgression. Watching her from the side, Fu Weicheng couldn't help but smile. Song Yuntang internally scoffed, "What's so amusing? You're the one who caused this trouble. Tang Tang, sit down to eat. There's no need to fuss. It's just a few household chores. Since I'm here, I might as well help. You need to take care of the children and manage work. It's far too exhausting to expect you to do everything. After dinner, you should rest and not worry about a thing." Jiang Yuan exuded an air of grace, reminiscent of a refined lady from an educated family. Yet she treated Song Yuntang with remarkable warmth, devoid of any trace of condescension, as though she wished to cradle Song Yuntang in her palm. Though Fu Zhinshan appeared stern, he was never harsh with Song Yuntang but reserved his strictness for Fu Weicheng. "Hey, how are you caring for her? Can't you see Tang Tang can't even reach her soup? It's your responsibility to help out at home while she works hard to support the family." Despite his words, both Fu Zhinshan and Jiang Yuan cherished their grandchildren dearly, wanting to be with Nian Nian and at every opportunity, taking over the childcare responsibilities. They were eager to rise early to send the children to preschool, pick them up in the evening, prepare little snacks, and after dinner, take the children out for strolls in the yard or to play with the neighbors, the Hu family. As the saying goes, an elder in the house is like a treasure. Although Jiang Yuan and Fu Zhinshan appeared unexpectedly, their presence immediately infused the home with warmth, alleviating many burdens from Song Yuntang. She was cared for, cherished, and pampered. As night fell, even the bedtime stories for the children were set aside. She luxuriated in a warm bath, donned a floral cotton nightgown, and dried her damp hair with a towel. Her fair skin, after soaking in the warm water, appeared tender and radiant, exuding a lustrous quality. Song Yuntang tilted her head slightly, elongating her neck to reveal the graceful curve of her profile. Strands of black hair cascaded down to her chest, each droplet of water gently dripping away. Just as she stretched languidly, a sudden creak interrupted her as the door swung open. Her beautiful eyes lifted, only to behold the tall, imposing figure of Fu Weicheng, his bare, muscular physique on full display. Oh my heavens! Those pectorals, 8-pack abs, the faint outline of his V-line, all there. Song Yuntang halted her movements, her gaze fixated on Fu Weicheng as he emerged from the bath, clad only in pants. His well-defined body, sculpted from rigorous military training, radiated an undeniable masculine allure. Glimmering droplets of water trickled down from his shoulders, cascading over the contours of his muscles, eventually disappearing beneath his waistband. The allure of masculine beauty was undeniable. Song Yuntang believed herself to be calm, yet her eyes betrayed her, unable to tear away from the sight. Coupled with Fu Weicheng's strikingly handsome face, no woman could resist the charm he exuded at that moment. After her reminder, Fu Weicheng displayed remarkable composure, responding in an utterly casual tone. "I forgot to grab my clothes before stepping into the shower." Subsequently, Fu Weicheng approached the wardrobe and stood still before it, opening the cabinet door to casually select a piece of clothing he had placed there earlier that morning. During this interval, Fu Weicheng remained with his back turned to Song Yuntang. From Song Yuntang's vantage point, no longer did she behold the contours of his pectoral and abdominal muscles, but rather the equally superior and alluring musculature of his back, presenting a perfect inverted triangle physique that exerted an impact no less potent than his frontal allure. Sitting on the edge of the bed, Song Yuntang could not help but swallow hard. As Fu Weicheng donned his attire, the corner of his eye subtly monitored Song Yuntang. Upon noticing her instinctive physical reactions, a faint smile curled at the corners of his lips, adding a playful arc to his otherwise indifferent expression. His dark eyes concealing a cunning depth. Even his movements while dressing lacked their usual swiftness, for how could he allow Song Yuntang to discern his form if he rushed? This was all deliberate on Fu Weicheng's part. He was not devoid of sensibility. Several times, he had noticed Song Yuntang's distraction when they were in close proximity. The palpable allure of instinctive attraction was felt by Fu Weicheng, leading him to believe that Song Yuntang must have sensed it too. Seizing upon the opportunity orchestrated by their parents, Fu Weicheng aspired for them to evolve into a genuine couple, thus necessitating that he ignite the spark of affection within Song Yuntang first. Hence, he purposefully staged this display. As he raised his arms to put on a short-sleeved shirt, it draped over him, concealing his upper body's fine physique. Internally, Song Yuntang felt a twinge of regret. Thereafter, Fu Weicheng's subtle possessiveness was momentarily restrained. He did not advance further towards Song Yuntang, but instead retrieved the bedding he had prepared earlier from beneath the bed, spreading a mat and laying down a quilt on the floor beside the bed. Thus, the place where the man would spend the night was adequately arranged. Observing the hard floor and the rather thin bedding, Song Yuntang voiced her concern. Fu Weicheng, won't you catch a chill sleeping like this? Without raising his gaze, Fu Weicheng replied, not at all. My health is robust. I rarely fall ill. In the past, while on the front lines, I had no such comforts. Sleeping directly in the trenches, so you needn't worry about me. As he uttered this last sentence, he lifted his head, his deep, dark eyes locking onto Song Yuntang's for a fleeting moment. That brief exchange of glances caused Song Yuntang to flush suddenly, and with a hint of playful reproach, she retorted, I'm not worried about you at all. I'm just afraid that if you fall ill, you'll come to rely on me. Humph. Fu Weicheng did not contest her words, merely smiling faintly. His movements in making the bed were swift and orderly, and soon he lay down. Song Yuntang set aside the towel she had used to dry her hair and prepared to sleep as well. With a hint of unease, she inquired, Fu Weicheng, did you lock the door when you came in? After all, with Fu's parents now residing in the shared quarters, and with matters necessitating them to sleep separately, it was imperative to exercise caution to prevent any secrets from being exposed. Fu Weicheng pondered for a moment before saying, I believe so. Just as the words left his mouth, a series of loud knocks echoed through the door. Jiang Yuan's figure then appeared outside. Tang Tang, Chung, are you asleep? The sudden sound startled both individuals within the room. While Fu Weicheng lay on his bedding still processing the situation, Song Yuntang quickly urged, hurry, put your things away. We still have to pretend in front of Fu Weicheng's parents. What are you dawdling for? Quickly, Fu Weicheng sprang into action, rolling up the bedding on the floor and stuffing it into the wardrobe. By the time he turned back, Song Yuntang had already thrown back the quilt and grasped his arm, pulling him onto the bed. Fu Weicheng relinquished his strength, and following the force of Song Yuntang's tug, he sat beside her. In truth, they need not be so conspicuous. Merely being in the same room sufficed. However, due to Song Yuntang's instinctive sense of guilt, to prevent anyone from discerning that she and Fu Weicheng were sleeping apart, it was essential for them to be seen sharing the same bed, thus leading to this excessive pretense. The knocking continued. Jiang Yuan's voice permeated through the door once more. Tang Tang, may I come in? Yes, Mom. Upon hearing Song Yuntang's response, Jiang Yuan confidently pushed the door open and walked in. With a beaming smile, she observed Song Yuntang and Fu Weicheng on the same bed, both flushed from their earlier frantic movements, resembling individuals caught in an indiscreet act. Oh, my son is quite impressive. In the blink of an eye, he has climbed onto Song Yuntang's bed, truly a teachable child. Jiang Yuan felt a surge of delight within her, maintaining a tender and loving demeanor. I hope I'm not interrupting anything? Song Yuntang's face reddened further, and she quickly shook her head. No, Mom. We haven't done anything at all. You're not bothering us in the slightest. After uttering this, Song Yuntang regretted it, frowning slightly. It was a rather revealing confession, an attempt to cover up that only drew more attention. Fortunately, it seemed Jiang Yuan did not catch on, still smiling warmly as she entered with a storybook favored by Nian Nian and an Tang Tang. Nian Nian and an asked me to read this story. But I'm not sure where you left off. Where should I begin? Song Yuntang took the storybook, flipping to a certain page in the middle.
Mom.
I got to this point last night and they both fell asleep. You can start from here. All right, I understand. Jiang Yuan nodded repeatedly and then exited the room, turning to them with a radiant smile as she closed the door. I'll close the door for you. You two continue. Continue. With the sound of the door clicking shut, Song Yuntang could no longer maintain her embarrassed smile, inwardly screaming in frustration. She wished she could dig a hole in the ground and hide. Fu Weicheng, observing the flush on Song Yuntang's profile, could not help but smile more broadly. Fearing she might genuinely become angry from embarrassment, he instead pushed himself away. Fu Weicheng rose from the bed, walked over to ensure the door was securely locked, and then retrieved the bedding from the wardrobe to lay it back on the floor. My mom has left. She won't be coming back. I've locked the door. You can sleep soundly now. He reassured the still nervous Song Yuntang, then moved to the light switch by the door. Shall I turn off the lights? Gradually. Song Yuntang began to calm from her initial panic. She steadied her heartbeat and nodded. Yes. Turn them off. Knock, knock, knock. Knock, knock, knock. Before Song Yuntang could finish her sentence, the knocking returned, this time accompanied by the familiar voice of Jiang Yuan. Tang Tang? May I come in? Jiang Yuan had actually returned. This surprised not only Song Yuntang but also left Fu Weicheng momentarily stunned. He had assumed that such a tactic would suffice for one instance. Yet here they were facing a second. Looking at Fu Weicheng, Song Yuntang urged anxiously, "What are you waiting for? Hurry and put the bedding away." Only then did Fu Weicheng snap back to reality, hastily rolling up the bedding from the floor and stuffing it once more into the wardrobe. The sound of the door slamming shut was particularly jarring. Song Yuntang frowned in annoyance. This time, Fu Weicheng did not return to the bed, but walked over to open the door. Mom, what is it again? Jiang Yuan cast a glance at her son, her eyes reflecting a sense of frustration akin to that of a blacksmith disheartened by a piece of iron that refuses to take shape. Yet, as she turned her gaze towards Song Yuntang, her expression softened immediately. Tang Tang, I apologize for disturbing your rest once more. It's nothing, Mom. I haven't fallen asleep yet. Actually, Anin told me she received a little red flower in kindergarten and insisted on giving it to you before she could rest easy. Jiang Yuan explained, retrieving the small flower and delicately presenting it to Song Yuntang. This is a token of the child's affection. Please make sure to cherish it. Understood. I will take good care of it. Very well then. I shall take my leave, and you both should try to sleep. I promise not to disturb you again. Jiang Yuan was not intending to intrude. Rather, it was An's desire to complete her task before bedtime that prompted her to knock on the door. However, the impact on Song Yuntang and Fu Weicheng was as profound as the first instance. With that, Jiang Yuan departed once more, and Fu Weicheng secured the door behind her. The routine remained unchanged from mere moments prior. He opened the wardrobe, retrieved bedding, and was about to lay it out on the floor, when Song Yuntang spoke up unexpectedly. Fu Weicheng, don't sleep on the floor. Come up here and share the bed with me. Fu Weicheng froze, slowly lifting his head to meet Song Yuntang's gaze. His dark eyes filled with a mixture of inquiry. Song Yuntang bit her lip and continued, Who knows if your mother will come in for a third time? I'd rather not spend the night in anxiety, unable to rest. So, please just come up. She added, though unspoken, her concern for his well-being. Sleeping on the floor isn't good for your health. After a few minutes, the lights were dimmed in the room, and Fu Weicheng lay beside Song Yuntang. They both maintained an upright posture, each covered by a thin blanket, with an invisible boundary between them. They shared the same bed but not the same pillow, nor did they share the same blanket. Yet, for the evolving relationship between Song Yuntang and Fu Weicheng, this was a significant leap forward. It is worth noting that at the outset, Song Yuntang harbored deep feelings of aversion towards him. Fu Weicheng lay perfectly still. Despite having trained all day, leaving him with a considerable depletion of energy, he had never experienced insomnia before. He could fall asleep within 5 minutes of lying down. But tonight, as he listened to the gentle rhythm of Song Yuntang's breath beside him and felt the faint warmth that enveloped him, he sensed his heart racing uncontrollably within his chest, and sleep eluded him entirely. He helplessly opened his eyes to gaze at the ceiling. Meanwhile, Song Yuntang, after being startled twice, finally found solace and soon drifted off to a blissful slumber. She dreamt of the magnificent physique of Fu Weicheng, admiring the definition of his muscles, their contours and fullness, and the dampness of his skin. Everything was just as she had imagined. Ha ha ha, it's all mine, all of it. Song Yuntang did not merely admire with her eyes. She eagerly extended her hand, feeling the warm, firm surface beneath her palm.
Wow.
Is this what muscles feel like? Such a delightful texture. She reveled in her dream, lost in sheer happiness. Yet, in reality, Fu Weicheng found himself in a rather uncomfortable predicament. Just moments ago, Song Yuntang had turned suddenly, wrapping her arm around his waist and straddling him with her legs. Fu Weicheng, already restless, found it even harder to settle down now. He should have pushed her away, but his heart was reluctant to do so. As Song Yuntang nestled closer into her dream, burying her face into Fu Weicheng's shoulder, she teasingly rubbed against him. Her hand began to wander, inadvertently lifting his shirt to touch his warm, taut skin. What a remarkable soldier in my dream, she mused. Though his appearance bore an uncanny resemblance to Fu Weicheng, everything else was perfect. Engrossed in her dream, she remained blissfully unaware of her actions. Just as her hand descended further, Fu Weicheng could no longer tolerate it. He grasped her wrist, preventing any further movement. In her dream, Song Yuntang struggled momentarily, but quickly realized the discrepancy in their strengths. Fine, I won't go any further, she conceded, content with her current position. A dreamy smile graced her lips. Fu Weicheng, on the other hand, fought against the rising desires within him, exercising every ounce of restraint. What a long, drawn-out night it was. The following day, Song Yuntang awoke from the most restful sleep she had ever experienced, reluctantly leaving behind the delightful visions of her dream. As she rubbed her hands and feet together, she suddenly thought, wait, something feels off. How could it be that after embracing a muscular man in her dream, there seemed to be a real person in her arms? With a sense of confusion, she gradually opened her eyes.
Ah!
She exclaimed, her startled scream heralding the start of a bright new day in the military family compound. The suddenness of her outcry startled Jiang Yuan and Fu Jinshan, as well as the children, Nian Nian and Anan, causing them to jump in surprise as they rushed to the young couple's door.
Tang Tang, what's the matter?
Inside the room, Fu Weicheng swiftly covered Song Yuntang's mouth with his hand, silencing her. Her wide eyes sparkled with surprise, filled with a hint of ferocity as she glared at him, wishing to bite down hard on his palm. However, the knocking from outside, accompanied by Nian Nian and Anan calling for their mother, made Song Yuntang realize Fu Weicheng's action was indeed justified. If she wished to avoid attracting attention from the outside, she had to remain silent. Tang Tang, Mommy, what's wrong? Seeing that Song Yuntang had calmed down, Fu Weicheng called out towards the door, Mom, we're fine. Mommy Nian Nian, unlike most children, was not easily placated, persistently banging on the door, worried that something might have happened to Song Yuntang inside. Song Yuntang glared at Fu Weicheng, muffled cries escaping her lips. Keep it down. You don't want anyone coming in, do you? He whispered urgently. Reluctantly, she nodded, internally grumbling, who's making a fuss? Anyone waking up suddenly to find a half-naked man in their embrace would scream. Once it was clear that Song Yuntang would no longer shout, Fu Weicheng finally released his grip. Regaining her freedom, she called out to the door, Nian Nian, Mommy's fine. I'll change and come out shortly. Upon hearing Song Yuntang's familiar voice, Nian Nian's tense expression finally relaxed. Jiang Yuan gently patted Nian Nian's cheek, saying, what a caring child you are. Nian Nian, that's wonderful. Now let us prepare breakfast with Grandma, and we can eat as soon as your mother comes out. With that, Fu's parents led the two children away from the door, and Song Yuntang finally breathed a sigh of relief in the room. She suddenly realized that in order to cover his mouth, Fu Weicheng had positioned them in an embrace, their bodies pressed closely together. The continuous warmth emanating from his chest caused her cheeks to flush. You, release me at once. Did you take advantage of me last night? Song Yuntang questioned, her face aflame with indignation. Upon hearing this, Fu Weicheng's lips curled into a slight smirk, reminiscent of a satiated beast. Unhurriedly, he donned his shirt and pointed towards the shared quilt.
What?
Song Yuntang glanced down and was taken aback to discover that they were wrapped in the same blanket, which belonged to Fu Weicheng. As for the quilt she had used the previous night, it lay at the edge of the bed, half of it kicked to the floor. In other words, if anyone had indeed taken advantage the previous night, it was not Fu Weicheng who had exploited her, but rather she who had taken advantage of him. Coupled with the vivid recollections of her dream from the night before, Song Yuntang felt increasingly that she was the one at fault. Her face burned even hotter as she pouted in discontent. Then why didn't you push me away? Though her tone was accusatory, in truth, Song Yuntang dared not even glance at Fu Weicheng, hastily leaping from the bed. A new day had dawned. It was Sunday, and Song Yuntang did not have to work. Conversely, Fu Weicheng's military unit did not distinguish between weekends and weekdays. Unless it was a day off, attendance and training were mandatory. After a morning meal, Fu Weicheng, clad in a crisp military uniform, departed for the barracks. Under the watchful eyes of Jiang Yuan and Fu Zhinshan, Song Yuntang had no choice but to accompany Nian Nian and Anand to bid farewell to Fu Weicheng at the courtyard gate. The four of them, a family of striking beauty, stood there, creating a scene that was not only pleasing to the eye, but also imbued with a sense of reluctant warmth. This moment did not go unnoticed by their neighbor, Wu Fanghua, along with others from the community. Neighbors shot Wu Fanghua a disapproving glance. Wu Fanghua, from now on, refrain from spreading rumors about Captain Fu's family. With that foul mouth of yours, we believe not a word. Surprised and at a loss for words, Wu Fanghua was left bewildered. She could not fathom why, despite only Song Yuntang appearing calm, every time she gathered others to witness, Fu Weicheng would invariably show up. What was she to do about the things she had said to Fong Siyue? Regardless of the outcome, she would never return the shirt she had accepted. What was given to her was hers.
Tang, it's the weekend.
Your father and I would like to take the children to the amusement park. If time permits, we could also stroll through the garden. Since it's your first time in the capital, we can show you around. Jiang Yuan smiled as she spoke. Song Yuntang declined with a grin. Mom, Dad, you take Nian Nian and Anand out to have fun. I have some matters to attend to. Are you working this weekend too? Jiang Yuan asked, concern etched on her face. Don't overexert yourself. Anand leaned closer, asking Mommy, aren't you coming with us? Her big, glistening eyes remained glued to Song Yuntang, reluctant to look away. Kneeling down, Song Yuntang gently caressed their little faces. Nian Nian and Mommy has some work to do. You go and have fun with Grandma and Grandpa. Be sure to listen to them. They're getting on in years. And you must take good care of them. Understand? Mommy, I understand. Nian Nian replied earnestly, while Anand vigorously nodded her little head. Soon after, the two children, dressed in their charming attire, were each taken by Jiang Yuan and Fu Zhinshan, climbing into the car that had come to pick them up. Though they felt a pang of longing for their mother, the allure of the unfamiliar amusement park ignited their excitement and anticipation. Goodbye, Mommy. Goodbye, Nian Nian and Anand. Enjoy yourselves and have fun. After bidding them farewell, Song Yuntang exited the house, not heading to the military hospital, but rather to the bustling commercial street nearby. She was on her way to the apothecary she had previously visited. Song Yuntang had made an agreement with the shopkeeper, Fu Weicheng, to deliver a batch of premium astragalus for sale. In her Lingbao space, she had harvested nearly 500 pounds of astragalus, 500 pounds of angelica, and 500 pounds of white atractalodes, all of exceptional quality. Initially, these herbs had been stored in her Lingbao space, but upon reaching the street, Song Yuntang found it necessary to bring them out early. After all, it would not do to conjure several sacks out of thin air when arriving at the pharmacy. Considering her own strength, she decided to bring out a total of 100 pounds each of astragalus, angelica, and white atractalodes, 300 pounds in total. She procured a small cart and loaded the herbs onto it, pushing it forward. Even so, for someone unaccustomed to such rudimentary tools, Song Yuntang found herself struggling to balance the 300-pound cart, wobbling precariously as if she might topple over at any moment.
Hey.
Why can't I maintain my balance? Just as she was grappling with this predicament, a pair of hands unexpectedly reached out to stabilize the cart. Upon looking up, Song Yuntang was pleasantly surprised to see a familiar face. Tian Xiaoyi, is that you?
Thank you.
Tian Xiaoyi, strong and accustomed to farm work, found pushing the 300-pound cart effortless. Curiously, she asked, where are you taking all this? Are you moving back to the compound? Song Yuntang shook her head. No, I'm not going back to the compound. I'm here to sell these. Sell them? Tian Xiaoyi exclaimed, her eyes wide with disbelief as she gazed at Song Yuntang. Soon, they arrived at the entrance of the apothecary. Tian Xiaoyi, please wait for me outside for a moment while I go in to say hello. Tian Shaoyi nodded in agreement. Upon entering the apothecary, the shopkeeper and Su Weicheng instantly rose to attend to her, as if they had been awaiting her arrival. Su Weicheng, particularly delighted, exclaimed, "Comrade Song, you've come." His gaze towards Song Yuntang resembled that of a man who had encountered a deity. The last time he had purchased ginseng from her for 5,000 yuan. He hadn't put it up for sale, but rather had given it to his elderly family member to restore their health. To his astonishment, the previously frail elder had regained vigor, their constitution considerably strengthened. Su Weicheng had even arranged for several seasoned practitioners to check the elder's pulse. And they had all marveled at what they described as a miracle, for the elder's pulse had suddenly become robust. The quality of Song Yuntang's ginseng was extraordinarily exceptional. Eagerly, Su Weicheng inquired about the treasures Song Yuntang would bring this time. Startled by their enthusiasm, she replied, "Mr. Su, you don't need to be so formal, we're already acquainted. Just call me by my name." "Very well, Su Weicheng it is then." Song Yuntang, not one to beat around the bush, got straight to the point. "This time, I've brought 100 pounds each of astragalus, angelica, and white atractalodes. Would you like them all?" Su Weicheng's face lit up with surprise. These three were among the most commonly used Chinese medicinal herbs, with immense future utility. Without hesitation, he responded, "Yes, I want them all." Song Yuntang regarded him with curiosity, asking, "Aren't you going to inquire about the price? You've agreed so quickly." Su Weicheng promptly replied, "I'm willing to pay double the market price. My only condition is that henceforth, any medicinal materials from Comrade Song will exclusively supply our apothecary." Song Yuntang observed Su Weicheng's reaction and surmised that he must have realized the extraordinary properties of the medicine. Twice the amount. That is a commendable price. Moreover, Song Yuntang firmly believed that her medicinal herbs warranted such valuation. With an air of confidence, she declared, "Deal. My herbs are outside." Su Weicheng turned to the shopkeeper, instructing him to arrange for workers to move the herbs and prepare the payment for Comrade Song. Subsequently, as Song Yuntang and Su Weicheng stood by the door watching the workers transport the herbs, the payment was handed to Song Yuntang. Upon seeing a thick stack of banknotes, Tian Shaoyi was momentarily taken aback, her gaze fixated in astonishment. Yet, in the next moment, she recollected that this was a private matter of Song Yuntang's, and her scrutiny was inappropriate. Thus, she resolved to assist the workers, stating, "Each bag weighs 100 jin. I'll help you carry them." A nearby worker attempted to intervene, but Tian Shaoyi effortlessly hoisted a burlap sack onto her shoulder and followed the workers inside. The workers looked on in disbelief at her remarkable strength. As Song Yuntang placed the money into her pocket, she noticed the commotion on Tian Shaoyi's side. After casting a few more glances, she turned to Su Weicheng and inquired, "Su Weicheng, your family runs a pharmacy. So, you must be quite familiar with conducting business in this area. Does Comrade Song have intentions of starting a business?" "It's not for me. It's for a friend. I'm merely inquiring on her behalf." Without hesitation, Song Yuntang began to inquire about the local rental prices, the process for obtaining a business license, and the most suitable methods for small-scale operations. Su Weicheng, eager to cultivate a friendship with Song Yuntang, meticulously detailed the information, assuring her that he would teach her everything she needed to know. He added, "Comrade Song, should you require anything, feel free to seek me out. I shall certainly assist you. Then, please assist me with this. I wish to rent a warehouse," Song Yuntang stated candidly. Su Weicheng was momentarily taken aback and then burst into hearty laughter. "Comrade Song, you are truly exceptional. You always manage to surprise me." He gestured for the new shopkeeper to approach, handing him a key. "Comrade Song, this is a warehouse located 500 meters from here. The goods were just cleared out today, and it is now at your disposal. Rest assured, I own the warehouse, and the rent is 20 yuan per month." Without delay, Song Yuntang handed Su Weicheng 240 yuan, securing the rental for a year, and tucked the key into her pocket. She expressed her gratitude. "Su Weicheng, thank you so much. The next time I visit, I will certainly bring you a token of appreciation." As they concluded their conversation, Tian Shaoyi happened to emerge from within. Song Yuntang greeted her with a smile. "Shaoyi, come. Thank you for your help. I shall treat you to a meal." The streets were not only dotted with state-run restaurants, but also brimming with numerous newly opened small eateries. Song Yuntang selected one with a pleasant ambience and led Tian Shaoyi inside. Tian Shaoyi, feeling a heightened sense of vigilance towards the trendy establishment, nervously remarked, "Tang Tang. This place looks exquisite. Dining here must be quite expensive. Let's not spend money. If you crave something delicious, I can prepare grilled fish for you when we return." Song Yuntang chuckled, patting her pocket. "I earned quite a bit today. Consider this a return gesture for the grilled fish you treated me to last time. Shall we? Relax and don't worry about the cost. I'll take care of everything." Such new restaurants were all the rage in the capital city. Upon hearing the last sentence, Tian Shaoi, who had initially been resistant, suddenly quieted down. Her curiosity piqued as she surveyed the beautiful restaurant. Not only was the environment aesthetically pleasing, but even the uniforms worn by the waitstaff were exceptionally lovely. Song Yuntang took the menu from a waiter and began to order, selecting 3 dishes and even adding a dessert upon noticing it on the menu. Observing Song Yuntang's ease in placing the order, Tian Shaoi felt a pang of envy while also lamenting the expenditure. Once the waiter departed with the menu, she lowered her voice and asked, "Isn't it very expensive? I actually have some money, we could split the bill." "Shaoi, enjoy your meal today, without worries. I promise to treat you, and I shall pay. Let us compare the dishes from this restaurant with what you make. Perhaps they won't even measure up to your culinary skills," Song Yuntang replied, her face aglow with a cheerful smile. With this assurance, Tian Shaoi gradually relaxed, and when the fragrant dishes arrived at their table, her astonishment grew. Since arriving in the capital, she had always cooked for herself and had never truly dined at a restaurant. This was her first genuine experience. Back in her small village, she had never even set foot in a proper state-run restaurant, so she had never witnessed what beautifully prepared and delectable food looked like. Moments later, she exclaimed, "Delicious. Truly delicious." Her eyes sparkled with delight as she praised. No wonder this restaurant's dishes command such high prices. Indeed, the value matches the cost. This is genuinely delightful. I could never replicate such culinary finesse. Song Yuntang nodded slightly in agreement, adding a compliment. "But your grilled fish is exceptionally delicious. It is the best I have ever tasted." Tian Shaoi's cheeks flushed slightly, and she smiled shyly. Throughout the meal, after satisfying her appetite, Song Yuntang set down her chopsticks, leisurely savoring the dessert with a small fork. Tian Shaoi, with her robust appetite and frugality, ensured not a grain of food went to waste, leaving every plate spotless. She patted her belly and took a sip of the orange soda that Song Yuntang had specifically ordered for her, feeling a happiness she had never known before. Not even on the day she married He Mingyuan. Noting that Tian Shaoi had nearly finished her meal, Song Yuntang's gaze shifted, signaling it was time to broach the topic she had been contemplating. There is no such thing as a truly free lunch in this world. Song Yuntang had been eyeing Tian Shaoi for quite some time. She asked, "Shaoi, would you be interested in finding something to do? A job?" Tian Shaoi wiped her mouth and replied, "Of course, I want to find work, but jobs in the capital require qualifications. I am merely a primary school graduate. Having never even attended junior high, I don't recognize many characters, so I can't find suitable employment." Tian Shaoi was not one to aim too high. She had even applied at a textile factory. However, most positions there were reserved for family members or exceptional talents. Since she fit neither category, she struggled to find work despite her willingness to labor. Speaking of this matter left Tian Shaoi feeling somewhat disheartened. Yet, Song Yuntang was brimming with enthusiasm. With bright eyes, she directly stated, "I have a job opportunity. Would you like to join me?" "A job? Is it at the military hospital?" Tian Shaoi shook her head vigorously. "That is even more impossible. Military hospitals only hire doctors or nurses, and I am unqualified for either." Song Yuntang shook her head. "It's not a job at the military hospital. It's something new."
New?
Seeing the seriousness in Song Yuntang's expression, Tian Shaoi, no longer thinking it a jest, pressed further, "Is there really a job I could handle?" "Absolutely. Shaoi, let us partner in business." "Business?" The mere mention of the word sent Tian Shaoi nearly leaping from her seat, her hands waving in agitation. No, we can't. Doing business will get us arrested." Song Yuntang understood Tian Xiao's feelings as she smiled gently and began her detailed explanation. "Tian Xiao, the times have changed. Engaging in business is no longer mere speculation. It is now a microeconomy, supported by the state. You need not fear being apprehended by those wearing red armbands. Look around you. There are countless vendors in the streets. And have they ever been caught? This is the capital. a bustling metropolis, unlike the small village you once inhabited, which has long since implemented national policies. Do you remember the apothecary I visited earlier? I have inquired with the proprietor, and there are shops available for rent nearby at reasonable prices. My intention is to lease one, and you shall be responsible for stocking and selling the goods. Tian Xiao gradually became captivated by Song Yuntang's words. Upon reflection, she noticed that her surroundings indeed mirrored what Song Yuntang described, with numerous small merchants diligently plying their trade without fear of being caught. Curiously, she inquired, "Are we talking about a grocery store that deals in staple goods? Isn't that akin to a supply and marketing cooperative?" "Similar, but it now has a more fashionable term. Known as a convenience store," Song Yuntang replied with a confident smile. "A convenience store? That name sounds familiar." Tian Xiao nodded, her eyes beginning to glimmer with excitement. Especially as Song Yuntang continued, "You need not worry about the rent or supplies. I have already gathered the necessary information, and we will stock items from a nearby warehouse. You will manage the inventory with your strength, and it shall be a simple task. We will sell affordable daily necessities, so even if you cannot read, it matters not. As long as you can perform basic arithmetic and handle transactions accurately, we shall be fine." "I can do that. I am quite adept at calculations and won't make mistakes in earning money." Tian Xiao interjected, her enthusiasm palpable. Song Yuntang's eyes brimmed with admiration as she affirmed, "Since you are capable, what is there to worry about?" After a moment's pause, Tian Xiao, filled with anticipation, cautiously posed her most pressing question, "Why me?" Though not particularly astute, she was not foolish, and she discerned from Song Yuntang's earlier narrative that the notion of a partnership was merely a euphemism. The substantial financial burden and preparatory work were all shouldered by Song Yuntang. In essence, Song Yuntang was the employer, seeking merely an employee, akin to a sales clerk in a cooperative. If she were to openly recruit, many more capable individuals would undoubtedly vie for the position. Song Yuntang did not shy away from Tian Xiao's inquiry and responded candidly, "Perhaps it's fate. From our very first meeting, I felt an instant connection. Moreover, Tian Xiao, I have only recently arrived in the capital, and you're the person I trust the most. So, would you consider joining me in this endeavor?" Under Song Yuntang's formal invitation, Tian Xiao nervously shook her hand, her excitement transforming into resolute determination. "Absolutely. I have boundless energy every day and will strive to excel," she declared confidently. Song Yuntang nodded with a smile. Her decision to partner with Tian Xiao stemmed not only from trust, but also from the realization that Tian Xiao had been idly tending to fish and cultivating vegetables in the courtyard, leading a rather uneventful life. Now, with a job to embark upon, she would emerge from her cocoon, potentially altering her relationship with He Mingyuan. With renewed vigor, Song Yuntang and Tian Xiao wasted no time after lunch, promptly setting out to select the most suitable premises for their venture. After parting ways with Tian Xiao, Song Yuntang ventured alone to the warehouse she had rented. Fu Weicheng had provided a spacious and impeccably clean facility, ready for immediate use. Standing at the center of the warehouse, she closed her eyes and with a surge of colorful light, entered the spiritual treasure space. Moments later, upon opening her eyes, the once barren warehouse was now filled with an array of packaged grains and a bounty of fruits, all effortlessly retrieved from her spiritual space. She would later consult Fu Weicheng again to seek out several suppliers of daily necessities, ensuring that they would have ample stock for their convenience store. Currently, the policy on commercial housing transactions was not yet in effect, but in a few years, once they had earned sufficient funds and new policies emerged, they would be able to purchase a residence in the capital. Then they would await the inevitable rise in property prices. Song Yuntang had begun to daydream about becoming a landlord. As night fell, it marked the 7th evening spent alongside Fu Weicheng. The bedding he had brought from the military dormitory had remained untouched since being stowed away in the wardrobe. The aloof and ascetic man was, in fact, quite astute. Since she had acquiesced to share the bed, he had not once suggested sleeping separately, naturally finding his place beside Song Yuntang each night. Concerned that the events of their first night might repeat, Song Yuntang was determined not to earn the reputation of a wanton woman. To that end, she engaged in a plethora of mental preparations before sleep, resolutely vowing to maintain a clear boundary between them and to never overstep. Despite the undeniable allure of Fu Weicheng's masculine charm, she reminded herself, "Song Yuntang, you have witnessed the world before. Remain composed." Alas, her efforts proved futile. For instance, she attempted to place a pillow as a physical barrier between them, creating a defined distance. Yet, upon awakening the next day, she discovered that the pillow had vanished. Lying in an unremarkable position, while her limbs remained entangled with Fu Weicheng's as they had every previous morning, leaving her wishing she could vanish into the ground. Jiang Yuan and Fu Zhinshan had observed their flustered interactions on multiple occasions. Assuming that their marital relationship was thriving and offering knowing smiles that left Song Yuntang uncertain of how to respond. Fortunately, their children were still young and unaware of adult complexities. Overall, despite employing various strategies, Song Yuntang found no success and decided to abandon her resistance. What was so shameful about desiring a man's physical presence? It was merely a matter of human nature. Besides, Fu Weicheng evidently held an interest in her, as he sought every excuse to avoid divorce, and their union was recognized by their superiors. Given that, the legitimacy of their physical attraction could not be denied. Thus, embracing the notion of enjoyment over resistance, Song Yuntang relinquished her psychological burdens and felt a sense of peace. Consequently, that evening, as she and Fu Weicheng lay side by side once more, she found herself devoid of any defensive behavior. Fu Weicheng, with his deep, dark eyes, cast a puzzled glance at Song Yuntang and inquired, "Are we not placing anything between us tonight?" With a hint of irritation, Song Yuntang huffed, "Even if we did, it would be pointless and would disturb my sleep." She dared not meet Fu Weicheng's gaze, pulling the blanket around her as she turned away, revealing only one side of her ear and neck, her snow-white skin slightly flushed under the soft glow of the light. Fu Weicheng observed Song Yuntang's silhouette, a smirk playing at the corners of his lips, revealing a hint of a smile. Song Yuntang was the quintessential person who responded better to gentleness than to force. If he pressed her too hard, she might very well kick him away in a fit of anger, sending him back to the floor to sleep. Therefore, a teasing remark would suffice. He must never provoke her excessively. Sensing the right moment, Fu Weicheng extinguished the light and lay down to sleep. As the night deepened, tranquility enveloped the courtyard, the silence so profound that even the faintest sounds were merely the distant echoes of a snoring husband. Within the room, the two figures on the bed remained motionless, seemingly lost in slumber. Yet, Fu Weicheng quietly opened his eyes. He turned to face Song Yuntang, gently pulling back his blanket and lifting the cover from her. Song Yuntang, deep in her dreams, felt the chill after losing her blanket and instinctively sought warmth. In a fleeting motion, she turned and nestled against Fu Weicheng. His body radiated warmth, the heat emanating from him slightly higher than that of an ordinary person. She contentedly snuggled closer, their bodies pressed tightly against each other, forming a position they would see every morning upon waking. Oblivious to the peculiar situation, she remained ensconced in her dreams. Fu Weicheng's eyes flickered with emotion. He resembled a beast in the stillness of the night, finally capturing the prey he had long desired. He pulled the blanket back over them and wrapped his arm around Song Yuntang's waist, finally able to drift into slumber. This was yet another secret shared between the young couple, a secret known only to Fu Weicheng. Song Yuntang remained blissfully unaware, oblivious to the fact that she was not as innocent as she believed. The psychological affirmations she endeavored to instill in herself were indeed effective. Unfortunately, Fu Weicheng was far too cunning. Enjoying the warmth of her soft presence, Fu Weicheng closed his eyes, only to be disturbed less than an hour later by an urgent knock at the door from outside. Bang, bang, bang. Commander Fu, there is an urgent mission. Commander Fu. Fu Weicheng, not deeply asleep, had already opened his eyes at the first knock, unhesitatingly releasing the person in his embrace and springing to his feet. Song Yuntang was stirred awake, rubbing her eyes and mumbling incoherently. "Who is it? Why are you knocking at this hour? Can't anyone get some sleep?" As she sat up, struggling to clear her hazy mind, she noticed Fu Weicheng had donned his military uniform, his demeanor grave and solemn. Fu Weicheng spoke in a low voice. "It's late. Something must have happened. There's an urgent mission. You continue to sleep." With that, he offered no further explanation to Song Yuntang, hastily fastening his belt and striding out. Song Yuntang, now fully awake, watched Fu Weicheng's retreating figure. Initially, she felt a flicker of anger at being awakened, but upon hearing it was an urgent mission, her emotions quickly stabilized, replaced by a sudden wave of foreboding that made her heart flutter uneasily. It seemed that something was amiss. Concerned, Song Yuntang wasted no time in dressing and hurriedly followed in Fu Weicheng's footsteps. Outside the door, the bearer of the news was none other than Lin Xiangdong. With a grave expression, Lin Xiangdong reported, "Report. Commander Fu, Chief, he has summoned you back for a meeting. The military headquarters has an urgent assembly." Fu Weicheng inquired in a low tone, "Do you have any idea what the situation is?" Lin Xiangdong replied, "It appears that the Geological Bureau has issued a recent notification indicating a potential earthquake in the southeastern direction of the capital within the next 24 hours. The exact epicenter remains uncertain, but a general area has been identified. The number of affected civilians could reach millions, necessitating immediate evacuation." Fu Weicheng's expression darkened instantly. This was an earthquake. A casual occurrence could lead to the loss of thousands of lives, a matter not to be taken lightly. As Song Yuntang emerged, she overheard the conversation between Fu Weicheng and Lin Xiangdong, particularly the mention of the earthquake. "What? An earthquake is going to happen?" she asked anxiously. Fu Weicheng turned back to see Song Yuntang clad in a thin nightgown and frowned, urging her, "Tangdang, there's a night breeze outside. It's chilly. You should go back." He explained that the earthquake was not a military command. After the meeting tonight, there would be ample public announcements, and soon everyone would be informed. Fu Weicheng further cautioned her, "The evacuation of civilians is under the jurisdiction of the capital military district, indicating that the epicenter is quite close. The capital is likely to be affected by aftershocks. Tangdang, make sure you, your parents, and Yin Yan and Anan stay at home. Do not be frightened. And take care of yourselves." His gaze lingered on Song Yuntang, longing to express more words of concern, yet Lin Xiangdong was waiting, and time was of the essence. He finally opened his arms and embraced Song Yuntang tightly. "Tangdang, be careful, I will return." All of this transpired in a whirlwind, leaving Song Yuntang no time to process. As she regained her senses, the warmth that belonged to Fu Weicheng had already dissipated. She could only see his tall, upright figure fading into the darkness of the night, growing increasingly distant until he vanished into the inky blackness. "Fu Weicheng, I haven't had the chance to tell you to stay safe. Just moments ago, they had been nestled together in the warmth of their blankets. Now one ventured into danger against the cold wind, while the other remained behind, feeling the chill of the night. When dawn broke, the loudspeakers in the military compound blared, announcing the results of the earthquake monitoring even before the morning papers could report it. An earthquake? How could this happen? Surely, there must be a mistake. You're the one who's mistaken. The broadcast has announced it. How could it be false? This is the result detected by the Geological Bureau's scientists. It's tragic. Who knows how many will be affected? Do you think we will experience an earthquake here too? Should we prepare for anything? Where will we escape to? Stop with the doomsaying. We are in the capital. It has never experienced an earthquake. Spare me your nonsense, and pray for good fortune. If the capital is safe, then why is the broadcast even mentioning it? Isn't it just to frighten us? As Fu Weicheng anticipated, while the capital was not within the potential earthquake zone, its close proximity meant it could still experience aftershocks, prompting repeated reminders for residents to prepare. For the wives in the military compound, concern for the impending earthquake was overshadowed by worry for their husbands who had departed into the night. "Did your man leave?" "I heard they set out in the dead of night." Trucks filled with soldiers rolled out of the barracks, leaving few personnel behind. "Who didn't hear the wake-up call at 3 a.m? My husband has gone too. Ever since he returned from the front lines. He hasn't been assigned an urgent mission. I wonder if this time will be dangerous. I hope he remains safe. Your husband has braved the storm of bullets. He'll be fine in peacetime. They are responsible for evacuating the civilians to safety. Nothing will happen. Just stay home and wait peacefully." "Yes." "I ran to a shrine early this morning, and the goddess assured me we would all be fine. Even if you do not believe, I shall place my faith in Mazu, the goddess of the sea." The women of the compound engaged in a chorus of comforting words, yet the underlying anxiety within their hearts remained unmistakable. The atmosphere in Song Yuntang's household subtly betrayed a hint of tension. As dawn broke, it was only Song Yuntang who emerged from her chamber, with the parents of the Fu family already aware of the unfolding events, feeling no sense of peculiarity. However, for two such young children, the sudden absence of a figure as prominent as Fu Weicheng was palpable, and encircled around Song Yuntang, her curious eyes blinking as she inquired, "Mama, Where is Papa? Why isn't he here? Your father, she replied, has gone out to assist those in need. He is a soldier, and soldiers are meant to protect everyone. Don't you agree, Anin? Yes. Papa is so capable. He can protect many people. Anin nodded, her eyes shimmering with innocence and joy, still radiating the same exuberance as before. After soothing Anin, Song Yuntang assumed all was well, only to discover, as she moved, that a small hand had tightly grasped the corner of her clothing. Turning around, she was taken aback to find it was Nian Nian, gazing up at her. Nian Nian echoed An's concern, asking if their father would be in danger, especially since the loudspeaker had just announced a potential earthquake. Papa will not be in danger, she reassured him. He is with many other soldier uncles. They can overcome any challenge together. Do not worry. Let us wash our faces and prepare for breakfast. Song Yuntang's words were intended to comfort, and she was somewhat surprised that Nian Nian, who typically ignored Fu Weicheng, now expressed such concern in his absence. She gently patted Nian Nian's head, realizing that even children could be contradictory in their feelings. At the breakfast table, Jiang Yuan spoke with concern. We are uncertain of the magnitude of this earthquake. Let us hope there are no casualties. Although the capital may remain unscathed, our daily lives will undoubtedly be affected. Fu Zhinshan nodded in agreement. Indeed. Tangdang, we shall first take Nian Nian and An into kindergarten, and then head to the market to procure additional supplies. In case of any emergencies, we must ensure the house is well stocked, allowing you to focus on your work without worry. Leave the preparations to us. Father, Mother, thank you for your support. With you here, I feel much more at ease, Song Yuntang expressed gratefully. Hearing this, the elderly couple felt a wave of comfort wash over them. Additionally, the women's director of the compound convened a meeting, inviting professionals to elucidate how to escape and protect themselves in the event of an earthquake. Even at the military hospital, all nurses and doctors were summoned for a safety briefing on earthquake preparedness. At the conclusion of the seminar, Director Hao approached the podium and addressed the doctors and nurses below, stating, as medical personnel in the military district hospital, you must all be prepared for any imminent danger. Should civilians be affected, our hospital will urgently dispatch personnel to the front line. Therefore, from today onwards, all leave is cancelled, and everyone must remain on standby. Yes, Director Hao. The crowd responded in unison. Suddenly, Song Yuntang recalled something and turned to ask Su Hongmei, do you think Fong Siyue might take this opportunity to return to the hospital? How could I have not considered that possibility? Su Hongmei pondered before shaking her head. Fong Siyue was often lazy during her time as a nurse, and I caught her slacking off several times. Given her character, she would never voluntarily apply. She might be enjoying her leisure at home. On one hand, Song Yuntang found Su Hongmei's analysis reasonable. On the other, she felt that Fong Siyue harbored such deep resentment towards her that she might not easily relinquish it. Well, that's not something I should be concerned about. Thus, the day unfolded amidst the collective anxiety of the community and the peacefulness of their surroundings. Though a certain tension lingered in everyone's hearts, life continued as usual. Upon returning to the compound, Song Yuntang found Hu Chunling seemingly waiting for her, who approached her immediately. Sister Song, you spent the entire day at the hospital. Have you written about the earthquake safety drills? If you haven't learned about them, I can explain. I am not being superstitious. I just want to prepare in case of any eventualities. You have 2 children and elderly folks at home. It's best to be ready. Sister Chunling, I appreciate your concern. I have no qualms about these matters. The hospital has provided education on them, so rest assured. I have learned. That's good. As long as you have learned, Hu Chunling said, her concern evident. I read in the newspaper that the earthquake might occur at midnight. Make sure you don't sleep too deeply tonight. It's fine to stay up a little later for safety. Song Yuntang nodded earnestly. All right, I will remember that. After Hu Chunling's admonitions, she suddenly seemed bashful, saying, you are much smarter than I am and possess so much knowledge. It hardly falls to me to remind you. Not at all, Sister Chunling. Having a neighbor like you who cares is a blessing. I couldn't be more grateful, Song Yuntang replied with sincerity. Hu Chunling felt reassured, her smile returning as she bid farewell. Just as Hu Chunling departed, Song Yuntang had not yet reached her doorstep when Tian Shaoi arrived. Tian Shaoi carried 3 bulging baskets filled to the brim with goods, from fruits and vegetables to potatoes and sweet potatoes. While I was out on the street today, I noticed people scrambling to buy items, and the market was nearly emptied. I managed to grab a few things. I thought you might not have time to go out while working, so I brought these for you. They can last a long time without spoiling, so you can have them at home. Although Song Yuntang mused that they wouldn't be stranded for 10 days or more, a warm current flowed through her heart. Whether it was Hu Chunling or Tian Shaoi, their relatively short acquaintance had blossomed into genuine concern, a bond that was incredibly precious. Thus, she accepted the offerings with gratitude, saying, "Tian Shaoi, thank you for your thoughtfulness and for doing this for me." Tian Shaoi's face flushed with embarrassment as she helped carry the 3 baskets into Song Yuntang's home, receiving endless thanks from Jiang Yuan, Fu Jinshan, and the children. Nian Nian and Anen. Her cheeks grew even pinker. As she exited Song Yuntang's yard, she felt somewhat dazed, murmuring to herself, "I merely brought some sweet potatoes and potatoes, nothing of great value. Why is everyone so grateful to me? They don't look down on me for being from the countryside." For the first time since moving to the city, Tian Shaoi felt the respect of others. Jiang Yuan, observing the 3 baskets, proudly remarked to Fu Jinshan, "Look, Tangting has only been in the compound for a short time, yet so many people already care for her. Tangdang is truly likable." "Indeed, you are absolutely right," Fu Jinshan affirmed. "Now you should think carefully about how to finish all this food." Suddenly, Anan ran over, tugging at Fu Jinshan's hand. "Grandpa, I love roasted sweet potatoes. Can we eat roasted sweet potatoes?" Fu Jinshan, initially stern-faced, softened instantly upon seeing his adorable granddaughter's cherubic face. He nodded enthusiastically. "Of course. Grandpa will make you roasted sweet potatoes right away." "Old man, it's almost dinner time. What are you doing with those roasted sweet potatoes?" Jiang Yuan commented. Fu Jinshan responded with resolute conviction, "Anan loves them, so I decided to prepare some." Roasted sweet potatoes can indeed satiate one's hunger, serving as dinner. Don't you agree? He took Anan's hand and headed to the yard to gather firewood. Song Yuntang observed the scene, an elderly man and a young girl, creating a picture of warmth and harmony. This evening's meal had an additional dish, known as roasted sweet potatoes. The sweet potatoes were tender and sweet, with glistening syrup seeping out, making them exceedingly delectable. As everyone reveled in this delightful feast, the most unexpected event unfolded, an earthquake. In the military family compound, every household was in the midst of dinner when, at first, they merely sensed something swaying before their eyes. Gradually, a sensation of vertigo enveloped them. Upon closer inspection, they noticed that the taller objects in their homes were shaking, the light fixtures dangling from the ceiling. Glass cups on the coffee table and picture frames hanging on the walls collided and rattled with the tremors. Someone was the first to react, bursting out of the house and frantically shouting, "Earthquake! Earthquake! Come outside, everyone quickly! Don't stay inside! It's an earthquake! Hurry out to safety! Forget everything! Just get out!" Among the lessons learned that afternoon regarding earthquakes, the primary advice was to flee to open spaces immediately if conditions allowed, as this was the safest method for survival. If escape was impossible, then finding a secure spot within the home, such as under a table or beneath a triangular support beam, was the next best option. With the sun still shining and doors wide open, fleeing to safety was the most expedient route. In their home, Song Yuntang was the first to realize what was happening. As the shadows danced before her eyes, she quickly understood it was an earthquake.
Dad, Mom.
Nian Nian, and it's an earthquake. Hurry outside. Everyone come on.
Mom.
The 2 children, witnessing Song Yuntang's unusually anxious demeanor for the first time, momentarily froze, instinctively seeking her for reassurance. Song Yuntang gave them a gentle push. "Get outside. Don't linger in the house. Hurry." Nian Nian grasped his sister's small hand, and together they dashed out. The elderly couple, Fu Jinshan and Jiang Yuan, also rushed outside. But in the chaos, Jiang Yuan accidentally bumped her knee against a nearby stool, causing her to wince in pain.
Ah.
Jiang Yuan gasped, her face contorted with discomfort. "Ian, are you alright? Let me help you." "I'm fine, just go outside," Jiang Yuan urged, eager to maintain their pace. However, the collision had genuinely hurt her, causing pain that rendered her unable to move swiftly. At this moment, having reached the doorway, Song Yuntang turned back. "Mom, let Dad and I assist you. We need to get out quickly." All right, Jiang Yuan nodded repeatedly. She hadn't anticipated that in such a life-threatening moment, Song Yuntang would return to care for her. Such a considerate child was truly rare. In the open space of the compound, a multitude of people had gathered, and a sharp alarm blared from the loudspeakers. Various anxious murmurs and expressions of terror permeated the air as they faced the aftermath of their narrow escape. I was so frightened. Just moments ago, everything was shaking. Items fell from the cabinets, and the entire house felt like it was swaying. I've lived my whole life without experiencing anything like this. I was terrified of being trapped inside. One sister-in-law clutched her chest, her face ashen. Isn't that the truth? If the house had collapsed, it could have happened in an instant, another chimed in. But didn't the earthquake forecast say it would happen later in the night? It's only a little past 6. How could it have struck now? Surely the forecast was inaccurate. It must be. If they could truly predict earthquakes, so many lives wouldn't have been lost in the past. Scientists can only estimate a rough time frame and location. I believe it came early. My dinner is still on the table, untouched. I made braised fish especially for tonight. I need to go back and get it, or it will go to waste.
No.
You can't go back in. Didn't you hear what they said during the safety drill? Sometimes earthquakes come in waves, and you must wait until the all clear before re-entering.
Ah.
But how long will that take? I'm starving. I could just run in for a moment, grab a few bowls of food, and be back out in less than a minute. No. It's too dangerous to go back in now. You can't. Suddenly, a commotion erupted among the sisters-in-law, voices clashing as opinions diverged. Just then, the same unsettling sensation returned, as if a few minutes prior were repeating itself. Another earthquake. Another earthquake. Oh, my goodness. The house is shaking again. I told you not to go in. Just look how dangerous this is. What if you had gone back inside when the house collapsed? Would you still want to live? Faced with such a palpable threat, the previously vocal sisters-in-law fell silent, their eyes wide with fear, unable to process what was happening. The structures in their residential area were made of brick and cement, the best materials available, which meant they only experienced minor tremors during the earthquake. Had they been in a rural home made of mud and straw, or a flimsy wooden house, it might have already crumbled, potentially claiming lives. Amidst the collective anxiety, the women-s director of the compound stepped forward, raising her voice to be heard above the din. Listen to me. The danger alert has not yet been lifted, so everyone must stay outside. No one is allowed to enter the buildings. I will contact the appropriate authorities. Only when they announce the all clear can we return home. Now let us account for everyone. Check if your neighbors are present and whether anyone is missing. At this moment, we must refrain from meaningless disputes. We should be helping and supporting one another. Her calm and familiar voice provided reassurance amidst the chaos. The sisters-in-law promptly began to follow her instructions, checking on their neighbors. Mom, was the house really shaking just now? Anan, still too young to fully grasp the unfolding events, clung to her mother, seeking comfort in her hand. It's all right. Anan, don't be scared. Look, everyone is outside, just think of it as a game. When the game is over, we can go back inside. Okay,
I'll listen to you, Mom.
After comforting Anan, Song Yuntang turned to Nian Nian, who, although bright, was still a child. In the face of such terrifying danger, his face had paled, and his lips were pressed tightly together in fear. Don't worry, I'm here with you. She gently ruffled Nian Nian's hair, offering solace. Nian Nian inched closer to Song Yuntang, his eyes silently conveying his trust. Protecting her 2 children, Song Yuntang remembered Jiang Yuan's injury. Mom, is your leg still hurting? Do you need me to help you right here? At that moment, Jiang Yuan had regained some composure. Though her knees still ached, it was no longer unbearable. The surroundings were in disarray, with everyone on edge. She did not wish to add any more pressure on Song Yuntang, so she shook her head and said, Tang Tang. If anything arises, let us wait until things settle down before you assist me. All right, mother. If you can't endure it any longer, please tell me. I have some knowledge of massage techniques that can alleviate pain. With you here, I feel at ease. If I can't hold on, I will definitely let you know. Jiang Yuan nodded and turned to give Fu Zhinshan a reassuring glance, urging him not to worry too much. As they spoke, someone hurriedly approached. Upon seeing Song Yuntang and her family, Hu Chunling let out a sigh of relief. Sister Song, your entire family is here. That's what matters. The men from Hu Chunling's household, like Fu Weicheng, were out on a mission, leaving her and Hu Xiaojun, the elder and the younger, alone at home. In addition, Tian Shaoi also came over to find Song Yuntang. She was home alone, and when the earthquake struck, She was the first to dash outside. However, her neighbor had been so frightened that she could hardly move. Without a second thought, Tian Shaoi carried her to safety. Concerned for Song Yuntang, she came to check on her. Now that everyone was gathered together, their next course of action was to wait for time to pass. Upon seeing Hu Chunling and Tian Shaoi, Song Yuntang suddenly furrowed her brow tightly. She voiced her concern. Where is Wu Fanghua? Has anyone seen her? What happened to Wu Fanghua? I haven't seen her, Hu Chunling replied, puzzled. After a moment of reflection, she sensed something was amiss and called out to the others. Wu Fanghua. Has anyone seen Wu Fanghua? Who has seen her? Soon, voices in the crowd began to call out Wu Fanghua's name, yet there was no response. A chill ran down Hu Chunling's spine, filling her with dread. Could it be that Wu Fanghua hasn't come out and is still at home? Being nearly 8 months pregnant, it's already difficult for her to move. If she were frightened. Hu Chunling trembled as she spoke. Could something have happened to her in the house? Song Yuntang's expression darkened. She entrusted Nian Nian and an An to Hu Chunling, saying, Sister Chunling, please look after the 2 children. Then she called out, Tian Shaoi, come with me. We need to check on her.
All right.
Without hesitation, Tian Shaoi followed Song Yuntang. The crowd, seeing them hastily depart, shouted with concern, Where are you going? The crisis alert hasn't been lifted. It's inadvisable to go inside right now. However, their voices could not reach them in time. Amidst the looming threat of aftershocks, Song Yuntang and Tian Shaoi resolutely entered Wu Fanghua's home. Wu Fanghua, where are you? Wu Fanghua, Tian Shaoi called out. Song Yuntang focused intently, listening for any sounds. A faint groan emanated from within a room. She's in a room. Without hesitation, Song Yuntang rushed over and flung open the door. What she saw left both women astounded. In that moment, the room revealed Wu Fanghua lying on the ground, her hands clutching her swollen belly, her face contorted in excruciating pain. Her legs were spread apart, and beneath her, there were damp stains, along with dark red blood slowly seeping out. Wu Fanghua was drenched in sweat, having previously screamed in agony, but the chaos outside had drowned out her cries for help. In her desperation to escape, she had fallen, and the pain in her abdomen rendered her unable to rise. Even crawling required every ounce of her strength. Having experienced the first quake and the subsequent aftershock, Wu Fanghua feared she would perish within those 4 walls, never to escape. She never anticipated that in such a perilous moment, someone would dare to come looking for her, someone she had frequently targeted, Song Yuntang. What Wu Fanghua felt was not just pain, but an overwhelming complexity of emotions. Yet, she lacked the strength to articulate them. Lying on the ground, she gazed up at Song Yuntang, enduring her suffering as she pleaded, Please, save me. I beg you, save my child. Regardless of Wu Fanghua's less than noble character, being calculative, greedy, and sharp-tongued, the love of a mother for her child remains the same. In her unbearable agony, Wu Fanghua cared more for the life of her unborn child than her own. Please, save my child. Tears suddenly streamed down her face.
Ah.
It's blood. What's wrong with her? Tian Shaoi, standing behind Song Yuntang, was shaken by the sight. Song Yuntang had already hastened to Wu Fanghua's side, quickly assessing her condition. Wu Fanghua is experiencing a threatened miscarriage. Her waters have broken, and she is exhibiting signs of bleeding. What do we do now? Tian Shaoi asked anxiously. Song Yuntang, though tense, was a doctor with ample experience. Maintaining her composure, she decisively stated, We need to get her out of here immediately and prepare for childbirth. She needs to give birth? Tian Shaoi, though rationally overwhelmed, was swift in her actions. You, with your strength, support her upper body. I'll lift her legs. Let us get her out of the house first. Okay. Tian Shaoi, though her mind struggled to keep pace with Song Yuntang, quickly took hold of Wu Fanghua, bearing most of her weight, allowing Song Yuntang to conserve her strength. Wu Fanghua trembled in pain, each touch inciting cries of agony. Thank you. Thank you. I must save my child. I will save you. And the child will save you too. Save your strength now. Do not speak, Song Yuntang commanded decisively. Together with Tian Shaoi, they carried Wu Fanghua from the house. Fortunate that no further aftershocks occurred during their escape. Once outside, the safety of several adults was secured, and others began to rush over. The Women's Director, surnamed Chen, was taken aback upon seeing Wu Fanghua. What happened here? Director Chen, Wu Fanghua is experiencing a threatened miscarriage. She needs to give birth immediately. There's no time to transport her to the military hospital. I will assist her. Song Yuntang replied firmly. Director Chen's expression turned grave. She was aware that a liaison had just reported that the scientists had miscalculated the earthquake scope, revealing that the actual epicenter was much closer to the capital, precisely in the area where evacuations had not been conducted. In other words, the efforts made had failed to prevent the impending danger. In the unseen corners, thousands of people were enduring the harrowing tragedies of fractured families. This was not the fault of any individual. Rather, it was a testament to the helplessness of humanity in the face of natural disasters. The scientists had exhausted every possible means, yet could not avert this tragedy. Consequently, higher authorities had urgently activated rescue plans. The military hospital was likely in chaos, with all doctors and nurses dispatched to the front lines to rescue those affected by the disaster. At this moment, even if Wu Fanghua were sent to the military hospital, it was uncertain whether a doctor could be found. At this moment, Song Yuntang remained oblivious to these matters, and the doctor from the military hospital became the sole hope for Wu Fanghua. All right, Sister Song, we shall now assist in delivering Wu Fanghua's baby. What do you require from us next? I will make the arrangements. Director Chen expressed his complete trust in Song Yuntang. Without hesitation, Song Yuntang responded, Director Chen, we cannot enter the room for now. Let's set up a temporary tent at a safe location, covering the surroundings with cloth, and construct a wooden bed to serve as the operating table. Furthermore, as night approaches, I will need ample lighting. The procedure may last 3 to 4 hours, and the illumination must not falter. Understood. I will arrange that immediately. Director Chen promptly organized personnel, taking Wu Fanghua from Song Yuntang and Tian Shaoyi, escorting her to a secure area. Meanwhile, Song Yuntang bravely returned home to retrieve the medical kit and also fetch surgical tools from her Lingbao space, placing them in the kit. By the time she arrived at the safe location, the rudimentary tent had already taken shape. Each of the sister-in-laws held a flashlight. Sister Song, we are here to help, providing you with light, they offered. Although Wu Fanghua has not been a virtuous person and has targeted you on several occasions, she has not committed any heinous acts. The child she carries is innocent. We implore you to save her and the baby. Rest assured, I will not hold past grievances against her. I am a doctor. My life's principle is to heal and save, Song Yuntang assured the crowd. With many eyes upon her, she lifted the tent flap and entered. A wave of the metallic scent of blood assaulted her senses. Finally, Sister Song, you have arrived. Someone nervously exclaimed. Wu Fanghua is bleeding profusely from her lower body. What shall we do? I will assess the situation, Song Yuntang replied, donning a mask and gloves. She positioned herself between Wu Fanghua's legs, instructing her to bend her knees outward as she commenced a vaginal examination. Soon, the tent was filled with the harrowing sounds of anguish. Outside the tent, the crowd gathered in small clusters. As darkness deepened, the temperature dropped. Fortunately, it was no longer winter, and the chill was bearable. Some kind souls ignited a bonfire, providing warmth and a sense of security. Grandfather, the sweet potatoes you roasted for me, I've only eaten half. The other half remains on the table. What a pity, lamented Enan, cradled in Fu Zhinshan's embrace. Nian Nian, does your knee still ache? She asked, nestled against Jiang Yuan, sharing a blanket with her. I can massage it for you. Such considerate children they were. Nearby, a continuous murmur of concern arose. It's been 2 hours, yet how is it that Wu Fanghua's baby has not yet arrived? Could it be a case of dystocia? Let us refrain from uttering such ominous words. With Sister Song present, surely the child will come forth safely, someone interjected. Ba, what a tumultuous night, with earthquakes and childbirth intertwining. Just moments ago, I almost forgot about Wu Fanghua. Indeed, you should have seen the scene. Wu Fanghua was soaked in blood. Had she been discovered an hour later, her survival would have been uncertain. May she have a smooth and safe delivery. All the sister-in-laws, regardless of past grievances, were united in their anticipation. Half an hour passed. Inside the makeshift tent, Song Yuntang persevered, but Wu Fanghua's condition was dire. Not only was she experiencing premature labor, but the baby's position was incorrect, with the umbilical cord wrapped around its neck, an exceedingly perilous situation. After a strenuous effort, Song Yuntang finally delivered the child. However, the tent fell into an eerie silence. The baby did not cry. Tian Shaoi, assisting her, asked anxiously, "Why isn't the baby crying?" The tiny infant lay in Song Yuntang's hands, not only silent, but also exhibiting a bluish hue. Clearly, the premature rupture of membranes combined with the protracted birthing process had resulted in the baby suffering from oxygen deprivation. This child has no breath left, Song Yuntang realized. As Wu Fanghua, nearly at death's door, whimpered, my child, do I still have him?" Tian Shaoi fell silent, unable to respond. Song Yuntang, however, gazed intently at the lifeless infant, and with a sudden determination, she turned the child over, cradling it in her hands, and began to pat its back. Smack, smack, smack. The sounds echoed in the tent, one after another. Even Song Yuntang could not guarantee the child's revival, but she held her breath, pouring every ounce of her strength into the effort. Smack, smack, smack. Once again, the resounding slaps filled the air, just as despair threatened to engulf the atmosphere. A cry pierced the silence, shattering the stillness.
Wah, wah, wah.
The fragile infant, now in Song Yuntang's hands, cried out, gasping for breath, its tiny chest visibly rising and falling. Tian Shaoi exclaimed in joy, "It's crying. The baby is crying. That means there is life." At that moment, a smile creased the corners of Song Yuntang's eyes, visible even beneath her mask. Outside the tent, the joyous news spread. It's born. The child has finally arrived. In the depths of that anxious night, the newborn brought forth an abundance of joy and hope. Given that the child was a premature infant, it was exceedingly delicate. Once it began to breathe, Song Yuntang meticulously tended to it, ensuring it was shielded from the slightest draft to avert any unforeseen calamities. After enduring a night fraught with turmoil, Wu Fanghua, upon hearing her child's cries, shed tears once more. This time, they were not tears of pain, but tears of overwhelming joy. Her child had finally arrived safely. The fortitude she had maintained crumbled, and she succumbed to fatigue, fainting at that moment. Yet, Song Yuntang's mission for the night was far from over. After caring for the infant, she handed it to Tian Shaoi, for she still needed to perform the latter half of the surgery. The child's life had been saved, but Wu Fanghua's life also needed to be preserved. For 2 continuous hours, Song Yuntang remained focused, engrossed in her work. Once she completed all her tasks, she emerged from the tent, reeking of blood, yet wearing a smile born of exhaustion. When she returned to Jiang Yuan and Fu Zhinshan, Nian Nian and Anan had already fallen asleep in the embrace of the elderly couple. Nearby, a few unfamiliar young soldiers had joined them. They had received orders to ensure the safety of Fu Zhinshan and Jiang Yuan, having learned they were at the family compound. However, neither Fu Zhinshan nor Jiang Yuan chose to leave. They remained in the safe area, wrapped in blankets alongside everyone else, awaiting the end of this harrowing night. As Jiang Yuan drifted off to sleep, so too did most of those around them, enveloped in a profound silence. Only Fu Zhinshan remained awake, gazing at the returning Song Yuntang. He gently spoke, "Tang Tang, you have worked hard." Song Yuntang shook her head, replying, "Father, these are but my duties." Subsequently, she inquired with Fu Zhinshan about the general situation regarding the recent earthquake, learning of the epicenter's shift and that thousands of people were currently in peril. This matter was likely to be reported in the morning, making it known nationwide. What about the military hospital? Have they already rushed to provide assistance? Upon receiving this news, Song Yuntang felt a weight in her heart and anxiously pressed on. Fu Zhinshan responded, "According to reports, Director Hao has dispatched the first batch of medical personnel."
Tang Tang.
"Do you wish to participate in this mission?" Song Yuntang's gaze swept over the peacefully slumbering Nian Nian and Anan. In their home, Fu Weicheng had already hastened to the front lines. If she were to leave as well, it would mean that Nian Nian and Anan would not see their parents for some time, which would undoubtedly sadden the children. However, as a doctor, Song Yuntang had her ideals and aspirations. Having joined the military hospital, how could she comfortably remain behind when danger loomed? "Father, I wish to participate," she declared resolutely. "In the days to come, as both Fu Weicheng and I will be absent, I must entrust Nian Nian and Anan to you and Mother." Fu Zhinshan was not the least surprised by Song Yuntang's response. Instead, A sense of pride surged within him. Truly, she was his daughter-in-law. She possessed the same indomitable spirit as the members of the Fu family. Fu Zhinshan raised his head and said, "Rest assured, Tang Tang. Nian Nian and Anan will be well cared for by us. I will ensure that these two children face no hardship, and you need not worry about home while you are away. I will handle the logistics. You focus on what you wish to do. Father, I thank you. We are family. There is no need for such formalities." Song Yuntang felt a wave of reassurance wash over her, and her worries dissipated, leaving only a pang of reluctance for her two children. That evening, she gazed at Nian Nian and Anan for a long while, before dawn the next morning. Before Nian Nian and Anan awoke, Song Yuntang set off for the military hospital without uttering a word of farewell. In front of the military hospital, several dark green trucks were parked, serving as transport vehicles for supplies destined for the disaster area, alongside groups of medical personnel hastening to the scene. Due to the scarcity of vehicles, they had no choice but to squeeze into the gaps of the transport trucks, journeying into the disaster-stricken area alongside the supplies. Upon her arrival, Song Yuntang spotted Qiao Jiangchuan among the crowd. Dr. Qiao. To her surprise, Qiao Jiangchuan was still there. Song Yuntang immediately called out his name and made her way toward him. Just as Qiao Jiangchuan was about to mount his bicycle, he turned upon hearing the familiar voice. Upon seeing Song Yuntang, he furrowed his brow. "Why are you here? Your name is not on the list of those supporting the earthquake-stricken area. You should return," he stated. His instinctive reaction to her presence was one of resistance, not wishing to allow Song Yuntang to partake in this perilous mission. For the Qiao family was acutely aware of the dangers that lay ahead. Song Yuntang, however, was unwavering. "Dr. Qiao, I must participate. I have already signed up on the list." Qiao Jiangchuan's brows tightened further, his gaze dark as he regarded Song Yuntang, attempting once more to dissuade her. "Do you comprehend the situation in the earthquake zone? There has been no news for some time. You have only just arrived at the military hospital. Such a hazardous task should not involve newcomers." Song Yuntang did not concur with Qiao Jiangchuan's sentiments. The distinction between newcomers and veterans was irrelevant. Every doctor bore the responsibility to save lives. But before she could voice her retort, a mocking voice interjected.
Ah.
"Being a newcomer is indeed advantageous. In such a dangerous mission, one can simply hide behind others and remain safe. And yet, you still consider yourself a good doctor?" Fong Xiyue scoffed as she appeared. Having been suspended by Director Hao for a month, she had spent her days idly at home, devising ways to undermine Song Yuntang. Unable to come to the military hospital and find any opportunity, she recognized that with the emergence of a serious disaster last night, her chance had finally arrived. If she performed admirably in this arduous task, she could redeem her tarnished image and regain face before Fu Weicheng. Thus, Fong Xiyue proactively contacted the hospital and signed up for the frontline support mission. Due to a shortage of personnel, those willing to volunteer were welcomed, and thus Fong Xiyue found herself present. Overhearing Qiao Jiangchuan dissuade Song Yuntang from going, she seized the opportunity to mock. "Dr. Qiao, what is your relationship with Comrade Song? It sounds quite intimate. You are so concerned for her safety. Could there be something unspeakable between you two? And you, Song Yuntang, is it not comfortable to hide behind others and cling to life? I truly envy you, being a doctor yet not having to venture to the front lines to save lives. Unlike me, I was the very first to volunteer." Fong Xiyue's voice was sharp and grating, her expression dripping with derision, eager to belittle Song Yuntang to the dust. Yet, in this urgent moment, Song Yuntang would not squander her time on Fong Xiyue, wholly indifferent to her words, her unwavering gaze still fixed on Qiao Jiangchuan. She reiterated, "Dr. Qiao, I wish to participate in this mission and join you all at the front." "Oh, are you changing your mind now because you feel embarrassed?" "Song Yuntang, it seems you do care about your reputation," Fong Xiyue continued her sarcastic jibes. Song Yuntang paid no heed to Fong Xiyue's remarks, but Qiao Jiangchuan could not remain indifferent. "Enough." The usually mild-mannered Qiao Jiangchuan suddenly darkened his expression, his voice low and unyielding as he directed a frosty gaze at Fong Xiyue. "Comrade Fong, I would appreciate it if you could think before you speak in the future. Refrain from uttering nonsense that wastes everyone's time." Fong Xiyue was momentarily rendered speechless by Qiao Jiangchuan's rebuke. No one had anticipated that the scholarly Qiao Jiangchuan would exhibit such a sharp edge, rebuking without resorting to vulgarity. His words were laced with a veiled critique of Fang Siyue's lack of intellect. Xiao Jiangchuan continued, "First and foremost, there is nothing ambiguous in my relationship with Comrade Song. Moreover, she is married, with her spouse being Captain Fu, a well-known fact. Your spreading of rumors here is unbecoming. Do you believe I would hesitate to report you to the security department? Furthermore, prior to your arrival, Comrade Song had already registered her name on the list. And it is not as you insinuate that she is evading danger." He turned to Song Yuntang, no longer rejecting her. "Since you wish to join my team, we shall be partners." "Very well." Song Yuntang readily agreed, and the two ascended onto a nearby truck. As Xiao Jiangchuan climbed aboard first, he extended a hand to assist Song Yuntang up. They found a place to sit within the truck. While Fang Siyue outside received no attention from either Song Yuntang or Xiao Jiangchuan, who remained indifferent to her reaction. Fang Siyue was subjected to a torrent of scolding, only to witness Song Yuntang and Xiao Jiangchuan, two companions, effortlessly board the truck, disregarding her entirely. You too. Oh, you infuriate me to no end." Fang Siyue, exasperated, stomped her feet in frustration, wishing to drag Song Yuntang back for another argument. However, just then, a young soldier, brandishing a megaphone, called out towards her. "Hey, what is the situation with that comrade over there? The truck is about to depart. Why aren't you boarding?" They were part of the military transport unit, responsible for the logistics of delivering supplies and personnel. At this critical juncture, with the disaster area in dire need, every second was precious. They could not afford to waste a moment. Upon turning around, Fang Siyue realized that everyone else had boarded the vehicle, leaving her alone outside. In a flurry of panic, she scrambled to climb onto the truck. Yet, being frail and lacking strength, and having never ascended a vehicle of such height, she found herself struggling to make the leap. After several near successes, she comically tumbled back down. Meanwhile, Song Yuntang and Xiao Jiangchuan, seated comfortably within the truck, remained oblivious, showing no inclination to assist, choosing instead to disregard Fang Siyue's humiliation. Ultimately, the young soldier with the megaphone, unable to bear the sight any longer, approached and gave Fang Siyue a firm push. She landed on the truck in a manner reminiscent of a dog's misfortune, a spectacle that was clearly observed by both Xiao Jiangchuan and Song Yuntang. Though they did not laugh out loud, Fang Siyue felt certain they were mocking her inwardly. How humiliating! Struggling to regain her composure, Fang Siyue sat up awkwardly on the truck and shouted at the soldier outside. "Hey, how dare you disrespect me, an ordinary soldier? Do you have any idea who I am?" At that moment, the roar of the engine filled the air. The truck lurched forward, causing her to lose her balance yet again. "Be careful," Xiao Jiangchuan cautioned Song Yuntang, who clung to the railing to steady herself. Unfortunately, Fang Siyue was not so fortunate. Her unsteady center of gravity sent her tumbling once more, this time landing face first. "Ouch, my face, it hurts." Witnessing this scene, Song Yuntang could not contain her laughter, feeling it was poetic justice. "Comrade Fang, you are a nurse heading to the front lines. I hope you haven't yet reached the disaster area only to injure yourself first. Wouldn't that just add to the troubles of the people?" Xiao Jiangchuan, overhearing Song Yuntang's teasing remarks, turned his head, concealing his uncontrollable smile. As the truck continued its journey, a disheveled Fang Siyue finally managed to sit upright again. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she glared at Song Yuntang, exclaiming in a fit of rage, "Song Yuntang, just you wait. I will not let you off so easily." Song Yuntang chuckled. "I'm right here, not going anywhere else. What do you want me to wait for?" Fang Siyue's face flickered between shades of green and white, utterly at a loss for words. The truck was laden with supplies, leaving only a small space for passengers, which was quite cramped. Nevertheless, Fang Siyue, unwilling to sit near Song Yuntang, stubbornly created a gap between them. She curled up in a corner, her body jostling with the truck's movements, causing her immense discomfort. In contrast, Song Yuntang settled comfortably against a box of supplies. Having performed several hours of surgery the previous night without adequate rest, she closed her eyes to recuperate, preparing to engage in rescue efforts upon arrival at the disaster site. Xiao Jiangchuan, still wishing to care for Song Yuntang, observed her adapting well to her surroundings and thus felt reassured. He closed his eyes to conserve energy for the arduous tasks that lay ahead. After a journey lasting 3 to 4 hours, The truck finally reached its destination, a small city intersection where vehicles could barely pass through. As the occupants disembarked, they were immediately confronted with a harrowing sight. Dust swirling amidst ruins, collapsed buildings, and a crowd of individuals still grappling with their grief. The earthquake had struck just as families were gathered for dinner, a time of relaxation. When danger struck, many were caught off guard, with ceilings collapsing upon them. Numerous families, 4 or 5 in number, found themselves trapped beneath rubble. Some quick-thinking individuals had managed to grab their children and flee, but when they attempted to return to rescue others, they were met with the devastating sight of their homes reduced to ruins. Now, less than 10 hours after the disaster, the entire city was enveloped in an eerie and terrifying atmosphere. Having worked as a doctor for so long, Song Yuntang had encountered various surgical settings and thought herself desensitized to the sight of blood. However, some brutal realities proved more poignant than mere gore. Upon stepping out of the truck, she stood frozen, her complexion pale. Xiao Jiangchuan fared slightly better in terms of reaction. Yet the emotional impact weighed heavily upon him as well. Dressed in white coats adorned with red cross armbands, their conspicuous uniforms drew the attention of the distraught crowd, who began to shout, "Doctors! Doctors! There are doctors here! The injured have hope! Doctors!" This rallying cry not only instilled hope in the disaster-stricken populace, but also jolted Song Yuntang and Xiao Jiangchuan back to their senses. Their role here was clear. They were doctors, and their sole mission was to save lives. Carrying their medical kits and hefty backpacks filled with supplies, they quickly inquired about the location of the local medical team and hurried off. Meanwhile, Fong Xiyue, utterly shocked, was left behind, forgotten by them all. As they made their way to the medical team, desperate cries echoed around them. "Doctor, my husband's leg is crushed. You must save him. Our whole family depends on him for support. We have 3 children. Doctor, my child is still trapped underneath. She has already lost consciousness. Can you please just take a look? I beg you, just one glance. She's only 5 and hasn't even started school yet, doctor. Please." Minutes later, Xiao Jiangchuan and Song Yuntang arrived at the medical team's location. A series of tents had been hastily erected in an open area, each one bustling with surgeries. The faint scent of blood hanging in the air. Outside the tents, numerous injured individuals stood or lay waiting for treatment, yet due to a shortage of medical personnel, they could only queue in anxious anticipation. Each scene was too distressing to bear. Amidst the throng, Song Yuntang unexpectedly spotted Su Hongmei, who had set out the previous night and had been working tirelessly for over 10 hours. Her white coat was stained with blood and grime, yet she continued to persevere. Song Yuntang handed over her medical supplies to Xiao Jiangchuan. "Dr. Qiao, please coordinate with the medical team. I will begin sorting patients now." Su Hongmei, upon noticing them, approached just in time to hear Song Yuntang's words, "Sorting patients? What does that mean?" Upon encountering Su Hongmei, Song Yuntang wasted no time in exchanging pleasantries and directly articulated, "The congregation of so many injured individuals here is not a good sign. It may give rise to medical complications. Su Hongmei, please procure fabrics of various colors, black, red, yellow, and white. Tear the fabric into strips and bind them around the patient's wrists. The black signifies the deceased, no further treatment required. Red denotes a critical condition, necessitating immediate attention. Yellow indicates a moderate ailment, permitting a brief wait. White represents minor injuries that do not require a physician's intervention, allowing the nurses to attend to them and advising them to depart." This method was a revelation to both Xiao Jiangchuan and Su Hongmei, leaving them astounded. Upon reflection, the practicality of this approach was strikingly high. With professional physicians assessing the patients, the nurses could readily discern the urgency of each case without the need for individual inquiries. Su Hongmei promptly exclaimed, "This method is excellent. I shall seek the fabric as you instructed. Please wait for me." Unlike Song Yuntang, whose task lay within the confines of the operating room, Xiao Jiangchuan was dispatched to the accident scene, where those trapped beneath heavy debris awaited rescue. Before his departure, he earnestly cautioned Song Yuntang, "Comrade Song, the danger of aftershocks has not yet abated. Please exercise utmost caution." "Dr. Qiao, the same to you," she replied, and thus they parted ways. Song Yuntang ventured into the throng, systematically examining each patient's condition, employing her surgical acumen to diagnose internal organ issues with decisive clarity. Shortly thereafter, Su Hongmei returned, having obtained the specified materials as directed by Song Yuntang. Pointing to a few patients ahead, Song Yuntang stated, "The second patient is marked in red. The rest are yellow." The red patient's injury consists of an open penetrating wound with excessive blood loss. We cannot afford to delay further. If an operating room becomes available, he must be transported immediately. I will arrange that at once, Su Hongmei affirmed as she affixed the colored strips to the patient's wrists and began coordinating personnel adjustments.
Subsequently,
Song Yuntang undertook the role of verification, while Su Hongmei managed the organization. Among the crowd were individuals with minor injuries, who, overly shaken, believed they needed to see a doctor for reassurance. Song Yuntang provided them with white strips, and Su Hongmei patiently urged them to leave. What was once a chaotic scene soon transformed into an orderly environment. Amidst this stabilization, 2 young soldiers arrived, hurriedly carrying a stretcher upon which lay a blood-soaked individual.
Doctor,
Where are you? Come quickly and examine this patient," they cried in anguish. Having just completed an assessment, Song Yuntang rushed towards them. The soldier implored, "Doctor, please look at him. Save him." As she tore open the patient's clothing to inspect the chest, the moment her palm made contact, she realized something was amiss. There was no breath. Although the body still radiated warmth, the heart had ceased to beat. At that moment, she felt no sorrow, merely a mechanical urge to continue her examination. Su Hongmei hastened to her side, and upon witnessing the situation, immediately inquired, "An operating room has just become available. Should we take him there now?" "No need." Song Yuntang gently grasped Su Hongmei's hand and shook her head slowly. Su Hongmei was taken aback, covered in blood. How could they not transport him to the operating room? In a hushed tone, Song Yuntang replied, "Indeed, black." Su Hongmei's breath caught in her throat. Her eyes grew red and moist, tears spilling forth. Black, the hue of death, was the last color they wished to confront. The young soldiers, bearing the stretcher, could not comprehend the exchange between Song Yuntang and Su Hongmei. Anxiously, one soldier demanded, "Doctor, nurse, what are you waiting for? Hurry and save him. Get him to the operating room." Song Yuntang could only shake her head in resignation. He had arrived too late. He was already gone.
gone?
The soldier's voice rose in disbelief, staring incredulously at Song Yuntang. "Doctor, this cannot be. Just minutes ago, he was speaking with me. He was alive. Surely, he is still alive. Please check him again. We spent 3 hours digging him out from beneath the beams. He was clearly breathing moments ago. It is impossible for him to have died so quickly." The soldiers' agitation was palpable. They had endured those arduous 3 hours together for this man's life. Having finally unearthed him, they had glimpsed hope, only to be met with despair. Taking a deep breath, Song Yuntang steadied her emotions and explained. He suffered injuries to his abdominal organs and the aorta in his leg due to compression. He lost too much blood, rendering his condition exceedingly fragile. The likelihood of survival was minimal. Furthermore, upon sudden release from his constricted environment, his organs failed, leading to his demise en route. Such a cruel truth weighed heavily on Song Yuntang's heart, yet it was a truth that must be uttered. The soldier, devoid of medical knowledge, could only grasp that the warmth of life was now extinguished. They had repeatedly urged him to hold on, to persevere, reminding him of his young child in elementary school who needed a father. Yet, those words now echoed hollowly in the face of death. The soldier's eyes brimmed with tears as he turned away to wipe his face. They were but young men, not long enlisted, facing the harsh realities of life for the first time. In that moment, Song Yuntang could hear the weeping of Su Hongmei and the soldier. However, there was no time for sorrow, as urgent cries once again pierced the air. "Doctor, doctor, help me."
I feel so unwell.
For an extended period, it seemed an endless cycle. Each day, Song Yuntang encountered various patients. Some managed to survive, while others departed helplessly. Joyful tears of relief and the despair of loss intermingled in a ceaseless ebb and flow. During this time, Song Yuntang lost track of days. Unaware of how long it had been, and had no time to ponder the whereabouts of Feng Siyue or whether she was again attempting to undermine her. Every morning, she awoke to care for the injured, accepting new patients, and only in the dead of night, when exhaustion overwhelmed her, did she allow herself a moment's respite. In the blink of an eye, 5 full days had passed. The good news was that the rescue operations in this small town had largely concluded. The soldiers and other rescue teams had successfully extricated all those who could be saved. The bad news was that some individuals, trapped too deeply for even search dogs to detect, had vanished forever into the annals of time. Their families the only ones left to mourn their presence buried beneath the earth. As Song Yuntang observed patients recovering and departing, it marked the highlight of her busy days. That afternoon, she sat upon a stone, finally able to relax. She gazed quietly into the distance, watching as soldiers assisted the community in repairing homes. During these days, she had scarcely had a moment to think of Fu Weicheng, wondering how he fared and if he too was engaged in such efforts. Comrade Song. A familiar voice interrupted her contemplations. Raising her head, she beheld Xiao Jiangchuan. Dr. Qiao, you have arrived. In recent days, Xiao Jiangchuan's level of busyness has been no less than that of Song Yuntang. The once refined and cultured doctor now appeared disheveled, his frame seemingly diminished, and the glasses perched on his nose bore a broken arm, temporarily mended with white tape, yet he persevered in their use. Thus, Xiao Jiangchuan presented a rather comical sight. He sat beside Song Yuntang and offered her an item. Comrade Song, this is for you. Consuming it might lift your spirits a bit. To her surprise, Song Yuntang discovered a few large white rabbit milk candies nestled in her palm, prompting her to inquire, "How did you come by these?" "I encountered a patient with hypoglycemia previously, and since then, I've developed the habit of carrying a few candies with me. One never knows when they might prove useful." Xiao Jiangchuan replied with a faint smile. Song Yuntang nodded in understanding. As evening descended, the western sky was bathed in crimson hues, layers of clouds resembling vibrant petals, interwoven and overlapping in a magnificent display. In this serene moment of relaxation, Song Yuntang finally posed a question that had lingered in her heart for quite some time. "Dr. Qiao, since our very first meeting, you have been subtly assisting me. Even now, you have kept these candies for so long without indulging yourself. Yet you willingly offer them to me. May I inquire as to why you are so kind to me?" Her inquiry was straightforward, devoid of any convoluted intricacies. One reason for her clarity was that Song Yuntang could distinctly perceive that Xiao Jiangchuan's care stemmed not from any romantic inclinations. Given Xiao Jiangchuan's character, upon learning of her marriage, even if he harbored feelings for her, he would have restrained himself, maintaining a respectful distance rather than disregarding societal morals. Thus, there must be deeper motivations behind Xiao Jiangchuan's acts of kindness. Eager to engage Xiao Jiangchuan in conversation, the moment felt particularly opportune. Together, they gazed at the sunset's resplendent colors, and upon hearing her question, Xiao Jiangchuan exhibited little surprise. He inquired, "Tang, do you truly not recognize who I am?" No longer addressing her as Comrade Song, he adopted a term of endearment, Tang. Did they have a prior acquaintance? Song Yuntang turned to him in disbelief, seeking answers in his expression. While she was certain she did not know Xiao Jiangchuan, she could not dismiss the possibility that the original owner of her body might have. She began to scour the original owner's memories, attempting to uncover any traces. Under Song Yuntang's gaze, Xiao Jiangchuan gradually turned to face her. Noticing the furrowed brows of confusion on her face, he realized that she had not recollected who he was. With a wry smile, he explained, 6 years ago, I was still a student at the medical school and your mother, Song Minghua, was my teacher. During that time, I lived in poverty, and Teacher Song was very kind to me, allowing me to stay at your home during the winter and summer breaks. In that regard, I suppose I could be considered your senior. Do you not remember any of this? Senior? Song Yuntang could hardly fathom that a connection of this nature existed between her and Xiao Jiangchuan. Her eyes widened in astonishment as thoughts raced through her mind. With Xiao Jiangchuan's revelation, searching the original owner's memories became significantly easier. Indeed, she unearthed a somewhat vague, familiar figure from approximately 6 or 7 years ago. At that time, the original owner's family had not yet faced calamity. Her father was a weapon research expert who had returned from studying abroad, and her mother was a leading physician at a top national hospital, also serving as a medical professor at a university. Both were notable figures in their respective fields. Meanwhile, Xiao Jiangchuan was merely an ordinary, impoverished student in medical school, who, after paying his tuition, could scarcely afford 3 meals a day, sometimes subsisting on little more than boiled water to stave off hunger. During her mentorship of Xiao Jiangchuan, Song Minghua recognized him as a remarkably capable young man, not only gifted but also diligent, possessing an admirable spirit of inquiry. She appreciated his tenacious, unyielding character, which led her to offer him considerable assistance. Particularly during winter and summer breaks, she would invite him to her home under the pretext of needing help organizing materials. A gesture motivated by the fact that the school dormitories were closed, leaving Qiao Zhangchuan without a place to go. This arrangement not only provided him with accommodation and ensured his daily meals but also offered him some remuneration without compromising his dignity as a young man. Consequently, Qiao Zhangchuan resided at the Song household for an extended period. Qiao Zhangchuan was not an ignorant individual. Rather, his impoverished background had exposed him early on to the vicissitudes of human relationships, making him acutely aware of the protection and assistance that Song Minghua extended towards him. Thus, she was not merely a teacher to him. She was a lifelong benefactor. Regrettably, before Qiao Zhangchuan could rise to prominence and become an esteemed figure, the Song family faced an unexpected tragedy, with Song Minghua and her husband falling victim to unfounded accusations. Their family was shattered, and they disappeared without a trace. During that time, Qiao Zhangchuan endeavored to assist his teacher, but as a mere student, his capabilities were limited, rendering him unable to provide substantial help. Instead, it was Song Minghua who repeatedly urged him to maintain a clear boundary between them and to refrain from mentioning their relationship to outsiders, lest it bring harm to Qiao Zhangchuan. As a result, he was pushed far away. He recalled that his teacher had a daughter, who was still quite young at that time, and before the teacher was sent away, she had been entrusted to relatives in the countryside for care. Afterward, he lost all contact with the Song family. It was not until a month ago, when he recognized Song Yuntang at the hospital as the daughter of his teacher, that he became aware of her existence again. Yet, she did not remember him. Now, in this sensitive period, Qiao Zhangchuan refrained from casually mentioning his teacher for fear of disrupting Song Yuntang's life once more. Therefore, he remained silent, quietly concerned for her situation, and his attentiveness was a form of gratitude for the care he had once received from his teacher. As for why Song Yuntang failed to recognize Qiao Zhangchuan, firstly, the original owner was inherently an introverted person, and at the time when Qiao Zhangchuan lived in their home, she was merely a young adolescent, maintaining a distance from unfamiliar males. Moreover, her lack of social skills meant their interactions were limited. She only knew he was her mother's student and did not even remember his name, merely calling him senior as her mother instructed. By then, the original owner had already resolved to pursue a career in medicine, following in her mother Song Minghua's footsteps. And it was only natural for her to address someone who might be her future senior as such. Secondly, Qiao Zhangchuan, at the tender age of 20, bore the rustic demeanor of a country lad, distinctly different from the refined and handsome figure he had become today. The memory of a dusty, unpolished youth could hardly be reconciled with the image of the sophisticated medical talent before her. Therefore, Song Yuntang did not recognize him. It was only now, in the hazy recesses of memory, that she began to perceive the shadow of Qiao Zhangchuan. Senior Song Yuntang called out nervously. Upon hearing this, Qiao Zhangchuan's lips curled into a smile, a hint of joy illuminating his expression. He sighed and said, "Tang Tang, I never imagined that after all these years, I would see you embark on the path of medicine and become a doctor. It is truly wonderful. If Teacher Song were here, he would undoubtedly feel a sense of comfort." A wave of joy surged through Song Yuntang, perhaps stemming from the original owner's emotions, as she was the first person to discuss her parents with her, reminiscent of a reunion with an old acquaintance. This sentiment was ineffable, akin to encountering a familiar friend in a foreign land. Song Yuntang nodded and replied, "I believe my mother is watching over me." Upon mentioning Song Minghua, the conversation naturally gravitated towards the inquiry, "Tang Tang, since you have come to the capital, you must be eager to investigate the whereabouts of your parents?" "Indeed." Song Yuntang affirmed with a nod, "I must find them." She had long desired to uncover the fate of the original owner's parents and hoped for their vindication, though opportunities had eluded her. Nevertheless, her resolve remained steadfast. Qiao Zhangchuan believed that Song Yuntang's association with Fu Weicheng, a scion of a distinguished military family, would provide her with considerable leverage in her quest. He earnestly advised, "Tang Tang, if you require any assistance, do not hesitate to reach out to me. I will do my utmost to help." "Thank you, Senior," she responded. Following this exchange, Song Yuntang called out the term senior once more, no longer feeling awkward, but rather quite pleased. From that point onward, the relationship between Qiao Jiangchuan and Song Yuntang grew closer. They often collaborated to save lives, exchanging insights on patients and adjusting treatment plans. In the days that followed, the local populace became aware of two exceptionally skilled doctors, one surnamed Xiao and the other Song. Both young, and every patient treated by them seemed to emerge unscathed. One day, a commotion erupted. "Doctor, something is wrong. Hurry, come quickly." The voice belonged to a young soldier clad in camouflage, his face pale with fear as he dragged them along. They soon encountered a stretcher hastily brought forth, upon which lay a tall man dressed in an officer's uniform, adorned with distinctive insignia that indicated a high rank. Upon catching sight of the man, an unsettling thought flickered through Song Yuntang's mind. Could it be Fu Weicheng? The officer's uniform bore a striking resemblance to one owned by Fu Weicheng, and their physiques were remarkably similar. As for the man's face, it was obscured by dark red stains of blood, rendering his features indistinguishable, while a series of white bandages wrapped around his head were nearly soaked through with blood, masking their original hue. He had sustained a severe head injury. The young soldier, trembling with anxiety, exclaimed, "This is our commander." While executing a rescue mission, a rockslide occurred on the mountain, and the commander shielded the civilians by placing himself in harm's way, resulting in his injuries. Our unit's medic has assessed him, but declared that the commander is gravely wounded and requires immediate surgery. The medic cannot undertake such a perilous operation and can only provide rudimentary care. To ensure the commander's recovery, we need a more capable doctor. I have inquired among the surrounding units, and they all say that Dr. Qiao and Dr. Song are the most formidable. Dr. Qiao, Dr. Song, I implore you to save our commander. As he concluded, his voice quivered with emotion, his eyes reddening. Song Yuntang felt her heart constrict at the mention of the commander. Could it truly be Fu Weicheng? Sensing her unease, Qiao Jiangchuan was about to offer comfort, only to witness Song Yuntang stride purposefully toward the injured officer. To ascertain whether the wounded man was indeed Fu Weicheng was a simple matter. She merely needed to take a closer look. Without succumbing to unnecessary emotional turmoil, Song Yuntang approached directly. Just one glance confirmed her fears. It was not Fu Weicheng. The features hidden beneath the bloodstains were not those of Fu Weicheng. A heavy weight lifted from her heart as she was finally able to breathe again, realizing that her palms were clammy with sweat. In that moment, she comprehended how vital Fu Weicheng had become in her life, her emotions now intertwined with his presence. Thank goodness it was not Fu Weicheng. Song Yuntang felt immeasurable relief wash over her. Taking a deep breath, she quickly regained her composure after the tumultuous experience and instructed, "Immediately transport the patient to the surgical tent over there, Dr. Qiao, and I will accompany you." A few minutes later, Qiao Jiangchuan and Song Yuntang stood on either side of the injured officer, using scissors to cut through the blood-soaked bandages. As they leaned down to examine the wound, disbelief and shock flickered in their eyes, their pupils trembling. Even the most seasoned physicians would marvel at the miracle of life upon witnessing such an injury. The wound was deeply gaping, truly horrific, and inflicted upon the most critical area, the brain. Were this an ordinary individual, such a grievous injury, coupled with the substantial loss of blood, would have already claimed their life. Yet, the resilience of a professional soldier surpassed all expectations. The injured officer clung to a tenacious will to survive, which had carried him this far. Song Yuntang raised her gaze to meet Qiao Jiangchuan's. He instantly understood the unspoken message in her eyes and, after a moment of hesitation, slowly shook his head. A grave seriousness enveloped their expressions, mingled with a sense of helplessness. Not every doctor possesses omnipotence. Each specializes in distinct fields. For instance, Song Yuntang excelled in surgery, while Qiao Jiangchuan was more adept in internal medicine. Yet, neurosurgery is among the most intricate and challenging of all surgical disciplines. Neither possessed relevant experience. And now they faced such a daunting wound, devoid of confidence. "What do you mean? Doctors, why are you silent? Will the commander survive? Why aren't you performing the surgery? Hurry, what medications are needed? Tell me, I can find a way." Song Yuntang empathized with the young soldier's distress and sought to offer reassurance. "His injuries are too severe. Dr. Qiao and I are not specialized in neurosurgery." "What do you mean? Are you saying that you cannot perform this surgery?" Impossible. I have already inquired. And you are the best doctors here. If even you cannot do it, then who can? Our commander has saved so many lives. He cannot die here. He must not die. The young soldier's eyes were now completely bloodshot, his voice rising to a heart-wrenching wail. He was unwilling to accept the possibility of failure. It cannot be that he cannot be saved. It cannot be. You are doctors. How can you simply say you cannot help without attempting anything? Both Song Yuntang and Xiao Jiangchuan understood the young soldier's anguish. After a hushed discussion, they arrived at a consensus. We will perform the surgery on the injured officer and will exert every ounce of our ability. However, we must also prepare you for the reality that the success rate of this operation is approximately 10%, a mere 10. That equates to a 9 out of 10 chance of failure. With tears brimming in his eyes, the young soldier clenched his fists and struck the nearby metal frame with a heavy thud, producing a resonant, clanging sound. He wished fervently that it were he standing in the forefront, rather than their commander. With a choked voice, he implored, "Be a doctor. Our commander has entrusted you with this." In an instant, Song Yuntang and Xiao Jiangchuan commenced preparations for the surgery. During this period, Xiao Jiangchuan suddenly remarked, "If only Teacher Song were here." Song Yuntang's mother, Song Minghua, specialized in the field of neurosurgery. Had it been Song Minghua performing the surgery, the success rate would have soared to 80, ensuring the patient's subsequent recovery would remain unaffected. Alas, Song Minghua's whereabouts were currently unknown. Just as all were on high alert, the surgical tent was abruptly flung open, and the one whom Song Yuntang longed for appeared before her, at the most unexpected moment, yet also at the most inopportune time. Xiao Jiangchuan interjected, "We are about to commence surgery. Unauthorized personnel should refrain from entering or exiting." His words were not directed at Fu Weicheng, but rather a straightforward statement of fact. After casting a lingering gaze upon Song Yuntang for 3 profound seconds, Fu Weicheng finally responded to Xiao Jiangchuan. "I have brought someone who will aid your surgery." Song Yuntang, eyes wide with astonishment, inquired, "Who?" Fu Weicheng shifted slightly to allow the person behind him to step forward into the tent, thus entering the line of sight of Xiao Jiangchuan and Song Yuntang. "Teacher Song."
Mom.
The exclamations erupted simultaneously. The woman who entered the tent appeared to be in her 50s, with strands of gray hair and clad in a faded blue work uniform. Her feet adorned with the most ordinary black cloth shoes, she bore no extraordinary traits. Yet, her demeanor was strikingly unusual. She exuded a composed and rational aura, far removed from that of an ordinary elderly woman, for she was none other than Song Minghua. Neither Song Yuntang nor Xiao Jiangchuan could fathom why she had suddenly materialized at this location. Their eyes sparkled with disbelief, an overwhelming multitude of questions clamoring to be asked. Yet the patient lay on the operating table awaiting their expertise. In this moment of life and death, there was scarcely time for idle chatter. Fu Weicheng understood this. So he ushered Song Minghua into the operating room, casting a hurried glance at Song Yuntang before swiftly departing, no longer wishing to intrude upon them. That was sufficient. He had received word long ago that Song Yuntang was in the earthquake-stricken area with the medical team, and since they were occupied in different regions, they had not had the chance to meet. Even amid his deep concern, he could only harbor his longing in silence, prioritizing the more pressing tasks at hand.
Now.
He had finally laid eyes upon Song Yuntang, witnessing her safety and knowing that her esteemed reputation as a doctor had spread, a source of joy for both. Moreover, she appeared to have lost some weight. Surely she had been working too hard of late. Inside the tent, after the initial shock, Song Yuntang and Xiao Jiangchuan swiftly regained their professional composure as doctors. They handed surgical instruments to Song Minghua, preparing her to take the lead in the operation. However, despite being ready, Song Yuntang did not take the scalpel. She gazed at her most exceptional student and beloved daughter, shaking her head in resignation. In recent years, while in the countryside, I injured my hand. My finger dexterity is not what it once was, and I can no longer perform such intricate surgeries. It is best if you handle it, and I will guide you from the sidelines. Upon hearing this, both Song Yuntang and Xiao Jiangchuan felt a pang of heartache. The once renowned Song Minghua, capable of performing miraculous feats, could now scarcely hold a scalpel. This era had indeed been cruel to her. Yet there was no time for sorrow, just as there was no opportunity to express the joy of reunion. "Mom, you teach me. I will take the lead. Gripping the scalpel tightly, Song Yuntang's eyes, visible above her mask, were alert and restrained. After studying her emotions, she ascended to the operating table, embarking on the daunting task ahead. The neurosurgery lasted a grueling 10 hours, from dawn until dusk. Just as Song Yuntang's legs began to tremble, the operation finally concluded. She tied the final knot in the surgical thread, severed it with scissors, and completed the dressing to prevent infection. The sound of the surgical clamp dropping onto the tray resonated like a period at the end of a sentence. The three of them emerged from the operating room, weary yet triumphant. Xiao Jiangchuan's voice, hoarse, broke the silence. Finally, it is over. He took deep breaths, feeling as though a colossal weight had been lifted from his shoulders. Song Yuntang's performance during the surgery had been exceptional. Under Song Minghua's guidance, every delicate maneuver had been flawlessly executed, resulting in a resounding success.
Now,
They merely awaited the patient's awakening. Song Yuntang, too, was inhaling deeply. She had indeed done it. The patient's vital signs were stable, signifying the operation's success. She recognized that this achievement was not solely hers. It was a collective effort, bolstered by both Qiao Jiangchuan and Song Minghua. Song Minghua.
Mom.
In a sudden turn, Song Yuntang gazed at her mother with uncontainable excitement. No longer were there pressing emergencies. They no longer needed to maintain their composure or stifle their emotions. As they looked at each other with fervor, the emotions within her surged forth. Upon hearing her daughter call out Mom, Song Minghua's eyes grew warm. Her nostrils tinged with the scent of tears, her lips trembling as she spoke. Tangdang, my child, it has been so long since we last met. You have grown so much. My daughter, my daughter.
Mom.
Song Yuntang and Song Minghua embraced tightly. The child who once looked up to her mother now towering over her. My Tangdang, seeing you safe and sound, and having become a doctor with such remarkable abilities, fills me with immense joy. Have you been well these past years? I heard you are married now and even have children. How is your husband treating you? Song Minghua, suppressing the tears welling in her eyes, gently caressed Song Yuntang's hair with trembling hands. Song Yuntang, equally misty-eyed, nodded continuously. I am well, very well. Nian Nian and Anan are delightful children. If you see them, you will surely adore them. Mom, you are here. Where is Dad? How did you both come? Your father, he did not wish to implicate me, so he left. Song Minghua choked out. The death of Song Yuntang's father was a profound tragedy. Having had the experience of studying abroad and working in weapon research, he faced the harshest treatment during that storm. His life's work was utterly obliterated, and his contributions were denied. The very meaning of his existence had been extinguished. Unfortunately, this had repercussions for his family, particularly for his wife. To spare Song Minghua further suffering, he plunged into a lake one cold morning, never to resurface. Tears streamed down Song Yuntang's cheeks, cascading before her mind could fully comprehend the sorrow. It felt as though another soul within her was weeping, sharing in that overwhelming despair. Do not cry, Tangtang. Do not cry. Song Minghua raised her hand to wipe the tears from Song Yuntang's face, her voice warm yet tinged with emotion. Tangtang, your father is watching over us from above, seeing us both well. He must be so happy. The passage of time since Song father's departure had been lengthy, and Song Minghua had learned to accept it with tranquility, wishing not to burden Song Yuntang with sorrow. Yes, I will not cry. Mom, I will not cry. Song Yuntang inquired, Mom, how did you end up here? Have you been vindicated? How did you manage to come? This matter is rather lengthy to explain. Song Minghua was preparing to elaborate to Song Yuntang when a familiar voice interrupted. Fu Weicheng stood under the dim glow of the night lights, carrying 2 thermal containers, and addressed them, Mom. Tangdang, you must be weary after a long day. Please eat something to fill your stomach before we talk. He added, somewhat reluctantly, Dr. Qiao. You should also partake in a meal. Thus, Fu Weicheng held 3 thermal containers, each containing a portion of food. Qiao Jiangchuan, after retrieving his share, greeted Song Minghua and took his leave, not wishing to intrude on the long-awaited reunion between mother and daughter, knowing they had much to discuss. Fu Weicheng advised, you should eat first. If there is anything you need, feel free to call for me. I will remain here today. His words were directed primarily at Song Yuntang, ensuring she felt at ease to reunite with Song Minghua as he quietly kept them company without disturbing their moment. Consequently, Fu Weicheng departed. Song Yuntang and Song Minghua found a secluded and tranquil spot, illuminated by a faint glimmer of light, which was sufficient for their needs. The weather that night was splendid. With no clouds obscuring the sky and the stars twinkled brilliantly, the moonlight casting a beautiful glow, mirroring their current emotions. As Song Yuntang opened the food container, she discovered eggs inside and immediately handed one to Song Minghua, saying, "Mom, please have an egg." Song Minghua smiled with gratitude, shaking her head, "No, dear. I have enough here. You eat this egg." The meals prepared by Fu Weicheng were of the highest quality, featuring eggs and meat, ensuring she was well nourished. As they ate, their glances frequently met, cherishing their hard-won reunion, which felt insufficient in its brevity. It was then that Song Minghua finally recounted the circumstances that brought her here, coinciding with Fu Weicheng's presence. 5 years prior, after Fu Weicheng's vindication upon returning to the capital, he not only reported his marital status with Song Yuntang to his superiors, but also investigated her family background. Upon learning of Song's parents' plight, he began a search for them, attempting to locate them amidst the vast populace. However, during that time, Fu Weicheng found himself overwhelmed, as he soon had to head to the front lines, leaving the task of finding her parents to acquaintances. Even when information eventually reached him, it often encountered numerous hurdles and delays. Sometimes it was even false news, as the locations mentioned did not harbor Song Minghua and her husband at all. Later, upon learning of Song Yuntang's demise, he remained undeterred, continuing his relentless search for her parents. His efforts eventually bore fruit, though regrettably, by that time, Song's father had already succumbed, and Song Minghua found herself in the darkest phase of her life, having lost both her husband and daughter. Upon discovering this, Fu Weicheng dared not inform Song Minghua of her daughter's death. Instead, he concealed this painful truth, nurturing a flicker of hope for her survival. Aware of Song Yuntang's marriage and driven by the desire for their family to reunite, Song Minghua persevered through her trials in the arid Northwest. In the time that followed, Fu Weicheng consistently sent her various essentials and sought to deliver materials for vindication through trusted contacts. His unwavering dedication eventually led to a policy change last month, resulting in Song Minghua's parents' vindication and her return. Coincidentally, this was also when Fu Weicheng learned that Song Yuntang had been restored to life, while their relationship remained fraught with complications. To avoid any appearance of leveraging past favors, Fu Weicheng chose to keep this information hidden, planning to surprise Song Yuntang once Song Minghua arrived. During her journey to the capital, Song Minghua traveled slowly and unexpectedly encountered an earthquake, which delayed her progress. As a doctor, she resolutely joined a medical team to treat the injured. Fortuitously, the medical team she joined was stationed in the same area as Fu Weicheng's unit, allowing for their paths to cross. Initially, the rescue efforts were urgent and demanding, leaving Fu Weicheng with no opportunity to contact Song Yuntang. However, as the disaster response continued and life began to stabilize, he finally found the chance to gather information about Song Yuntang's whereabouts. This morning, he set off early with Song Minghua to ensure her reunion with Song Yuntang. Upon arrival, he learned that Song Yuntang and Xiao Zhongchuan were in the operating room, performing a highly complex brain surgery. He witnessed a young soldier with tear-filled eyes fervently praying for their commander's survival and the doctor's success in the operation, which led to the earlier scene unfolding. After hearing Song Minghua's narrative, Song Yuntang expressed her astonishment. "Mom, so all these years, you and Fu Weicheng have been in contact?" "Yes, intermittently. Our communication has never ceased. Thanks to his assistance, my subsequent days have been considerably more bearable, alleviating much of my suffering. When I first made contact, you had just departed, and I was unable to reach you. I even contemplated despair at times. Thankfully, you married Weicheng, which gave me hope in the darkness." Song Minghua's face bore the marks of time, and with a sense of nostalgia, she inquired, "Tang, you haven't yet mentioned, how has Weicheng treated you all these years?" Song Yuntang clearly realized that Song Minghua was unaware of the unfortunate misunderstanding surrounding her death, a secret that Fu Weicheng had kept from her to preserve her hope for survival. Now that the misunderstanding had been clarified, she chose to respect Fu Weicheng's discretion and refrained from mentioning it further. She nodded and replied, "Yes, Fu Weicheng has treated me very well." Song Minghua gazed at her daughter with affectionate eyes, her maternal warmth evident. "Tang, you have changed since childhood. You are more cheerful and confident. I can see that you are living well. She affectionately stroked Song Yuntang's hair, still regarding her as a child. Song Yuntang did not mind this treatment. In fact, she welcomed the closeness to Song Minghua. There was a comforting warmth about her mother that made her feel at ease. As the two of them shared an intimate moment, footsteps approached. Song Yuntang looked up to see a shadowy figure, followed by the sight of a robust figure clad in military attire. She recalled the earlier scare from the day. Now, seeing Fu Weicheng again, the emotions of relief and joy surged within her. It became profoundly clear that witnessing Fu Weicheng safe and sound was a source of immense happiness. Once her gaze fell upon him, she found herself unable to look away. Song Minghua observed the exchange between Song Yuntang and Fu Weicheng, then smiled, saying, "Weicheng has arrived. You two converse. I will check on the patient's post-operative conditions." She took the empty food container and left, creating space for the long-separated couple. Although they were still considered a young couple in name, in reality, they had been cautiously testing the waters with one another, and after a period apart, they found themselves momentarily at a loss for words. As Song Yuntang watched Fu Weicheng approach her, his dark eyes locked onto hers with unwavering intensity, his concern for her palpable in the air. It was utterly impossible to ignore. After being subjected to such an intense gaze for an extended period, the previously tranquil heart of Song Yuntang began to warm slightly, her cheeks flushing ever so faintly, and her heartbeat became subtly chaotic. At this moment, she was able to calmly accept the changes within her body. Having endured so much, Song Yuntang became increasingly certain of her feelings for this man. She liked him, loved him. It was as simple as that. Fu Weicheng was the first to speak. "Tang, you've lost weight." Song Yuntang laughed, her eyes crescent-shaped and luminous. "A little weight loss makes one more attractive. So many people wish to lose weight, but cannot. You need not lose weight. You are beautiful just as you are," Fu Weicheng replied with firm conviction. Song Yuntang suddenly realized that this once cold man could be so eloquent. Even knowing he was merely trying to cheer her up, she felt a surge of happiness. She tilted her head to look at Fu Weicheng and asked, "What about you? You must be quite busy lately, right? In such a perilous environment, have you been injured?" Fu Weicheng shook his head.
No.
It was a brief, rapid response, consisting of merely 2 words, devoid of excessive emotion. Yet, like magic, Song Yuntang perceived a fleeting emotion deep within his gaze that mirrored her own. Thus she pressed on. "Fu Weicheng, I shall ask you once more. Have you been injured?" This time, Fu Weicheng refrained from his previous haste, pausing ever so slightly. Song Yuntang moved closer to him, narrowing the distance between them, her bright eyes fixated on him, unwavering. It was as if to say, "Fu Weicheng, should you dare to lie again, I will see right through it." Under the weight of Song Yuntang's unwavering gaze, Fu Weicheng felt compelled to confess swiftly. Just a minor injury. Song Yuntang was not entirely convinced by Fu Weicheng's words. He had just lied to her face, making him a repeat offender. How much of what he said now could be taken as truth? "Your word is not sufficient. I must see it for myself," she insisted, her voice firm. "Where are you hurt?" Fu Weicheng observed Song Yuntang's reaction and recognized her genuine concern. His heart raced unexpectedly, a surge of intense emotion threatening to overflow. "Tang, are you worried about me?" With a slight blush, Song Yuntang replied, "Fu Weicheng, you are the father of my child. If I do not care for you, whom shall I care for?" Though her words did not explicitly affirm their relationship, that single statement was enough to bring joy to Fu Weicheng. His wife was concerned for him. It was worth facing any peril. A gentle smile graced Fu Weicheng's handsome face as he unbuttoned his military jacket, revealing his arm. Song Yuntang's gaze remained fixed on his movements, and as the jacket fell away, she immediately spotted the wound. His right shoulder and entire arm were swathed in bandages. "What happened? How could you sustain such a severe injury?" Song Yuntang exclaimed, instantly sensing that something was amiss. A wound of this magnitude should have caused him pain with the slightest movement of his shoulder. Yet from the moment he arrived, he had acted as if nothing were wrong, not even furrowing his brow. This was his dominant right side. How could it not hurt? "Sit down quickly. I need to examine your wound again." "How did this happen?" Song Yuntang reached out to pull Fu Weicheng down, but as her hand moved, she feared she might aggravate his injury and quickly withdrew, hesitating to touch him again. Fu Weicheng chose a well-lit spot to sit. Song Yuntang moved closer to his right side, lowering her head to inspect the wound, methodically unraveling the layers of bandaging. It doesn't hurt, Tang Dang, really? Fu Weicheng murmured softly. It was just during a disaster relief operation. A wooden beam fell from the roof and struck my shoulder. His tone was light. Yet as Song Yuntang unwound the bandages, she revealed a gory, swollen mass beneath. The weight of the beam was evident, and its rough surface had even torn through the fabric of the shirt he wore, leaving the flesh beneath unprotected. This injury was far from internal. It bore a gruesome exterior. Due to the urgency of the situation at the time, Fu Weicheng had only performed the most rudimentary cleaning and bandaging, neglecting certain areas entirely. Song Yuntang frowned deeply. On one hand, she felt heartache, and on the other, she was appalled by the haphazard treatment of the wound. I shall fetch the medical kit. Your wound requires proper care before it can be bandaged, she declared. Without waiting for Fu Weicheng's response, she hurriedly departed, only to return moments later with a medical kit and 2 large bottles of disinfectant alcohol. As Song Yuntang delicately handled the tweezers and began to tend to Fu Weicheng's wounds, her nerves gradually settled. The person she had been so concerned about was right before her, and she could take control of the situation rather than engage in endless conjecture. The apprehension that had hung over her was finally laid to rest. When it came to treating such an open wound, the disinfection step was the most agonizing. The stinging alcohol coursing over the bloodied flesh felt akin to being engulfed in flames. Although Fu Weicheng did not utter a sound or even flinch, Song Yuntang could sense the tension in his body and the quickening of his breath. To divert Fu Weicheng's attention, Song Yuntang spoke as she worked. Fu Weicheng, thank you for all these years. Did Mom discuss everything with you? Fu Weicheng inquired, lifting his gaze to meet Song Yuntang's. Catching a glimpse of her gentle and focused profile. Yes, she mentioned it, Song Yuntang replied. I never imagined you had been searching for my parents for so long and had been secretly caring for them. If that is the case, why have you never mentioned it? Particularly when she had requested a divorce and Fu Weicheng had refused. Had he brought this matter to light, it would have placed Song Yuntang in a position of immense debt to him, making it far more difficult for her to broach the subject of divorce. Fu Weicheng replied solemnly, Tang, since we are married, caring for your parents is my duty. Besides, I found them too late. Your father was already gone, and there was little I could do for your mother. I couldn't guarantee her safe passage. Fu Weicheng had always been a deeply contemplative man, burdened by numerous considerations, which made him increasingly cautious in his actions. I worried that if I told you too soon, it would lead to false hope. If the Song family had not been vindicated, if Song Minghua could not leave the Northwest farm, how heart-wrenching it would be for the once hopeful Song Yuntang. Thus, Fu Weicheng wished to wait until everything was certain, until Song Minghua had arrived in the capital, when their family could finally reunite, to reveal the good news to Song Yuntang. Moreover, he harbored a profound sense of guilt. My findings are not necessarily entirely accurate. Had I investigated your situation more thoroughly back then, spent more time to see for myself, asked more people, perhaps you and your 2 children would not have had to endure so much hardship in the village. At its core, he felt he had let Song Yuntang down. Song Yuntang's movements faltered slightly as she treated the wound. She slowly lifted her gaze to meet Fu Weicheng's eyes. She felt the overwhelming remorse emanating from the man, and suddenly, the previous matters ceased to weigh heavily upon her mind. Fu Weicheng, let bygones be bygones. I have moved on. From now on, let us live our lives well, taking care of Nian and Anan. I trust you will be a good father and husband. That is all that matters. Song Yuntang stated resolutely. Fu Weicheng's determination far exceeded Song Yuntang's expectations. Despite the wound on his right arm, he clenched his fist tightly, his eyes blazing with fury as he declared, It is not past. Tang, the grievances you and the children have suffered will not simply be forgotten. I will unearth the truth of what transpired back then, clearly and unequivocally, and seek justice for you and the children. Moreover, Tang, do you wish to know why your parents were suddenly demoted? Have you even investigated that? Song Yuntang asked, her excitement palpable as she gazed at Fu Weicheng. After all, it had been many years since those events, and time had softened the storms of the past. Investigating those matters would not be an easy task. Yes, I have discovered the truth. Fu Weicheng nodded affirmatively. A month later, The repercussions of the earthquake were profound and enduring, particularly for those who had lost family members. The absence of loved ones would forever remain a deep-seated regret, haunting them throughout their lives. Yet time does not pause for anyone, perpetually advancing. The cities affected by the earthquake had already begun to gradually restore their production, and the lives of the populace were slowly returning to normalcy. Fu Weicheng's troops aided in the subsequent urban reconstruction, while the medical team, of which Song Yuntang was a part, remained in the disaster-stricken area for an extended period. Finally, when all was concluded, they were able to return, not to their home in the capital, but to a different direction, Wangjia village. After a day and night of travel by train, followed by a jeep that Fu Weicheng had arranged, they hastened their journey back to Wangjia village. As Song Yuntang descended from the jeep and looked back at the small village from which she had once fled on a donkey cart, her heart surged with hatred for this place, the very site of the original owner's demise. She longed to exact vengeance on the family of Song Mingda and Ding Yuzhen, who resided within this village. Fu Weicheng alighted shortly after, seemingly sensing the shift in Song Yuntang's emotions. He approached her side and whispered, "Do not fear. I am here." Song Yuntang nodded earnestly in response. The sudden appearance of a jeep in such a backward village had drawn the attention of the villagers, many of whom paused their agricultural tasks to discern the identities of the newcomers. However, neither Fu Weicheng, who had been gone for 5 or 6 years, nor the transformed Song Yuntang could be recognized. The villagers merely perceived them as affluent individuals, likely of high status, and speculated if perhaps they were the fortune bringers of some wealthy family. Though Song Yuntang had only spent a day in this village, she possessed all the memories of the original owner. She led Fu Weicheng into the village, saying, "Follow me. We will go this way." They traversed a vast expanse of fields, and upon proceeding a bit further and turning right, they would arrive at Song Mingda's home. As they walked along the ridge of the fields, they heard a series of indecorous sounds emanating from behind a stack of hay. "Ah, no! You filthy man! Always taking advantage of me!" came an exclamation, followed by laughter. "Isn't it what you enjoy? You like me just like this, so why pretend? Just let me have my fun." The vulgarity of the exchange was unmistakable, revealing the depravity of those concealed behind the haystack. What a pair of disgraceful lovers, indulging in their depravity under the open sky. The woman's protests of no were loud, yet her cries belied her enthusiasm. Fu Weicheng, maintaining his composure, continued forward, pulling Song Yuntang along with him. However, Song Yuntang suddenly halted, causing Fu Weicheng to stop as well. He turned to her, asking softly, "What is it?" Song Yuntang gestured for him to remain silent and, with a glint in her eye, directed her gaze towards the nearby haystack. A mischievous idea flickered in her mind. She approached the haystack and, with a swift kick, sent the piled hay tumbling down. The dry hay, disturbed by the impact, began to topple in one direction, startling the concealed pair of wild mandarin ducks. "What is it? Who's there?" the woman shrieked in terror. "What kind of dog dares to meddle in our affairs?" The man cursed angrily. The woman's voice was youthful, while the man's carried the weight of age. Well, a match of old and young. The fallen haystack effectively trapped the couple, who struggled to emerge while hastily dressing, their mouths filled with curses. "Who dares to interfere? You'd better not run away. If I catch you, you won't be able to stay in this village." The woman stumbled to her feet, adjusting her disheveled clothing, her eyes blazing with fury as she scanned the surroundings. In that moment, her gaze landed on Song Yuntang, who stood just a few meters away. The woman squinted, her initial lack of recognition quickly giving way as she scrutinized the familiar features. Though Song Yuntang's appearance had transformed, her visage remained unforgettable. The jealousy that had once consumed her surged anew. Why had fortune favored Song Yuntang so? As Song Jiaojiao's eyes narrowed in recognition, Song Yuntang smiled lightly and spoke first. "Song Jiaojiao, it has been a while." Song Jiaojiao, the daughter of Song Mingda and Ding Yuzhen, had long tormented the original owner and her children. Upon hearing Song Yuntang's voice, she felt as though struck by lightning. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she exclaimed, "Song Yuntang, you're alive. You didn't die. You shameless little wretch. Where are our belongings? Where's the money my mother hid? You stole everything from us." Song Jiaojiao had never forgotten how, on the day of Song Yuntang's disappearance, all their possessions had vanished as well. The audacity of Song Yuntang was astounding. Now facing her once more, the weight of old grievances fueled Song Jiaojiao's rage as she charged towards Song Yuntang, attempting to overpower her as she had in the past. Yet, the tides had turned. Song Yuntang stood unafraid, bolstered by Fu Weicheng's protective presence beside her. As Song Jiaojiao recklessly advanced, Fu Weicheng reached out, effortlessly deflecting her away. Though it appeared he exerted little effort, Song Jiaojiao found herself sprawling on the ground, her legs in the air, utterly defeated. Had it not been for their presence in the fields, suddenly softened by the earth, Song Jiaojiao's fall would have undoubtedly resulted in a rather embarrassing mishap.
Ah.
Who are you? How dare you lay your hands on me? Do not presume that I will cower simply because you don a military uniform. Song Jiaojiao failed to recognize Fu Weicheng, the man who had wed Song Yuntang 5 years prior, and continued to shout in indignation. Yet, while they remained oblivious, Fu Weicheng instantly recognized her. This was the first time he had witnessed Song Yuntang's plight within the Song household. He had previously been utterly unaware, leading to the tragic events that followed, as he had failed to take Song Yuntang away 5 years ago. Racked with regret, Fu Weicheng furrowed his brow tightly. Not only did he identify Song Jiaojiao, but he also recognized the man who had been clandestinely involved with her. It is him, Fu Weicheng exclaimed suddenly, pointing at a man who appeared to be in his 30s or 40s. 5 years ago, it was he who informed me of your demise. And had he handed me your death certificate, I would have believed it. It was due to this misinformation that Fu Weicheng had been led to believe that Song Yuntang was indeed deceased. Song Yuntang pressed, "Are you certain? You have not misremembered?" Fu Weicheng replied resolutely, "I do not mistake. It is that man, that very face. I remember it distinctly." Song Yuntang cast her gaze once more towards Song Jiaojiao and her paramour, her thoughts racing.
So that is it.
I understand now. 5 years ago, Song Jiaojiao, you were already entangled with Captain Zhang of the production team. Zhang Jianxi, the captain of the production team in Wangjia village, was a man over a decade older than Song Jiaojiao. Enlightenment dawned upon Song Yuntang. The entire village has been abuzz with rumors of your illicit relationship with Zhang Jianxi. At the time, I could not fathom why a young and beautiful girl like you would consort with such an old man. It seems all the reasons lie here. To prevent Fu Weicheng from taking me away 5 years ago, you orchestrated a fraudulent death certificate with Zhang Jianxi's aid, ensuring that he vouched for its authenticity, thus deceiving Fu Weicheng into believing I had perished. And you, in turn, exploited my supposed death to extract money from Fu Weicheng, incessantly demanding funds. You kept whispering in my ear about how Fu Weicheng abandoned his wife and children after moving to the capital, forcing me to rely on your family for sustenance, washing, cooking, cleaning, and tending to your entire household, effectively rendering me your servant, even subjecting me to the bullying of your small children. Song Jiaojiao, your family is utterly devoid of conscience. The truth of the past aligned closely with Song Yuntang's assertions. In fact, Song Jiaojiao had become entangled with Zhang Jianxi even earlier. In her desire to evade collective labor and accrue more work points, she had willingly submitted herself to this sordid man. Later, when Fu Weicheng returned unexpectedly, appearing prosperous after what seemed like a vindication, if Song Yuntang had been taken away, their families would have been severed, and the Song family, accustomed to a life of comfort, would have been left to fend for themselves without the monthly remittances from Yaya. Thus, they conspired together, unrepentantly deceiving Fu Weicheng. Furthermore, Zhang Jianxi, as the captain of the production team and a member of the village committee, oversaw all correspondence within the village. Therefore, over the years, whether it was letters I intended for Fu Weicheng or the funds he sent to me, they all passed through your hands. You intercepted them early on and colluded with the Song Mingde family to embezzle them. Is that not so? Song Yuntang analyzed once more. Zhang Jianxi was taken aback, realizing that his nefarious deeds had been laid bare. He trembled, unable to speak, his eyes darting nervously towards the coldly imposing Fu Weicheng, stammering, "Why, you are Fu Weicheng?" "Indeed, I am Fu Weicheng," he replied icily. "I have come not only to uncover the truth of the past, but also to seek justice for my wife, Song Yuntang. All of you who have wronged her shall bear the consequences." Just as they faced off, a group of individuals approached. It was several uniformed police officers escorting 2 individuals. "Officers, you have apprehended the wrong people. We are law-abiding citizens, having committed no wrongdoing." Song Mingda protested, his hands bound behind his back as he stumbled forward. Even in such a dire situation, he still attempted to defend himself. Beside him, Ding Yuzhen echoed his sentiments. Officers, you must be mistaken. We have merely lived honestly in the village, committing no crimes. It is our home that was robbed recently, our belongings taken. Those are the true criminals you should pursue. How can you wrongfully accuse innocent people? The police officers paid no heed to Song Mingda and Ding Yuzhen's protests. They brought the suspects before Fu Weicheng and reported, Captain Fu, we have received your report and confirmed its accuracy. This is the perpetrator, Song Mingda, and this is Ding Yuzhen. They are implicated in the defamation of Professor Song's family, leading to his assignment to the Northwest Farm, and they are also accused of misappropriating Professor Song's family's assets. We are taking them in for investigation. The individuals who had reported Song Minghua and his wife were, in fact, closely related to them, their own Uncle S family. Fu Weicheng provided all the gathered evidence to the relevant authorities, and today was the day they had agreed to collaborate in the arrests. Father, mother, how could you be taken into custody? Song Jiaojiao gasped, her face ashen with fear. Jiaojiao, we do not know. As soon as the police appeared, they insisted on taking us for questioning. But we have done nothing wrong. Jiaojiao, quickly plead with Captain Zhang to speak on our behalf. Perhaps the officers will release us. Captain Zhang, over the years, you have taken so much money from our family and even taken advantage of our Jiaojiao. Will you just stand by and watch as we are taken away? Hurry and help us smooth things over. At that moment, Zhang Jianxi could hardly assist Song Mingda and Ding Yuzhen. He was struggling to save himself. He muttered to himself, it's over, it's all over.
Meanwhile,
Song Jiaojiao remained obstinately defiant. Father, mother, look at her. She is Song Yuntang. She is not dead. She dares to come back to our village. Officers, she is the thief who emptied our house. You should arrest her. After this outburst, Song Mingda and Ding Yuzhen finally noticed Song Yuntang. Song Yuntang scoffed, greeting the astonished pair. So you both thought I was dead? Now that you see me alive and well, I trust you are quite disappointed? Song Yuntang, you wretched woman. What about the money I hid in the cabinet?
did you steal it all?
Ding Yuzhen, recalling her money, began to struggle fiercely, itching to rush at Song Yuntang. However, Ding Yuzhen had forgotten that she was currently in police custody. The officers promptly produced handcuffs, restraining Ding Yuzhen while warning, behave yourself. If you resist again, it will be deemed obstinate defiance. Do not blame us for being impolite. Fu Weicheng nodded at the police captain and then pointed at Song Jiaojiao and Zhang Jianxi, declaring, Captain Chen, I wish to report that these two are engaged in an improper relationship. Furthermore, I wish to report Zhang Jianxi, the captain of the production team in Wangjia village. This man has abused his position to forge documents and is also suspected of embezzlement. Rest assured, Commander Fu, we take your report very seriously and will conduct a thorough investigation, said Captain Chen. With a wave of his hand, he commanded several officers to apprehend the two individuals and escort them to the police station. Now, Song Jiaojiao no longer needed to call for her parents. The entire family would be together, dining in the confines of a prison cell.
What?
The police station? How can I be taken away as well? This is unjust. Comrades of the police, you have made a mistake, truly.
She cried.
Dad, Mom, we want to be executed, will we? In these times, many have faced the firing squad due to their romantic entanglements. As the cold handcuffs clamped around her wrists, Song Jiaojiao finally grasped the essence of fear. Her entire family trembled as they were led away by the officers. Song Yuntang and Fu Weicheng stood side by side, gazing at their departing figures. It felt as if a soul within her had finally found solace. Tang Tang, what is the matter? Fu Weicheng asked softly, drawing his gaze back to her. Song Yuntang shook her head, replying, It's nothing. I merely feel a sense of joy witnessing the wicked receive their just punishment. Fu Weicheng took her hand, holding it firmly, without a word. 2 years later, in the capital city. Ugh, ugh, ugh. The sound of retching echoed from the restroom of the family quarters. Just a minute prior, the entire family had gathered for a meal, celebrating Song Yuntang's promotion at the military hospital, becoming the youngest deputy chief physician in history, heralding a promising future. To mark this occasion, Zhang Yuyin had taken it upon herself to prepare an extravagant feast to honor Song Yuntang. The imposing former commander, Fu Zhenshan, lent a hand, assisting with washing and preparing vegetables, contributing significantly to the preparations. Meanwhile, the children Nian Nian and Anan, who had just transitioned from kindergarten to first grade, also pitched in, collaborating to create a dish of smashed cucumbers, eager to assist. As for Song Yuntang's mother, Song Minghua, upon her arrival in the capital 2 years prior, she had been invited to serve as a guest lecturer at the medical school, concurrently engaging in various research projects. Now, she held the title of Professor Song, guiding a cohort of over a dozen graduate students. Living separately from Song Yuntang, she resided in a faculty apartment provided by the school, where her days were filled with teaching and mentoring students, busier even than her daughter. The regrets of the past cannot be reclaimed, yet she had emerged from the shadows, immersing herself in a lifelong passion. Today's gathering was made possible by Fu Weicheng, who had arranged the time and driven to pick her up. The entire family joyously sat together, raising their glasses in celebration of Song Yuntang's advancement. Our Tang Tang is truly remarkable. After just 2 years of work, she has already been promoted. I've heard some take 5 or 6 years to achieve such progress, Zhang Yuyin exclaimed, treating Song Yuntang as her own daughter. Tang Tang, do not let pride overwhelm you. Continue to work diligently in the future, Song Minghua cautioned with a smile, her words modest, yet her eyes brimming with pride. Do not place such pressure on Tang Tang. She is already the best, no matter her actions, remarked Fu Jinshan. Thank you, Mom, Dad, Song Yuntang said with a bright smile. The family raised their glasses in unison, toasting together. Nian Nian and Anan lifted their small cups, eager to join in the toast.
Mom.
Congratulations, Mom. You are the most remarkable mother to Nian Nian and Anan. Laughter erupted around the table, and after the celebratory toast, they began to eat. Jiang Yuyin placed a generous portion of Song Yuntang's favorite fish into her bowl. Tang Tang. This fish was purchased with Tian Xiao Yi, and I learned the recipe from her. Do give it a try. I hope it's to your liking. However, before Song Yuntang could take a bite, merely catching a whiff of the fish's aroma, she suddenly stood up and rushed to the restroom. What followed was a continuous sound of retching. The once joyous atmosphere at the dining table dissipated, replaced by expressions of concern as everyone anxiously cast glances at Fu Weicheng. Ah, Cheng, what is wrong with Tang Tang? You should go check on her, urged one of them. Fu Weicheng rose to fetch a towel, saying, let us wait for Tang Tang to explain in her own words. Amidst the collective worry, Fu Weicheng supported Song Yuntang as she exited the restroom, and they both took their seats. All eyes were on her as a shy smile crept onto her face. She spoke softly, Dad, Mom, you need not worry. I am not ill. I am merely pregnant. Pregnant. Within Song Yuntang's still flat abdomen, a tiny life was blossoming, slowly developing. The end. Thank you for listening. We shall meet again in the next story.